Eternal Heart Chapter 361 to Chapter 413. The moment Yun Haizhen was sent flying, many people gasped. Their eyes were wide open, and their minds were in turmoil. If Qin Yu was able to injure Yun Haizhen the first time, it was because Yun Haizhen underestimated Qin Yu's attack and was careless. The second time, however, Qin Yu fearlessly suppressed Yun Haizhen and even injured him head-on. This had already shocked countless people. But this time, Yun Haizhen used all his strength and even used the blazing sun true fire, but he was still repelled by Qin Yu. My God, this can't be. Yun Haizhen was repelled by Qin Yu. This is unbelievable. This is Qin Yu's first time participating in the Academy tournament, right? He defeated everyone who participated in the previous two tournaments. Even Yinyang Institute's #1 is no match for him. At this moment, the spectators could no longer remain calm. Their voices were like a tsunami. This can't be. How can that kid have a true fire spirit flame like the blood-glazed flame? The man in the golden cloud robe stared at Yun Haizhen and Qin Yu on the stage. His face darkened. All this while, he was confident that Yun Haizhen would be able to obtain the #1 position. But now, it was different. Yun Haizhen used his strongest trump card and was still repelled by Qin Yu. Blood-glazed flame. The eyes of the lady from the Heavenly Star Academy flickered. Such a powerful true fire spirit flame, even the elite Origin Realm experts would be jealous. The mentors of the Demon-Free Academy were all stunned. They didn't know about this either. This surprise came too suddenly and they didn't know what to do. On the stage, no. Impossible. Yun Haizhen stared at Qin Yu with endless hatred. Wasn't this year's #1 already in his bag? Why would there be such a change in the end? No, I haven't lost yet. Yun Haizhen's eyes focused and calmed down. After all, Qin Yu was only at the peak of the middle Xianxia stage. Even if he had half a step into true essence, he did not have much. Even if he could use the blood-glazed flame, the number of times he could use it was limited. Yun Haizhen still had the strength to fight. As long as he did not fight Qin Yu head-on, he would be able to exhaust Qin Yu to death. He regretted it a little. If Yun Hai had used this method from the beginning, this would not have happened. Boom, a stream of golden flame true essence emerged from his body, slowly expelling the traces of blood-glazed flame on his body. Roar. On the other side, the wings on Qin Yu's back shook, stirring up a wave of shocking wind roars as he quickly attacked. As long as Yun Hai didn't admit defeat, the match wasn't over. Whoosh, as Qin Yu flew, he left several afterimages behind him as he approached Yun Haizhen. Moments later, a demonic chi storm area was formed, covering Yun Haizhen within it. Qin Yu's speed became extremely fast in the demonic chi gale domain. Boom. Bang, he attacked Yun Haizhen from all directions and angles. Get lost. Yun Haizhen expelled the blood-glazed flame from his body and stood up. If he wanted to exhaust Qin Yu to death, he would have to leave this domain first. Yun Haizhen immediately swung his sword. His strong mind power allowed him to accurately predict Qin Yu's actions. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qin Yu didn't back down. His heart exploded as he attacked with his claw. Moreover, the claw still contained part of the blood-glazed flame. Boom, the dark red flame claw tore Yun Haizhen's sword apart and continued on. How are you still so strong? Yun Haizhen roared unwillingly and his body was thrown backward. He had been through a fierce battle before, and his physical strength was exhausted. He didn't have much true essence left, and with all kinds of injuries, he was less than 60% of his peak condition. But Qin Yu's injuries were enough for a peak Khanate cultivator to die a dozen times. But Qin Yu was still ferocious, and he could explode with combat power that was second only to his peak condition. In fact, Qin Yu was already at the end of his tether and wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His half-step true essence wasn't as strong as Yun Haizhen's when he broke through to the Origin Realm. His body had suffered many injuries as well, and his heart was always in a state of charging or exploding. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would even enter a period of weakness afterwards. Boom, Yun Haizhen landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of golden red blood. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qin Yu got closer to Yun Haizhen. His heart had already ended, but his heart suddenly started beating again and produced a strange suction force. This state, not good. Shock appeared on Qianyu's face. He knew that this was the state where his heart was about to extract his blood. If Qianyu's heart really extracted part of Yun Haizhen's blood in front of everyone, then his biggest secret would be exposed. Even with the demon-free college's vice principal as his backing, he might not be able to leave this place safely. Qianyu focused and tried his best to stop the suction force from his heart. At the same time, Yun Haizhen, who was lying on the ground, suddenly felt a strong suction force. The blood in his body was like a raging sea, flowing back and forth and seeping out from the wound in his mouth. What is going on? Yun Haizhen was shocked. His thick blazing sun blood was trembling and such a strange phenomenon was happening. Suddenly, Yun Haizhen thought that since Qianyu chose the Blood Fiend branch in the Demon-Free College, Qianyu might have cultivated some kind of Blood Dao secret technique. Especially when the enemy was injured, some Blood Dao secret techniques were extremely terrifying and could be of great use. Moreover, at this moment, Qianyu gave Yun Haizhen a feeling that he couldn't defy him. Ever since he was young, Yun Haizhen had never felt such fear towards anyone in the same generation as him. Moreover, Qianyu was much younger than him. I admit defeat. Yun Haizhen shook his head in fear and spat out these 3 words. At this moment, his injuries were getting worse and he was no longer a match for Qianyu. If he continued to fight, he would only lose more miserably. It's over. Qianyu let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and left. His heart slowly calmed down and returned to normal. At the same time, the hearts of countless spectators also calmed down. This shocking battle had finally come to an end. This kind of result greatly exceeded everyone's expectations, and was simply unbelievable. Before the grand competition, some people had guessed that someone might be able to shake Yun Haizhen's position. However, after witnessing Yun Haizhen's strength, everyone gave up on the idea. But in the end, Yun Haizhen was defeated. This must be the most unexpected match in the history of the grand competition. That's right, the first place was taken by a dark horse who was participating for the first time. Although Yun Haizhen's defeat didn't mean that the grand competition was over, the first place was basically set. Qianyu wins. The judge announced the result. After walking off the stage, Qianyu's aura was weak. Luckily, there's nothing else. Qianyu returned to his seat and sat down. He consumed some healing and recovery pills. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to do it. Yuan Chen had a joyful smile on his face. This is also thanks to senior brother. Qianyu said in a serious tone. The final battle was extremely difficult. Everything that Qianyu had experienced had played a role in helping him reach this stage. For example, if Qianyu didn't snatch the demonic spirit poison heart flower from Lu Zhe, if he didn't enter the ancient ruin, if he didn't have Yuan Chen's help, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Yun Haizhen. Nearby, Luo Haoyan, LV Qiuling, Yin Qingzhuang, and the others glanced at Qianyu from time to time with complicated feelings. They had almost become sworn enemies with Qianyu, but who would have thought that Qianyu would be so heaven-defying as to defeat Yun Haizhen? In the future, Qianyu's achievements would definitely be glorious. If they could choose again, they would definitely be willing to be friends with a peerless genius like Qianyu. The competition continued, but the real battles were basically over. The last round was just a formality. This year's school tournament has finally come to an end. Next, I'll announce the rankings. There would be 100 rankings in the school tournament. Those who could make it into the rankings were considered as the top geniuses in the entire Yunzhou nation. The rewards would only be given to the top 50. Among them, the top 12 would receive the most generous rewards. 8th to 12th place, please come forward to receive your rewards. They were Luo Haoyan, Lu Fan, Luo Qiuman, Zhou Yuning, and LV Qiuling. Among them, LV Qiuling was the most indignant. If not for her lack of spiritual pets, she would not have been ranked this way. Next, it was time for the 4th to 7th place. They were Yuan Chen, Duan Xinyue, Tang Mo, and Yin Qingzhuang. Finally, the rewards for the top 3. The top 3 were Qianyu, Yun Haizhen, and Yi Qingfeng. 3rd place, 100,000 mid-grade primal stones, the title of a viscount, a top-tier treasure item, an energy dissipation pill, and the opportunity to cultivate in the palace ruins for 5 days. Second place, 120,000 mid-grade primal stones, the title of a viscount, a top-tier treasure item, an energy dissipation pill, and the opportunity to cultivate in the palace ruins for 7 days. When the rewards were announced, everyone was shocked. Isn't this reward a little too generous? But this is what it should be. This year's grand tournament has far surpassed all the previous grand tournaments. One had to know that when Xianxia participated in the grand hunting tournament, he only received 10,000 mid-grade primal stones. But this time, the reward for third place was 100,000 mid-grade primal stones. In addition, the title of a viscount was higher than that of a baron. The lowest baron title in the Yunjiao kingdom could be obtained through other means, but the difficulty of obtaining a viscount title was much higher. As for the higher noble titles, unless one made a huge contribution to the Yunjiao kingdom, it was impossible to obtain them. And the energy dissipation pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the origin realm. In fact, these rewards were nothing much to Yunhaizhen and Yi Qingfeng. But the last reward, the opportunity to cultivate in the ancient ruins, was more attractive to them. Next, the rewards for the first place of the grand tournament will be given out. Everyone's eyes turned to look at it. In the previous grand tournaments, the first place would usually receive the most generous rewards. This time, the rewards for second and third place were already so shocking. What would the rewards for the first place be? First place, 150,000 mid-grade primal stones, the title of a viscount, an energy dissipation pill, 10 days of cultivation in the ancient ruins, and a spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasure, the reward is actually a spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasure, that is an existence that surpasses treasures. Spiritual treasure, also known as spiritual treasure, usually had a certain spirituality and needed to be refined before it could be used. Powerful spiritual treasures even had some special characteristics. Spiritual treasures were very rare. Most of the initial stage origin realm martial artists didn't even have a single spiritual treasure. Xianxia, choose one. The man in the golden cloud robe waved his sleeves and 4 spiritual treasures appeared in front of Xianxia. Spiritual treasures had different functions and attributes. Therefore, the 4 major colleges had prepared 4 spiritual treasures for the first place to choose. Totems were rare to begin with. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the 4 totems. The first totems was a golden red broadsword. The second spirit artifact was a simple and unadorned turtle-shaped shield. The third totems was a cold jade treasure sword. The fourth totems was a cloud pattern pearl. The 4 totems were emitting different levels of light. One look and anyone could tell that they were extraordinary. The first totems is called Inferno Blade. This blade has a certain explosive effect. It can increase one's attack power. The explosive power and defense-breaking ability are shocking, the gold cloud-robed man introduced to Xianxia. It has an explosive effect. Xianxia was slightly shocked. Normal treasured weapons wouldn't have such a special attribute. The explosive effect was equivalent to increasing the power of each blade. Once it injured the enemy, the damage would be severe. The second totems is called Turtle Shell Shield. It is a defensive totems. Once this shield is activated, it can instantly create a defensive barrier. The defensive ability is outstanding. Even if it is activated by a Xiantian realm martial artist, a normal initial stage origin realm martial artist wouldn't be able to break it. But this shield has a weakness. It can't be continuously activated. Compared to the first totems, the second totems were slightly inferior. The third totems is called Cold Water Spirit Sword. It is the most outstanding of the 4 treasured weapons. The body of this sword is like water, but it has the characteristics of ice. If it is activated, it can become an ice-cold sword. It can be considered as both soft and hard. The 4th spirit tool is called the Spitting Mist Pearl. It is an auxiliary treasure tool. It can spit out mist in a large area, and the person who holds this pearl will be able to hide within the mist. In addition, there is a space within the Spitting Mist Pearl. It can be counted as a storage tool. As for the 4th treasure, it was quite normal. After introducing the 4 totems, the gold cloud-robed man carefully sized up Xianxia. Yunhai could be considered as this generation's absolute prodigy. This year's competition was supposed to be his first place. But he lost to Xianxia. This undoubtedly proved that Qinyu was far superior to Yunhai. Looking at Qinyu from such a close distance, the gold cloud-robed man finally realized how strong Qinyu was. The injuries from the intense battle with Yunhai had basically healed. His energy was also very full. If he didn't consume the heaven-defying elixirs, his recovery speed would be shocking. In addition, the reason why Qinyu could defeat Yunhai was because of the innate spiritual flame, blood-glazed flame. Even if it was a blood Dao sacred flame, it was still very attractive to him. And for Qinyu to be able to obtain this flame, he was very lucky. If only he was a student from Yunyang Institute, the gold cloud-robed man thought to himself. If Qinyu was this, he would be it. If he could, he would be able to win with. Qinyu might be using a sword, but the best quality, Water Frost Spirit Sword, wasn't suitable for Qinyu. Only a Fire Dao cultivator would be able to bring out the best effect with the Incineration Blade. Although the defense of the Tortoise Shield was outstanding, Qinyu cultivated the Record of Sky Demon secret patterns. Hence, he didn't really need it. Then, all that is left is the Mist-Spitting Pearl. Qinyu's eyes landed on the fourth cloud pattern pearl. Sigh, none of these 4 spiritual weapons are suitable for Qinyu. One of the Demon-Free Institute's vice deans sighed. After all, this was the first time the Institute tournament was rewarding spiritual weapons. Hence, they couldn't prepare too many spiritual weapons. Furthermore, the quality of the spiritual weapons were just average spiritual weapons. But even so, these 4 spiritual weapons were much better than the top-grade treasured weapons. Even an average Origin Realm martial artist would be tempted. I want this one. Qinyu suddenly spoke and pointed at the 4th spiritual weapon. Oh? The man in the golden cloud robe was slightly surprised. But thinking about it, none of these 4 spiritual weapons were compatible with Qinyu's attributes. But the last one was a support spiritual weapon. It didn't matter who used it, it had the same effect. Alright. The man in the golden cloud robe kept the other 3 spiritual weapons. Subsequently, Qinyu received his primeval stones, complete energy elixir and title before the award ceremony finally ended. Congratulations Vice Principal E, Demon Free Institute has obtained first place this time. All 3 of your students had a good ranking in the Institute tournament. You are undoubtedly the winner of this Institute tournament. The lady in palace attire stood up and congratulated. The results of the Demon Free Institute were indeed amazing. Qinyu was ranked 1st, Yuan Shen was ranked 4th, and Luo Haotian was ranked 8th. Besides that, the leaders of Sky Sword Academy and Yunyang Academy also gave some polite words. Also, the other academies that were affiliated to the Demon Free Institute came to congratulate them. Some even sent gifts. The Demon Free Institute's amazing results in this institute tournament also represented great luck. If they could get a share of it, it would be enough. After the institute tournament, many academies left. But the top management of the 4 academies gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. The Great Academy competition this time has already confirmed that there are many sects and forces lurking in our 4 academies. The man in the golden cloud robe said. The assessment method of the first round revealed the true colors of those lurkers. The 4 academies suddenly realized that there were so many lurkers, and some of them were even the focus of their academies. These remaining sect forces are becoming more and more rampant. The white-browed elder looked unhappy. In Sky Sword Academy, there were 2 extremely talented students who died in the trial. According to various clues, they should have been killed by assassins. There are many top experts among these lurkers, which means that the sect forces are getting stronger and stronger. In addition, there seems to be a powerful lurker who hasn't been caught, the lady in palace attire said. According to many students, there was an assassin wearing a black mask who was extremely powerful. Every time he committed a crime, he was very successful, so he hadn't been exposed. She was worried that the assassin was one of the top geniuses in the 4 academies. If they didn't find out who the assassin was, they would really be a joke. Of course, this assassin might not necessarily be lurking in the 4 academies. It could also be through some other small academies to enter the trial. But the assessment rules were announced before the test, so the former was more likely. Anyway, pay more attention during this period. Elan Tian said simply. On the other side, the students of the Demon Free Institute gathered together. When they came, there were a total of 20 students. Now there were only 13 left, and 13 of them had died in the first round of the trial. Brother Chen, you're really powerful. You actually defeated Xianxia. I admire you. Kong Zhong said with a smile. Back then, he was still competing with Chen Yu in the big hunting competition. Now, Chen Yu had left him far behind. Junior Chen, you're really a person with great luck. Ever since you entered the academy, you've been rising at an amazing speed. Although Jin Shuofeng didn't know how to speak, he still came over to flatter Chen Yu. After all, a long time ago, he had tried to harm Chen Yu. Although the two of them had worked together in the mystic realm, he was still afraid that Chen Yu would remember what happened in the past. Other than Chen Yu, Yuan Chen, and Luo Haoyan, Situ Linyu and Duan Hao had also achieved good results. They were extremely eye-catching. Among them, Situ Linyu, who was at the late stage of the Khanate realm, was ranked 20th. But because of Chen Yu's dazzling performance, his brilliance was overshadowed. Let's go! An instructor shouted. It turned out that the conversation between the higher-ups of the 4 academies had ended. Ilan Tian summoned his flying steed, and the group got on it, ready to return to the academy. When they came, the higher-ups were somewhat worried, but now, most of them were glowing. Boom, the strange flying steed flapped its wings and carried the group into the sky. Chen Yu looked behind him and saw a white figure in the crowd of people from the Sky Sword Academy. It was Yi Luofeng, who was also looking at him. At this moment, Chen Yu remembered the 5-year promise between the two of them. There was still a lot of time before the 5-year promise, but Chen Yu's improvement in strength had far exceeded his expectations. It seems that this trip to the ancient state was completely worth it. If Chen Yu had stayed where he was, he would not have achieved what he had now. To leave just like that without even bidding farewell to me, Yi Luofeng bit her red lips as she watched Chen Yu leave. She felt annoyed and disappointed. The team from the No Demon Academy arrived at the Yunyang Sacred Residence and used the transportation portal to return to the Sky River Prefecture. In less than half a day, the group successfully returned to the No Demon Academy. Such a huge mount caused quite a stir, and it instantly attracted the attention of many people. Welcome, Deputy Dean, instructors. Many students immediately bowed. Deputy Dean, why don't you call everyone out and announce this? A branch elder suggested with a smile on his face. This time, the No Demon Academy had won first place. Such a joyous event should be announced widely. Ilan Tian nodded. Several branch deans immediately sent out a message through their tokens. In an instant, there was a commotion everywhere in the No Demon Academy. Some teachers, instructors, and students ran out and gathered in the central square. The team from the Academy Grand Tournament is back. I wonder how our academy did in this grand tournament? That's hard to say. The Yunyang Academy is too strong. They will definitely take first place again. Senior Yuan Chen is third on the sky list, at most. Everyone discussed spiritedly as they looked at the 13 students beside the higher-ups of the academy. This time our academy's results are very gratifying. 3 of us entered the top 12. Ilan Tian said, his hoarse voice echoing between heaven and earth. Gratifying results? Could it be that Yuan Chen's ranking is not just third? In the group of teachers, a black-robed beauty revealed a look of shock. When Qin Yu and Kong Zhong had first entered the academy, it was this black-robed beauty, Gu Lifu, who had received them. Among them, Luo Haoyan ranked 8th in the grand tournament. The No Demon Academy will reward him with 200,000 demon-free points. Ilan Tian announced. On one hand, he announced the results, and at the same time, he gave out rewards to motivate more students. Congratulations, Senior Luo. Senior Luo is strong. This ranking is well-deserved. Some students flattered him. However, Luo Haoyan was a little absent-minded, and his expression did not look too good. Yuan Chen obtained 4th place for the No Demon Academy. He will be rewarded with 350,000 demon-free points. Ilan Tian said. 4th place? Only 4th place? He should be at the bottom of the Academy Grand Tournament. What's so gratifying about that? Many students and some teachers did not understand. Did Yuan Chen perform poorly? Gu Lifu was puzzled. Logically speaking, if Yuan Shen performed well, he should be able to obtain third place. In the end, he was only fourth. That's right, didn't 3 people enter the top 12? Who's the other one? A teacher asked doubtfully. The last person to enter the top 12 of the Academy Grand Tournament is Yu. When this was announced, many people's mouths were wide open, and they were dumbfounded. That's impossible, right? Yu actually entered the top 12? Wasn't Yu only ranked 13th in the competition? Many people did not dare to believe it. Gu Lifu was in a daze. She did not expect that a student she had made things difficult for would enter the top 12 in the Academy Grand Tournament. Yu obtained first place for the No Demon Academy. He will be rewarded with 500,000 demon-free points. As soon as he said that, the entire demon-free academy fell silent. Then, a huge commotion broke out. First place? No Devil Academy actually obtained first place in this year's college tournament? Did I hear it wrong? Yu obtained first place? How is this possible? Yu is only ranked 13th in the qualification contest. How can he defeat prodigies like Yuan Shen, Duan Xingyue, Yi Chingfeng, and Yun Haizhen to obtain first place? That's right. The first place of the 4 major academies are basically equivalent to the initial stage of the origin realm. No matter how much improvement Yu has, he shouldn't be able to defeat them all. Those who didn't watch the tournament heard the news. Other than shock, there was only doubt and denial. They felt that it was impossible. Some of the mentors who watched the tournament couldn't help but laugh. If they didn't watch the tournament personally, they wouldn't believe it either. Old song, what is going on? Did Yu really obtain first place? Is it because the tournament rules are different from the past, or did something unexpected happen during the tournament? An old man with a long beard walked over and asked a mentor who had been spectating the competition. This long-bearded elder was a veteran mentor who was in charge of managing the teleportation array in the foreign domain. The rest of the veteran mentors who stayed in the Devil Academy also came over and asked about the situation. This year's college tournament, in the first segment, Yu obtained second place. In the second segment, he first defeated Duan Xingyue, then Yi Chingfeng, and finally defeated Yun Haizhen, obtaining first place. Tian announced again. His words were short, but it was even more shocking. This was personally announced by the vice principal. Could there be any mistake? Once the announcement was made, the crowd went silent for a moment before it erupted again. Yu actually defeated the first place of the 4 major academies. Even the talented, powerful bloodline and true fire Yun Haizhen lost? Doesn't this mean that Yu already has the ability to defeat an initial stage origin realm martial artist? Among the group of teachers, Gu Lifu's beautiful face turned pale with disbelief. In such a short period of time, Yu actually grew to such an extent. And she still hadn't broken through to the origin realm. This meant that she was no longer a match for Yu. Not only her, but most of the teachers in the college were no longer a match for Yu. Gyulav was deeply hurt and disappointed. If she had known this would happen, she would have built a good relationship with Yu when she first received him. In the future, as long as Yu gave her a small favor, it would be enough to change the course of her life. At the same time, the students who had offended Yu before felt their hearts in their throats. However, most of the students came to congratulate Yu and curry favor with him. Now that Yu had created such a glorious achievement, it was hard to imagine how far Yu could go in the future. Who would have thought that Brother Chen would be so courageous to be able to obtain first place in the grand competition? Yang Zhang, who had a good relationship with Yu in the early stages of the competition, sighed emotionally and laughed heartily. Yu, come with me. Tian said to Yu. He released a powerful quintessential essence that wrapped around Yu. They flew up and disappeared into the mist. Tian's residence in the forbidden area. This is the reward of 500,000 demonic points. Tian casually took out a token and handed it to Yu. After taking the 500,000 demonic points, Yu returned the token. You have so many secrets that even I don't know about them. Tian said with a faint smile after the reward of the demonic points. I have too many treasures on me, so I don't dare to show them off. Yu grinned. He had gone all out in this grand competition and used almost all his trump cards. Xianxia must have seen other things besides what he showed on the surface. For example, Qianyu's powerful recovery ability, special physique, bloodline, and so on. Qianyu had not told Xianxia about these things. Xianxia nodded and did not continue to ask. Everyone had their own secrets. If others were unwilling to tell him, he would not force them. In addition, when he accepted Qianyu as a disciple, he had also sent people to investigate Qianyu's background. It was very blank, and he did not have any powerful backing. At that time, if Qianyu exposed all this, it would indeed be very dangerous. You won first place in this grand competition. You have gained a lot of glory and bountiful rewards, but at the same time, you have to bear a certain amount of risk. Xianxia said again, a trace of worry in his eyes. Master, are you referring to the remaining forces of the sect? Qianyu asked. That's right. This grand competition ranks the geniuses of the ancient countries. However, for the remaining forces of the sect, the ranking of the grand competition is equivalent to the assassination ranking. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. From the first round of this grand competition, it could be seen that the remaining forces of the sect had already infiltrated the various academies and even the royal family. It was hard to imagine to what extent the hidden forces of the sect had developed. Qianyu won first place in the grand competition with his cultivation at the peak of the middle stage Khanate realm. Such a result had almost made him the primary assassination target of the sect. I understand. Qianyu nodded. He had thought about this as well. However, if he did not fight for it, he would not even be able to enter the top 10 in the second round. He would also not be able to get a single reward from the grand competition. In this way, his overall progress would be greatly slowed down. What do you plan to do next? Xianxia asked. I plan to cultivate in the academy for 2 years and then leave Yunjiao Nation. Qianyu answered truthfully. There were 2 more years until the 5-year promise between him and Yi Luofeng. When the time came, he would return to his hometown. At this thought, Qianyu could not help but think of his parents, the Yunhui Gate, and his master, Elder Mao. At the same time, Qianyu also thought of Lu Tiezu. Lu Tiezu, the number 1 of the 3 sects who had forced him into a corner. He could not help but clench his fists. Oh? Leave Yunjiao Nation? Xianxia was slightly surprised. Of course, when he first asked about Qianyu's background, he knew that Qianyu was not from Yunjiao Nation. But this was good. After leaving Yunjiao Nation, Qianyu's safety would be guaranteed. Alright, if there's nothing else, you may leave. After bidding farewell to his master, Qianyu went to the demonic helplessness hall. Qianyu, what brings you here? Are you here to trade items or issue a mission? An old man came forward and greeted him warmly. Collect the reward for killing the infiltrator. As he spoke, Qianyu took out a blood-stained cloth bag and a token. This token was proof of Renhan's identity as a member of the sect. I see. The demonic helplessness hall has already prepared the reward for you. We're even going to send it to you later. The old man smiled with his eyes squinted. Qianyu was not used to the old man's attitude. As the champion of the grand competition, there were many who wanted to get closer to him. Qianyu did not say much. He collected the reward and left. 200,000 demonic points, 50,000 low-grade primal stones, and 1 supreme-grade treasure crafting token. Renhan's strength and influence in the Demonic Helplessness Academy was strong, so Qianyu's reward was very generous, including 200,000 demonic points, 50,000 low-grade primal stones, and 1 supreme-grade treasure crafting token. Among them, what Qianyu needed the most were the demonic points, and the most precious was the supreme-grade treasure crafting token. With this token, he could find a master blacksmith in the Demonic Helplessness Academy to craft a weapon suitable for him. After returning to his residence, Qianyu began to sort out his spoils. In the first round, Qianyu had obtained a large number of valuable materials. Only a small portion of them could be used by him, and the rest could be sold and traded. As for the rare ores, Qianyu could use them to craft a better weapon. In addition, Qianyu also had a lot of spoils. There were more than a dozen upper-grade treasures, and 2 supreme-grade treasures. If these things were sold, he could earn a generous amount of primal stones. After that, it was Jinyu's grand competition reward, 150,000 low-grade primal stones, 1 energy transformation elixir, and 1 spirit weapon. Jinyu was still a distance away from the origin realm, so he could not use the energy transformation elixir for the time being. Mist-spitting pearl. Jinyu took out a cloud pattern pearl and began to refine it. Once it reached the level of a spirit weapon, it needed to be refined in order to maximize the power of the spirit weapon. 2 days later, Jinyu had completely refined the mist-spitting pearl. His chi could circulate in the spirit weapon at a faster speed, and his spiritual sense had a weak connection with the spirit weapon. Jinyu's spiritual sense entered the mist-spitting pearl, and there was indeed a small space surrounded by clouds. This space was as big as a small house, and it was many times bigger than the storage bag that Jinyu was currently using. Let's try the effect of the mist-spitting pearl. Jinyu injected his chi into it, and suddenly, the surface of the mist-spitting pearl constantly emitted a white mist, and in a moment, it filled Jinyu's courtyard. Moreover, this kind of mist did not give people a strange feeling, and it felt like the real mist of nature. Gradually, the mist spread out, enveloping Jinyu's entire courtyard, and continued to expand outwards. The scope of the mist can reach at least 100 feet. Jinyu estimated. This was still the case when he used the magic pattern chi. If he used half-step true essence, the power of the spirit weapon would be fully exerted, and the scope of the mist would be even larger. Moreover, when his spiritual sense penetrated into the mist-spitting pearl, Jinyu could directly see the things in this mist. Outside, 4 or 5 students had come to visit Jinyu. 2 days had passed since the Academy Grand Competition, and news of the competition had spread rapidly from Yunyang Sacred Prefecture. The Sky River Prefecture was right next to Yunyang Sacred Prefecture, so it was only natural that they received the news immediately. At this time, those who had been skeptical finally completely believed it. Among the seniors of the Blood Evil Institute, there had been a group of people who had provoked and offended Jinyu. On this day, they had come to visit Jinyu with generous gifts. Eh? What's going on? Why is there such a thick mist all of a sudden? I can't see anything clearly. The Demon-Free Academy is located in a secret realm. Logically, the weather should not have changed so suddenly. Not bad. Jinyu smiled and put away the mist-spitting pearl. At this moment, the students outside were shocked. Just a moment ago, the thick fog was so thick that they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. In an instant, all the fog had disappeared. Brother Sure, this place is strange. Why don't we leave? The students were frightened by this scene and were ready to retreat. At this time, Jinyu took the initiative to walk out of the courtyard. Jinyu, the few of them panicked. What's the matter? Jinyu looked at these people, but he had no impression of them. Brother Chen, I am Sherwei from the Blood Evil Institute. I failed to recognize you, a young man in black armor said with an awkward smile as he handed over some primary stones and demon-free points. Sherwei had offended Jinyu because of the cave abode. Later on, he had hired the Blood Devil Hand to deal with Jinyu. Oh, don't take it to heart. Jinyu did not pay much attention to this matter. Seeing that Jinyu really did not mind, the young man in black armor left with the other students. After walking out of the residence, Jinyu heard that Renhan's head had been hung in the central square of the Demon-Free Academy to show the prestige of the academy and intimidate the spies in the sect. Jinyu arrived at the trading area of the Limitless Hall and purchased some body tempering and cultivation enhancing elixirs. There's basically nothing left for me to do. I will stay in the school and focus on cultivation to increase my strength. After purchasing some items, Jinyu returned to his residence. With his current strength, he could still deal with a regular early-stage Origin Realm expert. But if he were to encounter a peak early-stage Origin Realm expert, it would be hard to say. Furthermore, he was being targeted by the Yunzhao Nation sect and was in great danger. Therefore, Jinyu decided to go into seclusion in the school to increase his cultivation level. Strength was the only guarantee. After returning to his residence, Jinyu began his seclusion. Firstly, he consumed a cultivation-enhancing elixir and began to consolidate his cultivation level. Next, he circulated the chi of demonic patterns and tempered his body. Using one's own chi to torture one's body was an extremely painful thing. Fortunately, Jinyu had come this far and did not hesitate to temper his body. 1 month later, Qianyu's cultivation level was completely stabilized and showed signs of increasing. Immediately after, Qianyu went to the demonic qi pool and cultivated the. For the first 2 stages, Qianyu only needed to convert the original pure aura qi into qi of demonic patterns. Therefore, it was relatively easy. But when all the pure aura qi was converted, Qianyu could already feel his cultivation speed slowing down. However, Qianyu's body tempering cultivation speed had always been relatively fast. However, this cultivation technique was a fusion of demonic arts and body tempering. When his true qi cultivation speed slowed down, it would also be a burden on his body tempering. It is indeed one of the top 10 ancient mystical techniques. The difficulty is abnormally high. Qianyu did not give up. Although this technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, the effect of mastering it was incomparable to normal techniques. It could be said that if Qianyu did not change to the before the grand competition, it would be hard for him to achieve a good result in this year's grand competition. In the center of the demonic qi pool, there was only Qianyu. His entire body was covered in black liquid and the surface was constantly bubbling. Cultivating in the demonic qi pool would not only increase one's cultivation speed, but it would also improve one's physique tempering. 2 months later, Qianyu finished consolidating the 3rd level of the Sky Demon secret pattern record, Xianxia, and began to break through. Qianyu focused on cultivating and ignored the outside world. Time passed like water. In the south of Yunzhou Nation, there was a valley that was shrouded in fog and cold air. Hoo-hoo, 2 gloomy flames flickered in the cold wind, faintly revealing the silhouette of a huge ancient palace, giving people an eerie feeling. Boom, a tremor suddenly came from inside the ancient palace. What did you say? Ren Han is dead? In a large hall, a middle-aged man with a face as tough as a statue and a slight resemblance to Ren Han roared. Boom, a massive wave of demonic qi spread out from the man's back, twisting and jumping in the air, giving off a terrifying aura. Yes. Elder Ren, your son's identity was exposed in the competition and he was killed. His head is still hanging in the square of the Demon-Free Academy. Down below, a young man in black tight-fitting clothes was shivering. What? Elder Ren's eyes widened, as if he was about to devour someone. He reached out his palm. Instantly, a formless black demonic qi was released and wrapped around the young man. It grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. Whoosh, suddenly, a strange blood-red light appeared in the hall, and a figure quickly appeared within it. It was a graceful woman with long blood-red hair. She wore a blood-red dress that had a strange and lifelike pattern of a blood moon engraved on it. Elder Ren, why are you so angry? The crimson-haired woman said in a seductive voice. Elder Ren's eyes focused as he gradually calmed down. Who is it? Who killed my son? Elder Ren bellowed. This time, many geniuses from the 4 academies had died. It was a great harvest. However, his son had died a horrible death in the competition. His joy was instantly replaced by anger and hatred. It's a student from the Demon-Free Academy called Qianyu, and he came first in the competition. Even though the young man's neck was being grabbed, he could still speak. Qianyu. First in the competition? Elder Ren's expression darkened as he recalled something. Didn't Ren Han send someone to assassinate Qianyu? But it had failed. I've heard of him before, he's the new disciple of the Demon-Free Academy's vice principal. He's not even 20 yet, but he came first in the competition. The crimson-haired woman seemed to be intrigued. I don't care who he is, I'll kill him for killing my son. Elder Ren's eyes flickered. Bang, the black demonic qi dispersed, and the young man in black fell to the ground. He quickly knelt down as he was afraid of angering Elder Ren. Elder Ren, don't be too agitated. When I first heard of him, he was only at the initial stage of the Xiantian realm. When he participated in the competition, his cultivation level shouldn't be at the peak stage of the Xiantian realm. Furthermore, he's not even 20 yet, which means he's obviously a lucky person. It's better not to antagonize such a prodigy. If we can rope him in, wouldn't it be more beneficial to our organization and the League's plan? The crimson-haired woman said with a smile. Her voice was like a demonic tune, beautiful yet dangerous. Humph, what's the use of roping in a person who hasn't even reached the origin realm? Elder Ren's expression turned cold. In fact, he already had the intention to kill Qianyu, but he couldn't refute the crimson-haired woman in front of him. "Elder Ren, don't be rash," the crimson-haired woman advised again. "Humph." Elder Ren grunted and didn't say anything else. Demon-free academy. Qinyu had nothing else to do and decided to go into seclusion. A year passed by quickly. In this year, Qinyu's cultivation level had increased to the late stage of the Xiantian realm, and the third rank of the Sky Devil secret pattern record was at the completion stage. On his chest, the third magic pattern was already halfway formed. When this magic pattern was completely formed, Qinyu would be able to cultivate the corresponding combat skill of the third magic pattern. During this period of time, my sword skills have fallen behind. Qinyu sighed and took out a golden token from the mist-spitting pearl. I'll go forge a supreme-grade artifact and cultivate my sword skills at the same time. Thinking of this, Qinyu left his residence. As one of the 4 major academies, the Demon-Free Academy didn't only have array masters and elixir masters, they also had blacksmiths. On this day, Qinyu arrived at the blacksmithing ground of the Demon-Free Academy. From afar, Qinyu could feel a scorching aura coming from a valley far away. Outside the valley, there were 4 guards. At this moment, the 4 guards were talking to a woman in white. "Miss Shang, please." The 4 guards had smiles on their faces as they opened the array formation barrier. This woman was Shang Han, the #1 beauty of the Demon-Free Academy. However, when Shang Han noticed Qinyu, she was stunned and her expression was very unnatural. For a moment, she forgot to enter the valley. This is a blacksmithing ground. Unauthorized people are forbidden to enter? Seeing Qinyu walking over, the 4 guards stopped Qinyu. Moreover, the 4 guards noticed Shang Han's expression. It seemed that she knew Qinyu and their relationship wasn't very good. "This is not a place for you." A guard shouted loudly and strode over with a dignified and slightly ferocious expression. Since Shang Han didn't like this kid, they naturally had to seize this opportunity to show off. Qinyu glanced at the 4 of them. It seemed that they had been guarding this place for a long time and hadn't come into contact with the outside world. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to talk to him like this. Qinyu couldn't be bothered to say more and took out a golden token. The moment the token appeared, the eyes of the 4 guards trembled. Shang Han's bright eyes also flickered with envy. The golden token meant that she could ask the blacksmiths of the Demon-Free Academy to customize a supreme-grade weapon for her. "Please forgive me if I offended you just now." The guard who yelled at Qinyu immediately cupped his fists and said. Qinyu ignored Shang Han and went through the barrier first. Then, Shang Han followed suit. "That young man looks familiar," one of the guards said. "To have a golden token at such a young age, that's not normal." "I remember now, he's Qinyu." "Qinyu? Are you talking about the prodigy who won first place for our academy in this year's competition?" "Oh my god, I just shouted at the strongest prodigy of our academy." The guards were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. They had been guarding this place for a long time and only heard some news occasionally. Otherwise, they would definitely recognize Qinyu. Inside the canyon, rows of palaces and pavilions were built on the walls. In the middle of the canyon, there was a huge palace that looked like a furnace with flames burning fiercely. Qinyu and Shang Han walked in one after the other. As soon as they entered, they saw a few figures bustling about. "Shang Han, you're here." A bald old man saw Shang Han and walked over while wiping a golden spear tip in his hand. "Uncle Liu, I'll have to trouble you this time." Shang Han let out a smile. The profession of blacksmiths was special. Even though Shang Han was a prodigy of the Shang clan, she had to be polite to a top-notch blacksmith. Moreover, this bald blacksmith had some ties with the Shang clan, so Shang Han could ask him to forge a weapon for her at a lower price. "What do you need?" "Let me hear it." The bald blacksmith asked casually. "I want to customize a supreme-grade defensive armor." Shang Han stated her request. The bald old man's face darkened slightly. Blacksmiths were a very respectable profession. Under normal circumstances, they would forge weapons based on their interest and were not afraid that no one would want them. In the eyes of blacksmiths, the most troublesome thing was custom-made weapons. Some students had too many requests that did not conform to the principles of forging, causing the forging process to be very slow and the end product to not be very good. Thus, most blacksmiths did not like to customize weapons for others. Moreover, Xianxia was a female. Females would usually request beautiful, soft and comfortable armor, which was very troublesome. Uncle Lu, my father asked me to bring you a jade toadstone. Xianxia immediately took out a jade-like ore from her storage bag. The bald old man's eyes flickered and his expression softened as he took the jade toadstone. What do you want? The bald old man's gaze landed on Xianyu, who was not far away. I'm here to customize a supreme-grade weapon. Xianyu answered honestly. Custom-made supreme-grade weapon. The bald old man's face darkened as he was slightly annoyed. Custom-made weapon again. Now, the more he looked at Xianyu, the more he disliked him. Whoosh, to avoid trouble, Xianyu immediately took out a golden token. Alright, follow me. When the bald old man saw the golden token, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. The two of them followed the bald old man to a huge stone platform. Tell me the type, attributes, and characteristics of the weapon that you want to customize. The bald old man looked at Xianyu and Xianxia. Xianxia was a member of the Xiang clan. Moreover, he had received some benefits, so he would take care of her. As for Xianyu, he could only do it perfunctorily. After all, custom-made two supreme-grade weapons were extremely taxing and troublesome. When Xianyu and Xianxia put forward their refining requirements, the bald old man began to design the refining plan. Xianyu had the golden token, so he did not need to pay for the refining materials, while Xianxia had to pay for the materials herself, or buy them with primeval stones. Xianyu's requirement was a heavy sword similar to the giant ruler sword, and it had to be at least a top-quality treasure weapon. Top-quality treasure weapon? The bald old man could not help but smile. With his strength, he could barely refine a top-quality treasure weapon. He naturally would not waste a lot of energy to refine a top-quality treasure weapon for Xianyu. At that time, it would be good enough to refine a top-quality treasure weapon for Xianyu. Xianyu was just a student, what could he do to him? He could only leave with a top-quality treasure weapon. After the design plan was completed, the bald old man began to refine the treasure weapon. First, the bald old man helped Xianxia refine a top-quality inner armor. Xianyu did not have any objection to this. Until 8 days later, when Xianxia's inner armor was almost complete, the bald old man handed it over to other refiners, and he began to help Xianyu refine a top-quality treasure weapon. Huh? Xianyu looked at the bald old man's actions, his brow slightly furrowed. Although he did not know how to refine weapons, but he could still identify the quality of the materials. The materials used by the bald old man were not very good. According to Xianyu's estimation, he could at most make a top-quality treasure weapon. Master Lu, I need at least a top-quality treasure weapon. Xianyu reminded. If it were not for the golden token that could customize a top-quality treasure weapon, Xianyu could spend primeval stones to buy a top-quality treasure weapon. Through the school competition, the wealth he had accumulated was already extremely astonishing. Don't worry, if you are lucky, I will help you refine a top-quality treasure weapon. The bald old man said indifferently. If he was lucky, these materials could indeed be used to refine a top-quality treasure weapon, but he had not succeeded yet. Xianyu didn't know much about refining, so he waited for a few more days. At this time, the treasure refined by the bald old man for Xianyu was already halfway done. Master Lu, this sword doesn't seem to meet the requirements I mentioned, right? Xianyu asked. Your request doesn't conform to the principles of refining, so I've changed it for you. The bald old man revealed a look of arrogance and disdain. According to Xianyu's observation, the bald old man had reduced the size and thickness of the entire sword by 20 to 30%. It could be said that he had saved a lot of materials. Since Grandmaster is unable to complete the refining according to my requirements, why don't you refine this high-grade treasure to the level of a top-grade treasure? Xianyu took out the greatsword from the spitting mist pearl. In Xianyu's opinion, it might be that Master Lu's standard was too low, and he was unable to complete the refining according to his requirements. In that case, Xianyu might as well choose to refine the greatsword. The greatsword was very suitable for Xianyu, and refining a treasure weapon was much easier than refining a treasure weapon. No matter how bad the bald old man's refining skills were, he should be able to complete his requirements. What? Are you questioning my craftsmanship? The bald old man's complexion suddenly changed. He raised his head, almost using his nostrils to look at Qinyu. What a refiner hated the most was that others questioned his refining level, so the bald old man was very angry. Qinyu didn't speak. He did question the bald old man's refining level, but he still gave him face and didn't say it out loud in front of so many people. Nearby, a few refiners couldn't help but look over. Under normal circumstances, in an important place for refining weapons, only refiners would argue with refiners. It was rare to see students quarrel with refiners. Also, what kind of sword is this? The materials are low grade, and the refining method is too rough. Any ordinary refiner here can refine a treasure weapon that is much better than your sword. You want me to refine such a defective treasure weapon? That's an insult to my identity as a master refiner. The bald old man glanced at the greatsword in Qinyu's hand and talked incessantly, belittling the greatsword to be worthless. Lu Yuan, have you finished the parts one asked you to refine? At this time, a white-haired, slightly hunched old man walked out from the depths of the palace. Master Shen. Immediately, all the nearby refiners bowed, showing great respect to this hunched old man. Master Shen, it's almost finished. Because these two students have a request to refine a treasure weapon, it's been delayed. The bald old man's attitude changed 180 degrees, and he took out a golden spear tip. The hunched old man didn't seem to hear the bald old man's words. His eyes fell directly on the greatsword in Qinyu's hand, revealing a look of surprise and nostalgia. Grandmaster Shen, it's this student. I've already refined a top-grade treasure for him, but halfway through, he suddenly changed his mind and asked me to help him refine this defective heavy sword. The refining method of this heavy sword is really crude. From this, it can be seen that the refiner who refined this weapon didn't put any effort into it. Even if such a defective weapon is refined, it will take a lot of effort, and the final result will not be much better. The bald old man immediately pointed to Qinyu and said. Master Shen was the #1 refiner in the entire important place for refining weapons. He had a high status and even Elan Tian had to respect him. That was why Qinyu dared to offend the bald old man. He had twisted the truth in front of Master Shen and cheated Qinyu. If he offended Master Shen, there would be no place for Qinyu in the entire Magicless Academy. However, when the bald old man finished speaking, he found that Master Shen's face became embarrassed. The bald old man was delighted, thinking that Master Shen was angry because of Qinyu's evil behavior. Qinyu, we will still refine your top-grade treasure weapon for you. As for the other things, you don't have to worry about it. Quickly put away this broken sword. Don't take it out and dirty Master Shen's eyes. The bald old man scolded Qinyu while flattering Master Shen. Enough. Master Shen suddenly shouted in a low voice, and the whole palace suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of the fire burning in the furnace. The bald old man was delighted. He didn't expect Master Shen to be so angry. Qinyu would be in trouble. Lu Yuan, don't stay here in the future. Go to another place. I will be responsible for this little brother's refining requirements. Master Shen's old face was very deep, emitting invisible power. What? The bald old man was stunned, his mind buzzing. He had no idea what was going on. Shouldn't Master Shen be scolding Qinyu? Why would he scold him? Besides, Master Shen had transferred him away, which was equivalent to a demotion as punishment. Moreover, Master Shen was personally in charge of Qinyu's refining requirements. One should know that Master Shen's craftsmanship was one of the best in the entire Yunzhao nation. All this while, Master Shen had only refined the divine weapons that he wanted to refine and rarely customized them for others. What the hell was going on? Of course, Lu Yuan wasn't the only one who didn't know the truth. Shang Han, Qinyu, and the other craftsmen were also stunned. Qinyu didn't know Master Shen's identity, but from his appearance earlier, he knew that this person had a high status. At this moment, Master Shen was personally helping Qinyu complete his refining requirements. Naturally, he was happy. Little brother, let me take a look at the treasure in your hand. Master Shen looked at Qinyu, his expression returning to normal. Although he was dignified, there was a hint of kindness in his expression. Qinyu immediately handed over the huge sword. Master Shen's skinny arm easily caught the huge ruler sword. His other rough hand gently caressed it, a look of nostalgia on his face. Huge sword. Master Shen thought for a long time, and unexpectedly called out the name of the sword. Just now, Qingyu didn't introduce the name of the sword. Could it be? Seeing this scene, the bald old man's forehead was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Normally, any weapon would be named by the craftsman. Only a few weapons were too lazy to name. Could it be that this huge sword is Master Shen's work? The bald old man was shocked. Just now, in front of Master Shen, he had belittled this weapon to the point that it was worthless. Little brother, let's go in and discuss. Master Shen took the huge sword and walked inside. Okay. Qingyu also saw some clues. When he first obtained the huge sword, he already knew the background of this sword. This sword had a long history, and was forged by an extremely stubborn craftsman. At that time, that craftsman wanted to forge an upper king-level treasure weapon, but all of them failed. Therefore, he fused the scraps of the failed weapons together to forge this huge sword. In that case, the craftsman that forged the huge sword was very likely this Master Shen. On the side, Shang Han watched as Qingyu and Master Shen left. The surprise in her eyes gradually disappeared, revealing a look of envy and unwillingness. Soon, Qingyu followed Master Shen to a spacious secret refining room. Master Shen plans to personally help me forge a treasure weapon? Qingyu asked with a smile. No, I will help you refine this sword. Master Shen stared at the huge sword, a trace of stubbornness in his eyes. He was originally a weapon refiner with a stubborn character. If he wanted to refine a divine weapon, he would definitely succeed. In his early years, he planned to forge an upper king-level treasure weapon, but he had always failed. In the end, he ran out of materials, and had no choice but to forge all the failed weapons into this huge sword. Now, when he encountered the huge sword again, there was a surge of energy in his heart. He wanted to erase a defective product in his career of refining weapons. Then, Lu Yuan had just criticized the huge ruler sword to the point that it was useless. Master Shen also had the dignity of a craftsman. He decided to try his best to help Qingyu refine this huge sword. That's even better, Qingyu said with a smile. He was used to using the huge sword. If not for the fact that this treasure weapon was of a low level, Qingyu would not want to change to a new weapon. Then, Master Shen began to work. The giant ruler sword was originally his work. After a brief inspection, he instantly understood the situation of this sword like the back of his hand. After thinking for a moment, he made a refining plan. Then, he began the tedious refining process. 5 days later, Master Shen chuckled and took out the brand new, huge sword. After refinement, the huge sword was no longer as rough as before. Its surface was smoother, and there was a layer of special patterns on it. Holding the hilt, Qingyu found that the sword was heavier than before. With a casual wave, it created a gust of wind, blowing away the materials on the side and scattering them on the ground. Master Shen, what level is this sword at? Qingyu felt that the sword was unusual and could not help asking. A superb king-level precious weapon, very close to a spiritual weapon. Master Shen said proudly. Close to a spiritual weapon. Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. The huge sword was the work of Master Shen when he was young. Now his skills had reached the top level of the entire Yunjiao country. With one move, he could refine a top-level precious weapon into a superb king-level precious weapon. If he had known that Master Shen was so skilled, Qingyu would have asked Master Shen to refine a spiritual weapon for him. Although Qingyu had a mysterious bone sword, its level was too high. So far, Qingyu had kept it in the mist-spitting bead and had not touched it. I only helped you refine it for the sake of this sword. Master Shen seemed to have seen through Qinyu's thoughts and said calmly. Qingyu thought that it was true. The huge sword was the work of Master Shen when he was young. To help Qingyu, he had, to a certain extent, fulfilled his regret. Not to mention that Qingyu asked Master Shen to help him refine a spiritual weapon, Master Shen might not even agree to some tutors in the academy. The material of this sword has not reached the level of a spiritual weapon, but the level of the inscription on it has reached the level of a spiritual weapon. The effect of the inscription can endow this heavy sword with a certain gravitational property. Master Shen said proudly. Gravitational property? Not bad, not bad. Qinyu nodded repeatedly. The huge sword was a heavy weapon. With the gravitational property, its power would increase greatly. If its full power was exerted, it would be comparable to a spiritual weapon. Goodbye, Master Shen. Qinyu smiled and left the secret chamber. By the way, that guy just now, I think his name is Qinyu. Only then did Master Shen recall that Qinyu's name had come from the mouth of that bald old man. Haha, interesting. Champion of the school competition. Maybe next time, I really have to refine a spiritual weapon for him. Master Shen could not help but laugh. The artifact forging ground was isolated from the academy, but a year ago, when Grandmaster Shen went out to purchase materials, he happened to hear many people talking about Qinyu, and he knew that the Demon-Free Academy had actually won first place in the academy tournament. The champion of the school tournament was a symbol of Yunzhao Nation's top talent. Perhaps it would not be long before Qinyu reached the pinnacle of success. When that time came, Master Shen might really have to forge for Qinyu. Outside, many of the weapon forgers looked at Qinyu in surprise, wondering what kind of weapon Master had made for Qinevov. After leaving the artifact refining ground, Qinyu went to the cultivation tower and rented a separate cultivation area. Boom, the giant sword was waved, dragging a layer of black shadow. There seemed to be a great gravitational field around the sword. Every time it swept, a shocking gust of wind would blow. Qinyu spent some time familiarizing himself with the new giant sword. After familiarizing himself with it, Qinyu integrated the sword moves. Suddenly, a huge amount of devil chi was emitted from the giant sword. Like a dark cloud, it shrouded the front. Boom, with a loud explosion, the ground of the training room was blasted into a shallow pit of 1 foot wide. The special training room Qinyu rented was reinforced with an array formation. However, a single strike from Qinyu's demonic rune energy easily destroyed the secret training room. Afterward, Qinyu moved to a higher-level training room and started practicing his swordsmanship. Half a month later, Qinyu went to the Devil Chi pool to practice the record of the Devil's secret patterns. After reaching the greater mastery of the 3rd level, it became increasingly difficult to improve. Ordinary demonic elixirs were not of much use. Just like that, Qinyu's life in the academy consisted of going back and forth between the training room and the Devil Chi pool. A year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qinyu's cultivation and technique did not improve significantly. However, he was extremely stable in all aspects and had reached a bottleneck. Now, there was only a month left until the 5-year promise between him and Yi Luofeng. The 3rd level of the record of the Devil's secret patterns is almost complete. It's time to go to the ancient ruins. Back when Qinyu won first place, he was rewarded with 10 days to study the ancient ruins. This time, it was valid for 5 years. After a while, Qinyu would leave the Yunzhao Nation. He did not know when he would return. The 10 days to study the ancient ruins could not be wasted. Whoosh! Whoosh, Qinyu left alone. Half a day later, he successfully arrived at the teleportation portal of the Sky River Prefecture. After paying the primary stones, he was teleported to the Yunyang Sacred Prefecture. The eyes of a law enforcer in charge of activating the portal flashed slightly. He took out a black token from his storage bag and sent a message. Qinyu is out. On the other side, Qinyu arrived at the palace and reported his identity and purpose. Under the guidance of the guards, he finally arrived at the ancient ruins after a series of checks. As usual, Qinyu entered the ancient ruins left behind by the Dark Bone Demon Lord to study. The entire space was gray and exuded a desolate and ancient aura. A terrifying demonic intent that shook the heavens rumbled towards Qinyu. Even the current Qinyu felt his soul tremble from the impact of that demonic intent, and he was somewhat affected. Qinyu immediately activated the secret pattern demonic body and activated the demonic chi at the same time. His consciousness also emitted a powerful demonic intent to resist. Only then would he be able to survive in these ancient ruins. In the ancient ruins, not only would Qinyu's cultivation speed increase, but his spiritual will would also be tempered. Moreover, the entire space was filled with a profound demonic intent. If he could comprehend it, his achievements in the demonic Tao would be higher and he would be able to go further. Time is limited. I have to hurry. Qinyu immediately sat down with his legs crossed. He concentrated his qi and activated the Sky Demon's secret pattern record. The demonic Tao energy in the surroundings was quickly absorbed into Qianyu's body. At the same time, he released his spiritual will to feel the demonic Tao energy in the surroundings. 2 days later, Qianyu's spiritual power was consolidated at the early stage of the returning origin realm. It was slightly stronger than the average early-stage returning origin realm cultivator. 9 days later, Qianyu reached the peak of the 3rd stage of the Sky Demon's secret pattern record. Boom! Qianyu's body erupted with a powerful demonic aura, emitting a domineering demonic intent that could shake the world. With the breakthrough in his cultivation technique, his cultivation had successfully broken through to the peak stage of the late stage of the Xianxia realm. He wasn't far from the returning origin realm. Of course, Qianyu knew that his cultivation talent was poor. Even with the soul transformation elixir, breaking through to the returning origin realm wasn't a child's play. He had to make ample preparations. There was only 1 day left. Qianyu used it to consolidate his cultivation. With my current cultivation strength, there is almost no one that can threaten me when I return to the Chu country. Qianyu clenched his fist and smiled confidently. Soon, the time limit for the ancient ruins was up. If I can continue to comprehend in the ancient ruins, my cultivation speed will definitely be very fast. Qianyu exclaimed. It was a pity that when he absorbed some energy and comprehended some intent from the ancient ruins, the energy in the entire ancient ruins would be lesser. Hence, the time for comprehending the ancient ruins as a reward from the royal family was rather short. After leaving the royal palace, Qianyu arrived at the teleportation array and returned to the Sky River Prefecture. So, Qianyu immediately leaped and started his journey. When he passed by a wilderness. Someone's there? Qianyu's sharp spiritual senses could sense that there was an anomaly in the surroundings. Haha, no wonder you are the previous tournament's champion. You actually noticed me. Behind a huge boulder not far away, a loud laughter could be heard. Boom, a loud sound could be heard. A ball of dark purple light appeared around the huge boulder. The entire boulder was flying towards Qianyu. Returning origin realm. Qianyu could feel the power of his true essence. But the current him had been cultivating for 2 years and his strength was far stronger than before. Pung, the surface of Qianyu's body was glowing with a black demonic light. A layer of black inscription was faintly discernible. He circulated the qi of the demonic patterns and punched out. The huge boulder instantly exploded into countless pieces. The moment the huge boulder exploded, a black figure flew out from within. A thin sword appeared in the figure's hand. The tip of the sword flickered with cold light as it silently pierced towards Xianxia. There are actually 2 of them. Qianyu was slightly surprised in his heart. The opponent's ambush and sneak attack was indeed superb. If it was a regular returning origin realm, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Because the black figure that jumped out from the boulder was too sudden. Qianyu immediately took out the huge sword from the mist-spitting pearl. Suddenly, a powerful devil path true qi burst out from the broad and dark sword. At the same time, the huge sword's gravity attribute was activated. A layer of invisible gravity field enveloped Qianyu's surroundings. The black figure that assassinated Xianxia was affected by the sudden appearance of the gravity field and his speed was slowed down for a moment. Boom, Qianyu held the sword with both his arms. With a fierce swing, a layer of demonic pattern dark cloud whizzed past. The assassin might be agile, but the attack range of Qianyu's huge sword was huge. The demonic pattern dark cloud tore off a piece of black cloth from his arm. Totem? The black figure was surprised. Even a regular returning origin realm martial artist might not have a totem. Qianyu had yet to reach the returning origin realm and had chosen a support totem in the tournament. How did he have an offensive totem now? In fact, Qianyu's huge sword was just a supreme grade king-class treasure. But it was just a little bit away from becoming a totem. With the special attributes of the sword, it was mistaken as a totem. Since you are here, then don't leave. Qianyu immediately rushed out and swept the huge sword again towards the assassin. Now, Qianyu's speed wasn't any slower than the assassin. With the huge sword's area of effect attack, it was extremely difficult for the assassin to dodge. In just a short moment, 3 wounds were left on his body. This kid's strength, how did he grow so fast? The black figure was very surprised. Let's kill him together. A middle-aged man in a purple robe flew over and struck out with a purple palm. Boom! This purple-robed man's strength was at the peak of the initial stage of the returning origin realm. The power of that palm was extraordinary. However, Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. The demonic patterns on his right arm surged. The demonic pattern chi was mixed with some half-step true essence as he struck out with his claw. Tisk! Instantly, the purple palm was shattered by an ancient demonic claw. The remaining force of the claw landed on the purple-robed man's chest. Fortunately, he was wearing a defensive inner armor and wasn't injured. It has only been 2 years and his strength is already so strong? The purple-robed man had a face of hatred and unwillingness. He had just broken through to the peak of the initial stage of the returning origin realm not long ago, and the assassin even had the battle record of injuring a peak of the initial stage of the returning origin realm. Yet, the two of them were repelled by a peak stage Xiantian realm kid. But just now, the two of them had fought with Xianxia one by one. If they were to work together now, they would definitely be able to kill Xianxia. But at this moment, 3 figures rushed out from the back. How dare you? How dare you attack a student of the Devilless Academy? The leader was a black-robed man. He was the mentor of the Blood Fiend Academy, Lu Xuanzong. How dare you? How dare you attack a student of the Demon-Free Academy? In the distance, among the 3 people flying over, the black-robed man in the lead was Lu Xuanzong. The other beautiful lady was another instructor of the Blood Evil Courtyard, Qiu Qihong. The last girl in a blood-red robe was Qiu Shouyue, the teacher of the Evil Blood Yard. It was said that she was the younger sister of Qiu Qihong. Instructor Lu, Instructor Qiu. Xianxia recognized them. Xianxia, are you all right? Lu Xuanzong asked. Does he look like he's in trouble? Instructor Qiu chuckled. Just now, they had witnessed Xianxia's battle with their own eyes. Against the sneak attack of 2 Origin Realm experts, Xianxia was able to deal with it easily and wasn't injured at all. Perhaps even if they didn't show up, nothing would happen to Xianxia. However, Xianxia was currently the #1 student in the Demon-Free Academy, so he absolutely could not allow anything to happen to him. There's a mentor from the Blood Evil Academy. The purple-robed man had a gloomy expression. The other assassin did not dare to act rashly. He was more proficient in assassination, and his combat power was not strong in open combat. Do it. Lu Xuanzong let out a roar and turned into a pitch-black shadow that charged towards the purple-robed man. Murderous aura surged around him, forming a ferocious mouth that roared continuously. The purple-robed old man shouted, and a huge ball of purple light burst out from his body. He waved his palm, and the purple light condensed and shone. Instructor Qiu Qihong, on the other hand, charged toward the assassin. Her jade-like fingers bloomed like a flower. Buzz! In the surroundings, the sea of blood surged and stretched out dozens of blood-colored streams, entangling the assassin. Zeng! Zeng! The assassin dodged quickly, but faced with Qiu Qihong's attack, it was still very difficult, and he was grazed by 2 streams of blood. That tiny trickle of blood was only a light scratch, but it caused blood to splatter everywhere and flow out of his wound. Xianxia, let's return to the academy first. The blood-robed girl walked over and said to Xianxia. All right. Xianxia was going to help. However, Lu Xuanzong and Qiu Qihong both had the upper hand, so there shouldn't be any problems. Zeng! Zeng! Xianxia and the blood-robed girl leaped into the air and prepared to return to the academy. However, just as the two of them walked a few hundred feet, a shocking demonic intent suddenly burst forth from afar, almost instantly dyeing a small part of the sky black. Boom! Black devil chi erupted, and a middle-aged man flew out. His face was filled with excitement and killing intent as he flew toward Xianxia and the blood-robed girl. There's more? The snow-robed girl was shocked. When she sensed the middle-aged man's aura, her face immediately turned pale. At least middle-stage origin realm, maybe even stronger. Xianxia's expression was also very solemn. The origin realm was different from the chi transformation realm. Every time the origin realm broke through a realm, the quantity and quality of one's true essence would undergo an astonishing change. It wasn't rare for someone under the origin realm to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. But it was extremely rare for someone of the Origin realm to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. The blood-robed young lady who was with Xianxia had just broken through to the Origin realm not too long ago. But facing this middle-aged man in front of her, she felt like an egg smashing against a rock. Xianxia, how dare you kill my son? I'll send you to the 18th level of hell. The middle-aged man roared and charged at Xianxia. His entire body was emitting a terrifying demonic intent. His face was ferocious, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a peerless demon. I killed your son? Xianxia was stunned and started to ponder. Recently, he hadn't killed anyone. The only exception was that he had killed a few people during the academy tournament. Then, looking at the middle-aged man's appearance and the timing of his appearance, Xianxia had an answer. This man might be Renhan's father, an expert from the Yunjiao Nation sect. Go to hell. Elder Ren let out a cold smile. With a slap of his palm, a shocking amount of black devil chi formed into a black devil ball and shot out. Before the black devil ball even landed, it already gave the two a strong sense of oppression. At this moment. You want to kill my disciple? An ethereal and evil voice reverberated in the air. Master. Xianxia could immediately tell that it was Elantian's voice. Opposite him, Elder Ren's body trembled and he frowned. Swoosh, a black shadow flashed and Elantian's figure appeared in front of the black devil ball. He waved his sleeves and struck out with his palm. Crack, countless cracks instantly appeared on the black demonic ball, and then it suddenly collapsed. Elantian waved his arm and gathered the devil chi again, using it for his own use. Elantian. Elder Ren gritted his teeth and suddenly pointed his finger. Swoosh, an extremely condensed black aurora shot out, piercing through everything in the void and arriving in front of Xianxia in an instant. Although this attack did not look powerful, Xianxia felt that the power contained in this attack was probably stronger than the black devil ball earlier. Xianxia had a hunch that even if he used the devil scale protection and dragon scale bloodline, he might not be able to block this attack. Swoosh, Elantian moved and grabbed out with his palm. Immediately, a huge amount of devil chi blasted out and wrapped around the black aurora. Boom, the space of demonic chi twisted and distorted. Half a breath later, it suddenly exploded. After breaking this move, Elder Ren was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a resentful and unwilling voice that reverberated between heaven and earth. Elantian, if you have the ability, then continue to guard Xianxia. It turned out that Elder Ren had given up the idea of killing Xianxia after seeing Elantian appear. Elder Ren's attack just now was to let Elantian save Xianxia so that he could escape successfully. Let's go back. Elantian did not chase after him. If he chased after Elder Ren and other experts appeared to assassinate Xianxia would be in danger. Back at the Demon-Free Academy. Xianxia, it's about time for you to leave. Elantian asked. Yes, I've already made preparations. I'll probably leave this month. Xianxia already had a plan for this. That's good. Your existence is too great of a threat to the sect. They will definitely find a way to kill you. It's not a bad choice for you to leave this place temporarily. From the situation just now, it could be seen that Xianxia was in a very dangerous situation. This time, the assassination of Xianxia had failed. Next time, they might send more powerful experts. Moreover, as Elder Ren had said, Elantian could not guard Xianxia forever. After returning to his courtyard, Xianxia had already started to make plans to return to the Chu Nation. I've already reached the peak of the 3rd level of the records of the Heavenly Demon's secret patterns. It's time to exchange for the 4th to 6th level. Moreover, after Xianxia returned to the Chu Nation, he did not know how long it would take for him to return. If he reached the peak of the cultivation method and was unable to cultivate, it would be troublesome. I need 1 million devil points to exchange for the 4th to 6th level, but I only have about 700,000 devil points on hand. Xianxia then took a look at the number of mana-free points in his identity token. Although he was still 300,000 devil points away from 1 million, Xianxia still had a lot of resources and a large number of primal stones. It was very easy for him to obtain 300,000 devil points. However, Xianxia thought of another way to earn devil points, and that was to challenge the Myriad Demon Tower. The Myriad Demon Tower had a total of 49 levels. Last time, Qinyu had only reached the 31st level. Thinking of this, Qinyu left his residence. It was already late at night, but many places outside were still lit up. Swoosh, Qinyu immediately headed to the Myriad Demon Tower. Because it was late at night, there were only a dozen or so students near the Myriad Demon Tower. Normally, students would wait until the day when there were more people to challenge the tower, as it would attract more attention. In the darkness of the night, Qinyu's arrival did not attract the attention of the dozen or so students. At this moment, a young female student walked out of the Myriad Demon Tower's exit. Her face was gloomy, as if she had not made a breakthrough. Swoosh, Qinyu immediately went over and entered the Myriad Demon Tower. Who was that just now? He was so fast. One of the students was shocked and asked aloud. I didn't see clearly. A student beside him replied. That person looked like Senior Qinyu. The young female student who had just left the Myriad Demon Tower was dazed for a moment before she suddenly laughed excitedly. Just now, this young female student had almost brushed past Qinyu, so she had seen Qinyu's appearance. Qinyu? Among the dozen or so people nearby, a female student's voice sounded. Nowadays, Qinyu's prestige in the Demon-Free Academy could be said to be unparalleled. At such a young age, a peak Xiantian late stage, he had defeated Yun Haizhen, Yi Chengfeng, and other top geniuses to win first place in the Academy's tournament. This kind of prodigy had become the Prince Charming of countless female students in the Demon-Free Academy, the object of their dreams. Buzz, the first level of the Myriad Demon Tower had just lit up and instantly extinguished. Then, the second level lit up and extinguished again. Inside the Myriad Demon Tower, Qinyu looked at the black-armored fiend in front of him. Boom, Qinyu looked over and a powerful demonic intent was emitted. How could the black-armored fiend withstand it? It instantly turned into ashes. For the first 20 levels, Qinyu killed his enemies with a single glance, and the time he stayed on each level was almost the same. On the 21st level, Qinyu merged his demonic intent with his aura, forming a powerful demonic aura. Qinyu cultivated one of the 10 great ancient arts, the Sky Demon's secret rune record, and he had also comprehended the intent of a demonic expert in the ancient ruins. Thus, his demonic aura and demonic intent were relatively powerful. Boom, the black-armored fiend in front of Qinyu knelt down under his aura and its body collapsed. Just like that, Qinyu did not make a move and quickly went from the first level to the 30th level. Outside the Myriad Demon Tower, the dozen or so students were completely dumbfounded. They had seen people pass the tower quickly, but this was the first time they had seen someone so fast. Just a moment ago, there seemed to be a demonic light rapidly leaping up from the bottom of the tower. Fortunately, the dark demonic light stopped at the 31st level. Some students and teachers near the Myriad Demon Tower noticed the scene and rushed over, thinking that something had happened to the Myriad Demon Tower. It's Senior Qinyu. He's challenging the tower. A few students shouted, and the information spread like wildfire. Gradually, more and more students rushed over. Right now, Qinyu was the idol in the hearts of all the students. His every action was being watched. Hearing that Qinyu was challenging the Myriad Demon Tower, many students immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed over. On the 31st level of the Myriad Demon Tower, Qinyu faced a late-stage Xiantian realm black-armored fiend. Pung, Qinyu punched out, and a dark demonic fist shadow whizzed out, hitting the black-armored fiend and shattering it. Following this, Qinyu arrived at the 32nd level. None of the enemies could withstand a single move from Qinyu. Buzz, the radiance of the Myriad Demon Tower continued to rise, becoming more and more dazzling. On the 36th level, Qinyu's enemies were all peak Xiantian realm experts. Qinyu's speed slowed down slightly. But to outsiders, Qinyu's speed was still very shocking. Soon, Qinyu passed the 40th level and arrived at the 41st level. According to Qinyu's understanding, there should be Origin Realm enemies on the 41st level. The 10,000 Devil Tower was the symbol of the Magicless College. There were people challenging the tower almost every second. But those who actually made it to the 41st floor were few and far between. Because only students below the Origin Realm could challenge the tower, and on the 40th floor, one would have to face 5 enemies at the peak stage of the Qi Transformation Realm. It was extremely difficult to pass. Therefore, very few people knew about the situation on the 41st floor and above. Qinyu reached the 41st floor. So fast, so fast. So far, the record with the highest number of floors was left by Yuan Chen at the 46th floor. Qinyu defeated Yuan Chen in the college tournament. He will definitely surpass the 46th floor and reach the 47th or even 48th floor. There were more and more students near the 10,000 Devil Tower, constantly discussing about Qinyu. Inside the 10,000 Devil Tower, Qinyu was in a dark and misty space. The dark gray mist in front of him surged and soon formed into the figure of a youth. The youth was dressed in blue and had a tall stature. He exuded a heroic aura and looked extraordinary. Eh? Qinyu stared at the black figure in front of him and gasped. Previously, he had only encountered black-armored devils, and other enemies with simple intelligence. But on the 41st floor, the youth that appeared in front of Qinyu was like a real human, except for the fact that he didn't have a physical body. Surprised? The blue-clothed youth looked at Qinyu. It can speak? Qinyu was even more surprised. Those enemies that passed the 40th floor didn't know how to speak. Hehe, go ahead. As long as you can take 20 moves from me, you will pass this floor. The blue-clothed youth smiled and stated the rules. All right. Qinyu nodded. First move. The blue-clothed youth suddenly struck out with his palm. A blood-red palm print appeared out of nowhere and flew towards Qinyu. Pung, Qinyu circulated his magic pattern qi and punched out, shattering the blood palm print. Eh? I haven't met such a talented student in a long time. The blue-clothed youth's eyes lit up. Hurry, 19 moves left. Qinyu had a calm expression. Hee. The blue-clothed youth smiled and quickly struck out a move. Buzz, the surface of Qinyu's body flashed with black light, and the mysterious black inscriptions were faintly visible. Activating the secret rune devil body and combining it with the devil rune qi, Qinyu's attack became even more powerful. Bang! 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 Both of his fists punched out repeatedly, and every punch shattered the blue-clothed youth's attack without exception. Soon, the 20th move was nearing. Blood-melting hand. The blue-robed youth unleashed a combat technique, sending out a blood-colored palm of light that was even larger in size. However, Qinyu's expression did not change. He still destroyed the palm with a punch. Alright, you can go to the 42nd floor now. After saying this, the blue-clothed young man disappeared. Then, Qinyu arrived at the 42nd floor. This time, Qinyu's enemy was still the blue-clothed young man. Why are you here again? Who are you? Qinyu had forgotten to ask, but now that he saw this person again, he asked. You will know the answer when you pass the level. The blue-clothed youth smiled and explained the rules of the tower. This time, you need to receive 30 moves from me before you pass. There's no need, right? I didn't use my full strength when I received 20 moves from you. Qinyu asked. You have to follow the rules. After the blue-clothed youth answered, he sent out a palm strike. The power of the attack was the same as on the 41st floor. The only difference was that this time, he needed to receive 30 moves from his opponent. Outside the 10,000 Devil Tower, Qinyu successfully passed the 41st floor, which was within their expectations. Swish, not far away, a yellow-cloaked figure arrived. Shitty, if you want to challenge the tower, why didn't you ask me about the rules after the 41st floor? If not, you will definitely pass the 49th floor. Yuan Chen talked to himself with a smile. From the 41st floor onwards, he needed to receive 20 moves from an Origin Realm expert, and the difficulty would continuously increase. In other words, to pass the 49th floor, he would need to fight 9 Origin Realm experts consecutively. Think about it, it was impossible to pass the 40th floor without exhaustion, and he would need to continuously fight with Origin Realm experts. Therefore, it was hard for Qi Transformation Realm students to pass the first few floors. Back then, Yuan Chen understood the rules after the 41st floor from his master, Elan Tian. He made some preparations and bought plenty of recovery elixirs and some defensive artifacts before challenging the tower. In the end, he relied on his own defensive methods and didn't attack from start to finish, all the way to the 46th floor. After all, the rules stated that one didn't need to fight or defeat the blue-clothed youth as long as they could withstand a certain number of moves from him. If Xianxia was prepared, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the 49th floor. In the recent 100 years of Demon Free Academy's history, no one had ever passed the 49th floor. However, Shidi's strength should be even stronger now. Perhaps without any preparation, he can still pass the 49th floor. As Xianxu's Xixiang, Yuan Shen was very clear of his strength and potential. He also hoped that Xianxia could pass the 49th floor and create another miracle. 1. The 43rd floor of the 10,000 Devil Tower lit up. On the 43rd floor, Xianxu's opponent was still the blue-clothed youth. This time, you need to take 40 moves from me. The blue-clothed youth stated the rules. What if I defeat you? Xianxia asked. Seems like you are very confident. If you defeat me, you will advance to the next level and the reward will be 10,000 devil points. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Xianxia was speechless. He had already missed the opportunity of 20,000 devil points. Boom, Xianxia took out the giant ruler sword and leaped out. The giant sword was shrouded in a layer of devil clouds and a gray gravitational field appeared around it. The blue-clothed youth's expression turned serious. He pushed out both his palms and a layer of blood wave rolled out. In order to earn 10,000 devil points, Xianxia went all out and even used some of his half-step chi. On the 25th move, the blue-clothed youth was killed by Xianxia. Of course, this blue-clothed youth didn't have any defensive equipment and his survivability was slightly weaker. His overall strength was slightly weaker than an Origin Realm. Against a true Origin Realm expert, he would definitely have many tricks up his sleeves. Xianxia couldn't kill him so quickly. Immediately, Xianxia arrived at the 34th floor. Now that he understood the rules, Xianxia didn't waste any more time and charged forward with the giant ruler sword. Soon, Xianxia arrived at the 47th floor. Even the powerful Xianxia couldn't keep up with the consumption of chi after so many battles. After all, he had killed the blue-clothed youth on every floor. If he just withstood the blue-clothed youth's attacks, he would consume the least amount of chi. If he fought with the blue-clothed youth, he would consume the most chi. In the outside world, on the 10,000 Devil Tablet, Yuan Shen's name moved down. A new name appeared in his mind, Xianxia. Both of them passed the 46th floor, but Xianxia took less time than Yuan Shen. Hence, his ranking was above Yuan Shen. 46th floor. Xianxia will definitely surpass Yuan Shen. It's just that I don't know how many floors he can reach or if he can pass. Pass? Impossible, right? I have never heard of a student passing the 49th floor in the past 100 years. Everyone discussed. If it's Senior Xianxia, he will definitely do it. A young female student said indignantly. Just as everyone was discussing, the 48th floor of the 10,000 Devil Tower lit up. 48th floor. Many students were excited. Nearby, students, teachers, and mentors were rushing over. After all, the 48th floor of the 10,000 Devil Tower wasn't something that could be casually lit up. I wonder if Xianxia can pass the 48th floor and reach the top. Many students were nervous and looking forward to it. In the past, Xianxia was too outstanding and many were jealous of him. But now, Xianxia was the number one of the Demon Free Academy and was the role model for the other students. They naturally hoped that Xianxia would become stronger and suppress the number one of the other academies. Just as the students were looking forward to it. 1. The 49th floor of the 10,000 Devil Tower lit up. The light on the highest floor was unusually dazzling. It had some kind of magical power that attracted people's attention and attention. 49th floor. No wonder he is the number one of the competition. It's hard to imagine how powerful Xianxia is now. Now, all the students only had one question in their minds: could Xianxia pass 49th floor? Without saying a word, Xianxia charged at the young man in blue. Wait, you don't have to fight anymore. You've passed. The young man in blue said. If Xianxia could kill him on the 48th floor, passing the 49th floor wouldn't be a problem for him. Now, can you tell me who you are? Xianxia put away the giant sword and asked. I am the last person to pass the 49th floor. The young man in blue said with a proud look. You also passed the 49th floor? Xianxia was a little surprised. After all, the Yunzhao nation was vast and full of geniuses. If Qinyu could pass the 49th floor, then there must be someone else who had passed the 49th floor as well. From today onwards, you will be the guardian of the 41st to 49th floors. The young man in blue smiled. In other words, from today onwards, when other students reached the 41st floor, their opponent would be Qinyu simulated by the Wanma Pagoda, not the young man in blue. Oh? Chuckling, Qinyu found the situation somewhat interesting. Whoosh, the figure of the young man in blue suddenly dissipated. And Qinyu also left the space. At this moment, a white-haired old man wearing a blue robe appeared. His face was pale, and his face was covered in wrinkles. There was even a trace of death aura around him. However, the white-haired old man's eyes were abnormally bright, as if he could see through Qinyu's soul. I didn't expect the Wanma College to have such an amazing talent. With his potential, he has the right to become the next dean. The gray-haired old man revealed a smile. Outside, the light from the 49th floor disappeared. However, the Wanma steel shone brightly, and the number of floors behind Qinyu's name changed to 49. Qinyu succeeded. This is unbelievable. I actually witnessed a genius pass the 49th floor of the Wanma Pagoda. At that moment, Qinyu appeared at the exit. It's Qinyu. He's out. Many students flocked to him, and many female students even took the opportunity to take advantage of him. With Qinyu's strength, he easily broke through the crowd of admirers. Senior brother. Qinyu came to Yuan Chen's side. Master is already waiting for you in the Earth Demon Pavilion. Yuan Chen seemed very happy as he left with Qinyu. Earth Demon Pavilion, the martial arts treasury of the Wanma College. Ilan Tian knew that Qinyu was about to leave and would definitely exchange for cultivation techniques. Since Qinyu was going to challenge the pagoda now, it must be for the demonic points, so Ilan Tian went directly to the Earth Demon Pavilion. Soon, Qinyu arrived. After paying 1 million demonic points, he exchanged for the 4th to 6th floors of the Sky Demon secret pattern record. The 4th to 6th ranks of the Sky Devil secret patterns would allow Qinyu to advance from the Origin Realm to the Void Sea Realm. He wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. Of course, the reason why Qinyu was able to exchange for these few ranks with 1 million devil points was because of Ilan Tian. Otherwise, it would have cost at least 2 million devil points. That night, Qinyu told his master and senior that he would be leaving the Yunzhao kingdom in a few days. Since you already have a plan, you can leave when the time comes. I won't be sending you off. Yuan Chen said with a smile. Now that Qinyu was being watched, it was best to leave without alerting anyone. After all, there would definitely be spies from the sect in the Demon-Free College. They would definitely leak the news. After returning to his residence, Qinyu began his preparations. You want to leave this place and go to a more secluded place? The Red Flame King was very displeased when he heard about Qinyu's itinerary. I'm impressed. With my help, you are still at the peak of the Xiantian realm. If you go to a more secluded place, won't your cultivation progress be even slower? The Red Flame King chattered on endlessly. He had signed a contract with Qinyu and was bound by Qinyu. But Qinyu wouldn't allow the Red Flame King to have a higher cultivation level than him. This meant that if Qinyu's cultivation progress was slow, the Red Flame King would find it hard to increase his cultivation level. Therefore, when he heard that Qinyu was going to a more secluded place, the Red Flame King was instantly enraged. If it wasn't for Qinyu's restraint, he would be at least at the Origin Realm or even the middle stage. That is my hometown. I have to make a trip there. Qinyu said firmly. The Chu Kingdom was Qinyu's birthplace and the place where he started his cultivation journey. There were many precious memories of his youth, as well as many important people. In addition, the Chu Kingdom was in turmoil. Qinyu didn't know how his parents, Master, Elder Mao, and the others were doing. Alright, this king will allow you to return to your hometown, but you cannot stay there for too long, or else it will hinder your path of cultivation. The anger on the Red Flame King's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of concern for Qinyu. 10 days later, one night, Qinyu arrived at the exit, registered, and left No Demon Academy. Through the teleportation formation, he successfully arrived at the Cloudlai Manor. First, Qinyu went to visit Marquis Yunlai. Back then, Jinyu had also used the Marquis of Yunlai as a springboard to spread his name and eventually enter the demon-free academy. Furthermore, when the Luo family of the 10 great ancient clans came to investigate Luo Haochen's death, Marquis Yunlai had also defended Jinyu. In the reception hall. Heroes come from the young. I never thought that in just a few short years, you would have such accomplishments. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you surpass me. Marquis Yunlai looked at Jinyu with a smile and praised him. No matter what, Jinyu had come from the Cloudline Manor, and he was the senior hunter in the hunting contest that he had organized. Now, this senior hunter was the top genius of the entire Yunjiao nation. He had once been the number 1 of the 4 academies, but he had been defeated by Jinyu. You flatter me, Lord Marquis. I am still young, how can I compare to you? Jinyu said humbly. Ning-er, you and Jinyu are both young, and you have interacted with each other in the contest. You two have a chat, I will go find the housekeeper and give him some instructions. Marquis Yunlai did not say a word and left. In the hall, only Jinyu and Princess Ning were left. The noble Princess Ning's face was flushed, and she looked a little unnatural. The two had met a few times before, and Princess Ning had a good impression of Jinyu. It was not until Jinyu defeated Yun Haizhen in the contest that Princess Ning felt a ripple in her heart. Every woman admired the strong. It was normal. Haha, Princess Ning, long time no see. Jinyu laughed dryly. He knew that Marquis Yunlai was giving him a chance to interact with Princess Ning, hoping to bring them together. Although Princess Ning's temperament and appearance could be considered beautiful, they had only met a few times. However, the two of them had only met a few times, and Jinyu did not have much affection for her. The two did not talk for long before they parted ways. The next day, Jinyu rode on the flying mount that Marquis Yunlai had prepared. He was escorted by the guards of the Marquis Mansion to the Fu Mansion. It was more convenient to return to the Chu Nation through the teleportation portal. Moreover, Jinyu and Yi Luofeng had agreed to meet at the Fu Mansion and return to the Chu Nation together. One day later, Jinyu arrived at the Fu Mansion. Jinyu's arrival shocked the Fu Mansion. Even the family leader came out. Why did the Marquis Mansion send someone here? Many of the Fu clan's elders and higher-ups were alarmed and flew out one after another, including clan leader Fu Yangzi, who flew out from his residence. Chen Yu. Many senior members of the Fu family, including the children of the Fu family, looked at the young man on the flying bird. Chen Yu, the champion of the college tournament, the top genius of the Yunjiao nation. Many of the children of the Fu family looked at him with reverence and excitement. It's Chen Yu. Among the children of the Fu family, Fu Yanzi's eyes flickered. Back then, during the combat test, she had encountered danger, and it was Chen Yu who had descended from the sky to save her. I didn't expect you to come to the Fu Mansion. Let's talk inside. Family leader Fu Yangzi smiled. Come to think of it, Chen Yu was a guest of the Fu family. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had made the right decision. Just like that, Chen Yu stayed at the Fu Mansion for the time being, waiting for Yi Luofeng's arrival. On top of that, Chen Yu obtained some materials to repair the array formation from the Fu family's array formation master. Chen Yu spent his days in the Fu family leisurely and carefree. Previously, he had always been under pressure, so Chen Yu had always been thinking about raising his strength. But now that he had returned to Chu with his current strength, even Lu Tiezu wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Chen Yu's burden had been lifted a little. Also, Fu Yanzi had been looking for him for the past few days. The current Fu Yanzi had the air of a mature woman, and she often looked at Chen Yu with flirtatious eyes. Chen Yu had seen his fair share of beauties, so he was not affected at all. On this day, the cry of a bird alerted the Fu Mansion once again. By the time everyone rushed out, the bird had already disappeared. What they saw was a fairy-like woman descending from the sky. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her white clothes were spotless. Many of the male disciples, including some of the elders, were mesmerized. When Fu Yanzi saw Yi Luofeng, she instantly lowered her head, feeling ashamed, and took a few steps away from Chen Yu. Lady Yi, you are finally here. I have been waiting for a long time. Chen Yu revealed a teasing smile. Because from now on, Yi Luofeng would be his servant according to the agreement. At the same time, Chen Yu observed Yi Luofeng. She might be at the peak stage of the Xiantian realm, but she was different from Qinyu. Qinyu had just broken through to the peak stage of the Xiantian realm, and if he wanted to break through to the origin realm, he would need at least 1 to 2 years of preparation. But Yi Luofeng had already reached the peak stage of the Xiantian realm a year ago. The current her was similar to Yuan Chen before the competition, and she had the qualifications to break through to the origin realm. But Yi Luofeng had a higher goal, so she chose to stay. Yi Luofeng carefully sized up Qinyu, and her brows furrowed. Back then, Qinyu had once joked that he might be able to catch up to Yi Luofeng in 5 years. At that time, Yi Luofeng didn't think much of it. But now, the two of them had the same cultivation level. It could be said that Qinyu had caught up to Yi Luofeng's cultivation level. Yi Luofeng groaned. She had decided to break through to the origin realm as soon as possible and surpass Qinyu. After a day of rest, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng left alone. Although it was fine to tell the Fu clan about the teleportation array, it was better to keep it a secret. In less than half a day, the two of them arrived near a huge mountain. Using their memories, the two of them found a tunnel and entered it. Soon, they found the teleportation array. After repairing the teleportation array, Qinyu inserted a few mid-grade primordial stones, which he had obtained from the trade at the Limitless Main Hall. After a few more days, on the night of the full moon, buzz of bright, hazy, crystalline radiance appeared on the entire formation platform. The formation patterns around the teleportation formation suddenly lit up, emitting a wisp of intense spatial fluctuation. Time to go back. The successful activation of the teleportation array proved that the other side's teleportation array wasn't destroyed. Qinyu couldn't help but smile. In a layer of dazzling crystalline silver radiance, the two of them gradually disappeared. Chu country, outside the Quiet Moon mine. A small group of people patrolled the mine entrance. It's so boring, staying in this godforsaken place. Hee, brothers, be content. I have a few brothers from the same sect, but they all became cannon fodder in the northern battlefield. Yeah, although the income of primordial stones here is low, we don't have to fight the Snow Mountain tribe. It's better than losing our lives, right? The 3 Bone Devil Palace disciples laughed leisurely. Back then, that Qinyu and Yi Luofeng escaped and probably won't return. We just have to hang around here every day, haha. Qinyu, behind the 3 Bone Devil Palace disciples was a triangular-eyed man. He was Ding Jiuhui, who had gone to hunt the iron brown bear with Qinyu, Yefeng, and the others. He seemed to recall some scenes of the past. The triangular-eyed man, Ding Jiuhui, had a complicated look of reminiscence on his face. At this moment, a spatial fluctuation came from the mine, startling everyone in the small group. Quick, go and take a look. The leading Bone Devil Palace disciple was on guard. At the same time, in the depths of the Quiet Moon mine, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng appeared on the teleportation array. A strange force field enveloped them, suppressing their cultivation and qi. Let's go. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng's figures flickered. Without any hesitation, they rushed toward the mine entrance. At this moment, a few figures appeared at the mine entrance. Oh, there's someone. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng's gazes froze. An incomparably oppressive and heavy aura spread out, causing the patrolling disciples to feel as though they were stuck in a quagmire. They could not move, and even breathing was extremely difficult, as though they were suffocating. Swoosh, 2 streaks of cyan sword light instantly shot out. Pfft. The heads of the 3 Bone Devil Palace disciples flew up and rolled to the side. At the same time, a second cyan sword light slashed at the necks of Ding Jiuhui and another Yunhui Gate disciple. No, Ding Jiuhui and the other Yunhui Gate disciple wore expressions of fear as they watched the sword light approach, powerless to stop it. But at this moment, swoosh, a tall figure appeared beside Ding Jiuhui and reached out a palm, grabbing the sword light and shattering it. What is the meaning of this? Yi Luofeng's expression turned cold. Before they returned, they had predicted that there would definitely be experts guarding the Quiet Moon mine. For safety's sake, she had started a massacre the moment she teleported over. However, the people guarding here were much weaker than she had imagined. They were only a few Meridian Illuminating and Viscera Refinement disciples. Qinyu prepared to explain. See Qinyu. When Ding Jiuhui saw Qinyu, he had a stupefied look and spoke incoherently. Having escaped a calamity, his expression relaxed slightly. but he immediately thought of something and his expression became flustered. You are Chen Yu? The other Yunhui Gate disciple by the side was similarly incomparably shocked, his body trembling non-stop. Just now, the two of them were nearly insta-killed by Yi Luofeng's casual sword. Yet, Chen Yu actually shattered that streak of sword light barehandedly. The strength of these two people was seriously too powerful, so powerful that they did not even have the heart to resist. Ding Zhouhui? Why are you guys together with the Bone Devil Palace disciples? Chen Yu's expression darkened, having a foreboding feeling. Could it be that the Soaring Sword sect's reinforcements were repelled by the Bone Devil Palace, and the Yunhui Gate was currently controlled by the Bone Devil Palace? If that was really the case, with the enmity between Chen Yu and the Bone Devil Palace, how could the other party let off people related to them? The Yunhui Gate is currently allied with the Bone Devil Palace. Ding Zhouhui hurriedly answered Chen Yu's question. The Yunhui Gate and the Bone Devil Palace allied? Chen Yu's expression was immediately startled. Yi Luofeng also had a look of disbelief. This is a long story, Ding Zhouhui slowly relaxed. The current Chen Yu compared to before, apart from his strength being too powerful, he did not change much. Listening to Ding Zhouhui's narration, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng's expressions changed bit by bit. 5 years ago, when Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng left the Chu nation, the two camps of the Bone Devil Palace and the Soaring Sword sect were indeed still fighting with each other, fighting to the death. However, this situation changed completely 2 years later. The Snow Mountain 9 great tribes have unified? Chen Yu's gaze darkened slightly. He had heard of the strength of the 9 major tribes of the Great Snow Mountain. The mid-tier tribes among the 9 great tribes were comparable to the Bone Demon Palace. After the 9 great tribes were unified, they would be a colossus to the Bone Demon Palace, not to mention the tiny Yunhui Gate. After the 9 great tribes united, they launched an invasion to the south. With the strength of the 9 great tribes, none of the 3 countries of Qi, Chu, and Yan were a match for them. Therefore, the Shuishan tribe occupied a lot of territory. However, Qi, Chu, and Yan allied in time to resist the Shuishan tribes. Only then did the situation slightly stabilize. Faced with an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, the Soaring Sword sect did not have the energy to fight with the Bone Devil Palace. If they were not careful, the internal friction would be too severe, and the 3 nations might even be invaded by the Snow Mountain tribe. I really did not expect that in 5 years, Northern Plains would undergo such a great change. Chen Yu could not help but sigh. Back when the Bone Devil Palace and the Chu nation's 3 great sect waged war, both sides were irreconcilable, and countless grudges were sown. However, at this moment, the Yunhui Gate and the Bone Devil Palace actually became allies and would even help each other on the battlefield. This change was really too great. Of course, the Yunhui Gate was now a subsidiary sect of the Soaring Sword sect. Chen Yu, why did you run back? Back then, you stole the Heavenly Fault Sword and the Moon Spirit or Mother. Ding Zhouhui said anxiously, but halfway through, he did not dare to continue. Oh? Looks like your sect's Elder Chai is really good at making up stories. Chen Yu looked at Yi Luofeng and sneered. No, I want to return to the Soaring Sword sect. Yi Luofeng's gaze turned cold. You are my maidservant now. Without master's permission, do you dare to leave on your own? Chen Yu said immediately. Yi Luofeng was still too young and impulsive. How could she be Elder Chai's opponent? If she went back so rashly, what difference was there from sending a lamb to the tiger's mouth? She is a maidservant? Ding Zhouhui stared at Yi Luofeng and could not shift his gaze away as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chen Yu actually said that this powerful and beautiful woman in front of him was his maidservant? Yi Luofeng frowned, and a faint blush appeared on her fair skin. She was a little annoyed, but there was nothing she could say. Since she was willing to bet, she had to be willing to lose. Moreover, this 5-year agreement of being a maidservant was something that Chen Yu had made. Alright, let's return to the Yunhui Gate first to see the situation. Chen Yu made up his mind. Brother Chen. You want to return to the Yunhui Gate? Ding Zhouhui's eyes were filled with horror. What's wrong? There was nothing strange about returning to his former sect. Moreover, with his strength, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Yunhui Gate and the Iron Sword sect are now the Soaring Sword sect's subsidiary sect, So the two of you are still wanted in these two sections. If you return, the upper echelons of the Yunhui Gate will definitely not let you off. Ding Zhouhui said worriedly. What are you afraid of? We're going back this time to clear our suspicions and restore the truth. Qinyu chuckled. Although he did not care about being wanted, it was still a bad reputation, and it would also bring trouble to those related to Qinyu. Seeing that both Qinyu and Yi Luofeng insisted on going back, Ding Zhouhui did not say anything more. Before leaving, Qinyu released the Scarlet Flame King from the pet bag. This is your hometown? What kind of place is this where even birds don't shit? The Scarlet Flame King frowned and sent a voice transmission with a look of contempt. Do you have any way to seal this mine? Qinyu asked immediately. There was a teleportation array in the Nethermoon mine, and he was worried about leaving just like that. It would not be good if the teleportation array was destroyed by others. It's a piece of cake. Don't forget to help me collect the last few precious materials. The Scarlet Flame King reminded. Let's go rest first and set off tomorrow. Qinyu and the others left for a distance and stayed for half a night. One night was enough for the Scarlet Flame King to seal the entrance of the Nethermoon mine. The next day, the group set off. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng's cultivation was too strong, so Ding Zhouhui and the other Yunhui disciple did not dare to get too close. Therefore, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng restrained their cultivation so that they would not attract too much attention. On the way, Qinyu asked Ding Zhouhui several times about the situation, but Ding Zhouhui was just an early-stage viscera refinement who had just been promoted to the inner sect and had been guarding near the Nethermoon mine, so he did not know much. In less than 4 hours, the group arrived at a mine. Iron Ridge Mine? Qinyu recalled that he had been targeted by Lu Tiezu. In order to help him escape, his master, Elder Mao, arranged for Qinyu to go to the Iron Ridge Mine and wait for the night of the full moon to go to the Nethermoon Mine to carry out the escape plan. At that moment, there were about 10 disciples gathered in the periphery of the Iron Ridge Mine. They were mainly from the Yunhui Gate, but there were also many Bone Demon Palace disciples. Their cultivation levels were mostly at the Meridian Illuminating and Viscera Refinement realms. Among them, a long-faced man swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at Ding Zhouhui with disdain. However, when he saw Yi Luofeng, his eyes immediately froze. Ding Zhouhui, why aren't you guarding the Nethermoon mine? What are you doing here? The long-faced man took the initiative to walk over and berated. Lin San, it's none of your business where I go. Ding Zhouhui revealed a look of disgust. Although Lin San was from the same sect as him, their relationship was very bad. Later on, Lin San entered the inner sect first and often caused trouble for Ding Zhouhui. Heh, your mission was assigned by my uncle. Since you disobeyed the sect's orders, I'm going to capture you personally and send you to my uncle. Lin San had a proud look before revealing a malicious look. His eyes wandered over Yi Luofeng's body. It did not matter if he captured Ding Zhouhui or not, but he had to capture Yi Luofeng. Lin San did not recognize Yi Luofeng and Qinyu because he was only an outer sect disciple when Qinyu and Yi Luofeng were at their peak. He had only entered the inner sect in the past 2 years. Lin San, how dare you? Lin San's expression was slightly angry. Why wouldn't I, Lin San, dare? Lin San laughed loudly. If you dare touch us, you will be courting death. Ding Zhouhui was not afraid. If Lin San dared to touch them, how could Qinyu not retaliate? I'm going to capture all of you today. Lin San snorted coldly. Ding Zhouhui had never dared to speak to him like this in the past. He would not let Ding Zhouhui off today. Besides, although he did not know Qinyu and Yi Luofeng who were standing beside Ding Zhouhui, he knew that Ding Zhouhui must be someone powerful. Moreover, his uncle was the hall master of the sect. Even if he captured the wrong person, he would be fine. At most, he would have to apologize. Attack! Lin San waved his hand and walked over with 4 other Yunhui Gate disciples. Although the 5 of them were here to capture Ding Zhouhui and his group, their eyes were fixed on Yi Luofeng and they were even drooling. Ding Zhouhui and the other Yunhui Gate disciple shook their heads. Lin San had kicked an iron plate today. Lin San and his group approached Yi Luofeng. Yi Luofeng snorted coldly. In an instant, the 5 of them felt as if their minds were pierced by an invisible sword. Their minds buzzed and they lost consciousness. Their bodies went limp and they fell to the ground. One of the more timid disciples even wet his pants. Lin-san, I told you that you're digging your own grave. Ding Jiuhui's heart trembled as he laughed softly. On the ground, Lin-san finally regained consciousness. He stared at Yi Luofeng with a pale face. She had done nothing wrong. All she had done was snort and she had turned all of them into this state. If this woman had attacked them, she could have killed all of them in an instant. At that moment, Lin-san realized that he had offended a powerful person. Spare us. Senior, spare us. The 5 Yinhua disciples knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Get lost. Qinyu said in a low voice. Yi Luofeng did not kill the 5 of them out of respect for Qinyu. Yes, yes, Lin-san and his group nodded and ran away. Eh? Why do I find this young man somewhat familiar? As Lin-san fled, he carefully glanced at Qinyu from the corner of his eye. Qinyu and his group did not pay much attention to the 5 of them after they fled. They continued on their way. At that moment, a group of people was transporting a batch of ores above the Ironridge mine. Coincidentally, Qinyu saw a few familiar figures among the group. Hurry up. Otherwise, when will we be able to transport this batch of resources? A red sand-haired girl riding on a giant black panther chided. This red sand-haired girl was Jiang Ping, one of the top 3 esoteric disciples of Bone Demon Palace. On the other side was a group of Yunhui Gate disciples led by a gorgeously dressed young man. This person was the 7th Princess, Huang Fulin, who had pursued Mu Shiuqing. At that moment, Huang Fulin was chatting with Jiang Ping with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he sensed a very uncomfortable gaze. His eyes involuntarily looked down and landed on Qinyu and Yi Luofeng. Although Yi Luofeng's temperament and appearance shocked him greatly, Huang Fulin's eyes still involuntarily focused on Qinyu. It's you. Qinyu. Huang Fulin took a deep breath and revealed a trace of surprise. His expression changed continuously, and the corners of his mouth hooked into an arc. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect to see Qinyu again after a few years. However, he was more pleasantly surprised at the moment. One had to know that the High Sword sect had issued a wanted order. As long as they captured Qinyu, they would receive a huge reward. That huge and rich reward was unimaginable to him in this lifetime. If he obtained it, it would be easy for him to become the Chu nation's emperor in the future. Qinyu? Why is he back? Jiang Ping's beautiful face was similarly shocked, and she unconsciously revealed a look of fear. Back then, Qinyu's strength in the Blood Burial Garden was deeply engraved in her heart. Even Lu Zhuo was defeated by Qinyu, and Mei Chongqing didn't dare to clash head-on with Qinyu. Miss Jiang, let's join forces and capture Qinyu. We'll split the huge reward evenly. Huang Fulin immediately transmitted his voice. With just the 2 of us, we probably won't be able to withstand 5 moves from Qinyu. Jiang Ping shook her head, and a trace of fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. Haha, Miss Jiang, you're underestimating yourself too much. You brought over a dozen elite Bone Demon Palace disciples on this trip, and I'm temporarily in charge of this mine. Everyone here will listen to my orders. That's 70 to 80 people in total. The corners of Huang Fulin's mouth curled up, and he continued, moreover, even if we're not Qinyu's match, we only need to obstruct him for a moment. At that time, we'll also obtain a lot of benefits. With that, Huang Fulin called a few people around him to run errands and spread the message. Jiang Ping's expression darkened slightly, and the fear in her heart was slowly replaced by greed. She was a top genius second only to Mei Chongqing in Bone Demon Palace, but she would never be able to catch up to Mei Chongqing's footsteps. If she grasped this opportunity and obtained some benefits, she might even have the possibility of surpassing Mei Chongqing. Qinyu, I didn't expect you to dare return. Huang Fulin saw Jiang Ping's expression and guessed her decision, so he coldly looked at Qinyu and shouted. Now that he had revealed Qinyu's identity, all of the nearby disciples looked over at Qinyu. Most of them had never seen Qinyu, but Qinyu's name had resounded through the 3 sects and Bone Devil Palace a few years ago. The Towering Sword sect issued a bounty for Qinyu and Yi Luofeng on the surface, while the Bone Devil Palace issued a bounty in secret. Moreover, the rewards offered by the 2 great forces were even more shocking. They were treasures that ordinary disciples like them could not even imagine. The reason why the two superpowers valued Qinyu and Shifeng so much was because both Qinyu and Shifeng possessed a frightening treasure each. Although ordinary disciples like them did not know what those treasures were, ordinary disciples like them did not know. However, to be able to attract the pursuit of two great forces, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Why can't I return? Qinyu asked. A few years later, Huang Fulin was still the same as before, fond of opposing him. Ha ha ha, you're now a traitor of the Yunhui Gate. Since you've appeared here, then I have the obligation to capture you and hand you over to the sex elders. Huang Fulin laughed loudly and said righteously. The Bone Devil Palace is now an ally of the Yunhui Gate. Jiangping is willing to lend brother Huangfu a hand. Jiangping said with a smile. That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Qinyu said nonchalantly. Qinyu, you think too highly of yourself. With your talent, even if you encounter a great opportunity, you'll only be able to break through to the Qi transformation innate stage at most. We have so many disciples here. Do you think we can't subdue you? Huang Fulin was even more furious when he saw Qinyu's attitude. Qinyu had become a traitor of the Yunhui Gate and a wanted criminal, yet he was still so arrogant. Listen to my orders. Capture the Yunhui Gate traitor, Qinyu. Huang Fulin took out a token and his sonorous voice spread out. Immediately, all the disciples rushed over, drew their weapons, and stared at Qinyu and the others. Do it. Jiangping shouted and stepped out on the Black Panther. The group of Bone Devil Palace disciples that she brought with her all stood up. Brother. Chen? Ding Jiuhui and another Yunhui Gate disciple looked at Qinyu with panic on their faces. Right now, they were facing 70 to 80 people. Furthermore, more than 90% of these disciples had cultivations higher than Ding Jiuhui. However, when he looked at Qinyu, he discovered that the latter's expression did not change. Instead, he revealed a hint of boredom. On the other side, Yi Luofeng also had a calm expression, as if she did not see the 70 to 80 people in front of her. Kill. Seeing that Qinyu and Yi Luofeng were so relaxed, and Ding Jiuhui was panicking, the group immediately rushed out. However, at this moment, raising his eyes, Qinyu swept his gaze over, and a powerful demonic aura exuded from his eyes. Boom, everyone could not help but look at Qinyu's eyes. Then, their minds seemed to be crushed by a mountain. Their heads buzzed, and their minds went blank. They stood where they were, as if they were stunned, motionless. In fact, it was not that they were not moving, but that their bodies were completely out of their control. They were frozen in place like stones. Huang Fulin's face was pale as he stared at Qinyu. The fear in his heart gradually surged. Qinyu's gaze swept up again, sweeping over Huang Fulin and Jiangping. Black light surged in his eyes, as if two beams of demonic light from the abyss of hell were rushing into their souls. Boom, in an instant, Jiangping and Huang Fulin felt as if they were in the 9 hells, and there were two huge demonic eyes staring at them from the void. That terrifying gaze seemed to be able to pierce through everything. A trace of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Next to Qinyu, Ding Jiuhui and another Yunhui Gate disciple were stunned where they were. From beginning to end, Qinyu had not done anything. His gaze alone was enough to intimidate these 70 to 80 people. Even Huang Fulin and the genius disciple of Bone Demon Palace, Jiangping, were trembling under Qinyu's gaze. They trembled incessantly, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Let's go. Qinyu sighed and retracted his gaze. Although Huang Fulin and Jiangping had been separated from Qinyu in the past, that was a small matter in their youth. At his current level, it was naturally beneath him to argue about such trivial matters. Asterisk plop. Asterisk when Qinyu retracted his gaze, he heard a series of sounds. He saw that the 70 to 80 people were all sitting on the ground, sweating profusely and breathing rapidly. How is this possible? Just a gaze is enough to make me so afraid. Just what level of cultivation has he reached? Jiangping's heart was in turmoil. When she was stared at by Qinyu, she felt like an ant being stared at by a giant. Her life and death were in the hands of others. She felt that Qinyu did not care to kill her and Huang Fulin at all. After leaving the Iron Ridge mine, Qinyu and the others walked slowly, not in a hurry at all. After all, after 5 years, Qinyu felt somewhat emotional to return to his old haunt. Many of the scenes in his memories had not changed at all, but there were also some that remained the same, but the people had changed. Who is that woman? Is she really too beautiful? Along the way, they also encountered many people, but these people were all attracted by Yi Luofeng. That's Qinyu. But there were also people who recognized Qinyu. The man who recognized Qinyu immediately left without batting an eyelid. He was not Qinyu's match, but as long as he passed this news to the Bone Demon Palace, Watermoon Sect, or Yunhui Gate, he would receive great benefits. Not long after. Someone is coming up ahead? Ding Zhouhui looked into the distance and saw a group of nearly 20 people. Haha, Qinyu, you still dare to come back. A green-robed elder in the group laughed and rushed over with his men. Iron Sword Sect's Hall Master Long Ding Zhouhui recognized this green-robed elder. It turned out that this Hall Master Long was carrying out a mission nearby and coincidentally received news that Qinyu had returned, and he was not far away. Without a word, Hall Master Long gathered all his men and rushed over. Go. Hall Master Long did not say much and directly gave the order. The team he led included 3 deacons, a late-stage Hotian wandering cultivator, and himself. It should be enough to deal with Qinyu. Even if they could not deal with him, it would be good to trap Qinyu here. Before he came, he had already sent people to seek reinforcements and passed the news to the Iron Sword Sect. He believed that it would not be long before other experts rushed over. Iron Sword Sect. Qinyu's eyes darkened, revealing a cold look. Immediately, a powerful pressure spread out, causing all the enemies in front of him to tremble and feel a suffocating pressure. Not good, this kid's strength. Hall Master Long's expression changed abruptly, and he retreated. Boom, Qinyu fiercely waved his hand, creating an astonishing gust of wind. Many Viscera refining disciples were directly twisted to death by this gust of wind, and some Hotian cultivators were also blown away by the wind. They were battered and exhausted. With just a wave of his hand, the gale formed was so powerful that it wiped out this team. Hall Master Long's speed was fast, and he managed to escape. He used a secret speed technique and quickly escaped. Want to escape? Qinyu stretched out his palm and clawed fiercely. Immediately, a faint black mist appeared around Hall Master Long, who had escaped 100 zhang away. It formed a black palm and grabbed him. The true qi in his body was completely restrained, and he could not circulate it. Xiantian realm, Hall Master Long was shocked. Since Qinyu was able to restrain him so easily, he was probably not an ordinary Xiantian realm expert. Spare, Hall Master Long's body trembled, and he was about to beg for mercy. Die. Qinyu clenched his palm. The black palm that was holding Hall Master Long also clenched, and a layer of blood splashed out from the gaps of his fingers. Qinyu hated the Iron Sword Sect the most, so he would not show mercy. Not far away from here. A team of people from the Yunhui Gate was hurrying on their way. Uncle Lin, that Ding Zhouhui neglected his duty and brought outsiders to the Iron Mountain mine to cause trouble. He even injured me. Lin San, who had been scared away by Qinyu, was complaining to a burly man. Eh? That's Hall Master Long. The burly man narrowed his eyes. His cultivation was high, and he could see the scene in the distance. Immediately after, his expression changed continuously, and he revealed a look of horror. After Qinyu wiped out that team, he continued forward, and in a few breaths, he met the team from the Yunhui Gate. Hall Master Lin? Qinyu looked at the group of people from the Yunhui Gate in front of him, and his gaze fell on the burly man. This Hall Master Lin from the Zhongwu Hall had transferred him to the Northern Mountain Spiritual Garden, and he had sent the snake to a ghostly shadow to assassinate Qinyu, but it did not succeed. Later on, Hall Master Lin quickly changed his attitude and tried to please Qinyu. Qinyu did not pursue the matter, and the relationship between the two gradually improved. Uncle Lin, that person is Ding Zhouhui. And that woman. She was the one who hit me just now. Lin San laughed sinisterly when he saw Qinyu and Ding Zhouhui. He pointed at Yi Luofeng and said with a pitiful expression. Ding Zhouhui lowered his head like a mouse that had seen a cat when he saw Hall Master Lin. He did not dare to look him in the eye. Besides, Qinyu was a wanted criminal. Now that he was with Qin Yu, the sect might misunderstand him. Uncle Lin, hurry up and capture all of them. This girl is not a disciple of the Yunyu martial school, but she is very powerful. She might even be a spy from the Shueshan tribe. You have to capture her, torture her, and find out everything about her. Lin San pointed at Yi Luofeng and continued. After talking about Yi Luofeng, he looked at Qin Yu and Qin Yu. When they were frightened by Yi Luofeng, Qin Yu had arrogantly asked them to scram. And this person, he must be from the Snow Mountain tribe. Pointing at Qin Yu, Lin San started making up stories without even bothering to write a draft. After saying so, Lin San revealed a gleeful expression, and he looked at Qin Yu, Ding Jiuhui, and the others as if saying, "You're dead for sure." But suddenly, smack, a loud slap sounded on Lin San's face. Following that, a numbing pain struck him, causing him to freeze on the spot. That did not seem right. He was here for revenge. Why would he be slapped? Moreover, the person who slapped him was his uncle. Shut up. After Hall Master Lin slapped Lin San, he immediately reprimanded him when he saw Lin San's aggrieved expression. You said that the two of them are spies? Let me tell you, this young man is Qin Yu. He was once the #1 disciple of the Yunyu sect. Even Mei Chongqing of the Bone Demon Palace suffered a loss at his hands. In order to shut Lin San up, Hall Master Lin said it himself. In fact, if he had not seen what happened earlier, he would not have done so. He would definitely arrest Qin Yu. But just now, he had seen a Hall Master of the Iron Sword sect being crushed to death. His strength was not much stronger than Hall Master Long's. In Qin Yu's hands, he would most likely be crushed as well. Hall Master Lin had long known that Qin Yu had great potential, but he could not see how Qin Yu had grown. He knew that Qin Yu was a traitor of the Yunyu Gate, but in order to protect his life, he did not dare offend Qin Yu. Instead, he had to please him. Qin Yu, Lin San shuddered as he stared at Qin Yu in fear. Regardless of whether or not Qin Yu was a traitor of the Yunyu school, the fact that Qin Yu had once stood above Mei Chongqing was enough to prove that there was something wrong. One must know that the current Mei Chongqing was the #1 genius of Chu. He had accumulated countless battle merits on the battlefield. There's also this one. She's the genius of the Sky Sword sect, Yi Luofeng. How could she be a spy from the Snow Mountain tribe? Hall Master Lin glared at Lin San and berated him. Of course, all of this was for Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng to see. As a genius of the High Sword sect, Yi Luofeng obtained the Heavenly Fault Sword later on. Now that 5 years had passed, her strength was unimaginable. Lin San was dumbfounded. It turned out that these two were the most wanted criminals in the Chu kingdom. One was a genius who had once suppressed Mei Chongqing, and the other was a genius from the Qi nation's #1 sect, the High Sword sect. If the two of them joined forces, none of them would be a match for them. Seeing Yi Luofeng's cold and indifferent face, Hall leader Lin panicked and slapped Lin San again. Brother Chen, Miss Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you. Lin San finally understood the situation and immediately apologized. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He was clearly here for revenge, but why did it seem more like he was here to slap his own face? Chen Yu? I haven't seen you for so many years. Why are you back? Hall leader Lin asked tentatively. One must know that the Chu Kingdom's 3 major sect and the Bone Devil Palace were all wanted by Qin Yu. What was Qin Yu trying to do by coming out at this time? I just came back to take a look, Qin Yu answered. Previously, he had indeed planned to come back to take a look before returning to the ancient kingdom. Where do you plan to go now? Seeing that Qin Yu was unwilling to say, Hall leader Lin inquired about Qin Yu's destination. Yunyu Gate. Hearing these 3 words, Hall leader Lin could not remain calm. If he returned to Yunyu Gate with Qin Yu, he would definitely be considered a traitor and sentenced to death. He could not help but curse Qin Yu in his heart. You're already wanted by the Yunyu Gate. Why are you still going back to Yunyu Gate? Are you seeking your own death? Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Let's go together, Hall leader Lin. Qin Yu extended an invitation warmly. Hall leader Lin struggled for a while but did not dare to refuse. Now that he was pressured by Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng, he had no choice but to lower his head. He would act according to the circumstances after returning to the sect. Disciple nephew Chen, why do you plan to return to Yunhui Gate this time? Along the way, hall leader Lin constantly inquired about Chen Yu's intentions. Now that I've been recognized as a traitor by Yunhui Gate, I'm naturally returning to clear my name and prove my innocence, Chen Yu said as a matter of course. Hall leader Lin's expression sank. He did not speak, but he was deeply worried. Not only was Chen Yu recognized as a traitor by Yunhui Gate, but he was also wanted by all the sect in Chu Kingdom, including the Skysword sect in Qi Kingdom. In this world, only the strong had the right to speak. If they said that Chen Yu was guilty, then Chen Yu would definitely be guilty. How could he possibly clear his name? Hall leader Lin shook his head silently. After returning to the sect, he had to act according to the circumstances. He could not allow Chen Yu to court his own death and drag him down with him. The group came from the Iron Ridge mine and was not far from Yunhui Gate. Half a day later, the group arrived at the mountain gate of Yunhui Gate. Because hall leader Lin was accompanying them, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng successfully entered the sect. In Yunhui Gate, most of the inner disciples and true disciples had gone to the front lines to participate in the war or carry out missions. As for the outer disciples, their social circle was too low and they could not recognize Chen Yu, Yi Luofeng, and the rest. However, this place still gave Chen Yu a very strange feeling. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Chen Yu simply smiled, not minding the matter. Their speed was not fast. Logically speaking, the news should have already spread to Yunhui Gate. However, Yunhui Gate seemed to be completely unaware of this matter and there was nothing strange about it. However, just as the group stepped into the inner area, boom, the ground shook and traces of array formation patterns appeared. Around the group, a dark yellow air current rose and formed an octagonal barrier, trapping everyone within. Swoosh swoosh, one after another, figures leaped out from all directions. Most of them were inner disciples, and there were also some deacons and elders. Among these disciples, the only ones that Chen Yu could recognize were Huang Yuan, Yang Fan, Yuan Beitong, and a few others whom he had fought during the outer sect competition. Most of those elders and deacons, Chen Yu only felt that they were familiar, but he could not recall any of their names. Chen Yu, you're walking right into a trap by coming back. The burly Yuan Beitong sighed in his heart. Back then in the outer sect, he had the title of the outer sect's #1 Hercules, but in the end, he was forced to admit defeat by Chen Yu. From the bottom of his heart, he still admired Chen Yu a lot. In front of them, a short and skinny old man with a strange bump on his forehead floated over. Immediately, the crowd made way for him. Elder Pan. Chen Yu stared at the old man with a slightly cold expression. Although Elder Pan was a member of the Yunhui sect, he had long since defected to the High Sword sect. Back then, if it wasn't for Elder Pan, Chen Yu wouldn't have been obstructed and threatened by Elder Chai and nearly lost his life. Later on, although he escaped with Yi Luofeng, he was labeled as a traitor. I didn't expect that the two of you not only dared to return to Chu, but also dared to come to Yunhui Gate. Elder Pan revealed a trace of a smile. Hall Master Lin, why are you with this traitor? An elder asked coldly. This, Hall Master Lin was just about to explain. Who said I'm a traitor? Chen Yu immediately said, interrupting Hall Master Lin's words. What? You guys still want to quibble? Elder Pan laughed mockingly. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. He felt that these people here seemed to be led by Elder Pan. But after thinking about it, he understood. Elder Pan had long submitted to the High Sword sect, and now that Yunhui Gate had become a subsidiary sect of the High Sword sect, Elder Pan's status would naturally rise. The two of you stole the treasures, ambushed Elder Chai, and escaped. You've long become wanted by the Yunhui Gate and the High Sword sect. This is the 8 trigrams mystic yellow formation that I specially prepared for the two of you. If you hand over the 2 treasures now, I can spare your lives. Elder Pan was not in a hurry as he slowly negotiated with Chen Yu. This 8 trigrams mystic yellow formation was difficult to break even for a middle innate realm expert in a short period of time. It was enough to trap Yi Luofeng and Chen Yu. Moreover, they had so many people, so there was nothing to worry about. Yi Luofeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Along the way, she already knew how Elder Chai framed her. What if I don't hand it over? Chen Yu chuckled. Humph. You're like a turtle in a jar now. If you don't hand it over, then I can only kill you and search for it myself. Elder Pan snorted coldly. If he killed Qin Yu and obtained the two treasures, he would have made a great contribution once again. He would not have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. Haha, turtle in a jar? Just because of this formation? Qin Yu could not help but smile as he walked forward. Ha ha ha. This 8 trigrams mystic yellow formation is difficult to break even for a middle innate realm expert in a short period of time, Elder Pan said with a disdainful smile. But in the next moment, he seemed to hear something shattering. Crack, he saw that Qin Yu's palm was placed on the dark yellow formation wall. With Qin Yu's palm as the center, cracks spread out like a spider web. This scene caused the surrounding crowd, including Elder Pan, to be shocked as their mouths were slightly agape. All of a sudden, crack, with a forceful press from Qin Yu, the entire formation wall shattered. How is this possible? One of the elders shuddered. This was the 8 trigrams mystic yellow formation. How did Qin Yu break it with just a gentle press? Could it be that the formation had been unused for too long, resulting in a loophole? No, this kid's strength. Elder Pan squinted his eyes as he had a bad feeling about this. He had some understanding of Qin Yu and knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps Qin Yu's growth in the past 5 years had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Capture this traitor for me. Elder Pan immediately shouted. He was currently the representative of the High Sword sect, overseeing the Yunhui Gate. At the same time, he was also openly monitoring the Yunhui Gate. Currently, his position was the highest here, and everyone else had to listen to his orders. Qin Yu, die. A hall master who was roped in by Elder Pan immediately rushed out. With a slap from his wide palm, a dark blue palm force shot out. However, after the palm strike, he discovered that Qin Yu had already disappeared. Looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang in the hall master's ears. In an instant, his body trembled and his heart raced. Cold sweat broke out on his back, instantly drenching his clothes. Bang, Qin Yu struck out with his palm. The hall master fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a crazed expression, he said, "No. My cultivation." With his sea of qi destroyed and his cultivation crippled, his life was over. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, and only the sound of gasps could be heard. Appearing and disappearing mysteriously, he easily crippled a hall master's cultivation. Not good. This kid's strength is unfathomable. Elder Pan panicked and took half a step back. Right at this moment, a playful voice sounded behind him. Elder Pan, didn't you want to kill me just now? Why aren't you doing it? In a solemn hall of the Yunhui Gate. Sect Master, Qin Yu has returned and is currently surrounded by Elder Pan and his men. An inner sect disciple half knelt on the ground. What? Qin Yu is back? Sect Master Yunhui was shocked. This news was indeed shocking. Although Sect Master Yunhui was also guarding the Yunhui Gate, almost half of the people in the sect had sided with Elder Pan because Elder Pan was trusted by the Lingjian sect. Sect Master Yunhui did not know that Qin Yu had returned, but Elder Pan had led his men to surround Qin Yu. From this, one could see how high Elder Pan's status in the Yunhui Gate was. He could practically summon the wind and summon the rain. Qin Yu. Sect Master Yunyua's eyes darkened as he recalled the young man from back then. That young man had turned the tide in the bet between the 3 sects, allowing the Yunhui Gate to win. He had even fought for great benefits for the sect in the Blood Burial Garden. It was even rumored that even Mei Chongqing was wary of Qin Yu in the Blood Burial Garden. Such an impressive genius should have led the Yunhui Gate to prosperity. However, Qin Yu had killed Lu Santong and was targeted by Lu Tiezu. He had even offended the number 1 sect in the country of Qi, the Lingjian sect. Otherwise, Sect Master Yunhui had even planned to choose between Zhong Tianqian and Qin Yu as the next sect master. If Qin Yu is willing to admit his mistake and hand over the treasures, he might be forgiven by the Lingjian sect. Moreover, Qin Yu has great potential. The Lingjian sect won't be so cruel to such a genius. As long as the Lingjian sect takes a liking to Qin Yu, even Lu Tiezu wouldn't dare to kill Qin Yu. Sect Master Yunhui muttered to himself before he suddenly stood up and left the room. According to his plan, as long as Qin Yu admitted his mistake and handed over the treasures, he would still have a chance of survival. He had to persuade Qinyu. Outside, many Yinhua disciples and the upper echelons had gathered, but the atmosphere was dead silent. Elder Pan, didn't you want to kill me just now? Why aren't you making a move yet? A playful voice rang in Elder Pan's ears. However, upon hearing those words, Elder Pan felt goosebumps all over his body. His scalp went numb and his body stiffened. Qinyu was just in front of him. How did he get behind him in the blink of an eye? At this moment, the scene of the Hall Master's cultivation being crippled appeared in Elder Pan's mind. He felt that he would also face the same fate. Once his cultivation was crippled, he would be a complete cripple, and even if he had rendered meritorious service to the High Sword sect, he would still be heartlessly abandoned. Quick, kill him! Elder Pan suddenly shouted madly as he circulated his true chi in an attempt to resist. At this moment, the surrounding people also came to their senses. From the beginning to the end, Qinyu's speed was simply too fast. No one could react at all. When did Qinyu get behind Elder Pan? Other than Yi Luofeng, no one else noticed. Buzz, between Elder Pan's arms, dark green true qi gushed out like two water snakes, bombarding towards Qinyu. At the same time, he immediately dashed forward, trying to escape from Qinyu. Where are you going? Qinyu smiled faintly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed. In an instant, the air around Elder Pan seemed to solidify, binding him tightly. How? How is this kid so strong? Elder Pan was overwhelmed with shock, feeling like a chick being targeted by an eagle. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air, the weapons in their hands trembling. Not only did Elder Pan have a high status in the Yinhua sect, but his cultivation had also reached the peak of the Hotian realm, incomparably close to the Xiantian realm. However, this expert whose cultivation was close to the Xiantian realm was restrained by Qinyu, unable to move at all. Qinyu slowly walked over and struck out with his palm. No. No, Elder Pan's heart trembled as he saw the incoming palm. He roared madly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't avoid this nightmarish palm. Pung, his palm struck out. Although it landed on Elder Pan's back, the force of the palm penetrated into Elder Pan's sea of qi, destroying it into a mess. In Qinyu's mind, Elder Pan was a traitor to the Yinhua sect. A traitor flaunting his prowess in the Yinhua sect, summoning the wind and summoning the rain. This was something that Qinyu could not bear to watch. However, compared to killing Elder Pan, destroying his sea of qi was more of a taste of helplessness and despair. No. You destroyed my sea of qi. Elder Pan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His arms trembled uncontrollably, unable to accept the reality. He had just ushered in the peak of his life, but at this moment, he was kicked down. He felt that his life was over. At this moment, everyone looked at Qinyu, their eyes filled with fear. Brother Chen, you're too cruel, Ding Zhouhui took in a deep breath of cold air. He still could not believe what had just happened. Elder Pan was someone who held a higher position than the sect master. Yet, Qinyu destroyed his cultivation just like that, turning him into a cripple. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. It was the Yinhua sect master. Elder Pan, please show mercy. The Yinhua sect master shouted before he even arrived. He was worried that Qinyu had already been killed by Elder Pan. But when he saw the situation clearly, he was dumbfounded. The situation before him was completely different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't Qinyu be surrounded by Elder Pan, resisting with his life, and him rushing over to save Qinyu, but why was Qinyu standing there as if nothing had happened? On the other hand, Elder Pan was sprawled on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. There was almost no aura of his cultivation. Elder Pan glared at the Yinhua sect master, cursing all 18 generations of his ancestors in his heart. He was already a cripple, but this Yinhua sect master was still asking him to show mercy. Wasn't this an insult to him? What's going on? The Yinhua sect master could not help but look at one of the hall masters, hoping to find out the truth. Qinyu is too strong. He destroyed Elder Pan's cultivation, the hall master transmitted his voice secretly. This is troublesome. Elder Pan was left behind by the Lingjian sect. Now that he's in this state, the Lingjian sect will definitely blame him. The Yinhua sect master thought to himself. He was extremely vexed. If the Lingjian sect blamed him, the Yunhua sect would be the one to suffer. Qinyu, how dare you injure Elder Pan like this? Do you know your crime? The Yunhua sect master shouted. No matter what, Qinyu was wanted by the Lingjian sect. Now that he had crippled Elder Pan, he had to capture Qinyu and give the Lingjian sect an explanation. I don't know. Qinyu replied casually. He was slightly dissatisfied with the Yunhua sect master's attitude. However, the Yunhua sect master had his own difficulties. He had to think for the sake of the sect. Sect master, please reconsider. Qinyu's strength is unfathomable. He destroyed Elder Pan's cultivation with a single move. Furthermore, Yi Luofeng and Qinyu seem to be on good terms. I'm afraid that she's even stronger. Hall Master Lin, who was behind Qinyu, transmitted his voice secretly. What? The Yunhua sect master was shocked. He initially thought that Qinyu and the rest had used their full strength to defeat Elder Pan's encirclement before crippling Elder Pan. He did not expect Qinyu to cripple Elder Pan with a single move. In that case, Qinyu's cultivation must have broken through the Xiantian realm. Coupled with Yi Luofeng, who was stronger than Qinyu, the Yunhua sect master would not stand a chance even if he made a move. Moreover, if Qinyu escaped, the Yunhua gate would be the one to suffer. Since you don't know what you've done wrong, then stay in the sect and think about it. After thinking for a long time, the Yunhua sect master said something that even he found embarrassing. However, the surrounding disciples and the upper echelons of the Yunhua gate did not think that the Yunhua sect master's words were embarrassing. Alright, I've returned this time to stay in the Yunhua gate for a period of time, Qinyu said. You're dismissed. The Yunhua sect master waved his hand. Many people had complicated expressions on their faces as they slowly left. Indeed, the outcome before them was not normal. Qinyu was clearly a wanted criminal, but he could openly stay in the Yunhua gate. On the same day, Qinyu brought Yi Luofeng and the rest to the courtyard that he used to stay in. There was no one living in the courtyard, and it was spacious with extra rooms. That day, Qinyu rested for the night. The next day, he wandered around to find out what had happened in the past 5 years. According to Hallmaster Lin, Elder Mao was fighting on the front lines. However, Qinyu believed that Elder Mao would find a way to come back after learning that he was back. Qinyu's parents had been taken care of by the senior elder. Without seeing Elder Mao, Qinyu did not know where they were. In a pavilion in the Watermoon sect. Sect Master, there's news that Qinyu has suddenly appeared and returned to the Yunhua gate. What? Qinyu is back. A beautiful woman in a palace gown immediately stood up. Her originally bright and gentle eyes became sinister and fierce. My son, Yunfei, I must avenge you this time. The Watermoon sect master clenched her fists, and a blue icy aura spread out, causing the temperature in the pavilion to plummet. Her son, Yunfei, had been killed by Qinyu in the blood burial garden. How could she not avenge her son's death? Moreover, Qinyu had an important treasure in his possession, the moon spirit ore. Once he obtained this treasure, he could nurture a new moon spirit ore vein. At that time, the Watermoon sect would definitely surpass the other 2 sections. It might even surpass the Bone Devil sect and become the #1 sect in the Chu nation. I must hurry over. I cannot let the Yunhua gate monopolize a treasure like the moon spirit ore. The Watermoon sect master stood up and left the pavilion. In the north, in a continuous mountain range, there stood a palace. This was the famous Bone Devil Palace of the Chu nation. In a dark hall, a golden-armored, purple-haired middle-aged man sat majestically, emitting an invisible might. Qinyu, you've finally appeared. The golden-armored, purple-haired man revealed a sinister smile. This time, I will send Qinyu to the Yellow Springs to accompany you. This golden-armored, purple-haired man was Protector Shangguan of the Bone Devil Palace. The palace master and other upper echelons of the Bone Devil Palace were at the front lines, and he was in charge of guarding the area. As for his son, Shangguan Qi, one of his arms had been chopped off by Qinyu, and he was later killed by Qinyu in the blood burial garden. One had to know that his son had awakened the power of his bloodline, and his future was limitless. However, all of this had been destroyed by Qinyu. It is said that Qinyu has an important treasure in his possession, the moon spirit ore. If he obtains this treasure and hides for a period of time, even the Towering Sword sect will not be able to do anything to the Bone Devil Palace. Almost all the experts from the 3 camps are at the front lines now. I must obtain the Moon Spirit as soon as possible. At this thought, Protector Shangguan stood up and said in a low, dignified voice, "Gather a group of elites and follow me to the Yunhui Gate." "Kid, what the hell is this place? The heaven and earth essence Qi is so thin. I didn't expect you to come from such a remote place." Inside the room, the Crimson Flame King complained with some dissatisfaction and praised Qinyu. For the Crimson Flame King, the heaven and earth essence Qi in this land was almost equivalent to the Crimson Earth's secret realm. If not for the Crimson Earth's secret realm's essence Qi being too thin, his cultivation would recover faster and he would have broken through the seal long ago. How would he be reduced to signing a contract with Qinyu? However, Qinyu came from such a small place and was only 21 years old. It was indeed shocking for him to have such achievements. "Don't worry, I will leave this place after I'm done." Qinyu ignored the Crimson Flame King's dissatisfaction. When Qinyu finished dealing with everything here, he would indeed leave. He pursued the peak of the martial Dao and the wider world. If he stayed here, Qinyu's achievements would be limited, and it would probably be impossible for him to advance to the Void Sea realm in his lifetime. After staying in the Demon-Free Academy for a long time, Qinyu also felt that the essence Qi here was too thin. Therefore, he didn't cultivate his cultivation technique when he had extra time. Instead, he circulated the heavenly heart refinement and condensed his mental power. On the second night, someone came to visit. "Brother Lu, Yuan Beitong?" Qinyu looked at the 2 people in front of him. Qinyu had seen Yuan Beitong before, and Yefeng evoked a memory of Qinyu's youth. Qinyu and Yefeng first met during the Iron Brown Bear mission. Even the reason why Qinyu was able to win first place in the Outer Sect competition was because Yefeng pushed Qinyu a lot. Although Lu Feng had gathered other experts to deal with Qinyu in a one-on-one battle, the 2 of them still managed to bury the hatchet in the end. 5 years ago, Yefeng was the perfect prince in the hearts of many female disciples. Not only was he humble, but he was also gentle and handsome. But now, Yefeng's expression had a hint of maturity and steadiness, which made him even more attractive to the female disciples. "Brother Chen." Yefeng's bright eyes stared at Qinyu with a trace of reminiscence. After a long time, he smiled. Previously, he had been out on a mission. However, when he received news of Qinyu's return, he immediately rushed back. "The 2 of you are quite courageous to dare to visit a traitor like me." Qinyu smiled and walked into the house. Yefeng and Yuan Beitong followed. Qinyu was right. On the second day after he moved in, which was tonight, Yefeng and Yuan Beitong came running over. "Traitor? Could it be that Brother Chen has done something detrimental to the sect's interests?" Yefeng smiled and sounded a little sad. In this world, the strong were the kings. Only those with strength had the right to speak. They said that Qinyu was a traitor, so whether Qinyu was innocent or not, he had to bear the crime. "But Qinyu, you should have broken through to the Khanate realm, right? That Elder Pan was crippled by you with one move. That's really amazing." Yuan Beitong, on the other hand, said with great admiration, his eyes shining. In fact, his path of cultivation was also mixed with the path of body cultivation. Naturally, he came today to ask Qinyu, a body cultivation expert, to give him some pointers. After all, body cultivation had declined, and few people in the sect had a deep understanding of it. The Khanate realm. Yefeng was slightly shocked and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, Qinyu was an existence that he could not reach. Yefeng had just broken through to the early stage a few days ago and was still a long way from the Khanate realm. Moreover, Qinyu could cripple Elder Pan with one move, so his strength in the Khanate realm was probably not ordinary. Of course, this matter was blocked by the sect master. After all, it was not a glorious thing. A traitor of the Yunhui Gate came back and crippled a high-level elder of the Yunhui Gate. Moreover, this elder was from the High Sword sect. However, there were too many people who saw it at that time, so it was impossible to block it completely. It just spread a little slower. "Brother Lu, you've just broken through to the early stage of the Khanate realm, so your cultivation is still unstable. I have a kind of elixir here that can help you consolidate your cultivation." After saying that, Qin Yu took out a bottle of elixir from the mist-spitting pearl. This is a high-grade qi strengthening pill. Lu Feng's expression became excited as soon as he smelled it. In the Yunhui Gate, he could not even afford to use qi strengthening pills, let alone high-grade qi strengthening pills. With this elixir, he could consolidate his cultivation foundation in a few days and continue to climb up. Brother Qin. Thank you. Ye Feng did not know how to express his gratitude and could only say so. It's nothing. Qin Yu waved his hand. In fact, that bottle of qi strengthening pills was the lowest grade among the many elixir resources in his storage pouch. In the Yunzhao nation, it could not be sold for a good price, so it had been stored away. Chen, look, my cultivation is also a little unstable, Yuan Beitong said with a red face. In fact, his cultivation was considered stable, but it had been half a year since he made any progress. It was very difficult for him to break through to the qi transformation realm. Qin Yu searched in the mist-spitting pearl but did not find a qi accumulation pill that could help him break through to the qi transformation realm. However, Qin Yu found a precious herb that had the effect of that. However, Qin Yu thought for a moment. He still had a lot of such low-grade resources in his storage pouch. It was useless for him to keep them, so he took out some and gave them to Ye Feng and Yuan Beitong. Wow. Chen, you're too generous. Yuan Beitong's eyes lit up and he accepted it without hesitation. Following that, the three of them chatted for a long time. Qin Yu even gave Ye Feng and Yuan Beitong some pointers. The two of them did not leave until dawn. On the third day. Sect Master, the Shueiyue Sect Master is here to visit. Sigh, it seems that they already know. Sect Master Yunhui stood up. All the forces in the Chu nation had formed an alliance, and the Shueiyue Sect Master was the Sect Master. Now that she had come to visit, Sect Master Yunhui could not refuse her. Inside the guest hall. How have you been, Sect Master Yunhui? The Shueiyue Sect Master asked with a smile. Everything is fine. However, the Shueiyue Sect Master was injured on the battlefield a few days ago. She hasn't fully recovered yet, right? Sect Master Yunhui chuckled. You don't have to worry about that, Sect Master Yunhui. I heard that the traitor of the Yunhui Gate, Qin Yu, has returned? May I know where he is now? The Shueiyue Sect Master's face darkened. She did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. This is our sect's own matter. Sect Master Yunhui doesn't have to worry about it. Sect Master Yunhui glanced at her. He naturally knew that the Shueiyue Sect Master's purpose was Qin Yu and the Moon Spirit or Mother Lode. How could Sect Master Yunhui hand over Qin Yu and the treasure to the Shueiyue Sect? Haha, Sect Master Yunhui is too forgetful. My son, Yi Yunfei, was killed by Qin Yu. I came here today to seek revenge. Is the Yunhui Gate going to protect this traitor? The Shueiyue Sect Master laughed coldly. This, Sect Master Yunhui was in a difficult position. First, Qin Yu had indeed killed the Shueiyue Sect Master's son. It was reasonable for the Shueiyue Sect Master to seek revenge. Second, on the surface, Qin Yu was a traitor of the Yunhui Gate. It would be unreasonable for Sect Master Yunhui to protect a traitor. But after thinking about it, the people that the Shueiyue Sect Master had brought were not enough to deal with Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. Alright, Qin Yu is indeed in our sect. Since the Shueiyue Sect Master wants to see him, I'll call him over. Sect Master Yunhui agreed readily. The Shueiyue Sect Master was puzzled. Sect Master Yunhui had agreed so easily. Before long, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng appeared outside the main hall. Qin Yu, I didn't expect you to dare return. Do you still remember me? The Shueiyue Sect Master stared at Qin Yu and sneered. She had brought enough people on this trip. There were 6 Qi Transformation Hotian cultivators, and 1 early Xiantian elder besides herself. Of course I remember. Aren't you the Shueiyue Sect Master who led a group of people to kill me? However, many of your men were killed by me and the Sect Master was also injured. In the end, I managed to escape. Does Sect Master Shueiyue still remember this? Qin Yu revealed a playful smile as he recounted the Shueiyue Sect Master's scandal. He had indeed injured the Shueiyue Sect Master, but he had also nearly been killed by her. Fortunately, the Shueiyue Sect Master's sword had pierced Qin Yu's undying acupoint, his heart. That was why Qinyu had escaped unscathed. That time, Qinyu had almost been killed by this woman. Now, Qinyu naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony with her. Junior, you, don't speak nonsense. How dare you insult the sect master? You're courting death. The Shueihua sect master frowned and scolded. This matter was her humiliation, so she hadn't spread it. She hadn't expected Qinyu to say it in front of everyone here. Of course, the Shueihua sect master also took this opportunity to attack Qinyu. On the other side, the Yinhua sect master was startled by Qinyu's words. Before she could react, she saw the Shueihua sect master suddenly attack Qinyu. Whoosh, the Shueihua sect master closed in on Qinyu. A slender icy blue longsword flew out of her sleeve and pierced towards Qinyu's head. Her first move was a killing move. The last time she had stabbed Qinyu's heart, she hadn't killed him. This time, she was aiming for Qinyu's head. Whoosh, Yi Luofeng, who was standing beside Qinyu, suddenly moved. With a light wave of her finger, a transparent blue sword light bloomed. Clang, in an instant, the icy blue longsword was sent flying and sank into the wall beside them. Cold air spread out. What? The Shueihua sect master's eyes widened. A sense of fear rose in her heart as she stopped in her tracks. This beautiful woman before her had actually sent her treasured sword flying with a casual strike. Her strength was truly shocking. Miss Yi, this is a private matter between the Shueihua sect and Qinyu. As a member of the Towering Sword sect, it's best that you don't interfere. The Shueihua sect master said in a deep voice. She knew that Yi Luofeng was the Towering Sword sect's pride and had even obtained the legendary Heavenly Fault Sword. It wasn't surprising that she had such strength. At the side, the Yinhua sect master was shocked. Yi Luofeng was indeed powerful. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move earlier. Shueihua sect master, as a sect master, you actually attacked a young man. Aren't you being too shameless? The Yinhua sect master immediately spoke. The Shueihua sect had previously betrayed the three sects and joined the Bone Devil Palace, causing the Yinhua Gate to suffer heavy losses. Now that Yi Luofeng had displayed such powerful experience, he was naturally more willing to stand on Qinyu's side and deal with the Shueihua sect master. Haha, Yinhua sect master is really funny. You're actually protecting the sect's traitor. Could it be that you're in cahoots with this traitor? What's even funnier is that Qinyu, you're actually hiding behind a woman. To think that you were once a genius of the Yinhua Gate, yet you're actually so shameless as to survive under the protection of a woman. A blue-robed elder from the Shueihua sect spoke sharply, mocking the Yinhua Gate and Qinyu. This person was the other innate realm elder besides the Shueihua sect master. Sect master, as a sect master, you have a noble status. There's no need for you to attack a young junior. Let me handle this matter. However, I also hope that you, Qinyu, will stop hiding behind a woman. If you have the ability, stand out like a man. The blue-robed elder's words were sharp, and he immediately took the initiative. After he spoke, the Yinhua sect master was too embarrassed to interfere, and Qinyu was also too embarrassed to not make a move. All right, as you wish. Qinyu stepped forward. All right, as you wish. Qinyu stepped forward. This elder of the Watermoon sect was practically begging Qinyu to make a move, forcing Qinyu to make a move. Qinyu was not a stingy person, so he decided to satisfy the other party's request. The blue-robed elder stared at Qinyu, the corners of his mouth curling up. A young man was a young man after all. He could not help but step forward after a casual mockery. At this moment, the blue-robed elder was somewhat impressed with himself for being so eloquent. Moreover, he had made a great contribution to the Watermoon sect. The sect master would definitely be happy and would not forget his contributions. Sect Master Yinhua, Miss Yi, Qinyu has personally agreed. I hope the two of you will not interfere anymore. The Watermoon sect master said with a low laugh. She could not help but laugh inwardly. This Qinyu must have thought that no one in the Watermoon sect could do anything to him other than her. The elder that the Watermoon sect master had brought had been at the early stage Khanate realm for at least 20 years. He was at the peak of the early stage and had a chance of breaking through to the mid-stage. On the surface, this elder also had the strength to fight a mid-stage Khanate realm cultivator. Even if Qinyu had great potential, He was probably at the early stage Khanate realm like Mei Changqing. Yi Luofeng nodded, indicating that she would not make a move. However, she looked at the blue-robed elder sympathetically. On the other side, Sect Master Yunue did not say anything else. Is this lad confident that he can defeat this elder of the Watermoon sect? Sect Master Yunue pondered. He had an impression of this elder as well. He was strong, comparable to a mid-stage Khanate realm cultivator. Go all out and kill this lad at all costs. The Watermoon sect master secretly transmitted her voice to the elder. Understood. The blue-robed elder replied with a smile. This was his chance to make a contribution. Elder Yu, I remember that your weapon was damaged a while ago. I'll lend you my sword for the time being. The Watermoon sect master took the sword out of the wall and handed it to the blue-robed elder. The blue-robed old man's sword was not damaged, but it was much weaker than her sword. With her superior grade sword, the blue-robed elder would become even stronger. Thank you, sect master. Chen Yu, you were once a genius of Yunue Gate. You wouldn't mind, right? The blue-robed old man received the sword and looked at Chen Yu with a faint smile. Sect Master Yunue, who had witnessed everything, silently cursed the two of them for being so shameless. Whether you have a sword or not, it doesn't matter to me. Chen Yu said calmly and casually. Junior, you're really arrogant. The blue-robed old man laughed evilly and charged out without any warning. Boom, an icy blue mist surged around his body, covering the entire hall in a layer of frost. The bright blue sword in his hand flashed with a dazzling blue icy light as it flew towards Chen Yu's head. At this moment, the blue-robed old man suddenly attacked. The power of this sword was enough to make an ordinary mid-stage Xiantian tremble. So strong. I didn't expect Elder Yu to be so strong when he goes all out. That Chen Yu is courting death. He actually agreed to fight Elder Yu one-on-one. Several Hotian cultivators from the Watermoon sect could not help but exclaim or mock Chen Yu. The sword was about to fall on Chen Yu's head. Suddenly. Boom, a jet-black true energy erupted from Chen Yu's body. The surface of the true energy was covered with ancient and mysterious patterns. The moment the demonic pattern energy erupted, a domineering demonic aura surged out. Boom. Bang, the icy mist in the hall was instantly dispersed. As for the blue-robed elder in front of Chen Yu, he felt as if his mind was being assaulted by a wave of demonic energy. He felt as if the young man standing in front of him had instantly turned into a cold-blooded demon. Just those eyes alone were enough to make one shudder in fear. Whoosh, Chen Yu's figure swept out. With a wave of his arm, he grabbed the old man's neck. In the next moment, the blue-robed elder's aura disappeared. The demonic aura that had erupted from Chen Yu also disappeared in an instant. It was as if that moment of explosion was just an illusion. However, sect leader Yunue and the Watermoon sect leader knew that it was not an illusion. It was real. As for the blue-robed elder whose neck was grabbed by Chen Yu, his true energy was suppressed. He felt weak all over, but he still struggled with all his might. He waved the sword in his hand and slashed out. Ding, there was a sound of metal clashing. The blue-robed elder felt as if he had slashed at an iron wall. A rebounding force was transmitted to him. Already weak, the sword in his hand fell to the ground. As for Chen Yu's claw, it was like an iron pincer, still tightly gripping his neck. What kind of monster is this? His sword didn't even leave a mark on his body. Watermoon sect leader's sword is a superior grade artifact. It must be because Elder Yu is unable to use his true energy. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to injure Chen Yu. Many of the upper echelons of the Watermoon sect were shocked. Yi Luofeng didn't think much of it. During the later stages of the college tournament, Chen Yu's physique's defense was able to withstand a normal attack from an Origin Realm martial artist. It was just an ordinary high-grade artifact, and it did not even use any true chi. How could it possibly injure Chen Yu? Chen Yu, don't you dare! The Watermoon sect leader shouted. She could tell that Chen Yu had the intention to kill the blue-robed elder. Kiki, why wouldn't I dare? Chen Yu sneered. It was just killing an initial stage Xiantian realm elder. Why wouldn't he dare? Moreover, didn't this blue-robed elder want to kill him just now? Chen Yu would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Yu's claw tightened. Plop, instantly, the blue-robed elder's head tilted to the side. Blood spurted out and his corpse fell to the ground. Qinyu had already retracted his hand and wasn't stained by the blood. "Qinyu, you, how dare you?" The Water Moon sect leader's eyes were filled with malice, as if she wanted to skin Qinyu alive. Qinyu actually killed an elder of the Water Moon sect in front of her. This wasn't just disregard, it was contempt and provocation, but Yi Luofeng was standing beside Qinyu. And the strength that Qinyu displayed just now, although it was only for a moment, it was enough to shock the Water Moon sect leader. After a long time, the Water Moon sect leader still didn't make a move because she wasn't confident. Now she understood why Qinyu and the Yunhui Gate were still fine. It was because the Yunhui sect leader was also fearful and didn't make a move. Hiss at the side, the other members of the Water Moon sect gasped. They still couldn't understand how the powerful elder Yu could be suddenly strangled by Qinyu and killed so easily. He simply couldn't put up any resistance at all. This kid's strength is actually so strong. The Yunhui sect leader realized that she had underestimated Qinyu. She even suspected that Qinyu had used up the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother to increase his spiritual physique and cultivation talent. Otherwise, how could Qinyu be so strong? Kiki, the Water Moon sect has many experts. The death of an elder shouldn't be a big deal, right? Qinyu grinned. Hearing this, the Water Moon sect leader almost lost her balance. The Water Moon sect only had one Origin Realm expert. Therefore, the Xiantian realm was the sect's top fighting strength. Losing one of the top fighters, and Qinyu said it wasn't a big deal. What's more, the three major kingdoms were at war with the Snow Mountain tribe. On the battlefield, the Water Moon sect had suffered huge losses. And now in the Chu kingdom, the Water Moon sect had lost an elder. Let's go. The Water Moon sect leader flung her sleeves, turned around, and prepared to leave with the rest of the Water Moon sect. But at this moment, a Yunhui Gate disciple hurried in. Reporting to sect leader, Devil Bone Palace's protector Shangguan is here to visit. What? Protector Shangguan? Yunhui sect leader couldn't help but stand up. Previously, when the three sects joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage against the Devil Bone Palace. This showed how strong the Devil Bone Palace was. And now, Devil Bone Palace's protector Shangguan had personally come to the Yunhui Gate. If not for the Three Kingdoms Alliance, Yunhui sect leader would have thought that the Devil Bone Palace was here to attack the Yunhui Gate. On the other side, the Water Moon sect leader suddenly stopped in her tracks when she heard this. Yunhui sect leader, I happen to have something to discuss with protector Shangguan. I won't be leaving first. The Water Moon sect leader revealed a smile and returned to her previous seat. She knew that protector Shangguan was definitely here for Qinyu. Protector Shangguan had a high status and authority in the Devil Bone Palace. His cultivation was at the peak Khanate realm. With him around, would they be afraid of not being able to deal with Qinyu? Ha ha ha, so this is the Yunhui Gate. The scenery is not bad. Just as Yunhui sect leader was thinking of a countermeasure, protector Shangguan's loud laughter was heard. Soon, a golden-armored, purple-haired middle-aged man walked in with more than 10 people. He instantly saw Qinyu, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At the same time, protector Shangguan also saw the Water Moon sect leader and thought to himself, is the Water Moon sect leader also here for the Moon Spirit or Mother or? Sect leader Yunhui, I hope you don't not welcome me. Protector Shangguan casually found a chair and sat down. Of course not. Why are you suddenly visiting, Protector Shangguan? Yunhui sect leader forced a faint smile. How can I not avenge my son's death? I believe sect leader Yunhui knows that my son was killed by Qinyu in the Blood Burial Garden. Now that I have personally come to visit, I believe sect leader Yunhui will hand over Qinyu to the Bone Devil Palace to deal with. Protector Shangguan's eyes darkened. He did not bother with pleasantries and his tone was very unyielding. Entering the Blood Burial Garden is a fair competition. If he dies, he can only blame his lack of strength and bad luck. Furthermore, Qinyu is a Yunhui Gate disciple after all. We should wait for the return of the Yunhui Gate's Grand Elder before making a decision. This time, sect leader Yunhui did not compromise. Sect leader Yunhui had previously predicted that the Water Moon sect leader could not do anything to Qinyu and Yi Luofeng, which was why he had not stopped her. However, Protector Shangguan of the Bone Devil Palace was different. His cultivation was at the peak of the Khanate realm. Coupled with the people he had brought with him, he was enough to threaten the current Yunhui Gate. Moreover, he could not hand over Qinyu to the Bone Devil Palace. Otherwise, the Soaring Sword sect would definitely blame him. Haha, Protector Shangguan, the Water Moon sect leader also said that she wanted to avenge her son and bring me back to the Water Moon sect. Should I go to the Water Moon sect or the Bone Devil Palace? Qinyu suddenly laughed out loud. Sect leader Water Moon, I think you should forget about it. Protector Shangguan immediately looked at the Water Moon sect leader coldly. In reality, he was warning the other party that Qinyu's life was his. Protector Shangguan, since you are here, I naturally will not fight for it. However, you have to be more cautious. This Qinyu is very strong. He just killed an early-stage Khanate realm elder of my sect. Yi Luofeng, who is beside him, is no ordinary person either. The Watermoon sect leader immediately sent a voice transmission. She actually wanted to cooperate with Protector Shangguan. However, when Protector Shangguan heard this, he had a different meaning. The Watermoon sect leader actually wanted him, a peak Khanate realm expert, to carefully deal with a junior in his 20s. Qinyu was once a proud son of heaven of the Yunhui Gate. He even obtained a treasure like the Moon Spirit or Mother Lode. 5 years have passed. It's not surprising that he can kill an early-stage Khanate realm expert with his strength. However, with me here, it's not his turn to be arrogant. Protector Shangguan could not help but snort coldly and secretly send a voice transmission. In his opinion, the Watermoon sect leader was persuading him this way because she did not want him to attack Qinyu. The Watermoon sect was only dependent on the Bone Devil Palace. However, if they obtained the Moon Spirit or Mother Lode and produced a new Moon Spirit or vein, the Watermoon sect could rapidly grow and break away from the Bone Devil Palace. There was even the possibility of surpassing the Bone Devil Palace. In Protector Shangguan's opinion, Sect Master Shueiyue was persuading him because of the Moon Spirit organ. As long as the Moon Spirit Ore was still in Qinyu's hands, Sect Master Shueiyue still had a sliver of hope. But if the Moon Spirit Ore fell into Demon Bone Palace's hands, Sect Master Shueiyue could only give up. Protector Shangguan, you misunderstand me. This Qinyu is indeed unfathomable. Sect Master Shueiyue was a little anxious when she saw Protector Shangguan's cold attitude. In that instant, Qinyu's burst of true qi had shocked her. However, Qinyu's burst of true qi had been too short. Sect Master Shueiyue found it unreal and could not determine Qinyu's strength. Say no more. With me here, does Qinyu still have a chance of escaping? Protector Shangguan interrupted Sect Master Shueiyue. The main forces of the 3 sects and Demon Bone Palace were concentrated on the front lines. Compared to the 3 sects, Protector Shangguan, who stayed behind to guard Demon Bone Palace, was the strongest. This was the best time for him to obtain the Moon Spirit organ. He could not miss it. Sect Master Yunhui, do you want to wait for our Grand Elder to return before making a decision? But now is the time of war between the 3 nations and the Snow Mountain tribe. If the Yunhui Gate's Grand Elder suddenly returns, it could have a huge impact on the entire war. Can Yunhui Gate bear the consequences? Protector Shangguan glared coldly at Sect Master Yunhui, his words unceremonious. Then Protector Shangguan can't just take our disciple away like that, can he? If the Grand Elder blames us, it's hard for me to say anything. Sect Master Yunhui was naturally good at negotiation. He dealt with Protector Shangguan. Ha ha ha, if the Yunhui Gate's Grand Elder blames us, let him come to Demon Bone Palace. Whether you agree or not, Qinyu is mine. Protector Shangguan laughed loudly and emitted a formless pressure that froze the atmosphere in the hall. Protector Shangguan's unyielding attitude and aura truly intimidated Sect Master Yunhui. Seeing this, Protector Shangguan immediately stood up and stared at Qinyu with a sinister smile. Wait. At this time, Qinyu suddenly spoke up. Compared to Bone Devil Palace, I'm more willing to go to Watermoon Sect. Watermoon Sect Master, if you don't kill me, how about I give you the Moon Spirit or Mother Lode? Qinyu smiled as he looked at the Watermoon Sect Master, putting on a sincere expression. The corners of Yi Luofeng's mouth couldn't help but curl up when she saw this. How could Qinyu possibly hand over the Moon Spirit or Mother Lode? He was merely toying with the Bone Devil Palace and the Watermoon Sect. Of sect Yinhua Shangguan Shuang said, Shangguan of Qin Qinyu. When the Watermoon sect master heard this, her face lit up. However, she instantly felt that something was wrong. Qinyu was trying to sow discord between her and Protector Shangguan. Sect Yinhua sect master, if you have a way to defeat Protector Shangguan, I will offer you the Moon Spirit Mine now. Sect Yinhua sect master, if you have a way to defeat Protector Shangguan, I will offer you the Moon Spirit Mine now. Qinyu looked at sect Yinhua sect master and Protector Shangguan with a faint smile and continued. At this moment, sect Yinhua sect master was truly tempted. As long as she defeated Protector Shangguan, the Moon Spirit Mine would be hers. However, sect Yinhua sect master was no fool. How could she believe Qinyu's words? If they could not guarantee the Moon Spirit Mine, Watermoon sect would never dare to offend Demon Bone Palace. Junior, Watermoon sect and Demon Bone Palace have formed an alliance. What is your purpose in provoking both parties like this? I think you must have joined the Snow Mountain tribe while you were on the run. I will capture you now. Protector Shangguan could tell that Qinyu was deliberately provoking them, so he labeled Qinyu as a traitor. His figure flashed and he attacked Qinyu. A terrifying pressure at the peak of the Khanate realm emanated, causing some Qi transformation postnatal experts to retreat. Sect Yinhua sect master, in order to express my sincerity, I can give you the Moon Spirit Mine first. Qinyu pretended to panic. He took out the Moon Spirit Mine and threw it to sect Yinhua sect master. It was a crystal-like stone with a luster brighter than the Moon Spirit Mine. It emitted a crystalline brilliance like a silver moon. What? Is this really the Moon Spirit Mine? Sect Yinhua sect master was shocked. She stared at the crystal with greed flashing in her eyes. She did not expect Qinyu to really hand over the Moon Spirit Mine to her. Sect Yinhua sect master previously thought that Qinyu was sowing discord between her and Protector Shangguan. However, Qinyu really handed over the treasure. Perhaps Qinyu really had no other way out. That was why he did this. Facing such a precious treasure, sect Yinhua sect master could not resist the temptation and reached out her hand. Moon Spirit Mine. Protector Shangguan focused his eyes and gave up on attacking Qinyu. He immediately changed his direction and sprinted towards the Moon Spirit Mine. Protector Shangguan and sect Yinhua sect master's eyes clashed. Seems like sect Yinhua sect master and Qinyu have a secret communication. Otherwise, why would Qinyu hand over the Moon Spirit Mine to sect Yinhua sect master? Protector Shangguan pondered in her heart with an incomparably gloomy expression. Since sect Yinhua could side with Bone Devil Palace, they could also betray Bone Devil Palace. Swish, Protector Shangguan's expression turned cold. With a point of her finger, a deep purple finger mark shot out. Protector Shangguan actually attacked me? It seems like even though sect Yinhua has sided with Bone Devil Palace, Protector Shangguan doesn't think much of sect Yinhua. Sect Yinhua sect master's heart trembled. Her eyes turned gloomy as resentment surged in her heart. If I obtain the Moon Spirit Mine, I will be able to break through to the Origin Realm. In the future, I might even be able to surpass all the Origin Realm experts in the Chu Kingdom. Sect Yinhua sect master's heart turned ruthless as a trace of madness appeared on her face. Even the three major sects combined wouldn't be able to match the value of the Moon Spirit Mine. For this treasure, it was worth it to give up everything. With a suction force from her palm, she held the Moon Spirit Mine in her hand. Swish! Bang! She brandished her sword with her other hand. A dazzling icy blue sword glow whizzed out and shattered Protector Shangguan's attack. Humph, seems like sect Yinhua has been disloyal for a long time. Protector Shangguan's expression was gloomy and ruthless as a chill pervaded the air. Suddenly, he waved both his hands. A patch of dazzling purple light streaked out from his fingers, and there were continuous explosions. Protector Shangguan wouldn't be so impulsive under normal circumstances. But this concerned the reputation of Bone Devil Palace and a rare treasure like the Moon Spirit Mine. He couldn't calm himself down. As expected of a peak Xiantian expert. So strong. Sect Yinhua sect master's heart couldn't help but tremble when she saw Protector Shangguan's attack. It was a pity that she only brought a Xiantian realm elder, who had just been killed by Qinyu. The rest of the sect members couldn't interfere in the battle between her and Protector Shangguan. Xiao, the sect master of the Watermoon sect quickly brandished her ice-blue treasured sword, creating a dazzling blue ice sword net that intertwined with Protector Shangguan's attack. For a time, sword marks and holes were left all around the hall. If the hall was not reinforced by the array formation, it would have been destroyed long ago. The Qi transformation postnatal cultivators of the Watermoon sect and Bone Devil Palace all retreated to avoid being killed or heavily injured by the aftershocks. This, Sect Master Yunyua's expression froze. He had never thought that Enforcer Shangguan and the Watermoon sect master would fight here. Of course, all of this seemed to be caused by Qinyu. Step by step, she provoked the Watermoon sect master and Protector Shangguan, causing the two of them to be suspicious of each other. Finally, she boldly took out the Moon Spirit Organ. Of course, although Qinyu successfully mobilized Protector Shangguan and Watermoon sect master, didn't the Mother Moon Spirit Mind fall into the hands of others? Sect Master Yunyue, lend me a hand. Otherwise, the Moon Spirit or Mother Lode will fall into the hands of Bone Demon Palace. The Watermoon sect master sent a voice transmission asking for help. However, as an outsider, Sect Master Yunyue could see more clearly. He felt that things were not as simple as they seemed, so he did not help the Watermoon sect master. On the other side, Qinyu had a playful smile as he watched the intense fight between the Watermoon sect master and Protector Shangguan. No one could take away the Moon Spirit or Mother Lode. At this moment, he could watch such a good show just by temporarily taking out the Moon Spirit or Mother Lode. Anyway, he would not lose anything in the end, so Qinyu did not care at all. Boom. Boom, the battle between the two caused the entire hall to be damaged even more severely, causing it to shake. Watermoon sect master, your strength has improved greatly recently. Protector Shangguan snorted and waved her palm, emitting 5 dark purple light marks. Poof, the Watermoon sect master shattered 4 of them. The last dark purple light mark pierced through her right shoulder. Damn it. The Watermoon sect master's expression was cold as she stared at Protector Shangguan. She was a peak Khanate and very powerful. However, as a sect master, she was not that easy to deal with. Freezing blue light slash. The true Qi in the Watermoon sect master's body surged and a dazzling blue ice mist surged out, causing the bodies of many postnatal Qi transformation realm cultivators to stiffen and be covered in a layer of ice mist. Swoosh, a gigantic blue ice sword, carrying a layer of blue icy mist, slashed down. This Watermoon sect master is probably going to reach the peak Khanate level soon. Protector Shangguan's eyes darkened and he became more cautious as he pointed out with both of his fingers. Boom, the blue ice sword fell and a layer of extremely cold ice spread out. Protector Shangguan could not dodge in time and was attacked by a layer of ice power. Her flesh and meridians froze and her true Qi circulation slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Watermoon sect master leaped out and slashed with her sword. Humph, you want to defeat me with this move? Protector Shangguan snorted and the true Qi in her body surged out to expel the ice power in her body. Purple Demon Finger. Protector Shangguan gritted her teeth and the true Qi on her right middle finger fluctuated violently. The color of her finger turned purple. Swoosh, a terrifying purple finger aura whizzed out at an extremely fast speed, like a ray of light, toward the Watermoon sect master. Clang, the Watermoon sect master blocked with her sword, but the power of this finger was too strong. She was sent flying backward and smashed into the ruins. Protector Shangguan flew toward where the Watermoon sect master was. Damn it, I have no choice but to use this. The Watermoon sect master struggled and finally took out a tricolored ice pearl. This was the essence of ice she had refined from a large number of ice-type demonic beasts. Pa, the Watermoon sect master slapped the tricolored ice pearl on her sword. The ice pearl shattered and a chaotic and powerful ice power spread out. What? Protector Shangguan's face was a little shocked. Boom, the Watermoon sect master suddenly burst out from the dust. Her blue sword was surrounded by a layer of tricolored ice crystals and flew over. Before the sword aura approached, a wave of ice power attacked first. Protector Shangguan's expression froze. He burned his true Qi and pointed out with 2 fingers. Boom, a dark purple demonic aura and a tricolored icy aura exploded, causing the entire hall to completely collapse. Many people from the Watermoon sect and Bone Demon Palace were injured in this explosion and complained incessantly. The dust dispersed. The Water Moon sect master lay on the ground, her face pale. There were many bloody holes on her body and red blood staining her clothes. On the other side, Protector Shangguan had a very deep wound on his chest. A layer of frost formed over his body and his every movement seemed very slow. It seemed that the Water Moon sect master's injuries were more serious. Hee, Water Moon sect master, hand over the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother or don't blame me. Protector Shangguan sneered and approached the Water Moon sect master step by step. After the battle, the Water Moon sect master was still slightly weaker. After all, Protector Shangguan was a peak Khanate cultivator. As long as she was not careless, there was no way she would lose. Hee, Water Moon sect master, hand over the Moon Spirit or don't blame me. Protector Shangguan sneered and approached the Water Moon sect master step by step. On the other side, sect master Xianxia sighed. This battle had been intense. The entire hall had been completely destroyed. Many of the people from Devil Bone Palace and the Water Moon sect had been affected and sustained varying degrees of injuries. But the result was as sect master Xianxia had expected. Protector Shangguan had won. At that moment, a thought emerged in sect master Xianxia's mind. Now that the Water Moon sect master and Protector Shangguan were both injured, this was a good opportunity. If he attacked now, he could defeat the two of them and obtain the Moon Spirit Organ. However, sect master Xianxia still had some doubts. Was Qinyu really forced to hand over the Moon Spirit or because he had no other choice? Whoosh whoosh. On the Devil Bone Palace's side, 2 Khanate cultivators and nearly 10 Hotian cultivators immediately stared at sect master Xianxia to prevent him from attacking. Protector Shangguan, I admit defeat. The Moon Spirit Ore is yours, and the Water Moon sect will not touch it in the future. The Water Moon sect master gritted her teeth. Her words were equivalent to a guarantee on behalf of the Water Moon sect, dispelling Devil Bone Palace's suspicions. With that, she took out the Moon Spirit Ore from her storage bag. Hee. Protector Shangguan walked over slowly. He stared at the Moon Spirit Ore in the Water Moon sect master's hand, his eyes flashing with greed. This was a legendary treasure. It was extremely valuable. It was even to the extent that he had the thought of taking the treasure for himself. Miss Yi, the show is over. It's time for you to wrap things up. At this time, Qinyu, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally spoke. Yi Luofeng knew what Qinyu meant. She glanced coldly at Qinyu and stepped forward. Boom, she drew a sword. With the sword in hand, her entire aura changed. A sword intent soared into the sky, shocking everyone. The instant the sword intent erupted, everyone in the hall turned to look at Yi Luofeng. What a strong sword intent. This woman's cultivation is at least at the late stage of the Xiantian realm, or even the peak of the Xiantian realm. The Shueiyue sect leader and the Yunhua sect leader stared at Yi Luofeng with astonishment in their eyes. The ancient and boundless fluctuation of sword insight caused a strand of fear to arise in their hearts. Xiao, Yi Luofeng brandished the sword in her hand, and a green sword light that could pierce through everything shot out from her sword. What a powerful sword! Protector Shangguan's complexion suddenly changed when he saw Yi Luofeng's astonishing sword. Even if he was at his peak, he would have to be cautious when facing this sword. He waved his hands, and powerful dark purple finger marks shot out. However, Yi Luofeng's sword was incomparably profound and powerful, not to mention that Protector Shangguan was currently heavily injured. Wherever the sword light passed, all of the finger lights dissipated like withered twigs. Boom, in the end, the sword light landed, and an explosion rang out, causing the entire hall to collapse. Such a huge fluctuation. What happened? I heard that the Shueiyue sect leader and Protector Shangguan are here today. Could they be fighting with the sect leader inside? Should we go and help? Are they courting death? Is that a battle of that level something we can intervene in? In the Yunhua Gate, some of the senior officials sensed the peak Khanate aura in the hall and didn't dare to get too close. Only Ye Feng and Yuan Beitong looked worried. Protector Shangguan and the Shueiyue sect leader must be here to deal with Qinyu, however, they didn't know if Qinyu could survive facing the two giants of the sect world. The dust in the hall that had been completely reduced to ruin slowly dissipated. There was a bloody wound on Protector Shangguan's arm. A junior had injured Protector Shangguan with a sword. This news was enough to shock many people. At this moment, Jinyu rushed out. The Shueiyue sect leader was still marveling at Yi Luofeng's sword when she suddenly saw Jinyu rushing over, as if he was going to snatch the moon spirit mineral from her. Don't even think about it. The Shueiyue sect leader immediately stood up and stabbed out with her sword. Clang, however, Jinyu kicked the Shueiyue sect leader's sword away. Although the Shueiyue sect leader was seriously injured and the power of her sword was less than 50% of her peak, Jinyu was actually able to kick away a superior-grade treasure weapon with his physical body. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Bang! Jinyu's foot continued forward and landed on the Shueiyue sect leader's full breasts. The Shueiyue sect leader grunted and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She retreated, but Jinyu didn't slow down and followed closely behind. In the end, the Shueiyue sect leader couldn't dodge and Jinyu's foot stepped on her soft chest. Swish, Jinyu waved his arm and held the moon spirit mineral in his hand. Jinyu, Protector Shangguan roared in shock. Just now, the moon spirit mineral was about to fall into his hands, but something unexpected happened and the moon spirit mineral returned to Jinyu's hands. Haha, things that belong to me can't be taken away just because you want to. Although the show you put on just now was quite interesting, the value of the moon spirit mineral is too high. I can't give it to you. Jinyu looked down at the Shueiyue sect leader with a playful smile and rubbed his foot a few times. Jinyu, take your foot off the sect leader. Many people from the Shueiyue sect shouted. Jinyu's actions were too impudent. He actually used his foot to trample on the Shueiyue sect leader. On the other side, the Yunyu sect leader also felt that Jinyu didn't know how to be gentle. Jinyu. You. The Shueiyue sect leader shouted angrily. She immediately stood up and slapped out. You still dare to resist? Jinyu smiled and kicked the Shueiyue sect leader with his foot. Bang! The Shueiyue sect leader's body scraped the ground and smashed into the ruins behind her. At the same time, the Shueiyue sect leader's palm landed on Jinyu's body, making a dull sound. A cold palm force spread in all directions, causing a layer of ice to form on the surface of Jinyu's body. Seeing this scene, Protector Shangguan was prepared to attack Jinyu and take back the moon spirit mineral. However, Jinyu stood there and shrugged his shoulders slightly. The layer of frost on his body was all shaken off, and he looked completely fine. This caused Protector Shangguan, who was just about to move, to be stunned on the spot. At this moment, Protector Shangguan recalled that the Shueiyue sect leader had said that Jinyu was unfathomable. It seemed that it was true. Haha, you can't take the moon spirit mineral away, and you can't kill me either. Get lost. Jinyu laughed loudly. When these words landed in the ears of the Shueiyue sect leader and Protector Shangguan, they were immediately enraged and gnashed their teeth in anger. Their expressions were cold and sinister, and their eyes flickered with a fierce glint as if they wanted to skin Jinyu alive. But the truth was as it was. They could not refute it. At this moment, they already understood that Jinyu was really provoking them. He did not even hesitate to take out a treasure like the moon spirit mineral. And they were also successfully provoked by Jinyu and began to fight each other. Of course, the most important thing was that both sides were injured in the end, and the moon spirit mineral returned to Jinyu's hands. This was a great humiliation in life. The two giants of the Chu sect world were actually fooled by a junior. Let's go. Protector Shangguan snorted angrily and led the people of Bone Demon Palace away. Retreat. The Shueiyue sect leader also got up and dragged her seriously injured body away with the people of the sect. Humph, let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Protector Shangguan snorted coldly, his eyes incomparably ruthless. In his opinion, the main reason for this outcome was Yi Luofeng. However, Yi Luofeng was also wanted by the Ling Sword sect. He believed that the Ling Sword sect would personally take care of Yi Luofeng. At that time, Jinyu would lose his protection. Could he protect the moon spirit mineral with his own abilities? If anyone spreads word of what happened today, I will make them die a terrible death. Protector Shangguan looked at some people from Bone Demon Palace, then swept his gaze across some people from Shueiyue sect and snorted coldly. The Shueiyue sect leader also warned her people. What happened today could be said to be the greatest stain in her life. What happened? Why are Protector Shangguan and Shueiyue sect leader in such a sorry state? It can't be? Could it be that our sect master broke through and defeated both of them? Outside, many people from the Yunyue sect looked at the wretched and seriously injured protector Shengguan and Shueiyue sect leader with horror. Inside the ruined Grand Hall, Martial Nephew Chen's plan to sow discord is really good. It caused Bone Demon Palace and Shueiyue sect to fight and even caused both sides to suffer, Sect Master Yunyue said with a smile. Although all the factions in the Chu country had temporarily united, Yunyue sect, Bone Demon Palace, and Shueiyue sect were still enemies. The hatred between both parties still existed. Today, he was very happy to see Shueiyue sect leader and protector Shengguan killing each other. And Lady Yi, your cultivation should be at the peak of the Xiantian realm, right? Sect Master Yunyue looked at Yi Luofeng with a flattering expression. With Yi Luofeng's talent, the Ling Sword sect would at most take back the Heaven Fault Sword and not do anything to Yi Luofeng. After all, Yi Luofeng would definitely break through to the Origin Realm in the future. There were many benefits for Yunyue sect to befriend a future Origin Realm expert. Sect Master, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave first, said Qinyu. Are the two of you comfortable staying here? Do you need me to change your residence? Sect Master Yunyue asked after some thought. Qinyu was currently staying in the residence of an ordinary inner sect disciple. No need, I'm used to it. Qinyu left with Yi Luofeng. After watching the two of them leave, Sect Master Yunyue couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, even he couldn't predict the outcome of Qinyu and Yi Luofeng being wanted. The following days were rather peaceful. On the other hand, Yefeng and Yuan Beitong often came to look for Qinyu. The news of Shueiyue sect leader and protector Shengguan leaving Yunyue sect with injuries didn't spread. After all, the number of people who witnessed that scene was limited. Shueiyue sect and Bone Demon Palace were probably under a gag order. Another 2 days passed. Elder Mao's disciple, Qinyu's fourth Shixiang, Chongxian, returned to Yunyue sect. Among all of Elder Mao's disciples, Chongxian was the most talented. The two of them had worked together in the meteoric iron gamble of the three sects and turned the tide. Before Qinyu left, Elder Mao had said that Chongxian had personally taken care of Qinyu's parents. Otherwise, Qinyu's parents would definitely have been killed by Shueiyue sect and Ironsword sect. However, 5 years had passed. It was still unknown whether Qinyu's parents were safe or not. Junior brother, why are you back? Chongxian looked very excited and nervous when he saw Qinyu. Can't I come back? Qinyu carefully sized up Chongxian. Chongxian's talent was not bad. He had already reached the late-stage postnatal realm. Chongxian looked puzzled. Wasn't Qinyu still wanted at Yunyue sect? How could Qinyu live safely at Yunyue sect? Didn't Ironsword sect, Shueiyue sect, and Bone Demon Palace make a move against Qinyu? Qinyu's fourth Shixiang, Chongxian, was originally at the front line. Now that he returned to Yunyue Gate, it must be Elder Mao's instruction. This meant that some of the sect leaders at the front line already knew of Qinyu's return. How is the front line? Qinyu inquired. Currently, the three kingdoms are allied and can still resist the invasion of the Snow Mountain tribe. But in the long run, I'm not sure, Chongxian revealed a trace of worry. Oh right, shitty. Bone Devil Palace Lord, Lu Tiezu, and other Origin Realm experts heard that you returned to the Chu Kingdom and were prepared to capture you. But due to the grim situation at the front line, they couldn't leave. Chongxian's expression was slightly anxious. It had only been 5 years, why did Qinyu return so soon? Qinyu obtained the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother and could totally cultivate outside for 10 to 20 years. Wouldn't it be better to break through to the Origin Realm and have absolute strength before returning to the Chu Kingdom? Once they have the chance, they will definitely return. Chongxian saw that Qinyu wasn't anxious at all and added another sentence. Is Master doing well? Qinyu wasn't worried about what Chongxian was worried about and continued to inquire about other things. Every time he thought of how Elder Mao stood up for him when Lu Tiezu threatened him 5 years ago, Qinyu couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. Master is doing well now, but, Chongxian was a little hesitant and stopped mid-sentence. But what? Qinyu's eyes turned cold. As Master's disciple, you joined hands with Yi Luofeng to injure Elder Chai, then fled far away. Both the Sky Sword sect and the Iron Sword sect pressured the Yunyue school, and especially targeted Master. At this point, Xianxia felt very helpless and angry. Humph. Qinyu grunted and a formless demonic intent diffused out. At the side, Xianxia, who was in the late stage of the post-liminary realm, felt the terrifying demonic intent from Qinyu and couldn't help but take a step back. He was secretly shocked. Qinyu's strength had already surpassed him by a lot. If there's a chance, I'll definitely settle this debt with him. Qinyu made up his mind. Qinyu had obtained the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother Lode by himself. As for injuring Elder Chai, that was because Elder Chai wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng were forced to do so. However, the Soaring Sword Sect and Ironsword Sect used this as a reason to pressure the Yunhui Gate and even targeted their master, Elder Mao. This debt, Qinyu will definitely settle. Junior brother, we are too weak to help master. Don't be rash. Xianxia consoled. In the past, he was a man of few words and his thinking was relatively simple. But after experiencing the war in the Chu sect world, as well as the war in the northern plains, Xianxia had also become more mature and considered the bigger picture. You don't have to worry about that, senior martial brother. By the way, senior brother, where are my parents? Qinyu asked. Junior brother, you haven't seen your parents for 5 years. I'll take you there. Xianxia took the initiative to propose. All right. Knowing that nothing had happened to his parents, Qinyu felt relieved. If Lu Tiezu, Elder Chai, and the rest knew about the whereabouts of Qinyu's parents, they would probably be long gone. Just based on this point, Qinyu was very grateful to Xianxia. On the same day, Qinyu and Xianxia left the Yunhui Gate. It was just to visit his parents, so Qinyu did not bring Yi Luofeng along. He asked her to wait for him at the Yunhui Gate for a few days. Ironsword Sect. A middle-aged man in gray returned in a hurry. Elder Wei. Many disciples immediately bowed when they saw the man in gray. Isn't Elder Wei participating in the war at the front line? Why did he run back in such a hurry? Many disciples were puzzled, but they did not dare to ask. Elder Wei was the eldest disciple of the Grand Elder, Lu Tiezu. He had an extremely high status in the sect. Elder Wei, why are you back? The Ironsword sect leader asked doubtfully. Sect leader, Qinyu has already returned to the Chu country, right? Elder Wei asked with a slightly dark expression. Yes. The Ironsword sect leader nodded. He knew the reason for Elder Wei's return. Then why didn't you arrest Qinyu, sect leader? Elder Wei asked again. In terms of aura, he was even stronger than the sect leader. The Ironsword sect has some news. Protector Shangwan of the Bone Devil Palace and the sect leader of the Watermoon sect have been to the Yunhui Gate. However, Qinyu is still alive and well at the Yunhui Gate. There must be something wrong, so I did not take action, the Ironsword sect leader revealed the reason. Back then, he was also prepared to head to the Yunhui Gate. However, he hesitated after receiving this news. Even Protector Shangwan and the Watermoon sect leader had returned empty-handed. It was basically impossible for him to succeed if he ran over. Perhaps this means that the Yunhui Gate has reached some kind of agreement with the Bone Devil Palace and the Watermoon sect. Elder Wei did not think much of it and asked in return. He still remembered that when he was on the Great Snowy Mountain in the northern plains, a boy had given him the results of the Grand Warlock's divination. There were a few words on the animal skin scroll. Lu Tiezu died a few years later at the hands of Qinyu. Back then, Elder Wei did not believe in this divination at all. However, after Qinyu obtained the Moon Spirit Ore and fled far away, Elder Wei began to suspect that perhaps all of this could really be realized. After Lu Tiezu learned of Qinyu's return, he almost immediately returned from the front lines. However, due to the grim situation at the front lines, he could not leave. Therefore, Lu Tiezu sent him back to the Ironsword sect to kill Qinyu. This, the Ironsword sect leader could not refute Elder Wei's words. This was because he did not know what happened between Protector Shangwan and the Watermoon sect leader at the Yunhui Gate. Logically, with their strength, they could almost crush the Yunhui Gate and snatch Qinyu away. However, the two of them returned empty-handed. Perhaps, the Bone Devil Palace and Watermoon sect had really reached an agreement with the Yunhui Gate. Sect leader, mobilize a few elites and follow me to deal with Qinyu. Seeing that the sect leader was silent, Elder Wei added, "Sect leader, this is also Master's decision. Moreover, to ensure that we can kill Qin Yu, Master has given me a few trump cards. We can definitely kill Qin Yu." "All right." The Ironsword sect leader agreed immediately. Since it was Lu Tiezu's decision, he naturally could not refute. Moreover, Elder Wei seemed to be very confident. At the same time, in a quiet private room in the Watermoon sect leader, the Grand Elder asked us to pay close attention to Qin Yu's movements. We must not let other forces get the moon spirit or in his hands first. A silver-haired old woman said in a low voice. "Elder Yu, I suggest that we do not make a move for now." The Watermoon sect leader had a strange expression. "What's wrong, sect leader? I heard that you went to the Yunhui Gate some time ago but returned empty-handed. What exactly happened?" The silver-haired old woman revealed a doubtful expression, thinking that the Watermoon sect leader was hiding something. "I did go to the Yunhui Gate, but Yi Luofeng of the Soaring Sword sect was with Qin Yu. That woman obtained the Heavenly Fault Sword, and her strength is unfathomable now. Even I am not her match," the Watermoon sect leader explained. Half-heartedly. In reality, she had not fought with Yi Luofeng at all. If the Grand Elder knew that she did not hesitate to fight with Protector Shangguan and disregarded the sect for the moon spirit ore, she would definitely be severely punished. Of course, the most important thing was that she and Protector Shangguan were both injured, and the moon spirit ore was still in Qin Yu's hands. This matter was simply too humiliating. Yi Luofeng? The Soaring Sword sect will definitely handle this matter. Moreover, can this woman protect Qin Yu day and night? The silver-haired old woman said disapprovingly. In the end, the Watermoon sect's upper echelons decided to monitor Qin Yu first and wait for an opportunity to make a move. As for the Bone Demon Palace, the situation was similar to the Watermoon sect. They sent people to closely monitor Qin Yu's every move. Qin Yu and Xianxia quietly left the sect and began to hurry on their journey. Along the way, Qin Yu discovered that someone was following them and ordered the Iron Moon Bazaar bug to kill them silently. In less than a day, Qin Yu and Xianxia arrived at a small family. "This Shi family has some relations with me, so I arranged for your parents to stay there," Xianxia said when they arrived. There were too many such families in the entire Chu nation. Even if it was the sect, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if they wanted to find a person. The Shi family in front of them was far inferior to the Qin family, but the weaker they were, the easier it was to be overlooked. In addition, this family was attached to the Yen family, where Qin Yu had once carried out a mission. Because of this, the sect's powerhouses couldn't find this place, and the other nearby families and factions didn't dare to bully the Shi family. Xianxia smoothly entered the family with Qin Yu. After bringing Qin Yu to his parents, Xianxia went to catch up with the Shi family's patriarch. "You, is that you? You're back?" Chen's mom stared at Qin Yu, her body trembling slightly. A trace of tears appeared at the corner of her eyes. She originally thought that Qin Yu would be gone for at least a decade, or even forever. Now that she saw Qin Yu, she couldn't believe it. Tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. In addition, Qin Yu had changed a lot in the past 5 years. Compared to the Qin Yu of his youth, his body, appearance, and temperament had all changed slightly. "It's good that you're fine." Chen's father was also stunned for a long time, so emotional that he didn't know what to say. "Dad, Mom. I've made you worry." Seeing his parents, Qin Yu felt warm in his heart. He opened his arms and hugged them. Then, the family of 3 entered the house. "Your father and I have been living very well here. The Shi family's patriarch treats us well. On the other hand, you must have suffered a lot outside." That night, Chen's mom seemed to have endless things to say. Qin Yu wasn't annoyed. Instead, he felt the warmth of home and listened carefully. He only saw his parents once every 5 years, so Qin Yu stayed in the Shi family for some time. 7 days later, Qin Yu said his goodbyes. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. It won't be long before you return to the Qin family or the manor." "Junior brother, what's your next plan?" Xianxia asked. "Let's go to the front line." Qin Yu thought about it. Currently, he had 2 goals. First, to clear his name and eradicate the enemy. In this way, his parents wouldn't have to hide like this. Second, to go to the front line to fight. Even if he cleared his name and took revenge, if the three countries were invaded by the Snow Mountain tribe, the entire Chu nation would be gone, and all this would be meaningless. Based on these two goals, Jinyu had to go to the front line. Junior brother, how can you go to the front line? Changxian's expression suddenly changed, revealing an anxious look. Lu Tiezu, Elder Chai, and the others wanted to deal with Jinyu personally, but the situation was urgent and they couldn't leave. In the end, Jinyu actually wanted to go to the front line. Wasn't that courting death? Suddenly, Jinyu stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Changxian's eyes flickered. Come out. Jinyu did not answer Changxian. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at the dense forest not far away. Junior brother? What's wrong? Changxian was stunned when he heard this. He carefully observed the surroundings but did not find any abnormalities or anyone following them. But at this moment, the sound of shuttling came from the dense forest not far away. Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of figures jumped out from the forest in an arc, blocking in front of the two. Iron Sword sect master, Lu Tiezu's eldest disciple. Changxian's body trembled and he sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder he did not find the enemy. The enemy hiding in the surroundings was too strong. Lu Tiezu's eldest disciple was very old and had a cultivation at the peak of the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. The Iron Sword sect master was an outstanding late-stage Xiantian realm expert. In addition, the two also brought several Hotian realm and two Xiantian realm elders. In order to deal with Jinyu, the Iron Sword sect had actually sent out such a large team. Junior brother, it seems that our whereabouts have been discovered. Changxian's face was pale. Facing such a large enemy, they had no chance of survival. When they went out, the two of them were very careful and did not bring anyone with them. Of course, Changxian did not know that along the way, Jinyu had discovered the stalker and ordered the Iron Moon strange insects to kill him. And this location was not far from the place where the stalker had died. In other words, the Iron Sword sect had only found this place and had been waiting there. They did not know where Chinyu's parents were hiding. This made Jinyu feel a little relieved. Kid, how did you find us? Elder Wei stared at Jinyu with a hint of caution in his eyes. The group of them had found this place but did not know where Jinyu had gone. Therefore, they had been lying in ambush nearby. After all, Jinyu had gone out alone without Yi Luofeng. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and they did not want to miss it. After waiting for many days, they were about to give up. Finally, Jinyu came. They were prepared to launch a sudden attack and catch Jinyu off guard. Unexpectedly, Jinyu had already discovered them. Hee, I'm stronger than you guys. Naturally, I can find your tracks. Isn't your question nonsense? Jinyu chuckled and said straightforwardly. However, no one believed his words. Instead, the men from Iron Sword sect roared with laughter. Haha, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Ha, this kid is really making me laugh to death. He can still boast like this even when he's about to die. This kid hasn't woken up yet, right? The members of the Iron Sword sect looked at Jinyu with ridiculing expressions. Even Changxian, who was by Chinyu's side, felt that these words were a little too exaggerated. Ha, Jinyu, I really admire you for saying such arrogant words at a time like this. Elder Wei threw his head back and laughed loudly. Soon after, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Attack! Immediately, those people leaped up and took out a dark yellow bone sword from their storage pouches. Upon closer inspection, the yellow bone swords in the hands of these 7 people were all similar in appearance. The 7 wielded the bone swords and brandished them, releasing a strange power of the sword Dao. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, immediately, streaks of sharp yellow sword gleams erupted and swam in the air, forming a circle that spun continuously and enveloped Jinyu within. The sharp yellow sword gleams spun continuously, becoming more and more powerful until they formed a sword barrier. This set of treasured swords is indeed extraordinary. Combined with my sect's heptashlite iron sword array, its power is multiplied. The eyes of the Iron Sword sect master sparkled as he could not help but praise. Within the sword array, Changxian's face was deathly pale. At this moment, as long as the surrounding sword array attacked, he would immediately be riddled with holes. At the same time, not far away, the people from Watermoon Sect and Bone Demon Palace arrived one after another. They did not find traces of Qinyu, but they found the movements of the Iron Sword Sect's upper echelons. Watermoon Sect Master, long time no see. Protector Shangguan swept a cold glance at the Watermoon Sect Master behind him. Yes, long time no see. The Watermoon Sect Master's expression was somewhat stiff. Some time ago, she and Protector Shangguan had fought to the point where both sides were injured, causing their relationship to become very awkward. Now that Watermoon Sect had defected to Bone Demon Palace, the others felt that the way the two greeted each other was a little strange, but they did not ask. The Iron Sword Sect has already made their move. A Bone Demon Palace elder could not help but exclaim when he saw the situation far away. Don't be in such a hurry. Protector Shangguan's team stopped. The Watermoon Sect Master did not continue forward either. The trauma left by the previous trip to Yunhui Gate had not completely disappeared. The Watermoon Sect Master and Protector Shangguan felt that Qinyu was somewhat unfathomable and difficult to deal with. Therefore, if they did not have absolute confidence, they would rather not take action. Otherwise, if they rushed out, Qinyu would definitely mock the two of them and announce what happened the last time. What sword array is that? It's actually so powerful. I might even die if I were to enter it. The Watermoon Sect Master stared at the Iron Sword Sect's sword array, secretly alarmed. It seems that the Iron Sword Sect has made sufficient preparations to kill Qinyu. Protector Shangguan took a deep breath and murmured. On the empty ground. The sword array unfolded, trapping Qinyu and Xianxia within. Qinyu, this set of treasured swords is a war trophy obtained by my master, Lu Tiezu, on the front lines. With this set of treasured swords and our sect's sword array, even a late-stage Khanate cultivator would die without a doubt. Elder Wei looked at Qinyu and spoke with a faint smile. If Yi Luofeng was by your side, she might be able to break it with her understanding of the sword Dao. Unfortunately, she is not by your side. However, I can give you a chance. Hand over the Moon Spirit Ore now, and I can let you die a quick death. We can also spare your senior brother's life. Elder Wei said smugly. Junior brother, don't give in to them. Even if you hand over the Moon Spirit Ore, they will definitely not keep their promise. Changxian revealed a stern expression. Qinyu smiled. Changxian's words made him feel like a senior brother going through thick and thin together. Hee, you guys are overestimating this sword array. Do you think this lousy sword array can kill me? Qinyu smiled faintly and walked forward. This junior is really arrogant. The Iron Sword Sect Master was a little angry and glared at him. Qinyu dared to insult the Iron Sword Sect's sword array in the face of death. Let's do it. Elder Wei couldn't be bothered to continue talking nonsense with Qinyu. Yes. The 7 people from the Iron Sword Sect responded and waved the bone swords in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the sword barrier in the sky changed. Streaks of sharp yellow sword aura swam out and formed 7 sword snakes that pounced toward Qinyu. Rumble, at least a few thousand sword gleams shot out, causing dust to rise and blocking one's vision. Junior brother. Changxian couldn't help but exclaim in pain. He could only watch as Qinyu was being attacked. He wasn't strong enough to stop it. The people from the Iron Sword Sect were satisfied and smiled, as if everything was over. However, at that moment, a faint laughter came from the dust. Senior brother, don't worry. I've said it before, this lousy sword array can't hurt me. As the dust settled, Jinyu's figure was revealed. There wasn't a single wound on his body. How is this possible? Elder Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. If he was in Jinyu's shoes, he might be severely injured by that round of attack. The 7 people in charge of the sword array were also shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. As the people in charge of the sword array, they knew how powerful the sword array was. However, Jinyu was unharmed after a round of attack. Why not? The corner of Jinyu's lips curled up. He dashed out and attacked one of the people holding a bone sword. Defend! The 7 people shouted at the same time. The sword barrier was activated and became more solid. Jinyu, don't waste your energy. The 7 light iron sword array can be used for both offense and defense. If you attack the sword barrier, you'll suffer a backlash. Elder Wei sneered. However, what happened next caused Elder Wei's smile to stiffen. Bang! Qinyu's fist shone with a black luster as it landed on the sword barrier. In an instant, the entire sword barrier trembled violently, and then the huge sword barrier immediately collapsed and vanished into thin air. Puff! The true chi of the 7 people holding the sword was in a mess and their blood was boiling. Some of them even spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Everything that happened in front of him felt unreal. Was he hallucinating? This is impossible. Elder Wei's mind went blank. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This sword array could even trap and kill a late-stage Khanate cultivator. How could it be destroyed by a punch from Qinyu? Could it be that Qinyu had accidentally attacked the flaw of the array? Go and kill him. Elder Wei bellowed. The 7 people holding the sword had a fierce look in their eyes as they stabbed out. At the same time, even the Iron Sword sect master took out a grayish-black longsword and slashed out a shocking black iron sword radiance. Humph. Qinyu snorted. The sword array just now only attacked Qinyu. At this moment, the people from the Iron Sword sect surrounded a large area, including Xianxia. Since that was the case, Qinyu didn't hold back. Boom! He raised his palm and a layer of black demonic pattern chi turned into a black whirlwind and spread out. Qinyu's cultivation had reached the peak Khanate cultivator and he had mastered the 3rd level of the Heavenly Demon secret pattern record. His demonic pattern chi was much stronger than the half-step true origin of the top geniuses. Boom! 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 The demonic pattern chi spread out and destroyed all the attacks in the surroundings. This is Khanate true chi. No. How can there be such powerful Khanate true chi? Elder Wei and the Iron Sword sect master were shocked. The Iron Sword sect master was especially shocked. He was almost injured by Qinyu's Khanate true chi. Compared to the Yunjiao nation, the northern plains of the Chu nation could be described as a poor and remote area. The Heavenly Demon secret pattern record was a famous ancient martial art in the entire Kunyan continent. In a small place like the Chu nation, it could almost be described as a priceless treasure. Far away, the people from the Bone Demon Palace and the Shueiyue sect immediately opened their mouths wide. Their faces were stiff, and they were like statues. At this moment, they even wondered if the person they saw was Qinyu. How could a person in his 20s be so powerful? The silver-haired old woman from the Shueiyue sect who had just returned could not help but feel lucky. If the sect master had not stopped them, they would have gone to find him. With Qinyu's terrifying strength and Yi Luofeng's, they would not be a match for him at all. Now that they thought about it, the sect master of the Shueiyue sect really had foresight. On the empty ground, Qinyu made a move and neutralized all the attacks from the Iron Sword sect. That formidable prowess and domineering demonic intent caused everyone to take a few steps back as their hearts palpitated. Even Xianxia, who was at the back, felt that this scene was unreal. Elder Wei stared at Qinyu. The fear in his heart was greater than anyone else's. In the entire Chu country, besides Lu Tiezu, he was the only one who knew the result of Snow Mountain Great Shaman's divination 5 years ago. If Qinyu was truly this powerful, it wasn't impossible for him to surpass Lu Tiezu in another 5 to 6 years. Right now, Elder Wei was getting more and more confident in the result of that divination. I have to get rid of this kid as soon as possible. Elder Wei calculated in his heart. Suddenly, Elder Wei let out a shout and spoke with confidence. The power that this kid displayed just now must be some kind of secret technique. Furthermore, it can only be used once. Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. Hearing Elder Wei's words, the rest of the people also felt that it was the case. How could a young man in his 20s possess such great power? Furthermore, the Xiantian Qi that Qinyu displayed was even stronger than the half-step Qi origin realm. It was truly fake. Therefore, when Elder Wei said this, they actually believed it to a certain extent. If that was the case, then Qinyu would be at his weakest after executing the secret technique. This was a golden opportunity. Everyone from the Iron Sword sect gripped their artifacts tightly as Qi surged out. The 7 of them formed a sword formation and attacked Qinyu again. A layer of dark yellow sword Qi attacked Qinyu from all directions. On the other side, the Iron Sword Sect Patriarch leaped into the air. The grayish-black longsword in his hand slashed out a shocking sword light that was like a mountain. At the back, Elder Wei's eyes flashed with sharpness. He took out an orange sword talisman from his storage bag. This is the final trump card that Master gave me. If I use it well, I might even be able to kill an Origin Realm expert. Elder Wei muttered in his heart. His right hand gripped the sword talisman and was ready to attack. Rumble, within the encirclement of the Iron Sword Sect, the massive attacks all landed. You guys really won't give up. Inside it, Jinyu let out a chuckle. Following this, an even more ferocious demonic rune chi burst out like a black wave, spreading in all directions. How is this possible? Is it stronger than before? The 7 people in charge of the sword formation turned pale with fright. Pung! Puff! That layer of black devil pattern wave pushed the 7 of them back dozens of feet at the same time. They fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Metal Sword Sect Master, who was in the sky, wasn't affected. At this moment, they all understood that Qinyu's first round of attack was not borrowed from some powerful secret technique, but his own strength. Qinyu, die. In the distance, Elder Wei wore a crazed expression as he slashed out with an orange sword talisman in his hand. Iron Sword Sect Master's eyes flickered. Iron Ancestor Lu was really well prepared. Elder Wei actually had a trump card in his hands. But in the next moment, Iron Sword Sect Master's eyes seemed to have seen something and revealed a trace of panic. He saw a dark blue dot of light suddenly shot out from the ground and drilled into Elder Wei's arm. Ah! Elder Wei immediately screamed. His arm trembled and the sword talisman in his hand fell. Swish! At the same time, the dark blue dot of light flew out from Elder Wei's arm. This dark blue dot of light was naturally the Iron Moon Strange Bug. Jinyu didn't forget about the Iron Moon Strange Bug during his 2 years of seclusion in the academy. He often bought some precious materials to feed the Iron Moon Strange Bug. Furthermore, during the trial, the Iron Moon Strange Bug had devoured the organs of an Origin Realm treasure summoning turtle and its physique had improved. Now that the Iron Moon Strange Bug had reached the late stage of the Xianxia realm, its penetrating power was extremely strong. In less than a breath's time, it had pierced through Elder Wei's arm. This is the trump card that Iron Ancestor Lu gave you to kill me? Smiling awkwardly, Jinyu walked toward Elder Wei. None of the Iron Sword Sect members, including Sect Head Tai, dared to stop Jinyu. Jinyu reached out his hand and grabbed the orange sword talisman. This plaything was useless to the current Jinyu. He immediately threw it into the mist-spitting pearl. Jinyu, don't come over. If you dare to kill me, my master, Iron Ancestor Lu, will never let you off. Jinyu had a smile that wasn't a smile on his face. It gave Elder Wei goosebumps as he kept on retreating. Kiki, I won't make a move on you. Jinyu let out a faint laugh and stopped in his tracks. Really? Elder Wei was delighted, but he still had his doubts. This group of people was here to kill Jinyu. If Jinyu was strong enough, why didn't he kill him? Could it be that he was frightened by Iron Ancestor Lu's name? I won't make a move on you because to me, you are already a dead man. Jinyu sneered. He had a deep hatred for Iron Ancestor Lu. Now that Iron Ancestor Lu's disciple was here to kill Jinyu, how could he let him off? But Jinyu didn't need to make a move. The late-stage Xiantian Iron Moon Strange Bug's poison was extremely potent. If anyone below the Origin Realm was infected by its poison, the chances of survival would be extremely low. Furthermore, Elder Wei was only in the middle stage Xiantian realm. Ah, poison, this poison is so strong. At this moment, Elder Wei finally realized the poison on his arm. But it was too late. His entire arm had turned scarlet blue and he had lost all feeling. Furthermore, a portion of the poison had already seeped into his organs through his meridians. Ah, Elder Wei curled up on the ground, struggling with all his might and wailing in pain. Metal Sword Sect Patriarch and the others saw this scene and felt chills down their spines. In just a short moment, Elder Wei died from the poison. Jinyu didn't even make a move. That bug killed Elder Wei with just one bite. This is too terrifying. Metal Sword Sect Patriarch revealed a horrified expression and was on tenterhooks. The rest of the people were even paler. Some of them didn't even notice how Elder Wei was poisoned. Right now, they finally understood how foolish their actions were. They were simply courting death. Qinyu, spare our lives. We were forced by Elder Wei. He used Iron Ancestor Lu's name to order us to ambush you. At this moment, Metal Sword Sect Patriarch couldn't care less and immediately begged for mercy. The rest of the people followed suit. All of you, get lost. Qinyu had an indifferent expression as his cold eyes scanned the surroundings. Yes, 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 all of them instantly jumped up and fled this place with lightning speed. Bone Devil Palace and Watermoon Sect, aren't you guys going to get lost? Qinyu suddenly lifted his head and looked into the distance as he asked with a cold smile. Far away, the people from Bone Devil Palace and Watermoon Sect all had a stunned look. The reason for that was because everything that had just happened was simply too shocking. The people from the Iron Sword Sect were well prepared and even had the trump card given by Iron Ancestor Lu. But against Qinyu, they actually couldn't put up any resistance. Elder Wei did not know how he was poisoned, but he died instantly. At this moment, Qinyu's voice sounded. All of them seemed to have woken up from a nightmare as their bodies involuntarily trembled. He found us. Let's go. The people from Watermoon Sect and Bone Devil Palace instantly retreated. After escaping for some distance, the people from the two factions finally stopped, panting. That's too scary. Is that kid still human? Luckily we came late and let the Iron Sword Sect make the first move. Otherwise, we would be the ones suffering. A few members said with lingering fear. This Qinyu's cultivation level is at least the same as Yi Luofeng, at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through the encirclement of the Iron Sword Sect's experts so easily. Protector Shangguan sighed softly. Such a young peak of the Xiantian realm. He can definitely advance to the Origin realm. Watermoon Sect Patriarch was alarmed and worried. In the kingdom of Chu, there were only a few Origin realm experts. The birth of an Origin realm expert could almost affect the entire kingdom of Chu. This matter is no longer something we can handle. Protector Shangguan sighed and decided not to bother anymore. Everything would wait for the Origin realm expert from Bone Devil Palace to return. Junior brother? The people from Bone Devil Palace and Watermoon Sect are also nearby? Xianxia was secretly shocked. He actually didn't notice at all. They have already left. Qinyu said plainly. Just now, Qinyu had purposely displayed his strength to intimidate the Iron Sword Sect, Watermoon Sect, and Bone Devil Palace. He believed that after this battle, they wouldn't dare to go against him for the time being. With Junior Brother's strength, if you were to go all out, the Iron Sword Sect would at least lose half of its members, right? Xianxia could see that Qinyu was restraining himself and didn't go all out. Now that the three kingdoms are at war with the Snow Mountain tribe, the situation isn't good. If I eliminate my enemies on sight, wouldn't I be helping the Great Snow Mountain to weaken the three kingdoms? Qinyu smiled faintly. This was also the reason why he hadn't indulged in slaughter all this while. If there wasn't a war now, those who wanted to kill Qinyu probably wouldn't have any chance of survival. Xianxia nodded. On the front lines, the three kingdoms had always been at a disadvantage. If Qinyu killed a large number of experts internally, it would undoubtedly weaken the Chu kingdom's strength and affect the outcome of the war in the northern plains. In less than half a day, the two of them returned to Yunhui Gate. As soon as they returned, Yi Luofeng went to look for Qinyu. When can I return to the High Sword Sect? Yi Luofeng looked at Qinyu coldly. Qinyu then recalled that when the two of them returned to the Chu kingdom, Qinyu returned to his sect and met some of his old friends. He also went to visit his parents. But after Yi Luofeng returned to the Chu kingdom, she had been following by Qinyu's side. No wonder she had been sulking all day. However, Qinyu planned to go to the front lines and told her about it. If I go to the front lines with you, a lot of trouble will follow. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the High Sword Sect without a year and a half. Yi Luofeng said with some dissatisfaction and anger. Qinyu didn't say anything. He couldn't predict the specific situation at that time. But immediately after, Yi Luofeng's eyes flashed and she said, "Why don't you go to the kingdom of Qi with me? After I'm done with my matters, I'll go to the battlefield. At that time, you can also go to the Chu kingdom's battlefield." Yi Luofeng seemed to have thought about it and suggested it at this moment. That works too. Qinyu rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Currently, the Iron Sword sect and Yunhui Gate were affiliated sect of the High Sword sect. As long as the High Sword sect's problem was resolved, the two of them would be cleared of their crimes. At that time, no one would use this reason to find trouble with them. Although Qinyu was not afraid of such trouble, there would still be some repercussions. He might even bring harm to the people around him. Then it's decided. The corners of Yi Luofeng's mouth curled up on her ice-cold face, revealing a smile that could melt an iceberg. After discussing with Yi Luofeng, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng decided to head to the High Sword sect first to confront the upper echelons of the sect and clear their names. After all, the two of them were guilty and had treasures. Anyone could openly make a move on them and even threaten the people around them. If there was no war in the northern plains, everyone who knew about this would flock to kill Qinyu and Yi Luofeng. After making the decision, the two of them didn't stay for long at Yunhui Gate and prepared to head to the High Sword sect. Before they left, "Senior apprentice brother, this is for you." Qinyu thought of something and took out the sword talisman that he obtained a few days ago. "This? I can't." Xianxia was shocked and immediately rejected. This sword talisman was specially refined by Lu Tiezu to deal with Qinyu. After it was executed, the power it produced could cause damage to an Origin Realm expert. If used well, it could even kill an Origin Realm expert. Qinyu actually gave such a powerful trump card to a late-stage Xiantian Realm Qi Transformation Realm Cultivator. This was too precious. "With my strength, this sword talisman isn't of much use to me," Qinyu said honestly. "Junior apprentice brother, you better keep it. Your current situation is more dangerous." Xianxia thought that Qinyu said it on purpose. Qinyu was at most a peak stage Xiantian Realm expert, and this sword talisman could cause damage to an Origin Realm expert. How could it be useless to Qinyu? In Xianxia's understanding, the Qi Transformation Realm and the Origin Realm were like an adult and a child. They couldn't be compared at all. Qinyu could easily defeat Elder Wei, Metal Sword Sect Patriarch, and the others, but against an Origin Realm expert, he might not be able to resist. "Senior apprentice brother, don't shirk it. The front line is unpredictable. At the crucial moment, this sword talisman can reverse the situation and save many lives." Finally, Xianxia accepted the sword talisman and carefully stored it in his storage bag. After doing this, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng obtained a flying mount from Yunhui Gate. Zeng! Zeng! Both of them leaped onto a green sky eagle and prepared to head to the High Sword sect in Qi Nation. But at this moment, a deep roar echoed, shaking half of the Yunhui Gate. The green sky eagle beneath Qinyu and Yi Luofeng's feet instantly curled up and trembled, letting out low screeches. Whoosh! Deep within the sect master Yunhui and some of the higher-ups flew out. A huge dark brown lion eagle descended from the sky. As it flapped its wide wings, a strong gust of wind swept up, sending sand and pebbles flying. Two old men stood on the lion eagle. Qinyu knew one of them. It was Elder Pan, whose cultivation had been crippled by his palm strike. As for the other old man, he was emaciated and only had a few strands of hair on his head. However, his eyes were incomparably sharp, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Soaring Sword Sect. The moment Sect Master Yunhui saw Elder Pan, he knew who the other old man was. He could sense that although the thin old man was also at the late stage of the Khanate realm, his strength was above his own. "This is the Yunhui Gate that's attached to my Soaring Sword Sect?" The thin old man looked down from above and glanced at them indifferently with a hint of disdain in his eyes. At the same time, the thin old man immediately noticed Yi Luofeng's figure. "Junior Nishi, where are you planning to run to?" The thin old man could not help but let out a strange laugh. In his opinion, Yi Luofeng must have heard that he was coming, so she was planning to escape on her flying mount. Unfortunately, he was riding on the sect's lion eagle, which was faster and had arrived before Yi Luofeng could escape. The thought of this made the old man feel even more proud. If he had come a little later, Yi Luofeng would have escaped. Now that he had successfully intercepted Yi Luofeng, everything should be over. "Elder Su? Why would I, Yi Luofeng, run?" Yi Luofeng snorted coldly. She was a little annoyed. "Ha ha ha, you and the other sect's disciples stole the treasure and injured our sect's supreme elder. What else can you do other than keep running for your life? The thin old man, Elder Su, laughed out loud. Elder Su, the person next to Yi Luofeng is Qin Yu. He's the one who crippled my cultivation base. At this moment, Elder Pan, who was next to Elder Su, spoke. His bean-sized eyes emitted a cold glint as he stared at Qin Yu like a venomous snake. After his cultivation base was crippled by Qin Yu, there was only one thing left for Elder Pan to do in this world, and that was to take revenge. He had to take revenge. Therefore, after his cultivation base was crippled, he asked someone to escort him back to the Soaring Sword sect. After returning to the Soaring Sword sect, Elder Pan told Elder Su about this. Elder Su immediately borrowed the sect's Lion Eagle and rushed over with him. With Elder Su's strength, he would definitely be able to take revenge for him. Of course, Elder Pan would advise Elder Su not to kill Qin Yu but to cripple his cultivation base. Oh? You're the kid who obtained the Moon Spirit Mineral? Elder Su's eyes lit up as he stared at Qin Yu and sized him up with interest. This trip was really worth it. He was able to get rid of 2 traitors and obtain the Heavenly Fault Sword and the Moon Spirit Mineral. Elder Su even thought of taking these 2 treasures and escaping far away. After all, with these 2 treasures, he would be able to surpass the Soaring Sword sect's strongest Supreme Elder in the future. Elder Su, do you think I'm a traitor of the sect just because of Elder Chai's words? Yi Luofeng asked with a sharp gaze. Hee, of course not. That's why I'm here personally to capture you and interrogate you. Elder Su smirked evilly. Swoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the sky with a rusty long sword in his hand. As long as he could obtain the Heavenly Fault Sword and the Moon Spirit Mineral, everything else was not important. A genius like Yi Luofeng could also be sacrificed. Yi Luofeng, let me see how much you've improved over the years. Elder Su smiled faintly and slashed with his sword. Swoosh, a pale sword radiance slashed down with a series of sword shadows. Yi Luofeng's face was cold. Without saying a word, a jade-like sword appeared in her hand. She slashed casually, and a translucent cyan destiny sword radiance dashed out rapidly. Ding! Bang! The 2 sword radiances collided like lightning. However, to everyone's surprise, Elder Su's powerful sword radiance was instantly cut into 2 pieces. This is impossible. Elder Su's expression changed abruptly and he lost his voice in shock. Even if Yi Luofeng was extremely talented and had obtained the Heavenly Fault Sword, how could she grow so fast in just 5 years? Her strength had actually caught up with his. Elder Pan's mouth was also wide open. He suddenly felt that things might not develop as he had expected. Marshal Nishi, it seems that the Heavenly Fault Sword has brought you a lot of benefits. Your cultivation has improved to such a level. However, I was afraid that I would hurt you with my previous attack, so I only used 60% of my strength. Elder Su's expression returned to normal, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes. Have a taste of my attack again. The genuine chi in Elder Su's body surged crazily. A pale halo appeared around the long sword in his hand, emitting a shocking sword intent. Swoosh, the long sword in his hand suddenly flew out, and a huge illusory sword shadow condensed around the sword. The long sword flew over, giving off a feeling that it was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. The senior management of the Yunhui Gate felt powerless when they saw the sword from afar. Many disciples of the Yunhui Gate felt a tingling pain all over their bodies, and they all stepped back. Yi Luofeng's expression became even colder when she saw the sword. It was almost Elder Su's most powerful attack. It seemed that he wanted to kill her. As an elder, he didn't ask for the truth and directly tried to kill her. This made Yi Luofeng feel a little sad. Then, her eyes turned cold, and she swung the long sword in her hand. A deep cyan sword radiance was swung out, dragging a layer of cyan sword glow behind it. Yi Luofeng's attack was extremely profound, and it contained some kind of strange intent. Ding! When the sword fell, Elder Su's long sword trembled, and his aura instantly weakened. In the next moment, the heavy cyan sword radiance came crashing down, completely devouring Elder Su's attack. At the same time, a few tiny green destiny sword gleams flew towards Elder Su in a scattered manner. How is this possible? Elder Su was shocked. He couldn't believe that his strongest attack was still defeated by Yi Luofeng. Elder Su, who had lost his sword, hurriedly dodged, but his robe was still cut in 2 places. At this moment, Elder Su was stunned, and he didn't know what to say. He had come to the Yunhui Gate confidently, intending to flaunt his strength and take care of the 2 traitors, and take away the treasure. But how did this happen in the end? At this moment, Elder Su really wanted to send a voice transmission to Yi Luofeng, asking her to save him some face. But just now, he had wanted to kill Yi Luofeng, and she definitely wouldn't agree to his request. If she did that, he would only be humiliating himself. Well, he had already been humiliated by Yi Luofeng. By the way, this kid is a disciple of the Yunhui Gate, and I heard that his cultivation base wasn't even at the Qi transformation realm back then. Just as Elder Su was feeling embarrassed and indignant, he suddenly saw Qinyu behind Yi Luofeng. Buzz, Elder Su stretched out his hand, and his sword returned to his hand. Marshal Nishi, I didn't expect you to possess such strength. It seems like the heavenly fault sword is indeed extraordinary. As a disciple of the High Sword sect, I can help you plead with the sect when I return. Elder Su's attitude changed drastically, and he said in a serious tone. After that, he looked at Qinyu and smiled. But Qinyu, you can't leave. You sneak attacked and injured Elder Chai in the Nethermoon mine. Quickly return to the High Sword sect with me to apologize. Glaring at Qinyu, Elder Su exuded an immense pressure. He had lost his face after losing 2 moves to Yi Luofeng. Fortunately, he could regain some face from Qinyu. However, Qinyu did not seem to feel Elder Su's shocking pressure at all and only looked at him with a faint smile. Sigh, Yi Luofeng could not help but sigh when she saw the scene and could not be bothered to say anything. You do have some ability, to actually be able to remain calm under this old man's pressure. Elder Su exclaimed softly. He decided not to talk nonsense with Qinyu and attacked immediately. Swish, with a wave of the sword in his hand, several pale sword rays shot out at Qinyu. You don't know what's good for you. Qinyu snorted coldly and leaped out. When Elder Su saw Qinyu suddenly leaping out and charging at his sword move, he wondered if there was something wrong with Qinyu's head. What was the difference between this action and suicide? He could even imagine the scene of Qinyu being killed by his sword move. However, it was better this way. At least he could regain his face. Elder Su could not help but smile. However, his smile froze in the next moment. Bam, bam, bam. His powerful sword technique landed on Qinyu like an egg smashing into a rock, instantly shattering. What kind of monster is this? Elder Su was even more shocked this time. Although Yi Luofeng had surprised him earlier, she had still defeated him with a powerful sword technique. Yet, this Qinyu had actually shattered his attack into pieces. Swordsmen had always been proud of their powerful attacks. However, Qinyu's action seemed to be telling everyone that Elder Su's attack was weak and fragile. He was even more humiliating than Yi Luofeng. Elder Su was not the only one who was stunned. Some of the disciples and higher-ups of the Yunhui Gate were equally shocked. This was the first time Qinyu had displayed such a powerful physique in front of so many people from the Yunhui Gate. He can actually withstand the attack of a late-stage Khanate expert. Sect Master Yunhui sucked in a cold breath. He had thought that Yi Luofeng was stronger than Qinyu and was protecting Qinyu. That was why Qinyu was so fearless. However, he had completely discarded that thought now. The battle was not over yet. After Qinyu shattered Elder Su's sword technique, he continued to charge forward. He arrived in front of Elder Su and kicked him. Kid, how dare you? Elder Su was so angry that his eyes widened. This kid actually wanted to kick him. Swoosh, Elder Su's figure floated backward at an incredible speed. However, Qinyu was even faster and continued to close in on him. This scene caused Elder Su's heart to churn. He finally realized that Qinyu was also someone he could not afford to offend. Swoosh, Elder Su stabbed out with his sword. Clang, with a kick, Qinyu sent Elder Su's sword flying. Immediately afterward, his foot landed squarely on Elder Su's chest. Several of Elder Su's ribs were broken, and he was thrown backward. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Su, Elder Pan, who was on the Lion Eagle, exclaimed in shock. Wasn't Elder Su here to avenge him? How did he end up in such a miserable state after being humiliated time and time again? Old Pan's head was buzzing and he could barely stand straight. Pong! At that moment, Jinyu arrived on the Lion Eagle and kicked Old Pan off, causing him to fall flat on his face. Yi Luofeng, if we ride this flying mount, we should be able to return to the Soaring Sword sect in the Qi Kingdom a few days earlier, right? Jinyu chuckled. This griffin was much more advanced than the flying steeds he and Yi Luofeng had prepared. The arrogant Lion Eagle didn't dare to move recklessly when it felt Jinyu on its back. That's right. Yi Luofeng replied and flew onto the Lion Eagle. When Elder Su saw this, blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. This time, the blow he suffered was truly too great, and he felt extremely depressed in his heart. No matter what, he was an elder of the Soaring Sword sect. This was his first time coming to the affiliated sect, and he initially wanted to show off his strength, but he ended up embarrassing himself. Now, even his flying steed was seized by Jinyu and Yi Luofeng. Suddenly, Elder Su's expression changed. Did Jinyu just say that they were going to the Soaring Sword sect in the Qi Kingdom? These two people were courting death, right? Elder Su wasn't a match for Jinyu and Yi Luofeng, but as the #1 great sect in the Qi Kingdom, the High Sword sect had experts as numerous as the clouds. Weren't they courting death by returning to the High Sword sect? Of course, Elder Su hated Jinyu and Yi Luofeng very much, and he couldn't wait for them to court death. However, when he recalled that Yi Luofeng's master was the sect's supreme elder, he felt that things weren't that simple. Marshal Nishi, since you're returning to the Soaring Sword sect, why don't you bring me along? Elder Su said shamelessly. He borrowed the sect's Lion Eagle, but it was snatched away by Jinyu and Yi Luofeng. If he returned to the sect, he would lose all his face. Alright, Elder Su. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yi Luofeng agreed. She and Jinyu would probably encounter many obstacles when they went to the Soaring Sword sect. If they had Elder Su's help, it would be much smoother. Of course, of course. Elder Su forced a smile and boarded the Lion Eagle. Sect Master, we're leaving. Jinyu said casually. Boom. Boom, the Lion Eagle's huge wings spread out, and it gradually disappeared along with a powerful gust of wind. The Lion Eagle was very fast. In less than 3 days, they left the Chu Kingdom's border and entered the Qi Kingdom's territory. The Qi Kingdom was the strongest among the 3 countries. There were 2 super forces in the Qi Kingdom, the Soaring Sword sect and the Violet Cloud Palace. The Soaring Sword sect alone was much stronger than the Chu Kingdom's Bone Devil Palace. Now that the Yunui Gate and the Ironsword Gate had become the Soaring Sword sect's subsidiary forces, the entire Qi Kingdom became even stronger. Yi Luofeng's expression changed as soon as they arrived in the Qi Kingdom. After another 2 days, the two finally arrived at the Qi Kingdom's #1 sect, the Soaring Sword sect. The Soaring Sword sect was built on a mountain range. Its main foundation was concentrated in the 3 peaks that towered into the clouds. The 3 steep peaks were like 3 huge swords that stood between heaven and earth, emitting a formless sword intent. The moment the Lion Eagle arrived, the disciples in front of the mountain gate immediately knelt and paid their respects. Within the sect, those who could ride on the Lion Eagle were all powerful and influential elders. When one of the disciples knelt, he raised his head slightly and glanced at the Lion Eagle. He saw a beautiful figure in white. Senior Sister Yi? The disciple was stunned. Whoosh, the wind howled as the Lion Eagle entered the Soaring Sword sect. How is that possible? Senior Sister Yi is now a traitor of the sect and a wanted target. How could she return to the Soaring Sword sect? Another disciple immediately denied his companion's words. Haha, Little Li must have missed Senior Sister Yi so much that he went crazy. Another disciple mocked. The Lion Eagle came to a square and landed. Nearby, many disciples gathered around. Elder Su. Many disciples paid their respects. Senior Sister Yi? Yi Luofeng? However, when they saw Yi Luofeng on the Lion Eagle, they were shocked. The current Yi Luofeng was not the sword Dao genius who was at the peak of her power in the sect but a wanted traitor. They did not expect to see Yi Luofeng again in the sect. Congratulations, Elder Su. You've captured the sect's wanted traitor. This is a great merit. An inner sect disciple was quick-witted. He immediately stepped forward with a flattering smile. The other disciples could not help but nod when they heard that. Elder Su must have received news about Yi Luofeng and went to capture her. Many male disciples looked sad. After all, Yi Luofeng was once the perfect goddess in their dreams. Now that she was captured by the sect, she would not have a good ending. On the other hand, most of the women were gloating over his misfortune. However, when many people came forward to congratulate him, Elder Su's expression turned extremely grim. "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about?" Elder Su suddenly shouted, causing everyone to be stunned. At the same time, he glared at the first disciple who congratulated him. His trip to the Yunhui Gate was the most humiliating experience he had ever had. Previously, he had indeed wanted to capture Qinyu and Yi Luofeng, but in the end, he had been ruthlessly humiliated by them. Now that these people had come to congratulate him, Elder Su felt that they were humiliating him. Junior Nishi has returned to the sect to clear her name. Before this matter is cleared up, don't make wild guesses. Elder Su said sternly. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Then, they fell silent and started to think quickly. Elder Chai had told them that Yi Luofeng had become a traitor. Elder Chai was one of the great elders of the sect. Did Yi Luofeng want to confront the great elder of the sect? Of course, Yi Luofeng's master was also one of the great elders of the sect. If Yi Luofeng's master tried his best to protect Yi Luofeng, as long as she handed over the heavenly fault sword, she might be able to return to the sect. After all, Yi Luofeng's master was the great elder of the sect. If it were an ordinary disciple, it would be impossible. However, in this way, Yi Luofeng's master's side would be at a disadvantage in the battle between the two factions of the sect. Junior Nishi, young friend Chen, please wait here. I'm going to visit the great elder of the sect. Elder Su said with a smile and then flew away. Many disciples kept their distance from Yi Luofeng. After all, this matter was too complicated. Before they figured it out, they should not have too much contact with Yi Luofeng. Otherwise, they would get into trouble. Who's that young man? At this time, someone noticed Qinyu. It's normal for Elder Su to bring Yi Luofeng back, but who's that young man? Don't tell me he's senior sister Ye's lover? A few disciples began to discuss with a disappointed look on their faces. After all, Yi Luofeng was the #1 beauty of the Soaring Sword sect. She was the dream goddess of most male disciples. I'll show you around the Soaring Sword sect. Yi Luofeng looked at Qinyu. It was not a good idea for the two of them to stand there. Yi Luofeng did not like to be watched by others. Let's go. Qinyu nodded. Then, the two of them left the square and went somewhere else. When the other disciples saw this, they were even more certain that the mysterious man was Yi Luofeng's lover. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng did not go far before 3 or 4 disciples rushed over. The male disciple in the lead was dressed luxuriously and had an extraordinary bearing. Junior sister Yi, why are you back? The man looked at Yi Luofeng with a shocked expression. Senior brother Zhang, long time no see. Yi Luofeng looked at the man. His name was Zhang Yu, the chief disciple of the Soaring Sword sect. In terms of sword Dao talent, he was only slightly inferior to Yi Luofeng. However, he had entered the sect earlier and his cultivation had always been above Yi Luofeng's. In the past, when they were in the sect, Zhang Yu took good care of Yi Luofeng, and the two of them often sparred with each other. However, Yi Luofeng found out that Zhang Yu had feelings for her, but she did not have such feelings for Zhang Yu. Hence, she slightly distanced herself from him. Junior sister Yi, you're wanted by the sect now. Why did you come back? Leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave if the sect's elders find out. Zhang Yu tried to persuade her again with an anxious expression. Actually, Zhang Yu was not too worried. Yi Luofeng's master was the sect's supreme elder. Coupled with Yi Luofeng's supreme talent, the sect would not make things difficult for her as long as she handed over the heavenly fault sword. However, he was brewing another plan in his heart. He had already asked someone to bring a letter to a powerful elder in the sect. At that time, this elder would personally come to deal with Yi Luofeng, and he would stand up and swear to protect Yi Luofeng. He would definitely be able to gain Yi Luofeng's favor. Within a side hall of the Lingjian sect, Elder Su stood with his back bent, a respectful expression on his face. In front of him, a long-haired man sat cross-legged. He had a normal appearance and a calm expression, but he gave Elder Su a lot of pressure. "You're saying that Yi Luofeng's back? And her cultivation has reached the peak Xiantian realm?" The long-haired man said slowly. If he remembered correctly, Yi Luofeng was only at the late stages of the Hotian realm when she left the Lingjian sect. In just a short 5 years, she had reached the peak Xiantian realm. This cultivation speed was shocking. Of course, it might also be because of the Heaven Fault Sword. All in all, Yi Luofeng would definitely reach the Origin realm in the future. That's right. Even I'm not Yi Luofeng's match. Elder Su sighed and asked, "Elder Qiu, what should we do?" Even if Yi Luofeng's strength had reached the peak Xiantian realm and she had Zhao Feng with her, it would still be easy for the Lingjian sect to take down the two. However, they needed the Grand Elder of the Lingjian sect to give the order before they could make a move. Furthermore, this Elder Qiu was on Elder Chai's side. Elder Su knew this, which was why he told Elder Qiu about it. There's no rush. Elder Qiu couldn't make up his mind. He had stood on Elder Chai's side not long ago. But now that he knew that Yi Luofeng had the chance to reach the Origin realm, he started to hesitate. "That's right, Elder Qiu, Qinyu from the Yunhui Gate is here as well," Elder Su said. "Qinyu?" According to Elder Chai, this brat obtained a moon spirit mine. Elder Qiu revealed a weird expression. Moon spirit ores, be it personal effects or strategic value, were extremely high and tempting. That's right. A treasure like the moon spirit mine is in the hands of that brat from the Yunhui Gate. Elder Su's words were filled with the intention of fanning the flames. After all, he had suffered a great loss at Qinyu's hands and lost all face. Within the Lingjian sect, Yi Luofeng, Qinyu, Zhangyu, and company walked together. "The reason I returned to the Sky Sword sect this time is to confront Elder Chai and prove my innocence." Yi Luofeng's gaze was firm. If it were any other disciple, they wouldn't even dare to imagine confronting the Grand Elder. It was obvious how much courage it took for Yi Luofeng to make this decision. Previously, Yi Luofeng had learned from Elder Su that her master was on the front lines. Therefore, Yi Luofeng decided to temporarily stay in the Soaring Sword sect and send a message for her master to return. As long as her honored master returned, she would no longer be alone and helpless. At that time, she could confront Elder Chai and clear her name. No one would be willing to bear such a baseless accusation in their hometown. In addition, if this matter could be clarified, they could also use this matter to attack Elder Chai's faction. Zhang Yu's eyes flashed. As expected, Yi Luofeng wanted to return to the sect. In that case, Yi Luofeng would be in her most difficult period from now on. As long as he did his best to protect Yi Luofeng and take care of her in every possible way, he would definitely be able to capture her heart. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu could not help but smile. Subsequently, Zhang Yu and the others strolled around the Soaring Sword sect with Yi Luofeng. At a certain moment, when the group passed through a valley shrouded in a white halo, a strange pressure faintly spread out. Sword Suppression Valley? Qinyu looked at the stone tablet at the side of the valley. This is the Soaring Sword sect's Sword Suppression Valley. Cultivators who cultivate in this valley will have to endure a certain amount of sword Dao pressure. At the same time, the sword-type artifacts in their hands will be even more suppressed and even reduced to ordinary weapons. Therefore, this valley is the best place for my sect's disciples to comprehend sword Dao techniques and cultivate special sword skills. Seeing that Qinyu seemed to be interested in this place, Yi Luofeng introduced a few words. Zhang Yu's eyes flashed as he looked at Qinyu, who was walking behind Yi Luofeng. In the beginning, Zhang Yu thought that Qinyu was Yi Luofeng's servant, so he did not pay much attention. But at this moment, Yi Luofeng actually personally introduced him to Qinyu. This should not be the attitude of a master to a servant. If he was not a servant, then who was this man? He could actually follow by Yi Luofeng's side. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. Could it be that during this period of time when he was not around, another man took advantage of the situation and entered? Junior Sister Yi, who is this person? Your servant? Zhang Yu revealed a trace of a smile and glanced at Qinyu. Even if Qinyu had already taken advantage of the situation and entered, he also had the confidence to chase Qinyu away from Yi Luofeng's side. As the head disciple of the Soaring Sword sect, the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder, and the strongest disciple of the Soaring Sword sect, So many honors, any one of them could make Qin Yu feel ashamed of his inferiority. Zhang Yu felt even more disdain towards Qin Yu in his heart. No. Yi Luofeng's gaze turned cold. Not knowing why, when she heard someone insult Qin Yu like this or misinterpret the relationship between the two of them, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. Oh? Not junior sister Ye's servant but can walk together with junior sister Yi. This Zhang is very curious, where are you from? Zhang Yu looked at Qin Yu with a proud expression. I am a disciple of the Chu nation's Yunhui Gate, Qin Yu's expression darkened slightly. When Zhang Yu first asked if he was a servant, Qin Yu was somewhat displeased. However, ignorance was not a crime, so he would not stoop to Zhang Yu's level. However, Yi Luofeng had already denied it. Zhang Yu's words once again emphasized the word servant. This was a provocation and insult. Oh. The Yunhui Gate is a subsidiary sect of my Soaring Sword sect. Before Qin Yu finished speaking, Zhang Yu interrupted him and deliberately raised his voice. So, it's a junior brother from the Yunhui Gate. I wonder if the Bone Devil Palace has bullied the Yunhui Gate recently? A few inner sect disciples beside Zhang Yu had mocking expressions on their faces. The people of the Soaring Sword sect all knew that the Chu nation's Yunhui Gate and Iron Sword sect were no match for the Bone Devil Palace. If not for the Soaring Sword sect's assistance, the Yunhui Gate would have long been annexed by the Bone Devil Palace. Later on, the Yunhui Gate even became a subsidiary sect of the Soaring Sword sect. Hence, the people of the Soaring Sword sect naturally had a sense of superiority when facing the disciples of the Yunhui Gate. Junior brother, don't mind them. My group of friends just like to joke around. Zhang Yu had a smile on his face, putting on an appearance of taking care of Qin Yu. Actually, when Zhang Yu learned of Qin Yu's identity, he did not care at all. To him, it was simply too easy to chase Qin Yu away from Yi Luofeng's side. At this moment, Zhang Yu was even happier when he saw Qin Yu's expression turning colder and colder. His goal was to deliberately infuriate Qin Yu, and then ruthlessly humiliate Qin Yu, letting Yi Luofeng see Qin Yu's miserable and useless appearance. Yi Luofeng, can you ask your group of fellow disciples not to follow us? Qin Yu opened his mouth and said coldly. Junior sister Yi, is this friend of yours chasing us away? It's the first time we've met, and our Soaring Sword sect has been so cordial to him, but he has no manners and conduct, saying such words in front of us. Zhang Yu said with an indignant look, but he was overjoyed in his heart. However, Yi Luofeng's following reaction made Zhang Yu fall to rock bottom. Senior brother Zhang, you guys leave. Yi Luofeng said bluntly. What? Junior sister Yi, you're actually chasing your senior brother away for an outsider? What's your relationship with this person? You're actually so protective of him? Zhang Yu's expression turned ugly. Could it be that Qin Yu already occupied a very important position in Yi Luofeng's heart? This way, wanting to chase Qin Yu away would have to spend more effort. Yi Luofeng was silent. I'm sorry, this woman beside me is a maidservant of mine. It's her duty to chase away people that master doesn't want to see. Qin Yu said with a cold smile. The moment these words came out, Zhang Yu and the others immediately felt as if they were struck by lightning. Yi Luofeng was a maidservant? How could this be possible? Yi Luofeng was famous for being stubborn, arrogant, and cold. How could she be someone else's maidservant? Junior sister Yi, this boy insulted you like this, senior brother will teach him a lesson on your behalf. Zhang Yu was a little agitated. No need, that's the truth. Yi Luofeng's gaze was cold. This Zhang Yu and the others were really looking for trouble. Although she was Qin Yu's maidservant, no one knew about it until now. This time, Qin Yu said this because Zhang Yu and the others forced him to say it. What? Zhang Yu and the others were all dumbfounded, their minds blank. It was truly unbelievable. At this moment, Zhang Yu recalled that he previously said that Qin Yu was Yi Luofeng's servant. He did not expect that after such a short while, Yi Luofeng would actually take the initiative to admit that she was Qin Yu's maidservant. He even suspected that Yi Luofeng was deliberately cooperating with Qin Yu to attack him. No. Junior sister Yi, how could you? Zhang Yu was somewhat incoherent. Yi Luofeng was the perfect goddess in his heart, a woman that he had always admired. In his heart, Yi Luofeng was perfect and flawless. But now, he found out that Yi Luofeng was actually another man's maidservant, Zhang Yu felt as if he was in an icehouse and his entire body was cold. But in his heart, a ball of anger burned crazily again. At this moment, Zhang Yu's entire body was in unbearable pain and he wanted to vent. Qin Yu could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Back then, he made a concession and Yi Luofeng also agreed to this condition willingly. Brat, you must have used some despicable means to threaten senior sister Yi. Otherwise, how could she agree to be your maidservant? A man in green next to Zhang Yu shouted loudly. Although Zhang Yu was pursuing Yi Luofeng was also the goddess in their hearts, so they could not accept it. At this moment, not far away, Elder Su slowly walked over with a smile. Coincidentally, Elder Su heard his beloved disciple's words and was a little confused. What despicable means? What maidservant? Brat, fight with me. If you lose to me, you'll take the initiative to leave senior sister Yi. The man in green looked at Qin Yu, his fighting spirit soaring. This time, Elder Su heard this sentence clearly. Immediately, he leaped up and ran over. He's a guest. How can you challenge a guest? Elder Su immediately berated. Master, this person used despicable means to threaten senior sister Yi. I must challenge this person. Seeing his master coming over, the man in green felt even more confident. In his opinion, his master was here to cooperate with him. After all, he did not play the role of a host at all by challenging a disciple from another force. Instead, he provoked them, so his master pretended to come over to persuade him. The man in green even gave his master a look, indicating that he understood what he meant. Elder Su wanted to cry but had no tears. As a master, he had been severely humiliated by Qin Yu. Now, his disciple actually dared to challenge Qin Yu recklessly. In the past, he had always thought that his disciple was talented and smart. He would definitely inherit his mantle in the future. But now, he felt that this disciple was so stupid. Elder Su, since the Soaring Sword Sect's disciple is so belligerent, why don't I spar with him? Qin Yu looked at Elder Su with a smile. Elder Su had goosebumps all over his body from Qin Yu's stare. On the other side, the azure-clothed man was overjoyed when he heard that. Master, since this junior brother also has this intention, then let this disciple compete with him. The azure-clothed man looked at Elder Su as though he had achieved his goal and had a pleasant cooperation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, slap, Elder Su slapped the azure-clothed man's face hard. The azure-clothed man touched his numb face and was stunned on the spot. His head was buzzing and his mind was blank. The rest of the disciples were also frozen on the spot, unable to understand what was happening. The azure-clothed man challenging Qin Yu was a great opportunity to humiliate Qin Yu and promote the Soaring Sword Sect's reputation. But why was Elder Su so angry? He even slapped his disciple in front of everyone. At a certain moment, the azure-clothed man regained his composure. He stared at Elder Su with a pair of humiliated and shocked eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved. Why did his master slap him in front of so many people? He's a guest from afar. As a disciple of the Soaring Sword Sect, how can you provoke a guest? Elder Su immediately berated with a furious expression on his face. Secretly, Elder Su sent a voice transmission to the azure-clothed man, you unfilial disciple, do you know what you're doing? You're asking for humiliation by challenging Qin Yu. I'm saving you. Elder Su could not bear to do that. Although he slapped his disciple, it was for his own good and he was saving him. Elder Su felt that he was really considerate. It was only when he heard his master's voice transmission that the azure-clothed man calmed down a little. Could it be that this disciple of the Yunhui Gate is really so strong that I'm not a match for him? That's why my master is stopping me to protect me. Wait a minute. Master just said that this young man's name is Qin Yu. The azure-clothed man suddenly thought of something, and his heart stirred. Qin Yu? Isn't he the disciple of the Yunhui Gate who joined hands with Yi Luofeng to defeat Elder Chai and escape with the two supreme treasures? If the person in front of him was really Qin Yu, then if he obtained a treasure like the moon spirit ore, his cultivation would definitely increase by leaps and bounds, surpassing him. That must be the case. Qin Yu might have already broken through to the early Xiantian realm. Please forgive me, sir. I apologize for my previous words. The green-robed man reluctantly admitted his mistake. However, to Zhang Yu and the other disciples, this scene had a different meaning. Elder Su was obviously defending this outer sect disciple and even lecturing his own disciple in front of everyone. To be accepted as a disciple by such an elder who sided with outsiders, they felt sad for the green-clothed man and cried out for him in their hearts. However, no matter what, Elder Su's status in the sect was not low, so they did not dare to say anything wrong. But there was one exception, and that person was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's master was the grand elder of the sect, Elder Qiu. Even if Zhang Yu offended Elder Su would not dare to do anything to Zhang Yu. Elder Su, junior brother Yan only wanted to spar with this guest. Aren't you being unfair by defending an outer sect disciple and even hitting junior brother Yan in front of everyone? Zhang Yu stared at Elder Su. When he found out that Yi Luofeng was Qin Yu's maidservant, he immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the green-clothed man stood out to challenge Qin Yu. The green-clothed man's action touched Zhang Yu. However, Elder Su actually slapped the green-clothed man in front of him. Zhang Yu felt that he should help his brother and voice out against the injustice. Elder Su's expression froze. He had finally cleared things up with his disciple and calmed the matter down. However, this head disciple Zhang Yu actually did this to him. Elder Su had the urge to slap Zhang Yu, but when he remembered that Zhang Yu's master was Elder Qiu, he endured it. Zhang Yu, Yan'er was too impulsive just now, so I stopped him. Now that Yan'er has thought things through and recognized his mistake, how is this unfair? Elder Su forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said slowly, then gave his disciple a look. Senior brother Zhang, my master is right. I was too rude and presumptuous just now. I should not have made such a request to brother Chen. The green-clothed man smiled. However, this scene was seen by Zhang Yu, and he was even more furious. In his opinion, Elder Su must have forced junior brother Yan to say so. As Elder Su's disciple, junior brother Yan naturally did not dare to go against Elder Su's wishes. Thinking of this, he pitted the green-clothed man even more. Zhang Yu could not swallow these two grievances no matter what. Since junior sister Yi is willing to follow you, you must also be an extremely talented person in Yunhui Gate. Coincidentally, I have always been very curious about the strength of Yunhui Gate disciples. I wonder if you are willing to give me some pointers? Zhang Yu's face was cold as he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes overflowing with fighting spirit. He was determined to defeat Qin Yu and vent out those two frustrations. Seeing this scene, Elder Su, who was at the side, suddenly felt bitter. He had just stopped his disciple, who was now the chief disciple of the Soaring Sword sect, from challenging Qin Yu. He was even more willing to let his disciple lose face than to let the chief disciple of the Soaring Sword sect be humiliated by Qin Yu. However, Zhang Yu was Elder Qiu's disciple, and he was determined to challenge Qin Yu this time. How could Elder Su stop him? Not interested. Qin Yu replied very coldly. To be honest, he really did not have much time to teach others. Moreover, he did not like this Zhang Yu, so why should he teach him? Hearing Qin Yu's words, Elder Su was slightly relieved. However, aren't you too arrogant? I am the chief disciple of the Soaring Sword sect. Do you think that I am not worthy to be your opponent? Zhang Yu was even more furious, and his expression was slightly ferocious. He was just being polite when he said that he would ask Qin Yu to teach him a thing or two. However, Qin Yu actually said that he was not interested, making it seem as though Zhang Yu was a junior who was really asking Qin Yu, a senior, for advice. Not worthy. Qin Yu answered truthfully. Currently, in the Soaring Sword sect, the only one who was worthy to be his opponent was probably the Supreme Elder who stayed here. Hearing this, Zhang Yu almost vomited blood. His hands were trembling, and he even wanted to draw his sword and stab it. Humph, this is the Soaring Sword sect. No matter what, you have to compete with me today. Zhang Yu shouted angrily. Ever since he was young, he had never been bullied like this. Seeing that Zhang Yu said such words, Elder Su no longer stopped him. He only hoped that Zhang Yu could realize his shortcomings through this failure and work harder in the future. Sigh. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. If I win, you will take the initiative to lead junior sister Yi. Zhang Yu stated his conditions. The purpose of him challenging Qin Yu was naturally to save Yi Luofeng. What if you lose? Qin Yu asked. If there was no benefit, he could not be bothered to teach Zhang Yu. Hee hee, if I lose, I'm willing to become your servant. Xianxia sneered. He would lose? How could that be possible? As the chief disciple of the Soaring Sword sect, how could he lose to a disciple of the Yunhui Gate? When Elder Su heard this, he almost jumped up. How could the Soaring Sword sect still have the face to meet others if the chief disciple of the sect became someone else's servant? I'm not very interested in this. Chen Yu revealed a very difficult expression. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Chen Yu actually refused. It was as though he was not even qualified to be Chen Yu's servant. How about this? If you lose, your sect will agree to a small request of mine. As for this request, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Chen Yu thought for a moment and said. All right. Xianxia did not care what Chen Yu said. It was fine as long as Chen Yu agreed to his challenge. Come, let's go to the arena and have a fair and open match. Xianxia sneered. He must defeat Chen Yu in front of everyone and humiliate this kid who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Subsequently, the group began to move and headed to the sect's arena. No, I have to tell Elder Qiu about this. Elder Su thought to himself. He handed this task to his disciple. On the way, Xianxia looked at Yi Luofeng and patted his chest as though he was saying, leave everything to me, I'll definitely save you. Yi Luofeng merely shook her head and sighed slightly, not looking at Xianxia again. Soon, everyone arrived at the arena. At this moment, there were 2 disciples competing on the arena and there were many onlookers gathered nearby. Why is senior brother Zhang here? The arrival of Yi Luofeng, Xianxia, and the others immediately caused a commotion. After asking carefully, they found out that Xianxia was actually going to compete with a disciple of the Yunhui Gate. Wasn't this clearly humiliating the disciple of the Yunhui Gate? What was even stranger was that the disciple of the Yunhui Gate actually agreed. There's going to be a good show later. Many High Sword sect disciples looked as though they were waiting to watch a good show. In next to no time, the battle between the 2 Soaring Sword sect disciples ended. Whoosh, Xianxia leaped and landed on the arena. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes made him look extraordinary, causing many female disciples to scream. Come up. Xianxia stared at Chen Yu and said coldly. Chen Yu, don't be too heavy-handed. Yi Luofeng made a small request. After all, Xianxia was the chief disciple of the sect. When she was in the sect, she often sparred with Xianxia. Chen Yu did not answer and walked up the arena. However, that scene was witnessed by Xianxia as well. He stretched out his hand to press down on his extremely uncomfortable chest, and he swore in his heart that he would surely teach Chen Yu a lesson later and make Yi Luofeng look at him in a different light. Haha, this disciple of the Yunhui Gate is really bold. He actually dares to compete with senior brother Zhang. Senior brother Zhang is our sect's chief disciple and the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the early stage Xiantian realm. It is said that he has already cultivated the high heaven sword art to the 8th level. If he erupts with full strength, he can defeat a middle stage Xiantian realm. How about this? If you can withstand 3 moves from me, it will be considered as your victory. I will also agree to your conditions. After ascending the arena, Chen Yu opened his mouth and said. He always felt that it was a little humiliating for him to compete with a junior in the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, Chen Yu gave the other party a chance. But when these words came out, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. This kid is too arrogant. I've been in the sect for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such an arrogant person. Senior brother Zhang, beat him up ruthlessly. Many disdainful and condemning voices came flooding in from all directions. Ha ha ha, 3 moves? Zhang Yu's expression was distorted as he laughed wildly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and agreed coldly, all right. He had already decided to trample on Chen Yu within 3 moves. Although Chen Yu's words infuriated him to no end, however, when he defeated Chen Yu instead, wouldn't he be able to attack and humiliate Chen Yu even more? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu actually felt a little happy. Near the arena, because Chen Yu proposed a 3-move battle, a group of people were drowning in disdain and condemnation. The liveliness of this place also attracted many people. Swoosh, in the distance, a purple-faced old man rushed over. Disciple nephew Zhang? The purple-faced old man looked at Zhang Yu, a little confused about what was going on. Zhang Yu had previously thought of a plan to get someone to send a letter to an elder, preparing to let him deal with Yi Luofeng. Then, he would stand out to protect Yi Luofeng and gain the other party's favor. This elder was the purple-faced old man who rushed over. "Elder Lian, let me teach this kid a lesson first. We'll talk about the matter I asked you to do later." Zhang Yu secretly sent a voice transmission. At this moment, nothing was more important than teaching Qin Yu a lesson. "Let's begin. Let me see the strength of the Yunhua sect's disciples," Zhang Yu said with a sarcastic smile. Swoosh, Qin Yu did not stand on ceremony and moved towards Zhang Yu. His pace was not fast, but in Zhang Yu's eyes, Qin Yu's speed was shockingly fast. It seems that this lad has some ability. I can't let my guard down. I must crush him with my strongest strength. Zhang Yu thought to himself and took out a sharp white sword. He saw Qin Yu, who was opposite him, suddenly stretch out a finger. "You cultivate a finger technique? Then let me cut off this finger of yours." Zhang Yu slashed with the sword in his hand. Swoosh, a layer of shocking white sword light shot straight into the sky and then descended. This sword was majestic, as if it was really going to soar into the sky. However, when this powerful sword collided with Qin Yu's finger trembled. Crack, the white sword light was directly pierced and dissipated instantly. "Consider it as you blocking my first move," Qin Yu said calmly. His ordinary finger continued to move forward. The reason why he said that was to intentionally humiliate the other party. After all, it was Zhang Yu who provoked him first, and he had repeatedly tolerated it, but this Zhang Yu was insatiable. What's going on?" Zhang Yu was greatly alarmed. How could such a powerful sword be broken so easily? Furthermore, why did it feel like Qin Yu was intentionally going easy on him? It was as if he was a senior treating a junior. This caused Zhang Yu to be extremely furious, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Before he could think further, Qin Yu's finger had already arrived in front of him. "Kill!" Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, and the sword in his hand slashed out with a domineering sword intent. Ding! Qin Yu's finger broke through everything and landed on Zhang Yu's sword, producing a metallic sound. Because of Qin Yu's finger, the sword bent inward. That was an authentic superior-grade treasure weapon, not a soft sword. At that moment, it actually bent from the middle. The disciples who saw that could not help but hold their breaths, looking dumbfounded. "You blocked my second move." Qin Yu smiled, looking like he was having fun. Thereafter, he exerted force with his finger and it turned jet black. In their field of vision, a black dot pierced through instantly. Ding! The sword in Zhang Yu's hand was split into two, and it flew far away. At the same time, Qin Yu's finger continued forward, landing on Zhang Yu's chest. Bang! The power produced by that finger was like a volcano that erupted in an instant. Zhang Yu's body flew out and smashed outside the arena. A bloody hole had appeared on his chest, and blood was flowing out of it. "Unfortunately, you didn't manage to block my third move." Looking at Zhang Yu, Qin Yu smiled awkwardly. Pissed, there was silence all around. Everyone froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Only Yi Luofeng and Elder Su's expressions did not change. They knew that this would be the outcome. After a moment of silence, there was a sudden uproar. "How is that possible? Senior brother Zhang was sent flying by 3 fingers. Are you stupid? That was clearly a finger. That senior deliberately went easy on senior brother Zhang. Is that person really a disciple of Yunhua Gate? He's actually so unfathomable, and his finger technique is even more amazing. Although it looks ordinary, it's so powerful that no one can compare to him." Many disciples were shocked by Qin Yu's strength, and they exclaimed in admiration one after another. "Sigh, that's good. At least on the surface, he lost in the third move." Elder Su sighed deeply. He also knew that Qin Yu was humiliating Zhang Yu by saying that one move was 3 moves. However, at the same time, Zhang Yu managed to withstand 3 moves and wasn't too embarrassed. At the same time, Elder Su recalled that he was defeated by Qin Yu in 2 moves. "You're considered to have gone easy on me." Qin Yu looked at Yi Luofeng and said before walking down the stage. When Zhang Yu heard that, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood again. He quickly sealed the meridians and acupoints on his chest to prevent excessive blood loss. At the same time, he took out a few medicinal pills and swallowed them. However, his heart could not calm down at this moment. His mind was in turmoil. How could I not even be able to withstand a finger of his? Xianxia could not admit that. Junior nephew Zhang, are you all right? Not far away, the purple-faced old man rushed over quickly with a horrified expression. Qinyu, how dare you be so ruthless to the first disciple of our soaring sword sect? Are you trying to kill him? The purple-faced old man rebuked angrily. Xianxia was Elder Qiu's disciple. He believed that Xianxia would not forget his kindness in the future since he was protecting him. As the purple-faced old man shouted, the other disciples came to a sudden realization. He's actually Qinyu? He and Yi Luofeng joined forces to injure Elder Chai and escaped with the Heavenly Fault Sword and the Moon Spirit Oregon, many people discussed in low voices. No matter what, it was suspicious that Yi Luofeng was standing in the Soaring Sword sect now. There was also Qinyu. His strength was simply too strong, and he had intimidated them. Therefore, they only dared to discuss in low voices. I'm sorry. I was very careful just now, but I didn't expect that I would still injure the first disciple of your sect. Qinyu sneered. Xianxia, who was not far away, was overwhelmed by his qi and blood again. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. As soon as he said that, the purple-faced old man frowned. The meaning of Qinyu's words was that the first disciple of the Soaring Sword sect was too weak and could not withstand a single blow. Don't quibble. You sneakily attacked Elder Chai and now you want to harm the first disciple of our sect. I'll capture you today. The purple-faced old man shouted immediately. A purple broadsword appeared in his hand. His aura was slightly cold, causing many disciples to retreat. Elder Lian, stop. Before Qinyu could say anything, Yi Luofeng, who stood beside him, stepped forward. She could not stand it anymore. This purple-faced old man was really unreasonable. Besides, she was once a disciple of the Soaring Sword sect, so she did not want this matter to become too big. If she really angered Qinyu, she was afraid that the matter would be even more serious and damage the reputation of the Soaring Sword sect. Therefore, she took the initiative to stand out. Yi Luofeng, you're a traitor of our sect now. It's already our sect's magnanimity for you to be able to stand in the Soaring Sword sect now, but you actually helped an outsider and disobeyed our elder. Do you still have the sect in your eyes? The purple-faced old man was very angry and shouted again. Yi Luofeng did not speak and just stared coldly at the purple-faced old man. At this moment, she did not want to argue with others about this matter. She believed that the truth would be revealed when she met Elder Chai and confronted him face to face. How dare you? Men, come with me to capture this woman. Seeing that Yi Luofeng did not have any intention to retreat, the purple-faced old man felt that his face had been damaged. He must not give in. Some of the nearby disciples responded, and many deacons and hall masters all stood out. Capture me? Yi Luofeng's face was cold. She was not a soft-hearted person. She would definitely return the favor for how others treated her. Ding, the sword was unsheathed, and a deep blue sword rainbow suddenly appeared, shocking in all directions. Boom, a group of disciples who were about to surround her were all pushed back by the powerful sword intent. Of course, Yi Luofeng's sword was mainly aimed at the purple-faced old man. Ding, the purple-faced old man hurriedly swept out two swords, and a ball of sword light exploded in the void. He retreated, and there were a few cuts on his robe. What an amazing sword! The purple-faced old man was extremely shocked. On the other side, Xianxia was even more dumbfounded. In just a few years, Yi Luofeng not only surpassed him, but also reached such a terrifying level and forced the sect's elder to retreat with a sword. One should know that the elder he invited was much more powerful than Elder Su. At this moment. Stop. A deep and loud voice came from the void, echoing between heaven and earth. A long-haired man floated over, enveloped in a layer of faint blue light. Supreme Elder. Many disciples knelt down and greeted. Elder Qiu swept a glance at Xianxia, then looked at Yi Luofeng and the purple-faced old man. Yi Luofeng, what are you doing? Elder Qiu's face slightly darkened. Supreme Elder, our head disciple was injured by this kid, and Yi Luofeng actually protected him and went against our sect elder. The purple-faced old man revealed a trace of a smile and complained to Elder Qiu. Is this true? Elder Qiu glanced at Zhang Yu, then stared at Yi Luofeng, and an enormous origin realm aura descended. Many disciples near Yi Luofeng shuddered, feeling incomparable pressure, and lowered their heads. But Yi Luofeng stood proudly, looking straight at Elder Qiu with a pair of cold and determined eyes, without any fear. This matter was caused by Zhang Yu's provocation, and in the end, he lost to Qin Yu. It's very normal to get injured in a fight, and Elder Lian used this as an excuse to attack. So, this is all false. Yi Luofeng said concisely. Elder Qiu frowned slightly. He had naturally guessed the cause of the matter. But this Yi Luofeng dared to be so arrogant in front of him, lowering her head without understanding, which made him slightly angry. When he looked at his disciple, his chest was covered in blood, his face was pale, and his expression was blank, as if he had suffered a huge blow. The anger in Elder Qiu's heart grew, and an enormous sword intent slowly condensed, pressuring everyone below, making it hard for them to breathe. And Yi Luofeng, who was facing Elder Qiu, felt the sword Dao pressure was even greater. Swish, Yi Luofeng took out a dark green broken sword from her storage pouch. With the sword in her hand, Yi Luofeng's aura skyrocketed, along with a powerful sword intent capable of slashing the clouds in half, which instantly shattered the suppression from Elder Qiu's sword intent. Elder Qiu's spirit consciousness trembled, and his body couldn't help but sway. This is the heavenly fault sword? This is the heavenly fault sword? Elder Qiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as he stared at the broken heavenly fault sword. The sect guarding treasure of the Ling sword sect, the Heavenly Moon Sword, was forged from less than a tenth of the tip of this sword as the core. At this moment, the Heavenly Fault Sword in Yi Luofeng's hand took up 2/3 of the sword. Elder Qiu couldn't imagine how strong the sword was. The members of the Lingjian sect were all sword cultivators. When they looked at the broken Heavenly Fault Sword, they all had a greedy desire. However, most of them didn't have the guts and could only suppress the greed in their hearts. Elder Qiu's eyes narrowed. He had lost face after being defeated by a younger generation. He didn't want to admit defeat. An even stronger sword intent burst out. Buzz, two enormous and shocking sword will collided in the void. The others nearby were suppressed by the sword intent and couldn't move. They felt as if there were countless swords hanging above their heads. Not far away, Zhang Yu, who was severely injured, was trembling slightly. However, he felt even more hurt. The girl he was pursuing had already achieved so much. Zhang Yu felt ashamed and his heart fell to the bottom. Yi Luofeng, who has the broken Heavenly Fault Sword, is actually stronger than me in terms of sword intent. Elder Qiu murmured in his heart. Facing Yi Luofeng, who had the Heavenly Fault Sword, Elder Qiu didn't have a high chance of winning. Even if he mobilized the whole sect's power to kill Yi Luofeng and obtain the Heavenly Fault Sword, unless he fled far away from here, the sword would not fall into his hands, and he would have to face the anger of Yi Luofeng's master's faction. Also, if he didn't succeed, Yi Luofeng would definitely take revenge after she broke through to the origin realm. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a blue robe walked over. Sect leader. Many disciples bowed. The arrival of the sect leader attracted Yi Luofeng and Elder Qiu's attention. The shocking sword intent duel ended and the rest of the disciples let out sighs of relief. Marshal Nishi, you're back? Sect leader Ling Jian was delighted to see Yi Luofeng. Sect leader, the reason why I've returned this time is to clear my name and prove my innocence. Yi Luofeng said seriously. When she was in the sect, the High Sword Sect's sect master stood on her master's side. At this moment, seeing sect leader Ling Jian's reaction, Yi Luofeng knew that sect leader Ling Jian's position hadn't changed. This sect master also feels that this matter needs to be verified carefully before a conclusion can be made. The Towering Sword sect will not wrongly accuse any disciple. Sect master Ling Jian looked as though he was handling this matter impartially and righteously. After that, he looked at Elder Qiu in the sky and asked, Elder Qiu, may I know what has happened to make you come here personally? It's just a small matter. It's good that the sect leader is here. I believe that he can handle everything well. Leaving those words behind, Elder Qiu flung his sleeves and left. At this moment, not everyone in the Sky Sword sect listened to his orders. Half of the people supported the other side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any misgivings, and might have attacked Yi Luofeng just now. What happened? Sect leader Ling Jian immediately inquired the relevant people. After some understanding, sect leader Ling Jian understood the cause and effect of the incident. Looking at Zhang Yu's miserable appearance, sect leader Ling Jian could not bear to see it. He did not expect that the chief disciple of the sect would be crushed and defeated by a young man who was not even 30 years old. Of course, the person who defeated Zhang Yu was not an ordinary person either. Chen Yu? Sect leader Ling Jian stared at Chen Yu for a while longer. Chen Yu had a treasure like the moon spirit ore in his hands. Of course, he already knew that Yi Luofeng and Chen Yu were in cahoots, so he did not say anything. After the matter was settled, Chen Yu was arranged to go to a secluded courtyard. In a side hall. Sect leader, is Elder Qiu on Elder Chai's side? Yi Luofeng asked. As far as she knew, Elder Qiu and her master had a pretty good relationship. That's right. During the time you were not around, Elder Chai used this matter to attack your master and win people's hearts. His faction expanded quite a bit. Sect leader Ling Jian sighed. Then, he thought of something and immediately asked, Marshal Nishi, is what you said earlier true? Elder Chai intends to take the heavenly fault sword and the moon spirit ore for himself? Of course it's true. Yi Luofeng frowned slightly. Marshal Nishi, don't misunderstand. I'm just very surprised that you and Chen Yu were able to defeat Elder Chai and escape with the treasures. Sect leader Ling Jian laughed dryly. What he said was true. He was very surprised about that. Yi Luofeng recalled the scene at that time and felt that it was extremely dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape. If there was a slight mistake, she and Chen Yu would have died. The reason why they could escape successfully was because of Chen Yu. By the way, Marshal Nishi, what's going on between you and Chen Yu? Sect leader Ling Jian asked again. Of course, he was not concerned about that. He was concerned about the moon spirit ore in Chen Yu's hands. If Chen Yu followed Yi Luofeng, then the moon spirit ore would be equivalent to falling into the hands of sect leader Ling Jian. However, when sect leader Ling Jian heard that Yi Luofeng was Chen Yu's maidservant, he felt that it was inconceivable. Yi Luofeng's expression was slightly unnatural. After hesitating for a moment, she did not answer the sect leader's question directly and said, he's stronger than me. The moment those words came out, sect leader Ling Jian immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Sect leader Ling Jian had long evaluated how strong Yi Luofeng was. Just now, even the Supreme Elder, Elder Qiu, was fearful of Yi Luofeng. But at this moment, Yi Luofeng actually said that Chen Yu was stronger than her. The heaven and earth essence energy of the country of Qi's Ling Jian sect was a little denser than that of the Yunhui Gate. These few days, Chen Yu would occasionally cultivate and stroll around the Ling Jian sect in the rest of the time. On this day, Chen Yu came to the Sword Suppression Valley again. I wonder how the effect of the Sword Suppression Valley is? Chen Yu muttered in his heart. However, he was not a disciple of the Ling Jian sect and could not enter. Coincidentally, at this moment, an inner sect disciple walked out of the Sword Suppression Valley, drenched in sweat. Chen Yu immediately stopped that person. You. What's the matter? The male disciple was filled with fear and trepidation. The battle between Chen Yu and Zhang Yu had long spread. The sect's chief disciple, Zhang Yu, was actually defeated by Chen Yu with 3 fingers. This caused the Ling Jian sect's disciples to revere Chen Yu to the extreme. Help me pass a letter to Zhang Yu and ask him to do something for me, Chen Yu finished narrating the matter calmly. Subsequently, the disciple left in a hurry. He's sick. Senior brother Zhang was beaten up so badly by him, why would he help him? The disciple cursed in his heart but still found Zhang Yu and told him about the matter. In the pavilion. Senior brother Zhang, Chen Yu said that he wants to enter the Sword Suppression Valley unimpeded and hopes that senior brother Zhang can help him settle this matter. A disciple stood respectfully in front of Zhang Yu and said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression changed and he was filled with anger. Bang! Zhang Yu clenched his fists tightly and hammered with his right hand. The table under his fist immediately turned into ashes. The battle between him and Chen Yu was a bet. Now that Chen Yu won, he had to help Chen Yu do something. However, at the thought of this, Zhang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Back then, he said that if he lost, he would be willing to become Qinyu's servant. Fortunately, Qinyu rejected it. Otherwise, he would be Qinyu's servant now. In front of Xianxia, the disciple who brought the letter trembled slightly and cursed his bad luck. You can leave now. Xianxia calmed down. After the disciple left, Xianxia also left and headed to his master's residence. An hour later, Xianxia left the Grand Elder's residence with a face full of shame and anger. He was defeated by Qinyu with 3 fingers and humiliated so miserably. However, he still had to beg his master to help Qinyu afterward. Actually, Qinyu could have made use of his relationship with Yi Luofeng to form a bridge with sect master Ling Jian and enter the Sword Pressure Valley. However, Qinyu insisted on getting Xianxia to do it. That day, Qinyu received the news. Xiangyu's efficiency is pretty good. Qinyu teased casually before getting up and heading to the Sword Pressure Valley. This time round, the guards did not stop him. The mountain walls surrounding the Sword Suppression Valley were filled with countless broken swords, emitting a majestic and astonishing sword intent. The entire Sword Pressure Valley was filled with layers of clouds and there seemed to be sword lights swimming within. Upon entering, Qinyu felt a layer of sword Dao pressure descend. However, given Qinyu's level, this weak pressure was no different from nothing. Ding! Ding! Swish! In the surroundings, there were sounds of disciples practicing their sword moves or engaging in battle. Qinyu ignored them and walked towards the depths of the Sword Pressure Valley. The closer he got, the stronger the sword Dao pressure. However, to Qinyu, this was far from enough. When Qinyu reached the end of the valley, he stopped. The sword Dao pressure here is equivalent to the origin returning realm. Qinyu released the Scarlet Flame King from his storage bag. Eh? This place is rather peculiar. Countless sword intents are gathered here and with the power of a special array, this formless energy is condensed, turning this place into a special cultivation ground. The Scarlet Flame King muttered the moment he appeared. Kid, are you trying to borrow the special energy here to refine that sword? The Scarlet Flame King guessed what Qinyu was trying to do and asked. The sword he was talking about was the mysterious bone sword that Qinyu obtained in the Devil Bone Wasteland. This bone sword was extraordinary. When it was buried underground, it caused a devil bone stone mine to form in the surroundings. It emitted a powerful demonic intent that could even demonize ordinary demonic beasts, causing them to lose their consciousness and become like a walking corpse. That's right. Qinyu nodded. The Scarlet Flame King once warned Qinyu that before reaching the Origin Realm, it was best not to touch that mysterious bone sword. However, Qinyu wasn't inferior to an Origin Realm in any aspect. Now that he had coincidentally encountered such a mystical place, he had this idea. You can take it out and try. The Scarlet Flame King said. Qinyu immediately took out the black bone sword from the mist-spitting pearl. The suppression on this sword is not even 10%. The Scarlet Flame King observed for a period of time before saying. Not even 10%? Qinyu was surprised in his heart. One had to know that a normal upper-grade treasure, in Qinyu's current position, would be suppressed in all aspects. Other than the hardness, it would probably be the most ordinary lower-grade treasure. Of course, if I help you again, you might be able to refine that sword in this valley. The Scarlet Flame King said again, which made Qinyu happy. If he hadn't refined that bone sword, Qinyu wouldn't dare to use it. This sword had a spirit. If it was fully recovered, it wouldn't need anyone to control it and it could kill Qinyu. 3 days later, the Scarlet Flame King set up a mysterious inscription array in the depths of the valley. In this inscription array, the sword Dao suppression that Qinyu felt had more than doubled. Qinyu sat cross-legged, took out the bone sword and carefully tried to refine it. To refine a divine weapon, one needed spiritual sense and true qi to form a connection with it. When using it, one would be like a fish in water and be able to fully exert the power of the divine weapon. Only then would one be able to activate the special attributes and abilities of the divine weapon. A weapon that had not been refined could only exert 30 to 40% of its power at most. As for the bone sword in Qinyu's hand, he could not control it. If he did not refine it, it would be difficult to use it. If it was allowed to devour Qinyu's half-step true qi and recover its strength, it would be able to attack and kill Qinyu without being controlled. At this moment, this bone sword was suppressed by the sword suppression valley and the inscription formation, and it was weakened in all aspects. It was a little easier for Qinyu to refine it, and he would not lose control. Buzz, Qinyu's half-step true qi and the qi of the demonic patterns poured into the bone sword at the same time. In an instant, the bone sword trembled slightly, and a dark luster flashed on its surface, as if it had a trace of spirituality. While I am refining the bone sword, it is also absorbing my half-step true qi and recovering its strength. Qinyu could clearly feel this. When he refined the mist-spitting pearl, this auxiliary tool had just reached the level of a spirit weapon, and Qinyu's half-step true qi was not inferior to ordinary true qi. Therefore, he could completely control the half-step true qi and successfully refine it. However, this bone sword was of a higher grade, and after Qinyu's half-step true qi entered it, it became extremely difficult to control. Time flew by. Half a day later, Qinyu's refining progress increased a little, and because the bone sword was nourished by the half-step true qi, its aura became stronger and stronger. The dense and overbearing demonic intent spread out in waves, and could not be concealed or suppressed at all. The swords on the rock walls around the sword suppression valley began to tremble, making a series of metallic sounds. The sword pressure in the sword suppression valley was also stronger than before. What's going on? The sword intent pressure suddenly became stronger. Some of the disciples sensed this and retreated a distance, reducing the pressure of the sword Dao. The next day, outside the sword suppression valley, the few powerful disciples of the High Sword sect had all arrived, and the one leading them was Xianxia. Moreover, there were actually a few deacons and elders here as well. Amongst them was the purple-faced old man who'd fought Yi Luofeng a few days ago. Isn't he good at finger techniques? Why are you staying in the sword suppression valley? Xianxia thought to himself and was very puzzled. Let's go. The purple-faced old man was also here, and he shouted in a low voice. Instantly, everyone entered the sword pressure valley. First, they wanted to see what Qinyu was doing inside. Secondly, if Qinyu was really cultivating, with so many of them, they could completely disturb Qinyu until he couldn't cultivate. The sword suppression valley was an important place for cultivation and fighting was not allowed. Therefore, they did not have to be afraid of Qinyu. The pressure seems to have gotten stronger. The purple-faced old man sensed that this place was different, but he did not think too much about it. He led his people deeper in. After advancing for a long time, they still did not see Qinyu's figure. In fact, they even suspected if Qinyu was currently in the sword pressure valley. I am sure that after Qinyu entered the sword pressure valley, he never came out again. A disciple said with certainty. Subsequently, the group continued to go deeper, but many of the disciples had long been unable to withstand the pressure and stopped. That figure is. The purple-faced old man squinted his eyes. Through the layers of clouds, he could vaguely see a blurry figure, sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the sword pressure valley. Could it be Qinyu? It was said that there was an origin realm level pressure there. Although the purple-faced old man could walk over, once he reached there, it would probably be very difficult for him to move. At this moment, the purple-faced old man was a little suspicious. Was that person Qinyu? How could he be sitting there peacefully? In addition, the purple-faced old man was also curious. The sword pressure valley was a place to cultivate sword techniques. Why was Qinyu sitting there? Due to the thick clouds, the purple-faced old man could not see clearly as he continued to move forward. Behind him, only Xianxia and a few deacons and elders followed. Under the rock wall, Qinyu, who was refining the bone sword, sensed that there were outsiders approaching. Logically, it was impossible for ordinary disciples to reach such a deep place. With a glance, Qinyu understood that these people were here to pick a fight with him. The secret of the bone sword, it is better not to expose it. Qinyu murmured, took out the mist-spitting pearl, and poured half a step true essence into it. In an instant, a layer of white mist was continuously diffused from the mist-spitting pearl. The mist created by the mist-spitting pearl was very real and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. In addition, the sword pressure valley was originally filled with clouds and mist. The combination of the two made the effect even better and it was difficult to see through the flaws. In less than a few breaths, the entire sword pressure valley was filled with thick mist. The visibility was less than 5 feet. The lower the cultivation, the lower the visibility. Ordinary Xiantian realm cultivators could not even see their fingers. The purple-faced old man instantly lost his direction. What's going on? Why is there such a big fog? One of the attendants was anxious and bewildered. They searched for a long time but didn't see a single person. Moreover, when they wanted to return, they found out that it was a vast expanse of whiteness and they didn't know where to go. Under the rock wall, Xianxia refined the bone sword in peace and didn't need to worry about being disturbed. The mist-spitting pearl was a spirit artifact. Dealing with these cultivators below the origin realm was like playing with a toy. About half a day later, the purple-faced old man and a group of experts finally found the exit. But there were still many disciples who went in circles and couldn't find the exit. This is too strange. This has never happened in the Sword Pressure Valley for 100 years. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He was almost trapped in the Sword Pressure Valley. At the same time, they guessed that this strange incident might be related to Xianxia. But Xianxia was hiding in the Sword Pressure Valley and they couldn't find Xianxia at all. Furthermore, they didn't dare to go deeper. If they were trapped inside, it would be torture and embarrassing. Just like this, the farce ended. After 2 days, Xianxia's refinement had only reached 10%. But at this moment, Xianxia's refinement speed was slowly increasing. In less than 3 days, the refinement rate had reached 30%. But the power of this mysterious bone sword was getting stronger. That terrifying demonic intent permeated the entire Sword Pressure Valley and would occasionally let out roars. This made the Sword Pressure Valley even more terrifying and no disciples dared to enter. Buzz buzz, a peculiar bone sword was placed horizontally in Xianxia's hand. It was constantly vibrating and releasing a shocking chi presence. And Xianxia's arms were tightly pressed on it, suppressing it and refining it at the same time. This king estimates that with your current ability, you can at most reach 50% refinement. If you continue to refine, this sword will be out of your control. The Scarlet Flame King said nonchalantly. Xianxia nodded. He could also feel that as the power of this sword continued to grow, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to completely refine it at his current stage. 1 day later, the bone sword's refinement rate reached 40%. Boom! Buzz buzz, the demonic sword intent in the Sword Pressure Valley was even more powerful, and the valley was constantly echoing with rumbling sounds. At a certain moment, another astonishing sword intent burst forth from the valley above the Sword Suppression Valley. In a pavilion at the top of the mountain. Elder Qiu seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. The Sky Moon Sword is moving? What happened? Whoosh, Elder Qiu immediately flew out. The Sky Moon Sword, the treasure of the Lingjian sect, had been in the Sword Pressure Valley and had been nourished by the sword intent of many broken swords. At the same time, the other experts in the sect also felt the strangeness of the Sky Moon Sword. Of course, that included Yi Luofeng. The core of the Sky Moon Sword was part of the tip of the Heavenly Fault Sword. At this moment, the Heavenly Fault Sword in Yi Luofeng's hand let out a low hum. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the Sword Pressure Valley, many higher-ups of the Lingjian sect had arrived. At a certain moment, a long-haired man surrounded by a cyan sword light descended. Elder Qiu's arrival caused the pressure of the Sword Suppression Valley to weaken a little. Welcome, Supreme Elder. Everyone bowed, including sect leader Ling Jian. Such a powerful sword intent of the demonic doctrine. Elder Qiu's face darkened as he stared at the Sword Pressure Valley. There were indeed demonic doctrine sword cultivators in the Lingjian sect, but they were few in number. In the Sword Pressure Valley, very few belonged to the demonic doctrine. But now, the majority of the demonic doctrine sword intent was in the Lingjian sect. Whoosh! Elder Qiu flew into the Sword Pressure Valley. What's going on with this thick fog? Elder Qiu frowned. It was white all around, and he could not see anything. He suddenly performed a Dharma art, and his true essence fluctuated. A moment later, a cyan sword mark cut through the void above the valley and fell into Elder Qiu's hand. This was the treasure of the Lingjian sect, the Sky Moon Sword. This sword seems to be afraid of something. Elder Qiu was shocked when he carefully felt the Sky Moon Sword. Apart from the broken Heavenly Fault Sword in Yi Luofeng's hand, the Sky Moon Sword was the most powerful divine weapon Elder Qiu had ever seen. But at this moment, the Sky Moon Sword was actually afraid. Elder Chio's heart sank as he moved in the sword pressure valley. But even he found it difficult to find the right direction in this thick fog. How can such a powerful demonic doctrine sword intent appear out of nowhere in the sword pressure valley? Elder Chio was deeply puzzled as he continued to search. In the deepest part of the sword pressure valley, Xianxia was still refining the bone sword with all his might. Time passed slowly, and at a certain moment, the refining rate finally reached 50%. Boom! Swoosh, swoosh. The bone sword suddenly flew up, wanting to fly away. At the same time, a shocking demonic doctrine sword intent shot out from the sword. Come back! Xianxia stopped refining and used his half-step true essence to suppress the bone sword with all his strength, then put it into the mist-spitting pearl. After refining 50%, Xianxia also had some control over the sword. In the fog, Elder Chio, who was moving forward, suddenly felt a sense of danger. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Several black sword marks of demonic chi flew over at an extremely fast speed with a powerful demonic doctrine. Coupled with the thick fog, the sword marks were already very close to Elder Chio when he sensed it. Swoosh, swoosh. Clang, Elder Chio quickly waved the heavenly moon sword in his hand. 3 of the sword marks were destroyed by him, but there was still one that slashed across his left arm, tearing a hole in his clothes and leaving a shallow bloodstain. This. Elder Chio was shocked. Such a powerful sword intent must have come from an extraordinary cultivator of the sword Tao or a powerful sword. At this moment, the demonic doctrine sword intent in the sword pressure valley gradually disappeared. The fog in his vision also faded, and he could see further. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Elder Chio. It was Xianxia. The supreme elder of the High Sword sect is really diligent. You also came to the sword pressure valley to cultivate? Xianxia laughed dryly. He naturally knew that the other party came because of the abnormality of the sword pressure valley. However, the bone sword was too precious and should not be exposed. As long as the other party did not see it with his own eyes, Xianxia would not admit it. Before entering the pressure sword valley, Elder Chio heard from some of the higher-ups that Xianxia seemed to be cultivating in the pressure sword valley. At that time, Elder Chio thought that this was a great opportunity to get rid of Xianxia. Firstly, Yi Luofeng was not by Xianxia's side and could not protect Xianxia. Secondly, even if he killed Xianxia, it would be reasonable. He could say that Xianxia destroyed the cultivation sacred ground of the Soaring Sword sect or tried to steal the sect's treasure, the Heavenly Moon Sword, and so on. These were all fabricated by Elder Chio. However, everything that happened next exceeded his expectations. For some reason, the fog in the pressure sword valley was extremely dense and visibility was extremely low. Then, Elder Chio felt a terrifying fluctuation coming from the depths of the pressure sword valley. In the end, Elder Chio did not even manage to dodge the sudden sword intent attacks. All these factors made Elder Chio uncertain and wavered in his decision. The supreme elder of the Soaring Sword sect is really diligent to come to the pressure sword valley to cultivate? Xianxia laughed dryly. Elder Chio was speechless when he heard this. As the supreme elder of the Soaring Sword sect, how could he come to the pressure sword valley to cultivate? Previously, there was a phenomenon in the pressure sword valley, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect little friend Chen to be in the pressure sword valley as well. I wonder if you noticed the situation just now? Elder Chio asked in a probing manner. I came to the pressure sword valley to cultivate some time ago, but the fog in the valley suddenly became extremely dense. Thus, I couldn't find a way out and stayed in the pressure sword valley. As for the phenomenon that Elder Chio mentioned, I also felt it, but I'm not sure what's the reason. Xianxia feigned ignorance. Elder Chio directly ignored Xianxu's words. With Xianxu's strength, how could he get lost in the pressure sword valley for such a long time? He stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze and thought to himself, this lad must have a peerless divine weapon on him. Even Elder Chio was caught unprepared by those streaks of sword intent earlier. It was impossible for Xianxu's strength to be that strong, so Elder Chio was certain of this. Of course, he guessed it right. That divine weapon is at least at the same level as Yi Luofeng's broken heavenly fault sword. Compared to the broken heavenly fault sword, Xianxu's divine weapon should be complete. Elder Chio continued to speculate. However, Elder Chio did not dare to attack Xianxia at this moment. Xianxia, who possessed a peerless godly weapon, would definitely not be easy to deal with. If sect master Ling Jian and Yi Luofeng were to enter as well, it would be troublesome. Everything is back to normal now. Let's leave this place first and let the sect elders investigate this matter. Elder Chen, Elder Sword Chiao Sword Clan Sword. Chen and Yuzi Chen Sword Use Sword. This scene clearly showed that Chen Yu was the only one who had used suppresses the sword previously. In that case, the phenomenon of the sword suppression valley and the abnormal movements of the heavenly moon sword were definitely caused by Chen Yu. However, when they looked at Chen Yu and Elder Chiao's faces, they felt that something was amiss. Supreme Elder, have you caught the culprit? The purple-faced old man asked in a low voice. He could not help but glance at Chen Yu. Zhang Yu sneered in his heart, this time, the sect has something on you. Master won't let you off. Elder Chiao wanted to attack Chen Yu, but he did not have a good reason. Zhang Yu believed that his master would use this reason to punish Chen Yu or even kill him. However, his master's following words made Zhang Yu's jaw drop, and his mouth gaped wide open. Chen Yu got lost in there, so I brought him out. I'm not sure why the Sword Valley was strange. I'll leave it to you to investigate. Elder Chiao left after saying that. The crowd was stunned. They did not believe Elder Chiao's reason. However, since the Supreme Elder had already said so, how could they refute him? However, sect leader Ling Jian and another senior elder caught a glimpse of a cut on Elder Chiao's left sleeve that seemed to have been made by a weapon. The Supreme Elder is injured? The two of them had the same thought. What happened in the Sword Valley? Elder Chiao's sleeve was cut after he entered. Elder Chiao did not pursue Chen Yu's responsibility either. I'm sorry, everyone. I was trapped inside and made you guys worry. Chen Yu smiled. Zhang Yu looked at Chen Yu in disdain. He did not believe that Chen Yu could not find the exit after being trapped inside for so many days. The other disciples did not believe it either. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. What were you doing inside? Yi Luofeng asked. She was a little worried earlier on. The Sword Valley was an important place for cultivation in the Towering Sword sect, and the Heavenly Moon Sword was also there. Since Chen Yu had caused such a big commotion, Elder Chiao could say that Chen Yu was plotting to steal the Heavenly Moon Sword and then kill Chen Yu. At that time, Yi Luofeng would not have any excuse to help Chen Yu. At the same time, her and Chen Yu's goal of clearing their names would also be ruined. You haven't completely refined the Heavenly Fault Sword, right? I suggest you go to the Sword Valley to try. Chen Yu did not answer directly. However, Yi Luofeng guessed something from his words. Does he also have a divine weapon similar to the Heavenly Fault Sword? Yi Luofeng murmured in her heart, feeling that Chen Yu had a lot of secrets. At the same time, on the battlefield of Qi Nation. In a secret underground hall in the base camp, the powerhouses of Qi Nation's Towering Sword sect gathered together. Among them was a middle-aged man in a loose black robe. He was Elder Chai, who had tried to take the Moon Spirit Mineral and the Heavenly Fault Sword for himself. In front of Elder Chai was a woman with peerless beauty and wore a rainbow-colored dress. She was Yi Luofeng's master, another Supreme Elder of the Towering Sword sect. Apart from that, there were also a few powerhouses from the Violet Cloud Palace. Elder Duanmu, you're shielding that sinful disciple of yours. Do you have any respect for the sect? Elder Chai sneered. That day, your disciple teamed up with someone from another sect to injure me. She took the Heavenly Fault Sword and the Moon Spirit Mineral and fled far away. Such a treacherous crime should be executed. However, when your disciple appeared in Qi Nation this time, you actually opposed the punishment of your disciple and the sect's law. It seems that your disciple's boldness is not entirely due to her own reasons. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Elder Chai's words were sharp and every word was like a gem. She tactfully pushed this matter to Elder Duanmu. Elder Chai, you said that my disciple committed all sorts of crimes, but everything is just your one-sided statement. Do you have any other evidence? If the evidence is conclusive and proves that my disciple is indeed such a person, then this elder has nothing to say. But if my disciple is wrongly accused, then as his master, how can I watch as my disciple is wrongly accused and humiliated? Elder Duanmu looked like she was only 27 or 28 years old, but she was not young and had rich experience. She refuted Elder Chai without showing any weakness. Evidence? Are the words of the Supreme Elder of the Towering Sword sect not enough evidence? Elder Chai snorted coldly. Old ancestor, I suggest that we kill Yi Luofeng immediately to prevent her from escaping. Elder Chai looked at an old man above him. His voice became softer as he spoke. The old man was dressed in a white robe. His face was full of wrinkles and his eyes were slightly closed as if he was resting. Old ancestor, I hope that we can investigate this matter thoroughly. As her master, I know Luofeng's character the best. She won't, Elder Duanmu also said slowly. Don't argue. Suddenly, the white-robed old man opened his eyes. There seemed to be a sharp sword gleam in his turbid eyes that no one dared to look at directly. The secret hall instantly fell silent. Even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Let Yi Luofeng come over and make a decision. The white-robed old man made the final decision. Just like that, the meeting came to an end. On the Violet Cloud Palace's side, a short old man narrowed his eyes. No matter what, the Heavenly Fault Sword will fall into the hands of the Towering Sword sect. With such a divine weapon, the Towering Sword sect's strength will definitely leap to another level. I'm afraid that the days of the Violet Cloud Palace won't be easy in the future. Another powerhouse from the Violet Cloud Palace sighed softly. The meeting ended. Elder Duanmu of the Towering Sword sect returned to her residence. Send someone to keep an eye on Elder Chai, she said calmly. Her voice was very pleasant. Whoosh, a silhouette suddenly leaped out from inside and turned into a beautiful woman in yellow. Master, are you afraid that Elder Chai will secretly make a move and prevent Junior Sister from coming here? The Towering Sword sect. In Qinyu's residence, he circulated the heavenly heart refinement and condensed his mental energy. His mental energy covered the entire courtyard and he could clearly sense an inner disciple rushing to the courtyard. Come in. Qinyu said calmly. The disciple outside trembled. He was curious. He had just arrived in front of Qinyu's door, but Qinyu had already sensed him. The sect master invites you over to discuss something. The disciple conveyed the message to Qinyu. Got it. Qinyu stood up and left the courtyard. I wonder what the outcome will be. Qinyu murmured in his heart. He knew that the Towering Sword sect had handed the decision to the powerhouses at the front line regarding the matter between him, Yi Luofeng, and Elder Chai. As for the outcome, it had finally been sent back. In the hall, apart from Yi Luofeng, there were also sect master Ling Jian and a few elders. I wonder what the sect master wants to tell me. Qinyu asked directly. Qinyu, after the discussion of our sect's upper echelons, I hope that you and Yi Luofeng can head to the front line to investigate this matter before making a decision, Sect Master Ling Jian said. Actually, this decision was not out of his expectations. After all, this was the crux of the battle between the two sections. If Elder Chai won, he would completely suppress Elder Duanmu's side. And if Elder Duanmu could win, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to Elder Chai's side. Yi Luofeng looked at Qinyu. She had already decided to go to the front line to clarify this matter, but whether Qinyu would go or not depended on Qinyu himself. Alright, I'll make a trip to the front line. Qinyu had also guessed this outcome. Seeing that Qinyu had agreed, Yi Luofeng was slightly happy in her heart. However, I hope that the Towering Sword sect can temporarily withdraw the arrest warrant for me. After all, I'm currently standing in the Towering Sword sect, but the Towering Sword sect still has a warrant for me. No matter how I look at it, it feels like I'm harboring a criminal. It won't be good for the Towering Sword sect if this spreads out. Qinyu said, smiling as he made his request. This, Sect Master Ling Jian did not reply but discussed with the other elders instead. In the end, the Towering Sword sect agreed to temporarily withdraw the arrest warrant. After all, if Qinyu went to the front line, there would only be two outcomes. First, if he was innocent, then there would be no need for the arrest warrant. Second, if he was guilty, then the Towering Sword sect's Supreme Elder would definitely execute Qinyu and there would be no need for the arrest warrant. Once the High Sword sect's wanted order was removed, the subordinate sect's wanted order would be removed as well. Although Qinyu didn't care about this wanted order. But anyone related to Qinyu would be affected because of this wanted order. For example, Qinyu's senior brother and master would be insulted and ridiculed. Just nice, my sect still has a batch of disciples heading to the battlefield. You guys can go together. sect head Ling Jian said. On the second day, Qin Yu, Yi Luofeng, and a batch of High Sword sect disciples rode on griffins and headed for the Qi Kingdom's battlefield. The elites of this batch of disciples were Zhang Yu and Elder Su's disciple. Both of them had enmity with Qin Yu and felt uncomfortable whenever they saw Qin Yu. Therefore, they were very quiet along the way. 2 days later, we are about to reach the Qi Kingdom's camp. Zhang Yu flipped open a map and said after taking a glance. He didn't want to stay with Qin Yu for even a moment longer. However, when he thought of how the peak experts of the High Sword sect would surely not let Qin Yu off once they arrived at the Qi Kingdom's camp, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. The reason why Elder Duanmu protected Yi Luofeng was because if they won, they would be able to deal a blow to Elder Chai's side. Another reason was because Yi Luofeng was her disciple. Since Qin Yu wasn't related to Elder Duanmu, she wouldn't protect Qin Yu too much. Without the protection of the High Sword sect's supreme elder, Qin Yu would be at the mercy of the Qi Kingdom's experts when they reached the front line. We are finally here. I must make great contributions and make my name known in the Qi Kingdom. I heard that by killing the Snow Mountain tribe members, we can accumulate battle merits which can be exchanged for many rare items. These High Sword sect disciples were all prodigies of the sect. They were extremely confident in their own strength and were looking forward to the battlefield. And Qin Yu's spiritual energy was even stronger than a regular initial stage origin realm martial artist. He suddenly sensed something. Hee, you guys finally appeared. A pleasant, numbing, and bone-melting voice drifted between the heavens and the earth. The griffin froze on the spot as its body trembled. Whoosh, a red figure suddenly leaped out from somewhere below and floated into the sky. Instantly, a layer of strange and gloomy red mist appeared in the horizon, and a bloody and pungent smell suffused the air. A terrifying aura that could suppress all directions spread out from her body, and the world fell silent. All the ferocious beasts trembled uneasily. Enemy! Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat. His pupils constricted as he exclaimed. The griffins that everyone was riding on trembled as they slowly floated down. As for the disciples on the griffins, their limbs stiffened and their faces turned pale when they sensed the terrifying aura emitted by the red-shirt lady. Origin Realm. Zhang Yu's entire body trembled, and a sense of misery arose in his heart. Everyone could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from that red figure. It was an enemy. To them, there was an insurmountable gap between the Origin Realm and the Qi Transformation Realm. The few Origin Realm Grand Elders in the sect were existences that everyone in the sect looked up to. They controlled the lives of millions of people in the Qi Kingdom. At this moment, when they were about to reach the Qi Kingdom's battleground, they encountered an ambush from the Origin Realm. An ambush from the Origin Realm was terrifying just thinking about it. But now, they really encountered one. All the disciples of the High Sword sect were in despair. Their faces were numb as if they were waiting for the enemy to reap their lives. Only Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng maintained their composure as they looked at that lady. That lady looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her skin was fair and delicate like a flower. Her ruby-like eyes were sizing up everyone on the griffins. Of course, Qin Yu didn't believe that this lady was really that young. After all, it was impossible to reach the Origin Realm at such a young age. Also, her figure was curvaceous, especially her protruding twin peaks which were extremely alluring. In addition, the blood moon pattern on the lady's robe reminded Qin Yu of the bewitching man that cooperated with the Bone Devil Palace. According to his master, the man was from the mysterious Blood Moon organization. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? On the griffins, Yi Luofeng stared coldly at the bewitching lady. I've been paid to eliminate disasters for others. The bewitching lady laughed delicately. Her alluring voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, making it seem extremely strange. When the rest of the High Sword sect disciples heard this answer, their faces turned even paler. They froze on the spot and looked like they were waiting for death. Boom, the bewitching lady waved her jade arm and lightly struck out with her palm. In a split second, a layer of blood-red clouds rolled over. That terrifying aura caused Zhang Yu and the others' hearts to palpitate violently as their bodies fell backwards. Yi Luofeng resolutely drew her sword and a green sword light soared into the sky. Boom! Boom, boom! That enormous blood-colored cloud wave exploded and spread out in all directions. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth was reflected in a strange red color. Xianxia and the others were forced back a few steps by the aftermath of the powerful Origin Realm attack and almost fell off the griffins. So powerful. Yi Luofeng frowned and took half a step back. I didn't expect the high sword sex prodigy to actually possess such strength. The bewitching lady's ruby-like eyes sized up Yi Luofeng with interest. It was almost impossible for a Qi transformation realm to contend against an Origin realm in a region like the Northern Plains, which was why she was so surprised and curious. Sigh, it's a pity that I have to kill you. The bewitching lady sighed softly. The mission given by others was to not let Yi Luofeng come to the front lines alive, so she had to do it. Boom, as soon as she finished speaking, the bewitching lady struck out with her palm again with even more power than before. The wave of blood-red clouds quickly came crashing down. Spirit Heart Sword. The qi in Yi Luofeng's body surged frantically. Her artifact sword slightly trembled as she suddenly stabbed out. Swish, a green sword light flickered with a layer of green light as it shot out. This sword had an extremely strong penetrative force as it actually penetrated through the blood-red cloud wave. In the next moment, the blood-red cloud wave dispersed. But the bewitching lady suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed. The dispersed energy condensed again and turned into a blood-colored ball of light that shot over. This attack was even stronger than before. Yi Luofeng immediately took out the Heavenly Fault Remnant Sword. With this sword in hand, Yi Luofeng's qi presence suddenly surged as an astonishing sword intent pervaded out. Slash! A green sword light soared into the sky and blasted towards that blood-colored ball of light. This is the Heavenly Fault Sword? The bewitching lady's eyes flashed with a ray of light as she stared at the ancient green sword in Yi Luofeng's hand. Her interest grew as she made another move. Boom! Bang! Boom! The blood-colored cloud wave surged as the green sword light wreaked havoc. In her vision, the sky and earth had changed. The surrounding forests were all destroyed, leaving behind several potholes and ravines. A battle between Origin Realm experts was truly terrifying. On the Griffin, many of the High Sword Sect's disciples were dumbfounded like fools. Junior apprentice Sister Yi is actually this powerful. Xianxia was extremely shocked and received a certain blow. But this wasn't important. If Yi Luofeng could contend against that Origin Realm expert, then they still had hope of survival. Senior apprentice Sister Yi is the most powerful prodigy I have ever seen. She is actually able to contend against an Origin Realm expert in the Qi transformation realm. She is truly too powerful. The rest of the High Sword Sect's disciples also pinned their hopes on Yi Luofeng. However, only Qinyu could see that the bewitching lady was extremely powerful. She was even stronger than Elder Qiu from the High Sword Sect. With the Heavenly Fault Sword, Yi Luofeng could explode with the strength to contend against an Origin Realm expert for a short period of time. But Yi Luofeng was ultimately in the Qi transformation realm. The difference between Qi and true essence was too great. Yi Luofeng didn't have much half-step true essence left in her body and was about to be depleted. Once her half-step true essence was depleted, Yi Luofeng would no longer be a match for the bewitching lady. Whoosh, Qinyu suddenly soared into the sky. A layer of black demonic light appeared on the surface of his body. Mysterious and unadorned inscriptions were faintly discernible. When Yi Luofeng saw that Qinyu was about to make a move, she instantly heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, the reason why she wasn't worried was because Qinyu was by her side. 2 years ago, Qinyu won first place in the Yunjiao Nation's Academy tournament. 2 years later, Qinyu's strength would only be stronger. If Qinyu were to fight with Xianxia, who had just broken through to the Origin Realm, he wouldn't need to use many trump cards to defeat him. This kid is not ordinary. The bewitching lady's eyes glanced at Qinyu. She couldn't see through his strange demonic physique. Boom, Qinyu activated the demonic pattern qi and punched out. That black fist aura was like a small black mountain that pressed forward. How is this possible? This kid is actually so strong? When the bewitching lady saw this punch, her face was filled with shock. Facing Yi Luofeng alone, she didn't feel any pressure and could easily win. But now that there was another expert who was on par with Yi Luofeng, things were different. Boom, the bewitching lady reached out with her other hand and continuously struck out. Endless blood-red clouds rumbled and roared. Chen Yu, he is actually so strong? Zhang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine that the current Chen Yu was actually together with Yi Luofeng to fight against an Origin Realm expert. From the looks of it now, he really didn't know what was good for him to actually challenge Chen Yu. Of course, in his heart, Chen Yu was still inferior to Yi Luofeng. From his point of view, Yi Luofeng was blocking the enemy while Chen Yu took the opportunity to attack and assist from the side. Rumble, the layers of storm continued to blow, causing the High Sword Sect disciples to have difficulty opening their eyes and couldn't see the battle in the sky clearly. Let's end this. Chen Yu took out the giant ruler sword, and the half-step true essence in his body surged. The giant sword swept out, and a huge layer of demonic patterned dark cloud whizzed out, instantly swallowing and destroying the blood-red cloud wave. How can this be? This kid has a spiritual weapon? And what's with that powerful half-step true essence? The bewitching lady's charming face lost color. Chen Yu's sudden outburst gave her quite a shock. Her own move was actually disintegrated in an instant. Facing Chen Yu's attack, she actually felt a sense of helplessness. It seems that this operation has failed. The bewitching lady sighed softly. Swish, she suddenly turned around and fled. Wait for me here. Chen Yu looked at Yi Luofeng, and after finishing his sentence, he got up and flew away, chasing after the bewitching lady. The storm disappeared and the heaven and earth quietened down. Many High Sword Sect disciples widened their eyes and looked at the sky. Senior Sister Yi, has that person been beaten away? A disciple asked. Where's Chen Yu? Zhang Yu noticed that Chen Yu had disappeared. He went to chase after that ambusher. Let's rest here for a while. Yi Luofeng returned to the griffin and sat cross-legged. In the battle with the Origin Realm expert, she suffered minor injuries and was greatly exhausted. What? Chen Yu actually went to chase after that Origin Realm expert? Zhang Yu was shocked and immediately snorted coldly. He's too bold. The rest of the disciples exclaimed. From their point of view, it was Yi Luofeng who confronted the enemy first before Chen Yu made his move. Hence, Yi Luofeng was the main force while Chen Yu was just assisting from the side. But after Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng worked together to repel the enemy, Chen Yu actually chased after them without any fear. If that Origin Realm expert wasn't injured, he might have killed Chen Yu instead. In the sky above the forest, a bewitching lady in red was flying rapidly, leaving behind a red afterimage. That brat actually caught up? The bewitching lady was slightly surprised. Although Chen Yu had the combat strength of an Origin Realm, it was a competition of speed and energy consumption. How could a Qi transformation realm be compared to an Origin Realm? Of course, this was just the bewitching lady's initial thought. Below, Chen Yu executed the devilish berserk shadow and was like a berserk beast, rampaging through the forest at a frightening speed. The distance between Chen Yu and the bewitching lady was constantly shrinking. Chen Yu's secret art was more suitable for moving in a straight line. Secondly, the stronger his physique, the faster his speed. His speed is actually slightly faster than mine. The bewitching lady was shocked. Of course, she was only surprised by Chen Yu's speed. If she used all her strength and fought with Chen Yu, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her. In addition, the bewitching lady had also noticed the advantage of Chen Yu's movement technique. Thus, she started to move in a curved line. However, the next scene completely shocked the bewitching lady. Swish, Chen Yu took out a pair of black wings from the mist-spitting pearl. His speed instantly increased by 40 to 50%. Furthermore, with this pair of wings, Chen Yu's agility was greatly increased. This lady's foundation, speed, and movement technique are all very strong. If it was a normal Origin Realm expert like Elder Qiu, Chen Yu wouldn't even need to take out this item to catch up to him. In order to not run too far and settle this quickly, Chen Yu took out this strange treasure to increase his speed. What kind of strange treasure is this? The bewitching lady stared at the wings on Chen Yu's back with a flash of greed in her eyes. However, she wasn't a match for Chen Yu and was about to be caught up by Chen Yu. Boom, in a short moment, Chen Yu caught up to the bewitching lady. He took out the giant ruler sword and swung it. At the same time, the blade of the sword surged with a layer of dark and distorted gravitational force field. Such powerful strength. The bewitching woman's face turned pale. She took out a red dagger and stabbed out a sharp, blood-red spike. However, her dagger was only a top-grade treasure weapon, far inferior to Xianyu's giant ruler sword, which was close to a spirit weapon. Ding! The red dagger was sent flying, and the huge dark cloud of demonic runes pressed down on the beautiful woman. Blood cloud shield. The gorgeous woman thrust out her palms, and the blood-red cloud waves tumbled, condensing into a red light shield. However, under the power of Xianyu's sword, in less than half a breath's time, the red light shield cracked with a caw sound, and then shattered with a loud bang. Bang! The coquettish woman was struck by the aftershock of Xianyu's sword, and her figure was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Xianyu also quickly landed next to the beautiful woman. Who sent you? Xianyu's giant ruler sword was pointed at the beautiful woman, and the gravity attribute on the giant sword enveloped the opponent, suppressing the beautiful woman. Our Blood Moon organization does business, and we will not easily reveal the information of our partners. The beautiful woman let out a faint laugh. Xianyu revealed a strange expression. He could kill the opponent on the spot, but facing Xianyu's question, the beautiful woman still didn't dare to answer, and didn't seem to be too afraid. Then aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Xianyu's interest was piqued as well. He knew very little about the Blood Moon organization, and only had the impression that they were mysterious and powerful. What benefits does killing me bring you? The beautiful woman smiled and stared at Xianyu, carefully sizing up this Qi transformation realm young man who defeated her. There are a lot of benefits, right? Not only can I eliminate my worries, but I can also intimidate the person who sent you. Xianyu squinted his eyes. Being targeted by an Origin Realm enemy, even if it was Xianyu, he wouldn't feel at ease. At the same time, killing the beautiful woman could also intimidate the person who sent her. Compared to these two benefits, the benefits of not killing me should be much more. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with panic, and her smile faded a little. My mission has already failed. It can even be said that my life is already in your hands. Therefore, this mission has already ended. Unless the other party offers a higher price, the organization will not take action again. But I believe that person can't afford it. In fact, the other party's request was to kill Yi Luofeng. Otherwise, the organization wouldn't have misjudged the mission level and caused the mission to fail. You and I can be considered to have no discord, no concord. In the future, if you have anything you want to do, you can do it through me. With the Blood Moon organization, as long as you can afford it, we can help you achieve your goal. The beautiful woman first explained that she was harmless to Xianyu, and then she threw out the benefits. Everyone would have things that they couldn't do, or things that could only be done in the dark. Is your organization very powerful? What if you can't fulfill my request? Xianyu probed. 1 year ago, the Blood Lotus Holy Lady from the Blood Burial Garden returned to the Northern Plains, but she later joined the Blood Moon organization. The Blood Lotus Holy Lady has endless resources in the Blood Burial Garden. 1 year ago, she reached the middle stage of the Origin Realm. I believe she will be able to return to the peak in no time. But such an expert still joined the Blood Moon organization. As long as your request isn't too outrageous, the Blood Moon organization can usually fulfill it. The beautiful woman said with a smile, revealing a trace of confidence. Blood Burial Garden? Blood Lotus Holy Lady? Xianyu's body trembled slightly. The Blood Lotus Holy Lady that the beautiful woman mentioned should be Xianyu's former disciple, Tong Yuling. She entered the Blood Burial Garden and was taken in by the remnant soul of the Blood Lotus Holy Lady. Xianyu couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with Tong Yuling at the end of the Blood Burial Garden. I didn't expect her to join the Blood Moon organization. Xianyu sighed in his heart. He just didn't know if she was Tong Yuling or the Blood Lotus Holy Lady. You have entered the Blood Burial Garden before. You should know something about it. Of course, with your strength and talent, not only are you qualified to cooperate with us, you can even join the Blood Moon organization. Speaking of this, the beautiful woman's eyebrows were filled with pride. Although joining the Blood Moon organization wasn't up to her. But she believed that Xianyu had the qualifications to join. Join the Blood Moon organization? Xianyu couldn't help but frown. The only person he knew who was related to the Blood Moon organization was a member of the Blood Moon organization who worked with the Bone Devil Palace. Then there was Xianxia, who was a double agent. From the bottom of his heart, Qianyu disliked the Blood Moon organization and had never thought of joining this organization. However, Qianyu had some understanding of the strength of this organization. There might really be a chance to cooperate in the future. Our Blood Moon organization has very few members, but every one of them is an elite. We don't accept just anyone. The beautiful woman said again when she saw Qianyu frowning. In her opinion, the Blood Moon organization had thrown an olive branch to Qianyu, and he should feel honored and agree immediately. Don't worry, I'm not such a casual person. Qianyu teased. So, have you thought about it? The beautiful woman didn't argue with Qianyu and asked for Qianyu's answer. If I want to cooperate with you, how do I contact you? Qianyu's eyes narrowed as he stared at the beautiful woman. If you want to cooperate, you just need to send the relevant information through this token. The beautiful woman took out a Blood Moon token from her storage bag. Since you've accepted this token, I can leave now, right? The flirtatious woman stood up and stared at Qianyu with a pair of bewitching red eyes that carried a myriad of emotions, causing one's heart to flutter. You can leave. Even with Qianyu's willpower, he felt his body burning under the other party's gaze. The Blood Moon organization was so powerful that even the Blood Lotus Sanctus had joined it. Furthermore, the organization took the path of elites and didn't have many members. If Qianyu killed this woman, the Blood Moon organization would definitely investigate. Moreover, as the beautiful woman had said, there were more benefits to not killing her than killing her. Perhaps, Qianyu might really cooperate with the Blood Moon organization in the future. Moreover, based on the coquettish woman's behavior and words, Qianyu could also tell who had sent her. Swoosh, Qianyu and the beautiful woman left in different directions. Soon, Qianyu found Yi Luofeng and the rest. You're back? Xianxia and the rest were surprised. At the same time, they sighed in their hearts that Qianyu was really lucky to be able to come back alive. What's the result? Yi Luofeng asked. She's gone. Qianyu answered truthfully. We chased after her, but she still escaped. We've waited for so long for nothing. Xianxia mumbled softly at the side. Let's continue our journey. Qianyu did not pay attention to Xianxia. The griffin flew up again and rushed to the Qi Kingdom's camp. On the way, Qianyu told Yi Luofeng that he guessed that the beautiful woman was sent by Elder Chai. First, the other party's target was actually Yi Luofeng and the Heavenly Fault Sword. Second, according to the route, if she could ambush them here, she must know where they were going. Only the powerful forces of the Qi Kingdom knew the whereabouts of Qianyu and the rest. Third, the one who most wanted to see Yi Luofeng arrive at the Qi Kingdom's camp was probably Elder Chai. After a while, the griffin successfully arrived at the Qi Kingdom's frontline camp. Lingjian sect. Yi Luofeng showed her token, and the guards let them in. This camp was built on what used to be a city. It used to be an ordinary city, but the invasion of the Snow Mountain tribe had slaughtered and captured all the creatures in the city. Now, the Qi Kingdom's camp was built in this big city. A black figure flew out from one of the palaces. Elder Chai. Yi Luofeng's cold eyes were filled with coldness. Qianyu could not help but look over. Elder Chai, who had once descended to the Qi Kingdom, was one of the top experts and the savior of the Yunhui Gate. Countless creatures looked up to him. He and Yi Luofeng used the powerful force field of the Serene Moon Mine, but they were not a match for Elder Chai. They could only flee. But now, Qianyu could face Elder Chai calmly and easily. Elder Chai was also looking at Yi Luofeng and Qianyu with a hint of surprise. Then, his face darkened. Right at this moment, a gorgeous woman in a rainbow-colored dress floated out from another pavilion. Master. Yi Luofeng revealed a faint smile. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Zhang Yu and the rest trembled as they bowed to Elder Chai and Elder Duanmu. Greetings, Elder Duanmu and Elder Chai. Qianyu also greeted them politely. Humph, Yi Luofeng, Qianyu, I did not expect you to really dare to come here. After everything is investigated, this will be your burial place. Elder Chai threatened. Elder Chai is too confident. What if there is a different outcome? Elder Duanmu left with Yi Luofeng after saying that. Damn it, why isn't Yi Luofeng dead? Elder Chai stared at the departing Yi Luofeng anxiously. That person had promised to send an Origin Realm expert to kill Yi Luofeng. Logically, the Blood Moon organization would never break their promise. But now, Yi Luofeng and her group arrived here unscathed. One had to know that Elder Chai had paid a huge price to invite that person. But in the end, it seemed like he had suffered a double loss. In fact, even if they found out the truth, the Sky Sword sect wouldn't do anything to Elder Chai. After all, it was a time of war and the three kingdoms were at a disadvantage. No one was willing to lose an Origin Realm expert because of internal conflict. Elder Chai was worried that Elder Duanmu's faction would take this opportunity to take revenge and expand their faction. Also, with the return of a powerful prodigy like Yi Luofeng, she had the possibility of breaking through to the Origin Realm in the future. By then, Elder Duanmu's faction would be even stronger. It's not like there's no hope for everything. Elder Chai's gaze focused on the departing Chenyu. In a loft that was filled with the fragrance of flowers, Elder Duanmu's phoenix eyes were carefully sizing up his disciple. Luofeng, your cultivation level? Elder Duanmu was slightly surprised. Yi Luofeng's cultivation level had greatly exceeded his expectations. The top disciple of the sect was only at the peak initial stage of the Xiantian realm. But Yi Luofeng was already at the peak stage of the Xiantian realm. Disciple and Chenyu were teleported to the rumored ancient kingdom. The cultivation environment there is much better than here. Disciple is now at the peak stage of the Xiantian realm. Yi Luofeng trusted her master and didn't hide anything. The reason why her cultivation level was so fast was firstly because of the good cultivation environment in the ancient kingdom. Secondly, it was because of the Heaven Fault Sword. Thirdly, she was valued by the vice principal of the Sky Sword Academy. I didn't expect the two of you to obtain the treasure and escape from Elder Chai's hands. Elder Duanmu revealed a trace of a smile. From the beginning until now, Elder Duanmu didn't ask who was the culprit between Yi Luofeng and Elder Chai. Because Elder Duanmu was sure that it was Elder Chai who framed his disciple. Of course, even if Elder Chai was wrongly accused, Elder Duanmu would fully support his disciple and continue to accuse Elder Chai. At that time, I got the Heavenly Fault Sword, and Chenyu was a body cultivator, so his physical strength was not affected by the force field. At the last moment, we escaped by a hair's breadth. Yi Luofeng answered honestly. Elder Duanmu listened to Yi Luofeng's narration and felt that Yi Luofeng seemed to agree with Chenyu. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were fixed on Chenyu. Under the gaze of an Origin Realm expert, Chenyu remained calm and collected. He sat on the chair and sipped his tea. This junior is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, I am actually unable to see through his cultivation. Elder Duanmu was slightly surprised as he thought that Chenyu must have cultivated a secret technique to conceal his cultivation aura. What Chenyu cultivated was a profound mystical technique like the Sky Devil secret pattern record. In addition, Chenyu could conceal his cultivation aura. Even Elder Duanmu wouldn't be able to see through it. I didn't expect a disciple of the Yunhui Gate to have such luck to be able to obtain a treasure like the Moon Spirit Organ. But Chenyu, this treasure might be precious, but you are still too weak to protect such a treasure. Elder Duanmu said indifferently. The Heavenly Fault Sword was indeed precious to the Lingjian sect. But now that they were at war, the strategic value of the Moon Spirit Ore was extremely important. At least, the Lingjian sect was determined to obtain the Moon Spirit Organ. As for the other major forces, they were extremely jealous of the Moon Spirit Organ. Therefore, the Moon Spirit Ore would never remain in the hands of a small figure like Chenyu. She was hinting to Chenyu that he could take the initiative to hand over the Moon Spirit Ore to her. Firstly, she would definitely not mistreat Chenyu and give him a lot of benefits. At that time, even Lu Tiezu would not dare to touch Chenyu easily. Secondly, if Elder Duanmu obtained the Moon Spirit Ore, it would be equivalent to having the right to use it. Her status would also rise and far surpass Elder Chai. All in all, this was a win-win situation. Thank you for the trouble, Senior. Currently, this treasure is still fine with me. Chenyu understood Elder Duanmu's meaning, but he was not too worried about this. Elder Duanmu frowned slightly, feeling that Chenyu did not know how to appreciate favors. Master, you underestimated him. Yi Luofeng said indifferently with the intention of protecting Chenyu. Oh? Elder Duanmu's eyes flashed with splendor. She suddenly recalled that in the past, Yi Luofeng almost never praised others. Could it be that in these 5 years, Yi Luofeng and this kid had developed feelings for each other? If it was in the past, Elder Duanmu would definitely think that Qinyu was not worthy of Yi Luofeng. But now, Qinyu had the moon spirit ore in his hands. If the two of them were to be together, they would be family and it would be easy to have designs on the moon spirit ore again. If Elder Duanmu were to find out that her beloved disciple was only Qinyu's maidservant, who knew what she would think? That night, the state of Qi held a secret meeting. A few high sword sects supreme elders, Purple Cloud Palace, and other top experts of other sects gathered together. With so many people gathered here, the hall was silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. A few veteran Qi transformation realm elders felt a formless pressure as their blood froze. This is the third time since the Northern Plains War that so many experts participated in a meeting. The Origin Realm experts here are practically the rulers of the state of Qi. They affect millions of lives. Many Qi transformation realm elders looked at the Origin Realm elders in the hall with a face of worship and respect. The entire hall was filled with the upper echelons of the state of Qi. Only Qinyu was from the state of Chu. At this moment, Qinyu was also sizing up the upper echelons of the state of Qi. They are much stronger than the state of Chu. Qinyu thought in his heart. Especially the white-robed elder who had a face full of wrinkles. Although his eyes were closed, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Qinyu knew that this person was the High Sword Sect's ancestor and was at least at the intermediate stage of the Origin Realm. On the other side, a purple-robed old lady from the Purple Cloud Palace gave Qinyu a similar feeling as the white-robed elder. As expected of the strongest kingdom among the three kingdoms. With such strength, if they were to go all out, they would be able to crush the state of Chu. Qinyu sighed in his heart. When Qinyu was sizing up these people, they were also scrutinizing Yi Luofeng and Qinyu. After a long time, everyone was present. Elder Duanmu, Elder Chai, verify the incident at the secluded moon mine according to what you said. The High Sword Sect's ancestor suddenly spoke. The atmosphere in the hall eased up and many of the Qi transformation realm elders instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Chai, I didn't expect you to be such a person. In the secluded moon mine, you made a move on our sect's disciple and even tried to embezzle the broken heavenly fault sword and the moon spirit mineral mother, Yi Luofeng questioned on the spot. When she returned to the sect, she was misunderstood by almost everyone in the sect. Her close friends had become strangers. Along the way, she had suppressed a lot of anger. At this moment, her aura was sharp as she pointed at Elder Chai. Haha, it was obviously you, the traitor of the sect, who colluded with Qinyu to sneak an attack on this elder. Elder Chai laughed loudly and had an indignant look as he argued with Yi Luofeng. At that time, I wasn't familiar with Qinyu and didn't trust him at all. Therefore, Elder Chai's words had a loophole, Yi Luofeng immediately retorted. Occasionally, when Yi Luofeng couldn't defeat Elder Chai, Qinyu would speak up to help. In the hall, the rest of the people listened attentively to the narration of the three people. Actually, they didn't really care who was framing who. They only cared about the two treasures, the broken heavenly fault sword and the moon spirit mineral mother. And the outcome of this argument would determine the distribution of these two treasures. If Elder Chai won, it would mean that he had discovered the treasures and made a great contribution to the sect. His status and prestige would rise again. Similarly, if Yi Luofeng's side won, Elder Duanmu's side would also obtain endless benefits. As the argument continued, the details of the incident gradually appeared. Many people had already guessed that Yi Luofeng and Qinyu were the victims. Elder Chai realized that the situation was not good. Ha ha ha, Yi Luofeng, Qinyu, you really know how to joke. At that time, if I had intended to kill you, you wouldn't have had any possibility of surviving, let alone escaping. Elder Chai laughed and attacked from another angle. Yes, Elder Chai's strength is so strong. Even if he was suppressed in the Dark Moon Mine, the two of you were also suppressed. If Elder Chai really wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. So, it must be because you suddenly attacked Elder Chai and injured him. That's why you had the possibility of escaping. An old man from Elder Chai's side spoke up for him. Haha, everyone should know that the force field of the Quiet Moon Mine can suppress one's cultivation. However, Qinyu is a body cultivator, and the power of a body cultivator is not affected in the mine. That's why Qinyu and I were able to resist it. Yi Luofeng said seriously, staring at Elder Chai. Ha ha ha, I could only use 10% of my genuine chi that day. Even if Qinyu was a body cultivator, he had not reached the late stage of Khanate at that time. My sword was enough to kill him instantly. Elder Chai did not let go of this point. That day, Qinyu could fight against Elder Chai not only because of his body cultivator strength, but also because of many factors, such as the Black Emperor's bloodline, the enhancement of the Dark Snake Sword, and so on. Moreover, Qinyu had not reached the Qi transformation realm, but the defense of his body was already able to resist the attack of the acquired realm. If you don't believe me, I am willing to test it again and simulate the battle with Qinyu. Elder Chai smiled sinisterly. As soon as he said this, the eyes of many experts in the main hall flashed. What kind of simulation? Let's hear it. Without exception, everyone agreed. This was because they could see that Elder Chai had taken the initiative to propose this to harm Qinyu. However, they did not care about Qinyu's life at all. They even hoped that Qinyu would die. In that case, the Moon Spirit Mine would at least fall into the hands of the Kingdom of Qi. At that time, Qinyu had not broken through to the Qi transformation realm, but he could withstand 10% of my strength. Now that his body cultivator strength has increased, I will increase my attack accordingly. Let's have another spar. If he can withstand my attack, it proves that Qinyu was indeed able to withstand a few of my attacks. If he can't, it proves that I can easily kill them. Elder Chai looked magnanimous. I think this method is feasible. It can prove that difficult problem. This method is not bad. More than 80% of the people present expressed their agreement. Elder Duanmu wanted to object, but he was drowned by the voices of the crowd. Qinyu, what is your cultivation level now? Elder Chai asked. The pinnacle of the Khanate realm. Qinyu's reply startled many of the people in the room. Such a young pinnacle of the Khanate realm was indeed shocking and unbelievable. Elder Chai's heart was in turmoil. This person must not be allowed to live. Peak of the Xianxia realm. Qinyu's words were like a bomb that suddenly exploded in the hearts of all the experts in the hall, causing a violent wave to explode in their hearts. Such a young peak of the Xianxia realm was unheard of. Similarly, this also meant that Qinyu would definitely advance to the origin realm in the future. Previously, to them, Qinyu was just a junior with a low cultivation level. Even if he died, it wouldn't matter. But to offend a future origin realm expert, they had to think twice. In addition, Qinyu was too young. His future was definitely not limited to the initial stage of the origin realm. On the other side, Elder Duanmu looked at Qinyu with a hint of joy in his eyes. Such a young peak of the Xiantian realm was a good match for Yi Luofeng. Only Elder Chai had a gloomy expression as he tried his best to suppress the killing intent in his heart. This is the best time to get rid of this kid. If I wait for him to advance to the origin realm, it will be troublesome. Elder Chai calculated in his heart. Right now, as long as he made use of this opportunity to accidentally kill Qinyu, not only would he be able to convict Qinyu and Yi Luofeng, he would also be a great contributor to the High Sword sect. He would also have a greater say in the distribution of the Moon Spirit Oregon. In short, there were endless benefits. Qinyu, you were not at the Qi transformation realm back then and could block 10% of my strength. Now that you are at the peak of the Xiantian realm, you can block at least 30% of my strength. Elder Chai's eyes focused as he spoke of his plan. The strength of the origin realm was extremely powerful. To an origin realm expert, it was only a 10% increase in strength. But to a Qi transformation realm expert, it was like a boulder suddenly becoming a small mountain. A regular origin realm expert could kill a peak of the Xiantian realm expert with 30% of their strength. After the origin realm, the difference between each level was huge. For example, Lu Tiezu and Yinhui Gate's Supreme Elder Gongyang. Lu Tiezu was at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm, but Elder Gongyang couldn't even last 10 moves. Elder Chai was at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm and was a sword cultivator. His attack power was terrifying. 30% of his strength was enough to turn a peak of the Xiantian realm expert into dust. 30% of strength, Elder Duanmu pondered for a moment. Elder Chai's proposal was not excessive at all. After all, Qinyu was only at the peak of the Viscera refining realm at that time. Now, he was at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. He had advanced by an entire realm. Back then, Elder Chai had only used 10% of his strength. Now, he was using 30%. In comparison, it was more reasonable. If they asked Elder Chai to use only 20% of his strength, it would be too unfair to Elder Chai. No problem. Qinyu readily agreed. Yi Luofeng was not worried at all. If Qinyu could not even withstand 30% of Elder Chai's power, then his reputation as the top genius of Yunzhou Nation College would be undeserved. All right. Elder Chai smiled and nodded. Although he had used 30% of his strength, no one could tell exactly how much he had used. As long as it wasn't too much, it shouldn't be a problem. Even if Qinyu could withstand 30% of his strength, Elder Chai could still take the risk and use even more strength to accidentally kill Qinyu. Anyway, when Qinyu was dead, the moon spirit ores would return to the Qi Kingdom. The High Sword Sect might not punish Elder Chai and might even reward him. Elder Chai would not have to worry about Qinyu taking revenge on him after he matured. In the Grand Hall, everyone looked at Qinyu and Elder Chai. They felt that the two of them were very confident. Then, how many moves should we exchange? Elder Duanmu asked. After some discussion, they finally decided that 3 moves were the most suitable. Since both sides have agreed, then it is settled. The High Sword Sect's old ancestor said calmly. Qinyu, come out. It is more spacious outside. Elder Chai smiled. With the strength of an origin realm, it would be too crowded to exchange moves in this grand hall. If they were not careful, they might even damage the building. All right. Qinyu and Elder Chai flew out and arrived in the sky above the city. At the same time, the other experts and upper echelons in the grand hall walked out. What is going on? Even the upper echelons of the Qi Kingdom are out. Is something big going to happen? Look, Elder Chai is in the sky. Who is the other young man? He is simply courting death. He dares to stand in front of Elder Chai. Within the city, many of the frontline participants were alarmed by this scene. They all ran out and looked up. Elder Chai was the supreme elder of the High Sword Sect and was at the peak of the initial stage of the Origin Realm. He was one of the top experts in the entire Qi Kingdom. His every word and action could affect the lives of millions of people. In the hearts of most people, Elder Chai was like a small piece of sky in the Qi Kingdom. But now, a young man was actually standing in front of Elder Chai. Qinyu, since you want to show off, don't blame anyone when you die under this old man's sword. Elder Chai shouted with a threatening tone. At the same time, a majestic Origin Realm aura was emitted. A golden sword light soared into the sky. The clouds in the sky and the city below were all plated with a layer of gold. Before the battle even started, Elder Chai had already affected Qinyu mentally and in terms of aura. Within the city, many of the participants were suffocated by this astonishing aura. But Qinyu, who was standing opposite of Elder Chai, seemed to be completely fine. At the same time, the incident between Qinyu and Elder Chai was constantly spreading. Everyone finally knew what was going on. Qinyu wants to duel with Elder Chai? This is courting death. A Qi Transformation Realm cultivator challenging an Origin Realm cultivator? I heard that this is some kind of simulated battle. Elder Chai can only use 30% of his strength. 30% of his strength should be enough to instantly kill any Qi Transformation Realm cultivator. The discussions were endless. Boom, in the sky, Elder Chai drew out a sword with golden patterns. Hee, this old man's golden wind sword has just fused with a piece of golden mystic rock. It is now a half-spiritual weapon. Elder Chai smiled as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He waved his sword. Half-spiritual weapon. It was the same as Qinyu's giant ruler sword. But Qinyu's giant ruler sword had the inscription of a spiritual weapon, but the material was not. Elder Chai's golden wind sword had the material of a spiritual weapon, but the inscription was not. Although it was only 30% of Elder Chai's strength, the moment the golden wind sword swept out, a dazzling golden sword wave swept out, as if it could split mountains and rivers. This is 30% of Elder Chai's strength? That's too scary. A Qi Transformation Realm cultivator cannot deal with such power. Countless spectators exclaimed in admiration. Their gazes towards Elder Chai were filled with fervor and respect. Elder Chai's treasure weapon has actually been upgraded to a half-spiritual weapon. This sword is really strong. Elder Duanmu's face darkened. He did not know if Qinyu had any trump cards and if he could block this sword. However, in the face of Elder Chai's shocking sword, Qinyu floated in the air, his arms crossed in front of his chest. There was a faint smile on his lips, and he looked very confident. When the sword descended, the surface of Qinyu's body suddenly shone with a dark light, and the inscription lit up. A demonic chi surged out, and together with the mysterious demonic body, it covered his entire body. Boom! The golden sword wave smashed forward with a loud bang, setting off a golden storm that was as dazzling as the sun. Too scary. Is this really 30% of Elder Chai's strength? Qinyu should be dead, right? Many of the spectators in the Qi transformation realm were shocked. Including the higher-ups of the Qi kingdom, they could not help but narrow their eyes and extend their spiritual senses, wanting to see the result of this sword. What? An elder of the Purple Cloud Palace exclaimed. In the air, Elder Chai's smiling face gradually froze. In the center of the explosion, Qinyu still had his arms crossed in front of his chest, and he stared at Elder Chai with a faint smile. No, this is impossible. Elder Chai was shocked. If it was said that Qinyu used all sorts of methods, or used an attack to weaken his sword, and then withstood the attack, he could totally accept it. However, from the start to the end, Qinyu gave off a feeling of calmness. No, this kid must have used some secret technique. He must be faking it for me to see, to disturb my state of mind. Elder Chai's face darkened, and his emotions gradually calmed down. All of this was too abnormal. It was reasonable for Elder Chai to have such an idea. Elder Chai, that day in the secluded moon mine, you ambushed me and Yi Luofeng, but in the end, you were injured by us. In this battle simulation, the same situation might happen. Qinyu said with a faint smile. Once these words came out, Elder Chai's face instantly turned sinister. Qinyu's meaning was clear. This time, not only was he going to take 3 moves from Elder Chai, he might even injure him. The higher-ups of the Qi kingdom were also shocked, and their eyes flashed with a strange light. This kid sure is arrogant. How is it possible to injure an origin realm? There were also some who felt that Qinyu was extraordinary to be able to say such words to Elder Chai. But in the end, if he couldn't do it, then he was just playing to the gallery. Junior, you are too arrogant. That day, if I wasn't injured by the sword intent of the Heaven Fault Sword, you guys wouldn't have succeeded. Elder Chai was embarrassed into anger. Moreover, that day, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng had teamed up. Now, Qinyu was alone, and it was impossible for him to injure Elder Chai. Golden brilliance. The Qi in Elder Chai's body surged, and the golden wind sword in his hand shone with golden light. As the sword slashed out, a dazzling golden sword light shot out. Before the sword slashed down, a layer of golden sword Qi had already landed on Qinyu's body. Following which, this dazzling and powerful sword technique landed fiercely. Humph! This time, Qinyu snorted, as if he was mocking Elder Chai. He mobilized the Qi of the demonic pattern and condensed it on his arm. Then, he punched upward. A ball of black fist radiance rushed upward. Every time it moved forward, it would completely swallow the golden light. Boom! In the end, the fist smashed Elder Chai's dazzling and gorgeous sword into pieces. Impossible, Elder Chai was instantly dumbfounded. This time, instead of blocking his attack, Qinyu had smashed his sword technique. Swoosh! The moment he punched, Qinyu gathered strength in his internal organs and dashed out, waving his claw at Elder Chai. Although this claw was not the demonic destructive claw, it borrowed some of its charm. Bang! In a hurry, Elder Chai raised his sword horizontally to block the attack, and a huge force bombarded him. Swish, swish. Elder Chai took 2 steps back before he stopped. He could only use 30% of his strength, and it was the same for his defense. But just now, he had secretly used more than 30% of his chi to dissolve the attack. After all, his cultivation level was high. As long as he didn't make it obvious, the sex founder wouldn't be able to tell. But Elder Chai still felt extremely humiliated, because Qinyu had actually forced him to retreat. Similarly, this scene had a huge impact on all the spectators. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Qinyu initiated an attack on Elder Chai and forced him to retreat. This must be fake. How can a Qi transformation realm martial artist force an origin realm martial artist to retreat? Furthermore, Elder Chai is at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. Excited voices could be heard throughout the city, causing the entire atmosphere to be heated up. The city was in an uproar. The upper echelons of the state of Qi all looked at Qinyu with shock. The first move, Qinyu easily blocked it. But this move, Qinyu not only broke Elder Chai's sword Dao attack, he even initiated an attack. According to the agreement, Qinyu only needed to block 3 moves to win. He didn't need to initiate an attack as it was too risky. But surprisingly, Qinyu's speed was fast and his explosive power was strong. He actually forced Elder Chai to take 2 steps back. This scene made everyone's jaws drop. Elder Chai must have been careless and let this kid take advantage of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been pushed back. An elder standing on Elder Chai's side tried to explain for him. But everyone could see that Qinyu's explosive speed was too fast and caught Elder Chai off guard. Speed was also a part of one's strength. Although Elder Chai only used 30% of his strength, if Qinyu was able to push him back, his strength should be close to the origin realm. An origin realm expert from the Purple Cloud Palace analyzed. There was a huge gap between the origin realm and the Qi transformation realm. It was rare to see someone in the Qi transformation realm have the strength of an origin realm. Like Yi Luofeng, she was able to use the Heaven Fault Remnant Sword for a short period of time. This kid is so powerful. His future is limitless. Elder Duanmu sighed. Qinyu was too young and had the ability to fight those who were stronger than him. Such a genius, as long as he didn't die, his future would be unimaginable. Thinking about this, Elder Duanmu was slightly worried. As Qinyu's enemy, Elder Chai would definitely not let Qinyu grow. There was only 1 move left in the competition of 3 moves. What if Elder Chai decided to kill Qinyu at all costs with this final move? There is only 1 move left. Qinyu looked at Elder Chai and revealed a faint smile. Brat, don't be too arrogant. This old man was afraid of seriously injuring you earlier, so I didn't use my full strength. This is my final move. You have no chance of winning. Elder Chai sneered. In fact, he had already confirmed in his heart that Qinyu's strength had exceeded his imagination. He absolutely could not be allowed to grow. Bzzz, Elder Chai narrowed his eyes and the golden rune sword in his hand shone brightly. A frightening sword intent soared into the sky and formed a cloud of sword intent pressure. At this moment, Elder Chai's essence, spirit, and soul were perfectly integrated. He was at his peak condition. Xiao, the golden rune sword in Elder Chai's hand suddenly slashed out, forming a golden light wave. The speed at which the golden ripples advanced was extremely slow. Xiao xiao xiao, immediately after, Elder Chai slashed a second time, a third time, and a fourth time. All the sword waves gathered together and formed a lotus shape. This is the forbidden technique of the metal destruction sword art, the golden lotus sword kill. Elder Duanmu instantly exclaimed. The metal extinguishing sword technique was the strongest metal Dao sword type cultivation technique in the High Sword sect, and the golden lotus sword annihilation was the forbidden killer move within it. To be classified as a forbidden technique, it was usually extremely powerful and would cause harm to the user. Of course, there were some special cases. Elder Chai actually used such a killer technique against a junior. But Elder Chai didn't violate the agreement. He might be using a forbidden technique, but he was still using 30% of his strength. Many of the upper echelons started to discuss. Elder Chai's move was extremely powerful, and the possibility of Qinyu blocking it wasn't high. In fact, Elder Chai used more than 40% of his strength in this move, and it was a forbidden technique. Even an initial stage origin realm expert might not be able to block it. But the spectators felt that Elder Chai was definitely using more than 30% of his strength. As for how much more, it was hard to say. Besides, they weren't sure if they should help Qinyu. After all, Qinyu only had great potential, but he wasn't at the origin realm yet. Just as everyone was in a dilemma and worrying. On the other side, Kiki, this move is more like it. Instead of showing any fear, Qinyu laughed. Pung, he suddenly dashed out with qi surging on the surface of his body. Courting death. You actually sent yourself to me. My golden lotus sword kill will cut you into countless pieces. Elder Chai sneered in his heart as he continued to brandish his sword. The spectators were shocked as well, wondering if Qin Yu was stupid. Facing such a powerful sword Dao attack from Elder Chai, Qin Yu didn't retreat, but attacked instead. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. In this last exchange, Qin Yu's heart was in an explosive state. His speed was terrifying as he instantly closed in on Elder Chai. Qin Yu, go to hell. Elder Chai sneered as his last sword slashed with a higher level of strength. In the air, streaks of sword chi formed a dazzling golden lotus. Golden lotus sword kill, completed, so, as the final sword slashed out, the entire golden sword lotus flew out. Magic scale protection. The second magic pattern on Qin Yu's back suddenly moved and wrapped around Qin Yu's body. Powerful magic pattern chi was released through the magic pattern, forming a black scale pattern that surrounded Qin Yu. Boom, the golden sword lotus collided with the glowing sphere of demonic scales. The golden lotus instantly bloomed and formed a golden sword storm. It attacked crazily, trying to pierce through the layer of black light. However, the two were in a stalemate for 2 breaths of time. There was no clear winner. No, impossible, the shock in Elder Chai's heart was indescribable. According to his observation, Qin Yu had a high chance of blocking this move. In reality, even Qin Yu found it a little difficult to deal with this attack. Although Elder Chai only used 40% of his strength, it was still a forbidden killer move, and Elder Chai's cultivation level was at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. Qin Yu extended his hand to the mist-spitting pearl and took out the giant ruler sword. Activating the artifact, the giant sword surged with chi and released a layer of gravitational field. Puchi, with a swing of the sword, Qin Yu's protective magic scales and the layer of golden sword lotuses that had bloomed were both torn apart. This is a half-spiritual artifact. Elder Chai's eyes widened and his body trembled. He was at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm and only recently obtained a half-spiritual artifact. But Qin Yu, a chi transformation realm, actually had a half-spiritual artifact. Explode. On Qin Yu's giant ruler sword, an ancient magic pattern sword chi was condensed. Within the black sword, there was a mixture of magic pattern chi and a portion of half chi. The sword flew out, and when it reached Elder Chai, it exploded with a loud bang. Not good, this attack. Elder Chai felt a sense of danger and his mind went blank. Just as he was about to use 30% of his strength to defend, he realized that his chi barrier was rapidly being engulfed by Qin Yu's attack. Boom, Elder Chai was pushed back a few steps as a layer of black nebula engulfed his body. PFFF. Within the black nebula, rays of terrifying golden sword light scattered in all directions, expelling all the darkness. Elder Chai's figure was revealed. His clothes were torn and there was a large hole in his chest. The surface of his body was a bloody mess. The entire city was silent. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the sky in disbelief. Not only did Qin Yu block Elder Chai's forbidden sword, he even attacked and injured Elder Chai. How could a chi transformation realm cultivator do this? Courting death. Elder Chai gritted his teeth as he was enraged. The golden sword in his hand released a terrifying wave of energy. This simulation battle had exceeded Elder Chai's expectations. In the end, he was even injured by Qin Yu. This was the most humiliating scene in his entire life. Shame and anger instantly overwhelmed his mind. His eyes turned red as he raised his golden sword and slashed down. This sword was a vengeful strike from a peak initial stage origin realm cultivator. Swish, a golden sword light that was several tens of feet long was instantly formed. It was like a golden light screen as it crashed down. Stop, Elder Chai. Elder Duamu's expression changed. After Elder Chai lost, he didn't stop and even tried to kill Qin Yu. However, Elder Chai's sword was incomparably fast and she couldn't stop it in time. Right at this moment, the eyes of the High Sword Sect's old ancestor released a shocking sword intent. The surrounding upper echelons were shocked as they all retreated. Swish, the High Sword Sect's old ancestor put his index and middle finger together and pointed. A boundless blue sword finger flew out. Ding, the blue sword finger was extremely fast. It instantly rushed up to the clouds and pierced through the golden sword light, leaving a hole on it. At that instant, the enormous curtain of golden swords crumbled and turned into golden fragments that vanished into thin air. What a powerful strike. Qin Yu took a glance at the high sword sect's old ancestor. He wasn't worried about Elder Chai's attack, but the high sword sect's old ancestor's casual finger was extremely fast and easily destroyed Elder Chai's sword move. This caused a trace of fear to grow in Qin Yu. Get back here. The high sword sect's old ancestor suddenly shouted. That voice was deafening like thunder. It constantly rumbled in the sky and formed a vast pressure. Buzz. Boom, cultivators below the Qi transformation realm couldn't help but tremble and bend down. Those with lower cultivation even knelt down. It was so terrifying. An angry voice was like a heavenly might that caused people to instinctively fear and revere. The high sword sect's old ancestor's voice was targeted at Elder Chai. Elder Chai's mind exploded. In the next moment, he floated in front of the old ancestor with fear. Old ancestor, I was confused just now. Elder Chai was at a loss and was so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly. At the same time, his face was pale and his Qi presence was weak. This was the side effect of using the forbidden sword move. Earlier, you already violated the rules. You used about 70% of your strength to destroy Qin Yu's attack. The high sword sect's old ancestor's expression was cold and indifferent. Earlier, if Elder Chai didn't use more strength, he would not only be injured, but he might even be seriously injured. This was something that everyone present could see, so Elder Chai couldn't deny it. There's no need to continue arguing about the matter between the two of you. The high sword sect's old ancestor snorted coldly. His meaning was obvious. This matter would end with Elder Chai framing Yi Luofeng and Qin Yu. Since the old ancestor had personally spoken, this matter was concluded. You are in the wrong. Quickly apologize to Yi Luofeng and Qin Yu. The high sword sect's old ancestor spoke again. His words were filled with dignity and anger. The surrounding experts and the others in the city were all startled. The high sword sect's old ancestor actually made an Origin Realm Supreme Elder apologize to two juniors. That was the Origin Realm. In the eyes of others, the Origin Realm was the kingdom's sky. It was forever high up and could only be looked up to and not be offended, but now, even the sky had to lower its head. However, everyone had witnessed the sparring just now. Elder Chai violated the agreement and even tried to kill Qin Yu after he lost. This kind of behavior was truly shameless. If he succeeded, it would be fine. Once Qin Yu died, the victor would be rewritten by the living. But Elder Chai failed. What awaited him was not only punishment, but also the destruction of his reputation. Yi Luofeng's master, Elder Duanmu, immediately relaxed his brows and smiled. Elder Chai, I didn't expect you to be such a person. The high sword sect's face has been completely lost by you. Elder Duanmu fell to the ground. During the 5 years that Yi Luofeng went missing, Elder Chai had slandered Elder Duanmu numerous times. Now that their positions had been swapped, Elder Duanmu naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity. Now that Elder Chai's reputation had plummeted, those who stood on his side would probably have to consider their options. When Elder Duanmu's words came out, the rest of the High Sword sect members also felt extremely embarrassed. The way they looked at Elder Chai instantly changed. Qin Yu, this old man was wrong. This old man lost his rationality earlier. Everything was a misunderstanding. Elder Chai felt that the situation wasn't good and immediately apologized to Qin Yu. He knew that the old ancestor forced him to do this to give an explanation to Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. After all, he had lost this argument, so all the blame would fall on him. If there was no punishment, how would Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng be satisfied? Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng, one had the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother and the other had the Heaven Fault Remnant Sword. Both of them could advance to the Origin Realm in the future. The Soaring Sword sect naturally could not become enemies with these two people. At this moment, the best way to gain their favor was to make use of the evil Elder Chai. Martial Nephew Yi, Qin Yu, I admit that I was too greedy during the incident at the Serene Moon Mine. I failed in my sneak attack and was severely injured instead. Later on, I even framed you. Elder Chai was fully aware of his usefulness at this moment. He gritted his teeth and continued speaking. If he wasn't sincere, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng definitely wouldn't be satisfied. If the two of them weren't satisfied, then the Soaring Sword sect's ancestor would be dissatisfied as well. In that case, there would be no place for him in the Soaring Sword sect in the future. What's going on? Could it be that when Yi Luofeng betrayed the High Sword sect, it was Elder Chai who framed her? As the Grand Elder, how could Elder Chai do such a thing to a disciple of the sect? Some of the onlookers who did not know the truth immediately understood after hearing this, and they were extremely indignant. Elder Chai, Miss Yi, and I nearly died back then. Are you going to let us go just by saying a few words? Chen Yu sneered. If everyone who did something wrong could be forgiven by others with just a few words of apology, then there wouldn't be so many open and veiled struggles and grudges in this world. Furthermore, in Chen Yu's opinion, Elder Chai's apology wasn't sincere at all. He dared to guarantee that as long as there was a chance, Elder Chai would definitely get rid of Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng. I naturally won't let this matter go like this. The Soaring Sword sect's old ancestor spoke again. Elder Chai's actions and mistakes would have been enough for an ordinary higher-up to be sentenced to death. It was indeed too unfair for Elder Chai to just admit his mistakes. But now that Elder Chai was the main fighting force in the Northern Plains War, his punishment couldn't be too severe. Elder Chai, I will now deprive you of the sect benefits that the Grand Elder enjoyed. Furthermore, you need to compensate Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng. There were two types of punishments. First, deprive them of benefits. Second, pay out of your own pocket. Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng were both at the peak of the innate realm. Ordinary compensation definitely wouldn't be able to satisfy them. Alright, this is what I should do. Elder Chai nodded his head heavily and didn't say anything else. It seems that Elder Chai has truly repented. Junior isn't a narrow-minded person, so I will forgive you this time. No need to be too grateful to me. Chen Yu sneered and put on a magnanimous appearance. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Elder Chai this time. Of course, even if he had to punish Elder Chai, Chen Yu was more willing to do it himself. Now that the Northern Plains War had started, the three countries were at a disadvantage and couldn't afford to have internal conflicts. Otherwise, the three countries would turn into ashes under the iron hooves of the Shueshan tribe. Although he wouldn't pursue Elder Chai's actions for the time being, how could Chen Yu miss this chance to ridicule the other? Party? Elder Chai, Yi Luofeng will pursue this matter for the time being. Yi Luofeng's face tensed up and she couldn't help but smile. She was prepared to learn from Chen Yu and add, no need to be too grateful to me, but she didn't say it in the end. Since this matter has been settled, let's go in first. The Soaring Sword sect's old ancestor spoke. Subsequently, everyone returned to the previous hall. Chen Yu, Yi Luofeng, both of you are now at the peak stage of the innate realm, but you have the combat strength of an origin realm expert. Now that the three countries are at a disadvantage, they need your strength. The High Sword sect's old ancestor said righteously. For my homeland, I will not shirk my duty. Chen Yu smiled. This was his original intention. If the Chu country was destroyed, then everything would disappear. This was what Chen Yu didn't want to see. Alright. Chen Yu, do you know that the moon spirit ore in your hands is of utmost importance to the entire war? The High Sword sect's old ancestor was waiting for Chen Yu to say that. In the hall, many of the higher-ups' eyes lit up. One of the great uses of the moon spirit ore was to nurture a massive moon spirit organ. Everyone present understood the use of the moon spirit organ. Among them, the High Sword sect had participated in the mining of the remaining moon spirit ore in the Serene Moon mine. If the three countries could produce another moon spirit ore, then the overall strength of the three countries would rise to another level. It was an increase in overall strength. This was an incomparably huge improvement that could directly change the situation of the war. In the hall, almost everyone's eyes were staring at Chen Yu. The corners of Chen Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He believed that if he refused on the spot, it was very likely that he would be attacked by all the experts present. Previously, the High Sword sect's old ancestor personally came forward and asked Elder Chai to apologize. It was also to pave the way for this step. If Chen Yu refused at this moment, it wouldn't be justifiable. If everyone ganged up on him, it would be a righteous move. However, Chen Yu didn't need to refuse at all. Of course. For the victory of the three countries, this junior is naturally willing to take out the moon spirit organ. Chen Yu smiled indifferently. First of all, was there any disadvantage for him to take out the moon spirit or to nurture the moon spirit or, not at all? In fact, there were many benefits. After all, he was the owner of the moon spirit ore and occupied a great deal of benefits. He also had a greater say in the distribution. Some sect forces couldn't wait to have a good relationship with Qinyu. Secondly, during the process of nurturing, the moon spirit or mother would also constantly transform and grow. It would most likely form the legendary moon spirit Saint Stone. Everyone couldn't help but smile, thinking that Qinyu was very tactful. Just when the upper echelons were about to continue discussing other matters. Alliance leader, there's something to report. A loud and firm voice came from outside the hall. The three countries had to have a leader to form an alliance. This leader was the alliance master, and each country had one. The three alliance masters formed the highest authority in the three countries' alliance. The alliance leader of Qi country was the High Sword Sect's old ancestor. What's the matter? The High Sword Sect's old ancestor was slightly displeased. The front line is in an emergency. The enemy tribe has suddenly launched a fierce attack. As soon as these words came out, many of the upper echelons in the hall trembled. The meeting is over. Let's deal with the war first. The High Sword Sect's old ancestor narrowed his eyes and immediately said. The enemy's sudden attack at this moment seemed a little strange. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng had returned to discuss important matters. Thus, most of the top experts gathered here to discuss. This was also the weakest moment at the front line. In the High Sword Sect's old ancestor's opinion, it wasn't that the enemy had sharp eyes, but that there were spies in the country. This was very normal. For example, the Qi nation also had many people who had infiltrated into the country. Immediately, the experts in the hall left one after another. Yi Luofeng followed her master to understand the current situation on the battlefield. Qinyu also followed. The Snow Mountain tribe had a total of 9 tribes. Every 3 tribes were at war with one country. Of course, the 9 tribes were very close to each other. They passed information to each other and cooperated very quickly. Thus, they always had the advantage. Among the 3 tribes that the Qi nation faced, the strongest was called the Iron Refining Tribe. This tribe was good at refining weapons, and their weapon forging masters were far better than the Qi nation. The experts in this tribe were extremely well equipped and their overall strength was very strong. So far, the 3 tribes led by the Iron Refining Tribe had displayed a total of 10 half-spirit weapons and 1 spirit weapon. Of course, this was definitely not the enemy's trump card. On the same day, the Qi nation's camp and the 3 tribes started small-scale battles, and the situation was very intense. The battles only ended after 2 days, and the Qi nation's camp suffered more losses. During this period of time, Qinyu, Yi Luofeng, and Elder Chai were discussing the matter of compensation. Naturally, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng wanted to ruthlessly rip off Elder Chai. The 2 sides haggled for a long time before ending. The 2 of them obtained a large number of primal stones, precious materials, and elixirs from Elder Chai. On the 3rd day, someone from the Chu nation came to ask for reinforcements. The Chu nation was weaker than the Qi nation, but the enemy that the Chu nation faced was not weaker than the Iron Refining Tribe and the other 2 tribes. Seniors, it's time for me to return to the Chu nation. Taking this opportunity, Qinyu said his goodbyes. He had already achieved his goal, and his name was completely cleared. Next, he would prepare for war. The Chu nation was the weakest among the 3 countries, and it was also the place that had the highest chance of being conquered. Qinyu would not allow his homeland to be trampled on, and he also did not want his former fellow disciples and good friends to be killed by the enemy. Elder Duanmu, you will go to support the Chu nation, and at the same time, represent the High Sword Sect to discuss the matter of the Moon Spirit Oregon, the High Sword Sect's patriarch said. Qinyu had already agreed to take out the Moon Spirit or to nurture the Moon Spirit or veins. However, there were still many issues that needed to be discussed. Understood. Elder Duanmu nodded. Now that Elder Chai's reputation was ruined, she was naturally very happy that the patriarch had handed such an important matter to her. On that day, Elder Duanmu selected a few people, including Yi Luofeng, to follow Qinyu to the Chu nation. Elder Duanmu, I hope to return as soon as possible. Qinyu took the initiative to suggest. Since the Chu kingdom was requesting for help, the situation shouldn't be optimistic. Qinyu hoped to return as soon as possible to avoid too many casualties. Elder Duanmu muttered to herself for a moment before replying, all right then, this elder will rush over first. You guys can come after. Chen Yu was astonished. His original intention was to rush back first. He had a special physique and was full of stamina, which allowed him to travel continuously. When his chi was depleted, he could use a flying mount to reach the Chu kingdom faster. He didn't expect that Elder Duanmu would suggest for her to rush over first. Elder Duanmu was obviously trying to get closer to Chen Yu. After all, the moon spirit ore was in Chen Yu's hands. And Chen Yu would definitely advance to the origin realm in the future. Finally, Chen Yu and Elder Duanmu were each equipped with a lightweight flying mount, and the two of them rushed to the Qi kingdom first. The rest of the people were led by Yi Luofeng and rode on the griffin. Swish, Elder Duanmu's steps were light as he flew above the forest. Occasionally, he would land lightly and leave a trail of colorful light wherever he went. On the other hand, Chen Yu had a different style. Roar on the surface of Chen Yu's body, demonic pattern chi rose and set off a demonic chi gale. He was like a berserk ferocious beast, rushing out rapidly and smashing everything in his way into smithereens. At the start, Elder Duanmu's speed was faster and he was in front. But as time passed, Chen Yu caught up. It has been 2 hours and this kid's speed hasn't decreased at all. Elder Duanmu revealed a strange expression. For hours later, Elder Duanmu's stamina was slightly depleted and his speed slowed down. Chen Yu caught up to Elder Duanmu at this moment and the two of them moved side by side. 6 hours later, Elder Duanmu's speed slowed down again. Qinggong movement technique not only consumed qi, it also required a tough physique. At this time, Chen Yu still felt full of energy, but his Xinqi couldn't support him for much longer. After rushing for a while, Chen Yu took out his flying spirit pet and sat on it to recover his true qi. After recovering his true qi, Chen Yu hurried on his way again. In the end, Chen Yu far surpassed Elder Duanmu. This kid's physical defense is so strong. Coupled with his powerful physique, could it be that he has a special bloodline power? Elder Duanmu was bewildered. Bloodlines were quite rare in northern plains. As he was traveling at full speed, Chen Yu arrived at Chu within 2 days. In addition, when he was at the border of the Qi kingdom, Chen Yu found a small city and took some men with him. This way. An early-stage Xiantian expert was leading the way. He had spent most of his time on the battlefield, and sometimes, he would send reinforcements to the neighboring Chu country, so he was very familiar with the terrain. Soon, a small city appeared in Chen Yu's vision. Far away from the small city, black smoke billowed. The closer he got, the more chaotic Xinqi ripples could be felt. Gradually, a chaotic battle scene appeared in front of Chen Yu. This was just a small battlefield. A country was vast, and Chu had to guard every inch of its land. Therefore, there were strongholds and cities of all sizes on the entire defensive line. In addition, this stronghold was under the control of the Watermoon sect. In the air, a Xiantian elder of the Watermoon sect was fighting with an expert from an enemy tribe. Hee, go to hell. I will take this stronghold today. A dark-skinned brawny man from the enemy tribe roared and hacked down with his huge axe. A black axe light whizzed past. Don't even think about it. The white sword in the hand of the Watermoon sect's elder stabbed out repeatedly. However, the dark-skinned brawny man was not only strong in attack, he was also good at defense. Moreover, the elder of the Watermoon sect seemed to be injured and not in his peak condition. Right now, the elder could only defend passively and bitterly hold on. However, he knew that he could not hold on for long. Once he was defeated, the morale of the entire small battlefield would plummet, and they would definitely lose. At this moment, the elder of the Watermoon sect felt the movement behind him, and his face lit up. Support! The elder of the Watermoon sect couldn't help but exclaim. The other participants were also overjoyed. Haha, there are only so few people. What's the use of joining the battle? The dark-skinned brawny man laughed loudly. There were indeed not many people on Chen Yu's side. Apart from him, there was only one early-stage Xiantian expert. Of course, the dark-skinned brawny man didn't completely ignore it. After all, anything could go wrong, and he couldn't be careless. The dark-skinned brawny man immediately increased the intensity of his attack, and launched a fierce attack on the elder of the Watermoon sect. On the other side, Chen Yu and a group of people quickly joined the battlefield. They saw that Chen Yu was like a black cannonball, rushing forward, directly into the crowd of enemies. Boom! Bang, bang! Along the way, many tribesmen were knocked away by Qinyu. What a terrifying speed. Some people wanted to stop him, but they found that Qinyu's speed was amazing, and that terrifying momentum had completely stunned them. When Qinyu stopped, many people on his side saw Qinyu's face clearly. Qinyu. It's Qinyu, the traitor of the Yunhui Gate who got the treasure and escaped, Qinyu. Someone recognized Qinyu, and couldn't help but exclaim. Then, the news spread quickly. Somewhere, an elegant and graceful girl was fighting with all her might. When she heard Qinyu's name, her expression changed, and her arms trembled. Qinyu. The girl bit her lips, and a trace of a complicated look appeared in her bright eyes. At the same time, the elder of the Water Moon sect fighting in the sky was also shocked. It really is Qinyu. Why did he suddenly appear here at this time? Just now, this elder had been fully focused on dealing with the dark-skinned man and hadn't paid attention to the specific situation behind him. It was only now that he learned of Qinyu's true identity. One had to know that the Bone Devil Palace, the Water Moon sect, and Qinyu's bounty. If he could kill Qinyu, he could choose to take the treasure for himself or exchange it for a huge reward. Unfortunately, he was fighting an enemy at the moment. However, this elder was very curious. Why would Qinyu bring someone to help them? Bang, Qinyu ran amok on the battlefield, killing everything in his path with every swing of his fists. Damn it, this kid hid his strength just now. The dark-skinned man cursed. Previously, he hadn't seen through Qinyu's cultivation. Coupled with Qinyu's young age, he had directly overlooked it. Now that Qinyu had joined the battle and erupted with extraordinary strength, he realized that it would be very difficult to win this battle. On the battlefield, the elegant girl glanced at Qinyu out of the corner of her eye. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. He's already so powerful. He's not the least bit inferior to Mei Chongqing. The elegant girl revealed a sorrowful expression, appearing somewhat sad. At this time, two enemy warriors took the opportunity to attack. One of them waved a large saber and slashed at the elegant girl. The other swung a long whip and wrapped it around the elegant girl's body. Hee, such a beauty, come back with us. The two warriors' eyes shone with evil light. They worked together to restrain the elegant girl and retreated. Senior Sister Chu. A Water Moon sect disciple couldn't help but cry out. He wanted to save the girl he admired, but he was blocked by an enemy. Let me go. Let me go. The elegant girl struggled with all her might and screamed. Oh? Qinyu felt that the voice was a little familiar and looked over. That's Chuanyu? In Qinyu's mind, the image of a graceful, pure, gentle, and elegant young girl appeared. The two of them had once been engaged, but that engagement was fake. It was just a private agreement between the Chu family leader and Qinyu to protect Chuanyu. Swoosh, Qinyu soared into the sky. Not only did the two of them know each other, but they were also related. Qinyu had even refined precious weapons twice at the Chu family's artificer's place. He definitely had to save Chuanyu. Kill this kid. A few warriors shouted. Boom, a wave of attacks blasted toward Qinyu, who was floating in midair. However, Qinyu's speed didn't decrease. He used his body to smash their attacks to pieces. Bang, Qinyu landed on the ground and pointed a finger, killing the warrior wielding the broadsword. Then, he pointed a finger and pierced the chest of the person holding Chuanyu. The two of them instantly collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Qinyu stretched out an arm and caught Chuanyu. You. Chuanyu looked at Qinyu in a daze, not knowing what to say. When she learned that her lover, Yunfei, had been killed by her fiancé, Qinyu, she was in so much pain that she didn't know what to do. She had also thought about revenge. However, time had also made her understand many things. Are you all right? Qinyu put Chuanyu down. He didn't think too much about it. He had killed Yunfei, and he didn't care much about Chuanyu. Elder Wu can't hold on for much longer. You. Chuanyu suddenly noticed the elder of the Water Moon sect fighting in the distance. Before she could finish speaking, Qinyu had already charged toward her. Along the way, Qinyu killed a few more enemy warriors. At some point, he approached the fighting range of the two late-stage Khanate experts. Swoosh, Qinyu suddenly pointed a finger, and a black finger aura with astonishing demonic intent rushed up. What? The dark-skinned man's expression changed drastically. Xianyu's finger was extremely fast, and the timing and angle of the attack were impeccable. Swoosh, the finger instantly sank into the dark-skinned man's body and sent him flying dozens of feet away. At the same time, the elder of the Water Moon sect took the opportunity to attack. Pfft, the dark-skinned man's head was cut off. Haha, he's dead. The elder of the Water Moon sect took the credit. At the same time, the situation on the small battlefield began to reverse. When their leader died, the order to retreat was immediately issued, and everyone began to flee. Xianyu, do you know that you are still a wanted man in the entire Chu nation? The elder of the Water Moon sect didn't kill the enemy, but looked coldly at Xianyu. He could also see that Xianyu's attack was extraordinary, but he was now the commander of this place. But now, he was the commander of this place. As long as he gave the order, nearly 1,000 people would obey his command. How could they not kill Xianyu? Get lost. Xianyu shouted coldly. A pair of black eyes flashed with demonic intent as he glared at the elder. The elder of the Water Moon sect felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His mind was in chaos, and his heart was filled with endless fear. Bang, the elder fell from mid-air, and he fell miserably. This scene caused the other people nearby to be dumbfounded. With just a shout, the late-stage Khanate cultivator of the Water Moon sect fell to the ground. Xianyu couldn't be bothered with this elder. After settling the battle, he immediately left and continued on his journey. According to the Khanate cultivator of the Qi nation, in front of this stronghold was a city that an elder of the Yunhui Gate was in charge of. Chu Wanyu looked at Xianyu's back as he left, and her heart began to beat faster. After 5 years, she was no longer the young girl she used to be. She also understood that the Yunfei of the past might not have really liked her. The fiancé that she had once felt unfamiliar and even hated was now very comfortable, and he had even saved her life in a time of crisis. Night fell. Flames flickered in a small city, and the smell of blood was mixed in the smoke. There was a dim light in a secret hall. Master, your injuries have worsened. The enemy leader, Chu Han, will definitely notice the next time we fight. We won't be able to defend against the enemy's attack, and we'll suffer heavy losses as well. A stout man said. A red-faced elder sat cross-legged above. His face was haggard, and there was a scar on his face. If Xianyu were here, he would recognize him immediately. The stout man was his second senior brother, Li Dakue. This red-faced old man was his master, Mao Qiuyu. We have to defend even if we can't. Elder Mao's tone was firm. The three nations had formed an alliance, and the leader of the Chu nation was Ancestor Absolute Yin of the Bone Demon Palace. In short, the Bone Demon Palace had the final say in the Chu nation. As Xianyu's master, Elder Mao's days were not going to be easy now that Xianyu had been accused of such crimes. He was being targeted by the other sect forces. If Elder Mao gave up on the city now, they would use it as an excuse to target him. I wonder when the Qi Kingdom's reinforcements will arrive. If they arrive in time, all of this can be easily resolved. I estimate that it will take at least a day for the Qi Kingdom's reinforcements to arrive. At that time, whether or not this city will still exist is a question. I suggest that we retreat if we don't see reinforcements tomorrow morning. Several of the experts present expressed their opinions. A dozen miles away from the city, countless figures were quietly moving forward in the forest. Leader, we only brought half of our forces. What if we're no match for them? A brawny man asked in a small voice. Beside him was a man with a body like a black tower, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Hee, the battle has just ended. This should be the time when their defenses are the most lax. How could they expect us to launch a sneak attack at this time? This black tower-like brawny man was their leader, Chu Han. Because it was a sneak attack, they hadn't mobilized all of their forces. Those who had been seriously injured during the day stayed in the camp. Didn't our spy say that the elder of the Yunhui Gate is heavily injured? His acting skills are not bad. When he fought with the leader during the day, he didn't reveal any flaws. Another tall and thin man said. The group quietly moved forward in the dense forest, occasionally scraping the grass and leaves, making rustling sounds. At some point, they could already see the city in the distance. Get ready. We'll act at any time. Chief Chu Han whispered. Immediately, everyone began to adjust their formation and assign their responsibilities. However, when Chief Chu Han was done with his preparations, Chu Han's eyes widened. Someone's there? Enemy attack? Suddenly, a few shouts came from the city. Instantly, the entire city was lit up with flames that were several times brighter than before. What's going on? Were you discovered? Leader Suju was bewildered. However, due to the distance and the darkness, his eyes could not clearly see the situation on the city walls. On the city wall, the leader, Elder Mao, led the upper echelons and charged out of the secret hall. Outside the city wall, a group of people surrounded Qinyu and a group of people from the Qi Kingdom. It's a misunderstanding. We're the reinforcements from the Qi Kingdom. The early-stage Khanate cultivator who followed Qinyu said immediately. Reinforcements? The others did not believe it. How could there only be so few reinforcements? They might be the enemy in disguise. If they were to enter the city and the enemy attacked from the inside, everything would be over. I'm a disciple of the Yunhui Gate. Qinyu said. The Yunhui Gate? A questioning voice was heard. It sounded somewhat familiar. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Elder Mao and the other upper echelons came to the city wall. You? As Elder Mao stared at Qinyu, his eyes suddenly widened in shock and astonishment. Second senior brother Li Dakue also widened his eyes. This person seems to be the traitor of the Yunhui Gate, Qinyu. Why is he running here? The others whispered and stared at Qinyu with unfriendly expressions. If they did not know that their leader, Mao Qiuyu, was Qinyu's master, they would have already attacked Qinyu. Why are you here? Elder Mao was a little panicked. As a traitor of the Yunhui Gate, Qinyu had to attack Qinyu. However, how could he attack his own disciple? Master, second senior brother? Qinyu was stunned and looked at Elder Mao and second senior brother. He did not expect that Master Mao Qiuyu was in charge of the city. However, they did not have time to talk. Not far away, a horn suddenly sounded and a large group of people rushed over. Oh no, there's an attack! One of the upper echelons exclaimed. The others looked into the distance with panic on their faces. Qinyu, the enemy tribe launched an attack as soon as you arrived. You must be in cahoots. Another upper echelon stared at Qinyu with a stern expression. As soon as he said that, many people present looked at Qinyu and his group with strong hostility. After all, in their eyes, Qinyu was a traitor of the Yunhui Gate. It was normal for him to become a traitor of the Chu state. Take him down. One of the upper echelons shouted. Suddenly, everyone's eyes flickered with killing intent. But suddenly, stop. Elder Mao shouted in a low voice. The powerful pressure of the peak of the Qi transformation stage spread out, causing everyone present to tremble and stiffen on the spot, not daring to disobey his order. Master, the enemy attack has nothing to do with me. Let's deal with the enemy first. Qinyu said calmly. If he released his soul sense, he might be able to detect the enemy attack first. However, it was not necessary for Qinyu. Hearing Qinyu's words, Mao Qiuyu was completely relieved and nodded. In the distance, Chu Han and the other experts who were rushing over finally saw the situation below the city wall. What's going on? There's internal strife over there, and they're fighting among themselves? Chu Han's mind went blank. He had originally thought that his people had been discovered by the people of the Chu state. Under such circumstances, they could either retreat or face the enemy. How could he, Chu Han, retreat? He would become a laughingstock if word got back. In addition, he thought that Mao Qiuyu was injured, so he led his people to attack directly. However, when he approached, he realized that the people of the Chu state had not discovered any traces of them at all. These troublemakers. The tall and skinny man snorted coldly. Kill them. Since they had already appeared, they did not care so much and directly killed their way over. Mao Qiuyu, the outcome of the battle has not been decided during the day. Let's fight again tonight. Leader Chu Han roared and soared into the sky, charging at Mao Qiuyu like a huge beast. Master, let me deal with him. Qinyu said in a low voice. No, leave it to me. If anything goes wrong, you and your second senior brother retreat first. Mao Qiuyu flew out resolutely, curling up a layer of green hair. Master still doesn't seem to know what happened after I returned to the Chu state? Qinyu thought to himself. Logically speaking, when he was in the Chu state, he had intimidated the other sect forces. If Chongxian returned to the battlefield, he would definitely tell Elder Mao. However, Qinyu did not know that when Chongxian returned to the battlefield, he was transferred to another place by the Bone Devil Palace and did not see Elder Mao at all. Qinyu did not care much and rushed into the battlefield. Kid, where did you jump out from? Our sneak attack plan has been completely disrupted by you. A tall and skinny man took the initiative to attack Qinyu. He held a long spear in his hand. As he walked, spear shadows flew out and killed many Chu soldiers. Retreat quickly. Many people retreated with fear on their faces. This tall and skinny man had a mid-stage Khanate cultivation and was ranked third among the enemy. His spear skills were godlike and he had killed many of their people. Haha, since I'm here, no matter what plan you have, it's useless. Qinyu sneered. Courting death. The tall and skinny man revealed a ferocious expression and suddenly rushed over. His long spear stirred up a layer of dark green qi and pierced towards Qinyu. On the other hand, Qinyu had an indifferent expression and stood motionless on the spot. When the swift and fierce spear shadow neared him, Qinyu suddenly stretched out a hand and waved it, actually grabbing the tall and skinny man's spear. What? The tall and skinny man was shocked. With his spear skills, how could this kid in front of him hold his spear? In the next moment, Qinyu exerted force and pulled the long spear from the tall and skinny man's hand. Not good. The tall and skinny man suddenly realized that the person in front of him was extremely powerful. Facing Qinyu's enormous strength, he could not resist at all and the long spear was pulled away. He immediately turned around and fled. Whoosh! In the next moment, a sharp whistle was heard and a long spear with a shocking sharpness flew over and pierced through his chest. That was not the end. The long spear continued to pierce forward and killed another 3 enemies. Many soldiers of the Chu kingdom stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. Not only did this spear kill the terrifying third expert of the enemy, but it was also a spear kill 4 people, in the sky. Boom! Elder Mao and the local leader Chu Han took the attack head-on and a terrifying dark green qi swept out. Mao Qiuyu, your strength now seems to be weaker than during the day. It seems like you're really seriously injured. Today, let me take your head. Chu Han laughed heartily. Although the sneak attack this time did not go as smoothly as expected. As long as they defeated Mao Qiuyu, this battle would also end quickly and they would be victorious. Haha, it's not that easy to kill me. Mao Qiuyu squinted his eyes and revealed a determined look. Master is injured. I'm not that person's match. Qinyu murmured and immediately soared into the sky, heading toward where Elder Mao was. You, what are you doing? Mao Qiuyu was shocked when he saw Qinyu rushing over and immediately shouted. He then realized that Qinyu's speed was extremely fast. Master, I'm here to help you. Qinyu let out a low roar. Oh? So you're Mao Qiuyu's disciple? Chu Han sneered. But Elder Mao's disciple was nothing to worry about. Then I'll send you to hell together. Chu Han raised his head to the sky and laughed. The huge black hammer in his hand carried a shocking black hurricane as it smashed over. Elder Mao's expression turned solemn. At this time, Qinyu dashed forward and dashed toward them. Bang! The sound of metal colliding was heard and shook the surroundings. Immediately after, Chu Han's black hammer, which weighed 1,000 kilograms, began to tremble violently and fell from his hands. Bang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard, shaking the surroundings. Qinyu's fist collided with Chu Han's hammer. The fist did not move at all, but the black hammer that weighed 1,000 kilograms began to tremble, releasing a huge force that caused Chu Han to loosen his grip, and the hammer fell from his hand. Everyone's gazes were also attracted by the loud collision, and their gazes were all focused on it. This is impossible? Chu Han's heart trembled. The sound of metal clashing was still echoing in his mind. The person in front of him was using his physical body to resist his cosmic treasure. Both his strength and defense were shocking. He was simply inhuman. Chu Han clawed with his hand, and true qi surged out. the black hammer returned to his hand. It was just a punch. How could it completely intimidate Chu Han? Furthermore, he was a little careless earlier. When he heard that Qin Yu was only Mao Qiuyu's disciple, he did not take Qin Yu seriously at all. You? Elder Chai was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Although he was surprised, hadn't his disciple shocked him time and time again? Chief, I'm here to help you. A tall, dark-skinned woman charged over from the battlefield. She was ranked second among the enemy forces, and she was also a body cultivator. You block this kid first. Wait until I kill Mao Qiuyu. Chu Han secretly transmitted his voice. In comparison, he did not know much about Qin Yu, but he knew Mao Qiuyu very well, so it was easier to deal with him. All right. The dark-skinned woman nodded. Kill. Chu Han charged out again with the hammer in hand. Suddenly, he patted the pet pouch at his waist, and a layer of dark yellow mist spread out. A huge bull charged out. The bull had scales all over its body, and its horns were golden. They flickered faintly, and it emitted the aura of an ancient beast. This bull was called the Golden Bull. It was an ancient beast given to him by the barbarian Tu tribe. This was one of Chu Han's trump cards, and it was his first time using it. Moo, the bull roared and charged at Qin Yu. Its huge golden horns flickered with golden light. At the same time, the dark-skinned woman launched a sneak attack at Qin Yu from another angle. After doing all this, Chu Han felt slightly relieved and charged at Mao Qiuyu. Mao Qiuyu, go to hell. Chu Han roared, and his aura surged. The giant hammer dragged out an incomparably heavy black shadow. At this moment, Chu Han erupted with his full strength. He decided to disregard everything and kill Mao Qiuyu as soon as possible. At that time, Qin Yu would be the only one left, and he would definitely die. Mao Qiuyu waved both of his claws, and a green thread that looked like willow twigs rolled up into a green billow of air. Bang, 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 as the huge black hammer danced, the green billow gas threads were constantly destroyed. Giant spirit shakes the sky. Chu Han's speed suddenly increased, and he arrived above Mao Qiuyu. The black giant hammer created a layer of black afterimages, forming a huge hurricane, and smashed down. This was one of his killer moves, and it would definitely be able to heavily injure Mao Qiuyu again. However, before that enormous attack could land, a miserable scream sounded from the other side. Qin Yu's fists collided with the dark-skinned woman's fists. In an instant, the bones in the dark-skinned woman's fists broke inch by inch, followed by the bones in her arms. Both of her arms were crippled, and she screamed in pain. Bang! Qin Yu raised his leg and kicked fiercely, and the dark-skinned woman's body was sent flying far away like a sandbag. Seeing this scene, Mao Qiuyu's face lit up, and he used all his strength to resist Chu Han's attack. On the other side, after Qin Yu sent the dark-skinned woman flying, the golden savage bull charged over. Qin Yu extended his arms again, and he grabbed the golden savage bull's horns. In an instant, the golden savage bull's barbaric charge came to a halt, and it could not move even half a step forward. How is this possible? Chu Han's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene consecutively, and then he felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, he felt that Mao Qiuyu and that kid were acting to deceive him. Qin Yu was so strong, and he was stronger than Mao Qiuyu, so how could he be Mao Qiuyu's disciple? Chu Han felt that he must have been deceived by that old thing, Mao Qiuyu. Whoosh! Chu Han was frightened by Qin Yu, and he immediately turned around and fled. When the leader fled, the morale of the enemy soldiers immediately plummeted, and they fled as well. This golden savage bull is extremely rare. If you can tame it, it can become the fighting force of the Chu country, Elder Mao immediately said. Alright, master. I'll leave this golden savage bull to you first. Qin Yu grabbed the horns with both arms and flung the golden savage bull over 70 meters away, smashing it into the ground and creating a huge pit. Whoosh! Qin Yu immediately charged out and chased after the enemy leader, Chu Han. Initially, Chu Han thought that everything was fine. However, Qin Yu's speed was simply too fast. He was like a black cannonball, and he charged over with a strong gust of wind. How fast? Chu Han was startled. He immediately ignited his quintessence energy and fled as fast as he could. However, Qin Yu continued to close the distance between them. Sir, it's best to let people go when possible. If you spare my life, I'll definitely repay you handsomely. Chu Han hurriedly begged for mercy. Humph. Chen Yu harumphed coldly. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. As a citizen of the Chu country, how could he show mercy to the enemy who invaded his homeland? Sir, you might be strong, but it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Chu Han gritted his teeth. He knew that he wasn't a match for Chen Yu, but it wouldn't be easy for Chen Yu to kill him. Furthermore, if Chen Yu were to chase after him alone, he would be caught in a pincer attack if the retreating troops caught up to him. Thus, Chu Han decided to scare Chen Yu. I'll give it a try then. Chen Yu's expression was calm as he increased his speed. In an instant, he caught up to Chu Han. His body shone with a dark glow, and a layer of demonic chi surged out. At this moment, Chen Yu was like a ferocious demon in the night. This, a terrifying demonic might spread out and landed on Chu Han's body. Chu Han's face turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble. The current Chen Yu gave him a feeling that he couldn't defy, just like an Origin Realm expert in his tribe. Boom, in the night, Chen Yu made his move. A fist that carried a layer of black demonic chi descended. Chu Han felt the danger of death and blocked with the giant hammer in front of his chest. Boom, boom. Chen Yu's fist created a dent on the hammer. The powerful force caused the giant hammer to crash towards Chu Han's chest. Pfff, Chu Han's chest caved in, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His body and the giant hammer crashed into the ground, forming a huge pit. Chu Han's body was already a bloody mess. Previously, Chen Yu attacked casually. If he fought with his full strength, a normal peak stage Xianxia expert wouldn't be able to block his full strength punch. At this moment, the retreating troops arrived. And they just happened to see Chen Yu instantly killing their leader, Chu Han, with a single punch. Tian, oh my god. One of them was instantly scared silly and couldn't speak coherently. Was this still their invincible, ferocious leader? Why was he instantly killed with a single punch? Run, the retreating troops didn't dare to get close to Chen Yu and fled in all directions. After getting rid of their leader, Chen Yu returned to the city. The people here didn't chase after the fleeing troops. Instead, they surrounded the golden savage bull and restrained it. Hand over this golden savage bull and all of us will be able to obtain battle merit points. Once the beast tamer tames this golden savage bull, it will become the fighting power of our Chu country. A few of the upper echelons laughed. Chen Yu is back. One of them exclaimed. Immediately, everyone turned to look at him. Through the battle earlier, Chen Yu proved that he didn't collude with the enemy and even displayed his valiant strength. Those who slandered Chen Yu earlier couldn't help but lower their heads in fear when they saw Chen Yu. The enemy leader is already dead. Now is the best time to attack. Chen Yu said calmly. What? Chu Han is dead? The crowd was in an uproar. They knew how powerful Chu Han was. Even Elder Mao wasn't a match for him. Yet, Chen Yu chased after Chu Han alone and actually killed him. This was too shocking. Imperceptibly, Chen Yu's position in their hearts rose again. But soon, they didn't pay attention to this anymore. Instead, they listened to Chen Yu and launched an attack. This was the best time to conquer the territory. The top experts of the enemy were all killed. Chen Yu didn't need to make a move. As for Elder Mao, he was heavily injured and didn't participate in the battle. Master, how are your injuries? Chen Yu looked at Elder Mao. Elder Mao was already heavily injured to begin with. His injuries worsened after the battle with Chu Han. Chen Yu immediately took out a healing pill from his storage pouch. Elder Mao didn't think too much and consumed the pill. In the next moment, his eyes flickered and his expression changed continuously. His injuries were more severe. Even with some healing pills, he would need around a month to fully recover. But right now, after consuming Chen Yu's pill, the injuries in his body were healing at an extremely fast speed. Elder Mao estimated that in a few days, his injuries would be completely healed. You, how can you spend so much on such a miraculous pill? Elder Mao's words had a trace of reprimand. That pill was so miraculous and must be very expensive. It should be used in more urgent situations to not be wasted. It's fine. I still have some spring transformation pills here. Chen Yu smiled. Spring Transformation Pill was a healing pill for Origin Realm experts. It was naturally very effective to heal Elder Mao's injuries. Elder Mao was choked by Chen Yu's words. Chen Yu actually had a lot of such precious pills. You have a treasure on you. How can you appear on the front lines? Elder Mao's face was filled with anxiety. He knew that Chen Yu had returned long ago. If it wasn't for the enemies, the Chu country's Origin Realm experts would have returned to capture Chen Yu. But now, Chen Yu actually took the initiative to come to the battlefield. It was too dangerous. Master doesn't have to worry about this. Chen Yu smiled. His crimes had been completely cleared and he was willing to take out the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother to nurture the mineral veins. At this time, if anyone made a move on Chen Yu and snatched the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother, they would be standing against the three countries. Following which, Chen Yu recounted the events that had transpired. That's good. Elder Mao heaved a sigh of relief and was relieved. Chen Yu's crimes had been cleared. However, Lu Tiezu hates you to the bone. He can openly make a move on you with the excuse of avenging his grandson. Elder Mao thought of Lu Tiezu and was slightly worried. Lu Tiezu hated Chen Yu to the bone, so much so that he hated him to the bone. On one hand, it was revenge for killing his grandson. On the other hand, it was the divination of the great Snowy Mountain tribe's shaman. Kiki, he wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, I am no longer the me from 5 years ago. On the second day, news came back that Chu Han's previous stronghold had been successfully conquered. This news completely excited the entire city. Ever since the Great Snow Mountain tribe and the three countries started the war, the three countries had always been on the defensive. They rarely won or occupied the enemy's territory. Therefore, this victory was very exciting. However, everyone still rejected Chen Yu and kept their distance. During the celebration banquet, Elder Mao explained the matter of Chen Yu's innocence in front of everyone. Wronged? I knew it. The Grand Elder of the Qi Nation's Towering Sword sect actually wronged Chen Yu. How shameful. Fortunately, the truth is out. After this matter was announced, everyone's attitude changed 180 degrees. And Chen Yu also became the great hero of this battle. On the third day, Mao Qiuyu's injuries were completely healed. Chen Yu proposed to leave for the Chu Nation's main camp. You're going to the Chu Nation's main camp? Elder Mao was still somewhat worried. The Chu Nation's main camp gathered the most powerful forces of the country. Among them, the three sect's Grand Elders, including the Bone Devil Palace's patriarch, were there. Master, don't worry. Elder Duanmu of the High Sword sect should have already arrived there long ago. Regarding the matter of me being cleared of my crimes, it won't be long before the entire Chu country will know about it. The reason why I'm heading to the camp of the Chu country's royal sect is because I have something important to handle. Chen Yu smiled, not the slightest bit worried. The matter of the moon spirit ore was of great importance. The three countries needed to discuss it carefully before deciding on the relevant matters. And as the owner of the moon spirit ore, Chen Yu naturally had to attend. We just won a great battle. I'll report the results and go with you. Elder Mao said. That day, the master and disciple left this place and headed for the Chu Nation's main camp. The Chu Nation's main camp was built on a former large city, Crimson Cover City. The entire camp expanded several miles outwards on this foundation. There were many large and small tents and wooden houses in the field of vision. In the center was a huge city, tall and majestic. It was completely black and gave off a heavy and majestic visual impact. Following Elder Mao, Chen Yu successfully entered. Along the way, someone recognized Chen Yu, and all of them revealed surprised expressions. At the same time, the news of Chen Yu's return spread quickly. Chen Yu followed Elder Mao to the Battle Contribution Reporting Office and reported the situation on the battlefield. He even handed over the golden savage ox in exchange for a huge sum of battle contribution points. Elder Mao, you've made a great contribution this time. An elder in charge of the Battle Achievement Statistics Department said with a smile. It's all thanks to my disciple. Elder Mao laughed out loud. This must be Elder Mao's disciple, Chen Yu. The student has truly surpassed the master. The elder carefully sized up Chen Yu and began to speak courteously. Elder Mao felt slightly smug. This elder in front of him was in charge of calculating the battle merits, and his status was not ordinary. Earlier, when he had spoken to Mao Zhonglai, his attitude had been very cold. Now, this elder's attitude could be said to have changed greatly. After High Sword Sect's elder Duanmu arrived at Crimson Cover City, he explained the matter of Qinyu's crimes. Following that, he roughly explained the matter of the moon spirit or mother ore. And with the moon spirit or mother ore in the hands of Qinyu, the status of Yunhui Gate instantly rose by a lot. Right at this moment, a disciple of Yunhui Gate rushed over. The disciple bowed and said, "Elder Mao, Brother Chen, the Supreme Elder invites you over." "Let's go, you, the Supreme Elder summons you," Elder Mao said. The two of them bade farewell to the elder of the Battle Achievement Statistics Department and came to a quiet pavilion. "Supreme Elder." Elder Mao and Qinyu looked at an old man in a green robe with fluttering white hair in front of them. Qinyu had a deep impression of this Supreme Elder of Yunhui Gate. Back then, he took a lot of his harvest in the Blood Burial Garden, but when Lu Tiezu threatened him, his attitude was rather cold. The Supreme Elder Gong Yangshan looked at Qinyu with a smile and nodded. "Qinyu, now that your crimes have been cleared and you finally returned to the sect, you're no longer suitable to be a disciple with your current strength. Are you willing to be an elder of Yunhui Gate?" Gong Yangshan asked with a smile. Sect Master Yunhui had already told the Supreme Elder about Qinyu's return to the Chu country, so he had a rough understanding of Qinyu's strength. "Thank you, Supreme Elder," Qinyu said indifferently. The position of a district elder didn't have any practical use, so Qinyu couldn't refuse. "Qinyu, have you thought about the matter of the moon spirit or mother ore? Don't worry, the sect will fully support you on this point." Gong Yangshan narrowed his eyes and asked. In fact, he was hinting at Qinyu. Given Qinyu's status, having the moon spirit or mother ore was a disaster and not a blessing. Qinyu's status was low, and even if he had the right to speak about the mother ore, he wouldn't be able to compete with the other almighties. Therefore, Gong Yangshan hoped that Qinyu would take the initiative to hand over the moon spirit or mother ore. With his status as the Supreme Elder, he could fight for greater benefits for Yunhui Gate. He gave Qinyu the position of an elder the moment he arrived. At the same time, he was telling Qinyu that if he was willing to hand over the moon spirit or mother ore, the Yunhui Gate would definitely not mistreat Qinyu. "I've already considered this matter, there's no need for Supreme Elder to worry," Qinyu said calmly. Gong Yangshan frowned, knowing that Qinyu had rejected. As the Supreme Elder of the sect, he naturally couldn't make a move against someone from his own sect. If that were to spread, he would only be a joke. "Supreme Elder, Qinyu is a member of the Yunhui Gate. When the time comes, you have to speak up for him," Elder Mao said softly and politely. "Yes, in a few days, there will be experts from the country of Yin. At that time, the three countries will discuss the matter of the moon spirit or mother ore." Gong Yangshan nodded. At that time, he could only speak up for Qinyu and try to fight for more benefits for the Yunhui Gate. For the time being, Qinyu and Elder Mao stayed there. 3 days later, the experts from the country of Yin arrived. The experts from the three countries gathered. In Red Cover City, the bell rang and the highest meeting was held. The highest meeting of the three countries. "I heard that this meeting will decide matters related to the moon spirit or mother ore. This meeting will have a great impact on the war between the three countries and the Great Snow Mountain tribe." In the camp, many people looked towards the city in the center. There, the top executives of the three countries gathered. They were holding a meeting to decide the fate of the three countries. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Qinyu and Elder Mao followed the Supreme Elder of the Yunhui Gate. In the conference hall, there was only one Origin Realm expert. It was a charming young lady in red. This person was an Origin Realm expert from the Watermoon sect. "Daoist Gong Yangshan, you came so quickly." The young lady in red smiled and glanced at Qinyu. In the hall, the rest of the people's gazes were all focused on Qinyu. Many of them had a look of disdain, and some had a flash of greed in their eyes. Those who could sit here, which one of them didn't have an influential status, in their eyes, Qinyu was just a junior who had just come out and was nothing to worry about. In the meeting, Qinyu would probably be so scared that he wouldn't dare to speak. Thud. Thud, the sound of heavy footsteps came from outside. Two tall and mighty men in armor walked in. One of them was a man in purple armor. He exuded a powerful aura. His eyes were like torches. Everyone who looked at him couldn't help but lower their heads. In terms of aura, Gong Yangshan and the young lady in red couldn't compare to this person. They should be experts from the Yan Kingdom. Chen Yu murmured. The two armored men looked like they had been on the battlefield for a long time. Every move they made had an invisible sense of majesty and pressure. After the two walked in, they sat upright. Suddenly, a sharp and majestic sword intent surged in from outside. In the hall, everyone's heart trembled, including the man in purple armor. His eyes flickered as he looked outside. They saw a silver-haired elder, carrying an orange-yellow wooden sword on his back, rushing into the hall. His eyes flickered with a fierce light, like a sharp sword light that could pierce through the void. He instantly stared at Chen Yu. This person was the former number one of the three sects, the supreme elder of the Iron Sword sect, Lu Tiezu. Chen Yu. Lu Tiezu's sharp eyes stared at Chen Yu. His body was surrounded by a surging sword intent. In the hall, everyone could clearly feel the strong killing intent from Lu Tiezu. Many people secretly broke out in a cold sweat for Chen Yu. It was a miracle that he could live until now after offending Lu Tiezu. On the other hand, the two Origin Realm experts from the Yan Kingdom revealed a strange expression. They looked at Lu Tiezu and Chen Yu, as if they couldn't understand why Lu Tiezu and that young man had a grudge. Lu Tiezu, how have you been? Chen Yu revealed a faint smile and waved his hand as if he was greeting an old friend. Seeing Chen Yu actually greet Lu Tiezu, the hearts of many people in the hall fiercely trembled. They inwardly thought that Chen Yu was truly audacious. Lu Tiezu, this is the highest meeting of the three kingdoms. What are you trying to do? Gong Yangshan glanced at Chen Yu and was slightly dissatisfied. He then looked at Lu Tiezu and said. Gong Yangshan, Chen Yu went against the half-a-year agreement. It is equivalent to admitting to killing my grandson. What do you think I am trying to do? Lu Tiezu looked at Gong Yangshan and said coldly. Chen Yu immediately rolled his eyes at Lu Tiezu. That half-a-year agreement was made privately by Lu Tiezu and Gong Yangshan. Chen Yu didn't know about it and never agreed to it. The main character of this highest meeting is Chen Yu. You cannot touch him. Gong Yangshan said again. Kiki, Gong Yangshan, you are wrong. The main reason for this meeting is because of the moon spirit or source in his hands. I didn't see you defending him like this the last time I wanted to make a move on him. This time, your temper is a bit more stubborn. Lu Tiezu laughed with disdain. Lu Tiezu, this is the highest meeting of the three kingdoms. You cannot kill someone here. Gong Yangshan was slightly embarrassed and his aura weakened. Then this old man will capture this kid and kill him. Lu Tiezu sneered and his aura erupted. An orange sword intent surged out and the entire hall suddenly became extremely oppressive. Gong Yangshan was a little depressed and doubtful. Even if Chen Yu killed Lu Tiezu's grandson, the other party shouldn't be like this. In fact, the reason why Lu Tiezu really wanted to kill Chen Yu was because of the divination of the great sorcerer from the Great Snow Mountain. Especially when Lu Tiezu saw Chen Yu again and discovered Chen Yu's amazing progress, he was even more eager to get rid of Chen Yu as soon as possible. For this, he was willing to bear some charges and losses. Many of the experts present were shocked, including the two Yan countries' origin returning realm experts. Lu Tiezu actually planned to kill someone at this critical juncture, which was beyond their expectations. Firstly, this was the highest conference of the three kingdoms, but he wanted to kill the participants of this conference. Secondly, Chen Yu had the moon spirit mineral mother lode. Killing Chen Yu, the spoils of war would naturally fall into Lu Tiezu's hands. But Lu Tiezu would inevitably be suspected of looking down on others and disrupting the conference. At that time, even if Lu Tiezu obtained the moon spirit mineral mother lode, the others could join forces and use these reasons to oppress Lu Tiezu and exploit his benefits. Lu Tiezu was definitely not a fool. He understood all these, but he insisted on killing Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu, who was seated, was the most relaxed person present. Facing Lu Tiezu's shocking sword intent pressure, he seemed to be unaffected and had a relaxed look, as if he wasn't afraid of Lu Tiezu. Gong Yangshan was a little depressed. If Chen Yu said something nice and pretended to be pitiful and begged for mercy, he could continue to speak up for him. but with Qinyu's appearance, he couldn't say anything. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Tiezu extended his hand and the air seemed to solidify as a terrifying true essence wave spread out. But at this moment... Stop! A delicate voice came from behind. Following this, a brilliant illusionary sword glow descended from the sky, suppressing the suppression of Lu Tiezu's sword intent. Then, Elder Duanmu and Yi Luofeng came into the hall. Before Lu Tiezu could speak, Elder Duanmu immediately said, "Lu Tiezu, what is the meaning of this? You want to kill Qinyu and take the moon spirit mineral mother lode for yourself?" "Humph, I am just seeking revenge." Lu Tiezu snorted. "Qinyu is one of the participants of this conference. If you want revenge, wait until the conference is over." Elder Duanmu said seriously. The Iron Sword sect was a subsidiary sect of the High Sword sect. She didn't need to be polite to Lu Tiezu. In addition, Qinyu is my High Sword sect's guest. If he is in trouble, my High Sword sect will definitely help. Elder Duanmu added. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. If he wanted to kill Qinyu, he would become her enemy. In the hall, many of the upper echelons looked at Elder Duanmu. They did not understand why Elder Duanmu was so protective of Qinyu. Could it be because of the distribution of the moon spirit or, with Elder Duanmu's appearance, Lu Tiezu wouldn't dare to act recklessly? Humph. Lu Tiezu's face was ashen as he stared fixedly at Qinyu. Finally, he glanced away, flicked his sleeves, and flew to the seat in front of him. Elder Duanmu and Gong Yangshan stood on Qinyu's side. The timing was not very good either. If Lu Tiezu insisted on making a move, he would suffer great losses, and he might not even succeed. Therefore, he could only swallow his anger. Soon, Bone Demon Palace's Patriarch Absolute Een and Palace Lord Bone Demon arrived. Finally, the representative of the Qi Nation's Purple Cloud Palace, a short old man, flew over. Everyone is here. The meeting of the three kingdoms will now begin. At the very top, Patriarch Absolute Yin's hoarse and deep voice slowly sounded out. Although the highest meeting only had Patriarch Absolute Een as the alliance leader of the three kingdoms, the other Origin Realm experts all carried the wishes of the factions behind them. Furthermore, if the three alliance leaders were all gathered here for a meeting, and the Snow Mountain tribe took the opportunity to attack, it would be over. The topic of this meeting is the nurturing of the moon spirit or veins by the moon spirit or mother. Bone Demon Palace Lord stood up and said, "First, we will discuss the distribution of resources." The distribution of resources was what everyone present was most concerned about. And all of the discussions were centered around this. The High Sword sect is willing to take out a low-grade primordial stone vein to nurture the moon spirit or mother. Elder Duanmu spoke. If it was just burying the moon spirit or mother and nurturing the vein naturally, it would take at least 100 years. But nurturing the moon spirit or mother on the basis of the primordial stone vein would greatly shorten the time. This was also why places with dense heaven and earth energy would have more abundant resources. Elder Mao took a deep breath. A primordial stone vein was equivalent to producing a steady stream of primordial stones. Its value was imaginable. The appearance of every primordial stone vein would cause various forces to compete for it. And at this moment, the High Sword sect opened their mouth and offered a primordial stone vein. Of course, the more the High Sword sect paid, the more they would ask for in the end. Then how many resources does the High Sword sect want? The short old man from the Purple Cloud Palace asked. 30%. Elder Duanmu replied. Your High Sword sect will take 30% and let the rest of the forces take the remaining 70%. The young lady in red from the Watermoon sect smiled faintly, obviously disagreeing. Everyone, there are records of the moon spirit or mother in the country of Yan's royal family's secret manual. There is also a method that can speed up the formation of the moon spirit or mother. Just as everyone was debating, the man in purple armor from the country of Yan stood up and his words shocked everyone present. Some of the major forces present could basically take out the primordial stone vein. However, the country of Yan's method of speeding up the formation of the moon spirit or mother was unique. Next, some of the major sect forces spoke of their contributions in order to fight for more returns. As for the owner of the moon spirit or mother, Qinyu, he sat at the side as if nothing had happened. It's much easier for the three countries to nurture a mother lode together. Qinyu smiled. It would take 100 years or even longer for a mother lode to form naturally. Nurturing on the primordial stone vein would shorten the time. If there was a specific method, the nurturing time would be shortened again. Secondly, the various forces of the three countries would contribute manpower and material resources. A mother lode could be formed in an extremely short period of time. When everyone in the hall was almost done debating, Qinyu suddenly stood up. Everyone, I hope to nurture this mother lode in the country of Chu. As soon as Qinyu spoke, the hall immediately quietened down. Many people looked at Qinyu and frowned with disdain. Which one of the people here isn't powerful? They're famous. You're just a junior. What qualifications do you have to discuss this matter with them? Why didn't he have any self-awareness? Of course, the Bone Demon Palace Master, the woman in red, Elder Gong Yang, and the others were very happy. Everyone present hoped that the mother lode would be in their own country. Because while nurturing the mother lode, it would also improve the environment of that world. It would be even better if it was placed near the Yunhui Gate. Qinyu spoke again. This time, no one present had a good expression. Gong Yangshan became anxious. Although he also hoped that was the case, it was just a thought. The Yunhui Gate was considered the lowest among so many forces. Elder Gong Yang still understood the principle of a man's wealth getting him into trouble. Kid, you're asking for too much. Another armored man from the country of Yan bellowed. In his opinion, Qinyu was only the owner of the mother lode. When the time came, the distribution of the mother lode would be given to Qinyu. I'm not done yet. I want 30% of the moon spirit lode's distribution. Qinyu spoke once more, unwilling to give up unless he shocked everyone to death. This time everyone looked at Qinyu differently, wondering if there was something wrong with Qinyu's head. Previously, when the Soaring Sword sect wanted to monopolize 30%, everyone didn't agree. But now, Qinyu wanted to monopolize 30%. His appetite wasn't ordinary. You're just lucky to obtain the mother lode. When the mother lode is successfully nurtured, you should be satisfied with a little. Why are you asking for so much? How ignorant. How can a lousy place like the Yunhui Gate be used to nurture the moon spirit lode? In the main hall, some of the upper echelons discussed in low voices, mocking or disdainful. Even Gong Yangshan was somewhat dissatisfied with Qinyu's words. Elder Duanmu, who had always supported Qinyu, also frowned, feeling that Qinyu's appetite was too big. Qinyu, what do you want so many moon spirit lodes for? Lu Tiezu's cold voice sounded. His meaning was clear. He would not let Qinyu off. Even if Qinyu wanted 30%, he would not be able to obtain it. Oh, right, I forgot to tell everyone. I have an ancient formation that can catalyze the mother lode. It can probably shorten the nurturing time by 30%. Just as everyone was feeling disdainful, Qinyu suddenly spoke with a smile. What? This sentence was like a bomb, causing a ripple in everyone's hearts. Ancient formation to catalyze the mother lode, there were indeed records of it in the ancient books. However, this sort of formation was an extremely rare and precious item throughout history. This was because under normal circumstances, this type of formation could be used in most mother lodes. Its value was unimaginable. Nowadays, this type of formation had long been lost, and there were not even incomplete ones. But Qinyu actually said that he could take out a catalytic formation that could shorten the nurturing time by 30%. In fact, Qinyu did not know about this formation either. It was the Crimson Flame King who suggested it when he heard that Qinyu wanted to take out the mother lode to nurture the mother lode. Correspondingly, the Crimson Flame King also raised some conditions. This kid has quite a lot of secrets. The Bone Demon Palace Master stared at Qinyu with a deep gaze. Even the Absolute Een Ancestor's dark and gloomy eyes flashed with a strange light as he glanced at Qinyu. The Moon Spirit Mother Lode is of great significance to the three nations. It will change the overall strength of the three nations. You're too selfish to take so much for yourself. The short elder from the Purple Cloud Palace spoke in a deliberative tone. In addition, there's one more thing. I have great luck. Back in the Blood Burial Garden, I killed geniuses like Shang Guanqi, Helian Tu, Yi Yunfei, and Lu Santong. Even the former number one of the three sects, Lu Tiezu, failed to kill me. I believe that under the influence of my luck, the nurturing of the mother lode will be even smoother. Qinyu said shamelessly. At the same time, he admitted that he had killed some geniuses in the blood burial garden. As for the saying of great luck, he had heard Elder Mao say it before. Later on, when he had more knowledge, he also felt that it made sense. Lu Tiazu immediately stood up, surging with killing intent. Qinyu actually dared to admit to killing Lu Santong in front of him, using the fact that he could not kill Qinyu to prove that he had great luck. This was simply humiliating Lu Tiazu in front of him. This kid was too arrogant, too condescending. What was hateful was that Lu Tiazu could not kill Qinyu now. On the other hand, although the others felt that Qinyu was a little arrogant, his words made some sense. Haha, Qinyu is an honored guest of my towering sword sect. I support Qinyu's idea. Elder Duanmu seemed to have understood something and suddenly spoke with a smile. With Elder Duanmu's support, Elder Gonyang's face was overjoyed as he continued, as the owner of the Moon Spirit Ore, Qinyu has a certain say and distribution authority. Secondly, he can take out the catalyst array and he himself has great luck. The Purple Cloud Palace's short elder pondered for a moment. At this moment, he recalled the scene that happened in the Chu Kingdom's camp. Even Elder Chai suffered a loss in the hands of Qinyu and was defeated. In addition to what Qinyu had just said, Qinyu indeed had great luck. Furthermore, Qinyu's own strength was not simple. It was a certainty that he would reach the Origin Realm in the future. It was best not to become enemies with such a great luck protagonist. Otherwise, it would bring about a disaster. My Purple Cloud Palace also agrees with Qinyu's plan. The Purple Cloud Palace's short elder spoke after a moment of silence. Qinyu's proposal received the support of almost all the experts of the Qi nation. In the eyes of the experts of the Yan Kingdom and the Chu Kingdom, this scene was extremely strange. The Qi nation was the strongest of the three nations, yet they were giving in to a junior like Qinyu. This was truly puzzling. Damn it, it's fine that the Soaring Sword sect supports this kid, but why is someone from the Purple Cloud Palace also involved? Lu Tiazu cursed inwardly when he saw this scene. Does this kid really have great fortune upon him? The purple-armored man from the Yan nation carefully sized up Qinyu with a deep gaze. This was the conference of the three nations, but a member of the younger generation had actually managed to seize the initiative in this conference. Ordinary people would not be able to do this. The senior executives of the Bone Devil Palace suspected that Qinyu had sided with the Qi nation. Otherwise, why would the Soaring Sword sect and the Purple Cloud Palace support Qinyu? However, if Qinyu had truly sided with the Qi nation, then he should have suggested cultivating mines in the Qi nation instead of the Chu nation's Yunhui Gate. As for Qinyu's proposal to cultivate mines in the Yunhui Gate, they did not really care. With the foundation of the Yunhui Gate, the nearby Qi of heaven and earth would at most be improved. Even if the Yunhui Gate was given a decade or two, it would still be far from being able to threaten the Bone Devil Palace. The only thing they cared about was that Qinyu wanted to monopolize 30%. This was a rather large share. Since no one objects, how about this? Qinyu asked with a smile when he saw that no one was speaking. Forefather? We. The Bone Devil Palace Master was in a difficult position. He asked Ancestor Absolute Yin's opinion via voice transmission. Qinyu is a citizen of the Chu nation. On this battlefield, he still has to listen to the Bone Devil Palace's orders. Even if he gets 30%, I'm afraid he won't be alive to take it. Ancestor Absolute Yin's cold and hoarse voice reverberated in the Bone Devil Palace Master's mind. The Bone Devil Palace Master immediately understood Ancestor Absolute Yin's meaning. As a citizen of Chu, Qinyu had no reason to refuse to participate in the war. On the battlefield, he needed to listen to the commands of the Bone Devil Palace. There were too many accidents on the battlefield. Even a peak innate expert wouldn't dare to say that he had absolute confidence in surviving. Additionally, Qinyu still had Iron Sword sect, his sworn enemy. Once Qinyu died, the remaining 30% of the profits would be divided among the other factions. Now that the Northern Plains is in war, we should have fewer internal disputes. Bone Devil Palace thinks that while Qinyu's request is a little excessive, it is not outrageous. Palace Master Bone Devil spoke. From these words, one could tell that the Bone Devil Palace wasn't very supportive of Qinyu, but they wouldn't oppose it either. Thus, only Iron Sword sect and the state of Yan were left. Alright, this general will not fight with this little brother. The purple-armored man chuckled and said in a very heroic manner. For a young junior to be able to contend with the major figures of the three nations and even occupy an advantage, he felt that Xianxia was more and more interesting. Just now, the distribution of the other factions was more or less finished. Now that Xianxia monopolized 30%, there was basically no problem for them to distribute it on this basis. Following that, many experts confirmed the contribution of the major factions. The moon spirit or mother was nurtured near Yunhui Gate, so it was definitely Yunhui Gate who took out the primordial stone vein. Next, how much manpower or resources did some factions contribute? At a certain moment, the bell above Crimson Cover City rang again. This also marked the end of this meeting. All around Crimson Cover City, pairs of eyes involuntarily looked over. I wonder what the outcome of this meeting was. Xianxia is from the state of Chu, so it should be the state of Chu that benefited more. Not necessarily. The overall strength of the state of Qi and the state of Yin is stronger than that of the state of Chu. Many people began to discuss and speculate. In the highest hall, figures flew out one after another, heading in all directions. Look, that's Xianxia. He's just a junior, but he can actually converse with the top experts of the three nations. Even the number one genius of the state of Chu, Mei Chongqing, is far inferior to him. You don't know, but in the blood burial garden, Mei Chongqing suffered a great loss at the hands of Xianxia, a Yunhui Gate disciple said proudly. On the steps, Xianxia walked slowly. Elder Mao could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he walked out of the hall. However, when he thought of Xianxia's performance in the meeting, he could not help but carefully size up Xianxia. In just 5 short years, his disciple had become more and more daring. Although Elder Mao was also in the meeting, he did not say much. Of course, Elder Mao felt more and more that he could not see through Xianxia. On the same day, Xianxia followed Elder Mao back to Yunhui Gate. When Elder Mao told Sect Master Yunhui about this matter. What? You're not lying to me? Sect Master Yunhui was dumbfounded. He could not believe that the moon spirit or vein would be nurtured near the Yunhui Gate. Before long, the news spread throughout the entire Yunhui Gate. Sect Master Yunhui had personally chosen a Yuan stone vein closest to the sect as the resource for nurturing the moon spirit ore. Sect Master, please dismiss everyone. I'm going to set up the formation now. Xianxia had a confident look on his face. All right. Sect Master Yunhui nodded in agreement. He dismissed everyone and ordered people to seal off the area. Elder Mao had not expected that Xianxia had also dabbled in formations in the past 5 years. Currently, Xianxia was the only person in the ore vein. He released the Crimson Flame King from his pet bag. I'll leave the rest to you. Xianxia said casually. He reckoned that the Crimson Flame King would not dare to lie to him, or he would be in big trouble. Don't worry. In my memory, there are several formations that can catalyze a vein. Although I don't know much about formations, I can still copy them. The Crimson Flame King looked proud. In the remaining time, the Crimson Flame King set up the formation above the vein. If there was anything that Xianxia needed, he would ask for it from the Yunhui Gate. 5 days later, the formation was roughly set up. Alright, the formation is more or less complete. There might be some flaws or loopholes in it. Let's let the professional formation masters fix them, the Crimson Flame King said. As soon as Xianxia walked out of the ore vein, a large group of array masters rushed into the mine. They mainly wanted to admire this ancient formation that had been lost in the annals of time. However, there were very few people who could see through the formation. Over the past few days, the formation masters had fixed up some of the flaws and loopholes in the formation, increasing the efficiency of the formation to the level that Xianxia had expected. At this time, the resources and manpower of the various major factions had already arrived. Outside the vein, several layers of formation boundaries were set up and heavily guarded. After the moon spirit ores were placed in the vein, the formation was officially activated. The personnel in charge of the vein in the 3 nations got busy. Batch after batch of resources were poured in. There were also experienced experts who recorded and analyzed the process of the vein's formation in search of a better cultivation method. In just a day, a Bone Devil Palace disciple came to the Yunhui Gate. Elder Mao, there's an emergency at the front lines. Please hurry over. In addition, as a member of the Chu nation, Xianxia currently has 0 military merits. He must go to the battlefield to defend against foreign enemies. This Bone Devil Palace disciple conveyed the sex orders to Qinyu and his disciple. They're in too much of a hurry. Qinyu smiled. It was obvious that the Bone Devil Palace was deliberately sending Qinyu to the battlefield. You, be careful. Elder Mao's eyes flashed. He also saw the clues. That day, the master and disciple departed for the Chu nation's main camp. On this day, a Bone Devil Palace elder brought along a handsome youth and headed for Crimson Cover City. The youth had a head of long hair and a fair and handsome face. His hands were behind his back, and his face was expressionless. He gave off an elegant and profound feeling. Look, it's Mei Chongqing. As expected of the Chu nation's top genius. He's not even 25 years old, but his cultivation has already reached the peak of the early stage Khanate realm. His military merits are also the highest among the younger generation. He can be called the Chu nation's top talent. A Bone Devil Palace disciple said very proudly. Mei Chongqing's expression remained calm despite being the focus of so many people. He was already used to such scenes. You're wrong. I heard that Qinyu's strength seems to far surpass some of the sex elders. Moreover, Mei Chongqing once suffered at Qinyu's hands. A Yunhui Gate disciple immediately retorted. Qinyu. Mei Chongqing's calm expression finally changed when he heard this name. He clenched his fists involuntarily. He had also heard that Qinyu had already returned to the Chu nation and had caused quite a stir. As for people saying that Qinyu's strength was comparable to some of the top elders, Mei Chongqing felt that these words were exaggerated. At this time, an old man and a young man walked over from another direction. Qinyu? Mei Chongqing looked over and his gaze instantly focused on the youth. His mind trembled involuntarily. It's Qinyu. It's said that Qinyu alone reaped the greatest benefits in the Three Nations Summit a few days ago. The moon spirit or vein is already being cultivated near the Yunhui Gate. It's all thanks to Qinyu that our Yunhui Gate has benefited greatly this time. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Qinyu. They were full of praise. Elder Lin, are these people speaking the truth? Mei Chongqing asked with a voice transmission. He did not dare to believe that this young man of the same generation as him had actually participated in the Three Nations Summit and caused all the powerhouses to suffer losses. Yes. The old man beside him nodded in agreement. Mei Chongqing froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. Mei Chongqing? Qinyu also recognized Mei Chongqing. This person had once been a great rival of Qinyu, but the two were no longer on the same level. Qinyu did not care much and left with Elder Mao. Damn it, Qinyu, Mei Chongqing's handsome face surged with anger. Qinyu's behavior was clearly disregarding him and looking down on him. I must suppress him on the battle merit ranking. Mei Chongqing made up his mind. In the mission hall, Palace Lord Bone Demon looked at Qinyu with a faint smile. Elder Mao had a bad feeling in his heart. Usually, an elder was in charge here, but it was Palace Lord Bone Demon. If it was a regular elder, Elder Mao could take out some benefits and ask others to give Qinyu a simple mission, or ask Qinyu to go to his city. Elder Mao, the troops that you led have captured the enemy's territory. Their performance is excellent. You should return to your original place. Palace Master Bone Devil first instructed Elder Mao. Qinyu, this is your first time on the battlefield. This Palace Lord will not give you a mission that is too dangerous. Palace Lord Bone Demon looked at Qinyu with a smile on his face. Elder Mao did not leave. When he heard this, he frowned and revealed a strange expression. Go to Thousand Mountain City to practice first. Palace Lord Bone Demon gave a mission. Thousand Mountain City. Elder Mao's expression changed. This Palace Lord Bone Demon was lying through his teeth. Thousand Mountain City was a large city with steep terrain. It was prone to accidents. There was even a battle between Origin Realm experts. This wasn't considered a dangerous mission? Thousand Mountain City was one of the most important cities in the Chu Kingdom. The terrain there was steep. Every time there was a war, the casualty rate was very high. In the past, there were even Origin Realm level battles here. Alright, I wonder what identity I will be going with. Qinyu agreed to this mission. Currently, Origin Realm experts only appeared occasionally in the Three Kingdoms battlefield. There was no need to worry. Moreover, even if an Origin Realm expert appeared, Xianxia wouldn't be afraid. Deputy Commander. Bone Devil Palace Master said. Elder Mao took a deep breath. This position was rather high, just below the commander. When Mei Chongqing joined the war, he slowly rose up from a small team leader. After all, this was an army war, not a one-on-one fight. Without experience and rich experience, it was hard to be qualified for a high position. At the same time, as the deputy commander, if Xianxia didn't fulfill his duties or caused Thousand Mountain City to suffer heavy losses, he would be punished. In addition, the deputy commander had to be restricted by the commander. If Elder Mao remembered correctly, the commander of Thousand Mountain City was a protector of Bone Devil Palace. In summary, Xianxia's position not only had to bear a lot of responsibilities, but he also had to be restricted by the commander and listen to the commander's orders. Seems like Palace Lord Fu thinks highly of me. You let me take the deputy commander position the moment I arrived. Xianxia smiled. Bone Devil Palace Master's expression stiffened. Even a fool could see that he was purposely making things difficult for Xianxia. Yet, Xianxia said this. Kiki, you better perform well. Palace Lord Fu faked a smile. Subsequently, Xianxia and Elder Mao left. Why did you agree so easily? Elder Mao was a little worried. Bone Devil Palace Master obviously wanted to deal with Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't say anything and jumped into the pit they dug. It's fine. With my strength, Master doesn't have to worry. Xianxia was very confident. In addition, Xianxia wanted to participate in the war to repel the enemies and protect his sect, friends, and parents in the Chu Kingdom. Next, the master and disciple bid farewell. Thousand Mountain City wasn't too far from here. Xianxia arrived in less than a day if he traveled by himself. What entered his eyes was a stretch of precipitous mountains and rivers. As for Thousand Mountain City, it was built on a large mountain range. Beside it was a wide river that flowed with water. Xianxia's body was as light as a swallow. He leaped over the mountains and forests and arrived at the rear gate of Thousand Mountain City. Who is it? Several guards immediately stepped forward. Xianxia took out a black token from the mist-spitting pearl, on which there were silver stripes outlining the word Tong. Vice Commander. The guards' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately half-knelt on the ground. They had also heard that Thousand Mountain City would have a deputy commander in the future, but they had never imagined that it would be such a young deputy commander. Vice Commander, please. A guard led the way for Xianxia. Thousand Mountain City Conference Hall. At this moment, there were close to 10 people gathered in the main hall. All of them were in the Qi transformation realm, but the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Commander Wei, in a while, they'll come and clamor again. An old man let out a sigh. Those damned fellows, if not for their spiritual pets, they wouldn't be a match for us. Another bronze-skinned man was very angry and cursed. Everyone, calm down, there will be a way. Directly above, a square-faced man with a deep gaze and a calm expression was on his face. This person was the commander here, as well as the guardian of the Bone Demon Palace. At this moment, Xianxia appeared at the entrance of the hall, led by a guard. What's going on? Why are the two of you here? The bronze-skinned man's expression darkened when he saw a guard and a young man appear at the entrance of the hall, and he immediately shouted. Evidently, he was venting his anger on the two of them. Captain, please forgive me, this is the new deputy commander. The guard immediately knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes in the hall focused on Xianxia. They had all heard that a deputy commander would be coming from Thousand Mountain City. Originally, they thought that the higher-ups finally took Thousand Mountain City seriously and sent powerhouses to support them. However, it was actually such a young man who came here. What kind of joke was this? Eh? That's not right, this person seems to be Xianxia. A Bone Devil Palace elder suddenly recalled something. Protector Wei, the square-faced man, had a flash of light in his deep eyes. Xianxia? The others sized up Xianxia even more carefully, finally confirming that it was really Xianxia. They had been guarding Thousand Mountain City all this time and had only heard the news of Xianxia's return. They had never seen Xianxia in person at all. At most, they had seen Qin Yu's wanted portrait in the past. After learning of Qin Yu's identity, they began to take Qin Yu seriously. There were few present who did not know of Qin Yu's deeds. Even Mei Chongqing, the former Bone Demon Palace prodigy, had suffered a loss at Qin Yu's hands. I heard that this child participated in the Three Nations Supreme Conference some time ago, and he even took advantage during the conference. That shouldn't be possible. He's a junior. It's good enough that he wasn't suppressed by the other powerhouses. How could he have taken advantage? I'm not sure either, but I know that the moon spirit or vein has already begun to be nurtured near the Yunhui Gate. The powerhouses conversed through voice transmissions, their doubts increasing. At that moment, Guardian Wei's deep voice sounded. Although Qin Yu is young, since the higher-ups made him a deputy commander, it means that he has some ability. Come, Qin Yu, come in and take a seat. We were discussing the matter of facing the enemy. Guardian Wei revealed a smile. Qin Yu did not stand on ceremony. He walked in and sat beside Guardian Wei. Matter of facing the enemy? Tell me about it. Qin Yu said casually. Many people felt disdain for Qin Yu when they saw him sitting in this position the moment he arrived. Moreover, he looked like he knew everything. In the hall, everyone was silent. No one answered Qin Yu's question. The bronze-skinned man snickered in his heart. Hee, you're acting all high and mighty the moment you arrived. Although you're a deputy commander, you're still too inexperienced. This group of higher-ups wanted to give Qin Yu a show of strength. Although Qin Yu held a high position, everyone's qualifications and experience far surpassed Qin Yu's. The bronze-skinned man could imagine that Qin Yu would be embarrassed, angry, and at a loss for what to do. He would then leave in a huff or report the matter to the higher-ups. However, he was thinking too much. Are all of you mute? Qin Yu's deep and cold voice suddenly sounded. In the hall, many powerhouses suddenly felt a dangerous aura, and they felt inexplicably uneasy. The bronze-skinned man was shocked. At this moment, Qin Yu gave him such a feeling. At this moment. A hurried and loud voice came from outside. Report, the enemy has arrived at the city. Let's go. Protector Wei shouted in a low voice. Immediately, everyone got up and left. Qin Yu also followed the crowd and came to the city wall. Thousand Mountain City was located at the top of a mountain range, and on another highland of this mountain range, there was a dense black shadow. In front of the enemy, there was a giant elephant the size of a pavilion. On the back of the giant elephant was a golden round seat with a long dark green snake circling around it. On the golden round seat lay a young man. Behind the elephant, there was a huge beast carriage. There were 2 copper pillars on the carriage, and many captives were tied to each of the pillars. Everyone from Thousand Mountain City, who will you send to play with this young master today? The young man on the golden round seat suddenly sat up and looked at Thousand Mountain City with a smile. Let's follow the rules. If no one accepts the challenge, I'll kill 5 captives. The young man showed a cruel smile. What's going on? Qin Yu's face darkened and he asked. That young man is the grandson of the leader of the Barbarian 2 tribe, Man Rong. Although he looks like a spoiled brat, he is a beast-taming genius and likes to fight beasts with others. This time, Protector Wei took the initiative to explain. It turned out that among the enemies of Thousand Mountain City, the Barbarian 2 tribe made up the majority. The Barbarian 2 tribe was one of the top tribes among the 9 great tribes of Snow Mountain. The founder of the tribe was a famous Grandmaster beast tamer, so the tribe focused on taming beasts. There were many powerful demonic beasts and ancient beasts in the tribe. A few days ago, a grandson of the leader of the Barbarian 2 tribe came to this battlefield. On that day, the 2 sides fought, and Thousand Mountain City suffered a crushing defeat, and many people of the Chu state were captured by the other side. The next day, Man Rong threatened the beast tamers of Thousand Mountain City with the captives, and the result was very miserable. The only 2 beast tamers in Thousand Mountain City had been defeated by Man Rong. If no one accepts the challenge, they will not attack, but they will kill 5 captives. If someone accepts the challenge, they will fight 3 battles at most. Protector Wei explained in detail. If no one accepted the challenge, they would kill 5 people. If someone accepted the challenge and lost all 3 battles, they would only kill 3 people, which was a little less, but they would lose face completely. Deputy Commander, the main camp sent you here to deal with Barbarian 2, right? The bronze-skinned man said loudly. Man Rong, who was on the giant elephant, happened to hear this. He smiled and said, "Oh? You seem to have found a powerful person? Tell him to come out." The eyes of everyone on the two bronze pillars flickered as they looked at the people of Thousand Mountain City. Brother Chen, one of the young men, was shocked to see Chen Yu. Chen Yu shifted his gaze to the source of the voice, and after taking a closer look, his complexion suddenly changed. However, Nangong Li's hair was messy and his body was covered in injuries. If he didn't look closely, Chen Yu wouldn't be able to recognize him. After taking a closer look, Chen Yu saw another familiar face. It was Fang Haofei. Chen Yu and Fang Haofei had gone on a mission together at the Yan clan fortress in the past. Chen Yu discovered that the people tied to the pillars were either the elites of the younger generation or cultivators with decent strength. This was the reason why Thousand Mountain City was in a difficult position. Chen Yu, you've just arrived, but you're already the deputy commander. If you don't do something, you won't be able to convince the others. Protector Wei seemed to be in a difficult position. The rest of the upper echelons also looked at Chen Yu with anticipation. Deputy Commander, show us what you've got. The higher-ups must have sent you here to deal with Man Rong. The crowd seemed to be working together to flatter Chen Yu. Hurry up, tell your deputy commander to come out. I don't have the time to wait for him. Man Rong, who was sitting on the golden throne, shouted once more. At this moment, Chen Yu walked out. Seeing that Chen Yu really walked out, Protector Wei and the other higher-ups laughed in their hearts. Young people were always like this. Just a little bit of flattery and they thought highly of themselves, not putting others in their eyes. But when the enemy clamored, they couldn't swallow it and stood out. One must know that in the entire northern plains, in terms of beast taming ability, no one dared to say that the Barbarian 2 tribe was number 1. Even if the Barbarian 2 tribe claimed to be number 1, no one would find it inappropriate. Perhaps Chen Yu had made great progress, but this was a beast battle. How could Chen Yu win against the genius beast tamer of the Barbarian 2 tribe? The moment Chen Yu stood out, the other higher-ups already imagined the scene of Chen Yu losing. At that time, not only would Chen Yu have to bear the corresponding responsibility, but he might also be demoted. In Thousand Mountain City, there was a woman with a graceful figure and refined beauty. She was like a peony after the rain, extremely eye-catching in the crowd. But at this moment, this woman's gaze was focused on one person. Big brother you? The woman stared at Chen Yu's broad back. She was excited and worried. Xueqing, don't be scared by him. He's so young, yet he became the deputy commander here. He accepted Man Rong's challenge and will definitely lose all 3 battles. He'll lose all his face. A man who was pursuing her said confidently. Don't talk about him like that. Mu Xueqing glanced at this man, and her gaze instantly turned cold. Mu Xueqing was the woman that Chen Yu had a crush on when he was young. But due to various reasons, the two were not fated to be together. Mu Xueqing knew that Chen Yu wasn't an impulsive person. Among those captives, there were many people from Yunhui Gate, and a few were Chen Yu's senior and junior brothers. Chen Yu naturally wouldn't ignore them. However, Mu Xueqing wasn't optimistic about Chen Yu's chances. She was slightly worried. Opposite Thousand Mountain City. Everyone's eyes lit up with surprise, but when they saw Chen Yu, they all burst out laughing. You're the new deputy commander? Man Rong sat on the round chair and had a look of a superior looking at a subordinate. In his opinion, Chen Yu was younger than him, and he had never heard of such a person. But this was the first time Chen Yu had participated in a battle, and he'd already assumed the position of vice commander. This caused Man Rong to be slightly curious. Could it be that Chen Yu was a descendant of some great figure like him? Let's get started. Chen Yu didn't answer Man Rong's question. Oh? Why are you so impatient? Man Rong's interest was piqued. In the past, all the beast tamers he fought with were cautious and timid. I think you still don't know the specific rules. If you win, I'll release a captive and give you my spiritual pet. If you lose, you'll have to give me your spiritual pet too. Man Rong smiled. If it was just a pure beast fight without any bets, it would be too boring. All right. Chen Yu immediately agreed. What's the cultivation of your spiritual pet? Manrong asked. It was only fair if the spiritual pets had the same cultivation. Late-stage Xiantian realm, Qianyu said calmly. However, the other upper echelons of the Thousand Mountain City were shocked. Some of them were only at the early stage or mid-stage of the Khanate realm. I didn't expect him to have a late-stage Xiantian realm spiritual pet. Who knows, the rumors in the Chu country might have been spread by Qianyu's spiritual pet. That's right. He has a late-stage Xiantian realm spiritual pet. Ordinary elders aren't his match. The few of them communicated through voice transmissions, but they were a little more fearful and cautious of Qianyu. Alright, a late-stage Xiantian realm beast fight. Manrong's spirits rose. After pondering for a while, he picked up an interspatial pouch and patted it lightly. Accompanied by a cloud of fog, a small leopard rushed out from it. The leopard was dark yellow, and its skin was covered with strange yet beautiful golden stripes. Its teeth and claws were also golden, giving it the demeanor of a king. This is my yellow hornet leopard, late-stage Xiantian realm. Manrong smiled. Yellow hornet leopards are small, but they're extremely fast. Their attacks are sharp, and their teeth and claws have a numbing effect. They're one of the top demonic beasts. Furthermore, Manrong's yellow hornet leopard is obviously a mutated species. In Thousand Mountain City, a beast tamer stroked his beard as he looked at Qianyu and shook his head. The barbarian Two Tribes method of nurturing spiritual pets was the best in the northern plains, not to mention that this yellow hornet leopard was a mutated species. An ordinary yellow hornet leopard wouldn't be able to last more than 5 moves. Countless people stared at Qianyu, wanting to see what kind of spiritual pet Qianyu would use. I'll leave it to you. Without any change in his expression, Qianyu suddenly stretched out his hand. What's that? Where's Qianyu's spiritual pet? Many people were shocked because they didn't see anything. But those at the Qi transformation realm could still see some traces. They saw a dark blue dot suddenly charge out of Qianyu's hand and pounce at the yellow hornet leopard. Manrong, who was sitting on the golden throne with a lazy expression, suddenly straightened his back. Iron moon insect, and it's a mutated species. Judging from its color, its poison should be very strong. Manrong recognized Qianyu's spiritual pet with a glance, and his analysis was clear and logical. With a glance, it was obvious that he was an expert. The arrogant yellow hornet leopard immediately became alert and started running. Whoosh, in the forest, there seemed to be a yellow bolt of lightning, coming and going like the wind, extremely swift and violent. However, the crowd saw that the wasp leopard was panicking, and in the end, it even revealed a look of fear. This iron moon insect's speed is so fast. Its grade isn't ordinary. Manrong exclaimed in his heart as he stared at the iron moon insect with a fiery gaze. He liked spiritual pets, and he had a special liking for mutated species. Whoosh, the iron moon insect followed the yellow hornet leopard closely and bit onto its fur before burrowing into its body. The yellow hornet leopard instantly rolled on the ground and howled. Stop. You win. Manrong yelled. Whoosh, a dark blue dot pierced through the yellow hornet leopard's neck and returned to Qianyu's hand. The yellow hornet leopard returned to Manrong's side with scarlet blue blood flowing out of its wound. What a strong poison. Manrong immediately knew that the yellow hornet leopard was doomed to die. He ignored it and the yellow hornet leopard fell to the ground, dead. Silence reigned on both sides. The result of the battle was out of everyone's expectations. Not only did Manrong lose, but his spiritual pet, the yellow hornet leopard, was also dead. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even understand what had happened. This, Protector Wei's face froze. He had the urge to curse. He wanted to curse Manrong. Manrong was so powerful and easily defeated his own beast tamer in the battle. But why did he lose so miserably against Qianyu? A while later, cheers erupted in Thousand Mountain City. He won. The vice commander defeated Manrong. Not far away, a beast tamer coughed awkwardly. The vice commander's spiritual pet is very powerful, which is why he won so easily. If the spiritual pets of both sides were similar, Manrong would have won easily. Mu Shuiqing, who was in the crowd, also revealed a joyful smile. She felt a little relieved. The second round. In the distance, Manrong's expression turned solemn as he looked at Qianyu as if he were on equal footing. Chen Yu nodded. Go. Man Rong took out a pet bag and released his spiritual pet. A dark blue ball the size of a head rolled out. In the next moment, a few fine cracks appeared on the dark blue ball, and it spread outwards, turning into a large insect covered in dark blue scales. This is the blue-scaled copper insect. This insect can spit out poisonous mist and it will curl up into an impenetrable ball when it encounters a powerful enemy. Man Rong's blue-scaled copper insect is also a mutated species. It seems to be more poisonous than the regular blue-scaled copper insects. The eyes of a beast tamer from Thousand Mountain City shone with a sharp light. The blue-scaled copper insect is the perfect counter to Chen Yu's iron moon insect. Man Rong has a lot of spiritual pets and he has a lot of choices. Some people who knew about spiritual pets discussed. Chen Yu thought about it. He admitted that he had underestimated Man Rong. He thought he could win 3 rounds in a row with the Iron Moon insect. But Man Rong was the favorite grandson of the Man-Tu tribe's leader and he had many kinds of spiritual pets. Man Rong's blue-scaled copper insect was the perfect counter to the Iron Moon insect. Come on, that Iron Moon strange insect should be the strongest spiritual pet you have, right? Man Rong chuckled. As long as he won, the Iron Moon insect would be his. Chen Yu shook his head and patted the pet bag he was carrying. With a puff of dust, a strange creature with a dark red body appeared. At the moment, the Flame King was busy fighting when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He opened his eyes and saw thousands of people staring at him. The Crimson Flame King was furious and transmitted a message, "Little guy, what's going on? Are you going to show me to these bumpkins? I'm having a beast fight with that man. You're my spiritual pet. Help me win this round." Chen Yu said via voice transmission. Spiritual pet? When the Crimson Flame King heard these 3 words, he became extremely furious and glared at Chen Yu fiercely. What is that thing? What kind of beast is that? It looks so lazy. It doesn't look like much. Many people stared at the Crimson Flame King, feeling somewhat doubtful and not optimistic. In fact, in order to not attract too much attention, the Crimson Flame King had sealed his bloodline and restrained his aura, pretending to be like that. Some of the peak experts and beast tamers looked at the Scarlet Flame King carefully, their eyes flickering with excitement. Fire-scaled beast. Man Rong stood up and stared at the Flame King like a starving bandit who had just seen a beauty. The fire-scaled beast was a rare ancient beast with the bloodline of the Qilin. Even though the fire-scaled beast looked malnourished, it had the bloodline of the Qilin in its body. Moreover, Man Rong believed that under his care, the fire-scaled beast would be able to evolve into a powerful ancient beast. Kid, let's make a deal. Give this spiritual pet to me, and I'll release all the captives. Man Rong said sincerely, as if he had forgotten about the beast fight. Even if I'm willing to trade with you, I'm afraid the fire-scaled beast won't agree. Chen Yu smiled. That's impossible. As long as you agree, this young master will be able to tame him into submission. Man Rong frowned. Chen Yu dared to doubt his ability. He decided that he would use some means to surprise Chen Yu right now. Man Rong immediately took out a white pill from his interspatial pouch. There were many intricate carvings on it, and it emitted a unique fragrance. The dark green snake next to him, as well as the spirit pets around him, became excited and stared at the pill in Man Rong's hand. Fire-scaled beast, do you want some? Man Rong stared at the fire-scaled beast and said with a smile. The Flame King's face was as black as charcoal. His lips twitched as flames of anger burned in his heart. Chen Yu, I agree. Beast-feeding pill. Judging from its color and aroma, it's a top-grade beast-feeding pill. On both sides, many people who knew about this pill were staring at the pill in Man Rong's hand. This top-grade beast-feeding pill is extremely tempting to beasts. It's one of the most effective ways to tame beasts. I once saw a beast tamer take out a high-quality beast-feeding pill and make an enemy's pet betray him on the spot. In Thousand Mountain City, several beast tamers and top experts were eager for the pills. If they could get it, they might be able to tame a powerful beast as a pet. When Man Rong took out the beast-feeding pill, his face was full of confidence. This was a top-grade beast-raising pill. He only had a single one, and he had always treasured it. He didn't think that he would need this pill on his trip to Chu, but it was all worth it. Looking at Qinyu's fire scale beast, which was skinny and malnourished, Man Rong believed that the fire scale beast would be tempted to side with him. However, he was thinking too much. The Crimson Flame King stared at Man Rong with a pair of red eyes, as if he couldn't restrain his anger. He, the Crimson Flame King, was tempted by a junior with a beast-feeding pill. The Crimson Flame King felt he had been greatly humiliated. How is this possible? Man Rong's expression froze. He was a little dazed. Why didn't my top-grade beast-feeding pill have any effect on the fire scale beast? Man Rong wasn't the only one who couldn't figure it out. Everyone who knew about the beast-feeding pill didn't understand this. That was a top-grade beast-feeding pill. The pets around Man Rong were all greedy. If it weren't for the powerful experts, they would have already gone for the beast-feeding pill. Not only was Qinyu's pet not tempted, it was even glaring at the Crimson Flame King angrily. Ahem, looks like you're good at training your pet. It can resist the temptation of the beast-feeding pill. Man Rong coughed. Can we begin? Qinyu smiled. Yes. Man Rong frowned. He stared at the fire scale beast, feeling depressed. Defend with all your might. Man Rong transmitted his voice to the blue-scaled copper bug. The blue-scaled copper worm was an ancient beast, and a mutated one at that. Although the fire scale beast didn't look like much, it still had the blood of the holy beast Qilin flowing through its veins, so it couldn't be underestimated. Little worm, this king will roast you. The Crimson Flame King roared in his heart and quickly rushed out. Boom, flames surged within his dark red, shriveled body. His body grew larger and more translucent, exuding a scorching heat and the pressure of an ancient beast. The fire scale beast caused even the eyes of those who didn't know anything about it to light up. They could tell that this beast was extraordinary. The blue-scaled copper bug sensed the fire scale beast's powerful bloodline and shivered. It immediately curled up into a ball and turned into a dark blue ball. A few tiny cracks suddenly appeared on the sphere, and a dark blue poisonous mist sprayed out from within, surrounding the surroundings. The blue-scaled copper worm was a rather timid creature. It had a strong defense, and the poisonous mist it spat out was also mainly for defense. Boom, the fire scale beast was surrounded by flames that burned fiercely, forming a gust of wind. The fire scale beast dove into the poisonous mist, but the rising flames around it formed a gust of wind that blocked the poisonous mist. This fire scale beast has such a high level of control over fire. Man Rong's eyes lit up. The fire scale beast was the overlord of fire-type ancient beasts. They usually used overwhelming fire power to destroy everything. But Qinyu's fire scale beast was also very skillful. The fire scale beast quickly arrived on top of the blue-scaled copper worm, opened its mouth, and spat out red flames. The blue-scaled copper worm is extremely resistant to fire. I wonder if Qinyu's fire scale beast can handle it. A beast tamer from Thousand Mountain City pondered. In the next moment, the beast tamer was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the fire scale beast on top of the blue-scaled copper worm. The flames that the fire scale beast spat out seemed to have a mind of their own. They stuck to the surface of the blue-scaled copper worm and covered it completely. At first glance, the blue-scaled copper worm seemed to have turned into a small fireball. The fire scale beast's fire control skills shocked Man Rong once again. I lost. Man Rong sighed. Every part of the blue-scaled copper worm was covered in flames. It couldn't even release the poisonous mist. Moreover, the fire scale beast's flames were extremely powerful. If this went on, the blue-scaled copper worm would definitely lose. However, Man Rong accepted his defeat at the hands of the fire scale beast. Furthermore, the fire scale beast's fire control skills made Man Rong want it even more. Soon, the blue-scaled copper worm couldn't stand the heat anymore. It stretched out its body and screamed as it tried to escape. Don't run. The Crimson Flame King chased after it and spat out a fireball. You've lost this round again. Qinyu looked at Man Rong with a relaxed smile. Humph, the blue-scaled copper worm is yours. Man Rong snorted. Stop, bring that little guy over. Qinyu immediately stopped, or else the Crimson Flame King would definitely roast the blue-scaled copper worm. It was an ancient beast after all. Even though it wasn't very useful to him, it could be used to exchange for battle points. It could also be given to his family and friends for protection. The Crimson Flame King dragged the cooked and fragrant blue-scaled copper worm back to Qianyu's side unwillingly. Do you still want to compete in the third round? Qianyu smiled. Within Thousand Mountain City, the few upper echelons that were against Qianyu were all speechless. How did the arrogant young master Man Rong turn into such a miserable state after meeting Qianyu? If they had known this would happen, they definitely wouldn't have let Qianyu steal the limelight. Apart from them, everyone else in Thousand Mountain City was in high spirits and their morale was high. Compete. Man Rong's expression darkened as he said with determination. As long as he won, he would be able to obtain Qianyu's spirit pet. He had to compete. Alright, you go for another round. Qianyu said to the Crimson Flame King. He thought that Man Rong wouldn't fight after witnessing the Crimson Flame King's strength. However, Man Rong wasn't one to admit defeat, and he was determined to obtain the Crimson Flame King. The Crimson Flame King gave Qianyu a disdainful glance, indicating his refusal. He wasn't interested in such a boring battle. Shortly after, he laid on the city wall and started to fight. Seeing that the fire-scaled beast wasn't willing to fight, Man Rong immediately became unhappy. Fire-scaled beast, are you looking down on this young master? This time, this young master will definitely defeat you and snatch you from the hands of the original owner. Man Rong yelled. However, the fire-scaled beast still ignored him. That's right, the rule of our beast battles is that the loser has to give their spirit pet to the winner. That brat's tribe is known as the beast taming tribe in Northern Plains. If you go there, people might notice something. Qianyu laughed evilly as he transmitted his voice to the Crimson Flame King. The Crimson Flame King couldn't sit still anymore. An experienced beast tamer would definitely be able to tell that there were many things wrong with him. Seeing that the fire-scaled beast stood up again, Man Rong revealed a smile. You go and defeat it. Man Rong said to the dark green snake that was coiling around the golden throne. At the same time, Man Rong took out 2 pills and fed them to the dark green snake. These 2 pills were extremely precious, but in order to obtain the fire-scaled beast, Man Rong was willing to risk it all. One of the pills could allow ancient beasts to unleash a stronger bloodline power for a short period of time. The other pill was an ice-type amplification pill that could increase the attributes of demonic beasts. The dark serpent snake was of the water attribute, so it was effective. Immediately, a powerful energy fluctuated within the snake's body. Its body expanded, and 2 horns appeared on its head. 2 small claws also appeared on the sides of its body. Hiss hiss, as soon as the snake opened its mouth, a gust of cold, dark green mist spread out. This is the ancient beast dark serpent snake. A beast tamer recognized it. The dark serpent snake was a mysterious snake that contained a powerful serpent dragon bloodline. Whether it was on land, in water, or in the air, it was extremely powerful. On top of that, this ancient beast's defense, agility, and attack power were all top-notch. Moreover, it was commanded by a powerful beast tamer like Man Rong. With the density of the fire-scaled beast's bloodline, it would be hard to deal with it. Also, the pills that Man Rong just took out should allow the snake to unleash more power. Hiss hiss, the dark serpent snake stared at the fire-scaled beast with its cold eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out poison, as if it wanted to kill the fire-scaled beast. Bastard, how dare you look down on me? The Crimson Flame King didn't want to fight in the first place. Boom, immediately, a terrifying flame energy exploded from the fire-scaled beast's body. Its dark red body instantly became bright red, like a piece of jade. Flames undulated on the surface of its body, and its hair danced in the wind like flames. At this moment, it was like the King of Flames, extremely arrogant and domineering. That terrifying pressure caused the dark serpent snake to freeze, and its body couldn't help but tremble. Disguise. Man Rong's body trembled, and his eyes widened. That fire-scaled beast was also proficient in disguise. At this moment, the purity of the fire-scaled beast's bloodline was definitely top-notch, far surpassing his dark serpent snake. Boom, the Crimson Flame King flew out like a meteor and smashed towards the dark serpent snake. Feeling the danger, the dark serpent snake suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of dark green mist. The poisonous mist had the attribute of ice, and the nearby trees instantly turned into ice shards. However, the Crimson Flame King wasn't afraid at all. It opened its mouth and spat out a scorching fireball. Boom, the icy poisonous mist and the fireball intertwined, forming a storm that wreaked havoc. In the next instant, the flames instantly swallowed the dark green poisonous mist and burned towards the dark serpent snake. The Crimson Flame King used to play with fire when he was alive. Not only was he skilled, but his methods were also powerful. The dark serpent snake was no match for him. Whoosh, seeing this, the dark serpent snake quickly retreated. The Crimson Flame King immediately chased after it. In terms of speed, it was even slightly faster than the dark serpent snake. How is this possible? How can the fire-scaled beast be faster than the dark serpent snake? Manrong couldn't believe it. He was using all of his strength to command the dark serpent snake, and on the other side, Jinyu didn't do anything, but the fire-scaled beast had forced the dark serpent snake into a corner. If Manrong knew that the one controlling the fire-scaled beast's body was a peerless expert, he would probably feel better. The battle continued. The dark serpent snake couldn't dodge, and it couldn't win head-on either. On the other hand, the fire-scaled beast's flames were domineering and ferocious. Gradually, the dark serpent snake's injuries became more and more severe. I've lost. Manrong's body suddenly went limp. He was in a daze as he said those 3 words. In the tribe, Manrong was a top beast tamer. Adding on his identity, no one dared to beat him. He had always been at his peak when he fought against the Chu kingdom. But today, he had lost miserably. He had lost all 3 rounds. On the side of Thousand Mountain City, many people felt that this scene was somewhat unreal. Manrong, who had been so arrogant and proud a few days ago, had turned into such a pathetic state today. It was truly gratifying. He won. He won all 3 battles. Amazing. This new deputy commander actually has such ability. Many people looked at Jinyu with admiration in their eyes. The new deputy commander was young, but he had defeated the genius beast tamer of the younger generation of the Mantu tribe in a beast battle. The Crimson Flame King glanced at Jinyu and thought, this kid didn't do anything. It's all my credit. On the Thousand Mountain City's side, the faces of the upper echelons who were against Jinyu were as black as charcoal. Originally, they had intended for Jinyu to be humiliated and humiliated. But in the end, Jinyu won all 3 battles. One had to know that Thousand Mountain City had never won before. The stark contrast made Jinyu instantly gain a lot of fame. Some of the upper echelons who disliked Jinyu also had a change of heart. On the other side, the enemies were silent. They were shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. On the other hand, the captives on the pillars all laughed. With Jinyu around, Manrong couldn't win. They all had a chance to live. Is the young master of the Mantu tribe going back on his words? Jinyu looked at Manrong with a faint smile. Let 3 people go. Manrong snorted. Immediately, a man next to him swung his blade and 3 rays of blade energy flew out. 3 thick chains were cut off, and the 3 of them fell from above. One of them just so happened to be Nangongli. We're saved. Nangongli and the others immediately flew toward the Thousand Mountain City's side. Commander Chen, thank you for saving my life. The 3 of them came before Jinyu and said respectfully. Even Nangongli was the same. Although he and Jinyu were from the same sect, the current Jinyu far surpassed him. After 5 years, the relationship between the 2 of them couldn't help but grow distant. On the battlefield, Jinyu was even the deputy commander. Sir, you seem to have forgotten something. Jinyu said again. Manrong's expression sank slightly. According to the rules of the beast fight, the loser must give their spiritual pet to the other party. In the past, Manrong had never lost, so he had never thought about this. The Inky Wyrm snake was a trump card given to him by his grandfather, and it was also Manrong's favorite spirit pet. Could it be that he had to give the Inky Wyrm snake to Jinyu? Also, did he have any chance of defeating the fire scale beast? That fire scale beast was too strange. Not only did it know how to disguise itself, but its bloodline was also very dense. Its control over flames was also very strong. Manrong couldn't think of a spirit pet that could defeat the fire scale beast in the same realm. Young master, are you really going to give the Inky Wyrm snake to him? An upper echelon asked. That was the Inky Wyrm snake, such a powerful spiritual pet that ordinary people of the Barbarian 2 tribe couldn't even get their hands on. Do you think that I'm sick? Man Rong's expression returned to normal, and a hint of fierceness appeared on his face. Brat, we'll fight again tomorrow. I'll let the inky Wyrm snake fight again tomorrow, so I'll let it stay with me for a night. Man Rong sneered and yelled, retreat. Hearing this, even an idiot knew that Man Rong wanted to go back on his words. If Man Rong didn't fight tomorrow, or if he returned to the Barbarian 2 tribe, no one could do anything to him. But thinking about giving the inky Wyrm snake to someone else, anyone else would do the same. You're going back on your words? Are the people of the Barbarian 2 tribe all like this? You're not keeping your word. Nan Gongli yelled. He had also been punished when he was captured by the enemy. Seeing that Man Rong was going back on his words, he was furious. I'm afraid that Man Rong will go back on his words after losing all 3 battles tomorrow. One of the upper echelons of Thousand Mountain City spoke up for Qin Yu and mocked Man Rong. Qin Yu also frowned and unleashed a formless aura that made the upper echelons around him feel pressured and take a few steps back. Man Rong lowered his head and didn't say anything. However, the leader of the group turned to the people of Thousand Mountain City and said fiercely, shut up. If it weren't for young Master Man Rong playing with you, I would have long since destroyed your Thousand Mountain City. You wouldn't be alive to shout here. You should be thanking young Master Man Rong. Hearing this, the people of Thousand Mountain City squinted their eyes and became silent. They were indeed not a match for the enemy. Although Man Rong had humiliated the people of Thousand Mountain City, he had given them a long period of peace. I advise you to behave yourself. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill all of them right now, warned the leader of the Cliff Tribe. There was a hidden meaning in his words. If Man Rong was still willing to fight tomorrow, it would be best for the people of Thousand Mountain City to lose to him on purpose. That way, they would have more peaceful days. Qin Yu stood on the city wall and watched the enemies leave. He wasn't in a rush to make a move. With his strength, he could easily defeat the strongest of the enemies, the Cliff Chief. However, the enemy had too many people and they had too many captives. Thousand Mountain City still listened to Protector Wei. He definitely wouldn't care about Qin Yu and might even hit them while they were down. Once Qin Yu rushed out, the Rock Chief would threaten him with captives, and Qin Yu would not be able to do anything. I'll let them have some fun, Qin Yu muttered. He then turned around and returned to the city. That day, the entire Thousand Mountain City was talking about Qin Yu's 3 victories. When night fell, Mu Xiuqing and Nan Gongli came to visit. Please come in. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to reach such heights in just 5 years. I can't even catch up to you. Nan Gongli first said some polite words. Actually, Nan Gongli's cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage Hotian realm. In the Chu country, his talent was extremely high. Nan Gongli's grandfather was once an elder of the sect and the Nangong clan behind him was one of the 3 great clans in the Chu country. Hence, he had abundant resources and improved greatly. Brother Yu, how have you been these 5 years? Mu Xiuqing felt somewhat uncomfortable. Mu Xiuqing's master was the sex fairy Xiaoyu. Her cultivation talent was slightly worse than Nan Gongli and she had just broken through to the Hotian realm not long ago. These 5 years have been pretty good, Qin Yu said calmly. However, Mu Xiuqing and Nan Gongli didn't think much of it. Qin Yu's improvement was so great that he must have experienced many difficulties. Brother Chen, I don't think that Man Rong will fight tomorrow. Nan Gongli's eyes were filled with helplessness. Among the captives, 2 of them were from the Yunhui Gate and had a good relationship with him. If Man Rong refused to fight tomorrow, these captives would have no chance of being rescued. They might even be executed. I think so too. Qin Yu smiled. Nan Gongli and Mu Xiuqing were stunned as they exchanged glances. If Man Rong didn't fight tomorrow, they wouldn't be able to obtain the Ink Flood Serpent and the captives wouldn't be able to be rescued. What was there to laugh about? Hence, I'm preparing to infiltrate the enemy's city tonight to rescue the captives. Qin Yu continued. Feng Haofei was still in the enemy's hands. This person had a good relationship with Qin Yu in the sect. Other than that, there were also people from the same sect that Qin Yu didn't know but felt familiar. What? Nan Gongli and Mu Xiuqing were shocked and couldn't believe what they heard. To them, the enemy's city was simply a tiger's den. Qinyu actually had such a bold idea. Mu Xueqing was about to persuade Qinyu. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Qinyu said confidently. Mu Xueqing and Namgongli nodded their heads in agreement. Who in their right mind would rush to their death knowing that it was dangerous? Perhaps Qinyu really did have a brilliant plan. Brother Chen, I'll go with you. I know where the captives are kept. Namgongli gritted his teeth and revealed a determined expression. Qinyu was stunned and hesitated. It would be easier for him to infiltrate alone, but it would be more inconvenient to bring Namgongli along. However, it would be easier for Namgongli to know where the captives were kept. I want to go too. Suddenly, Mu Xueqing's eyes widened as if she had made a decision. Qinyu felt a slight headache. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have told them. All right, listen to my orders. Qinyu agreed and emphasized. After making up their minds, the three of them chatted and waited for an opportunity. I have some elixirs and materials that are useful for qi transformation and Hotian realms. I'll give them to you. Qinyu took out some medicines and medicinal materials from his storage bag. Namgongli and Mu Xueqing were stunned. They stared at the things that Qinyu took out and took a deep breath. Brother Chen, then I won't stand on ceremony. Namgongli grinned and began to choose. Mu Xueqing also didn't stand on ceremony. Otherwise, all the good things would have been picked by Namgongli. Deep in the night, a white mist suddenly appeared in Thousand Mountain City. Why is there fog in the middle of the night? What kind of weather is this? Some patrolling guards cursed. No one noticed that there were 3 people walking quietly in the center of the fog. The fog was released by the mist-spitting bead. When Qinyu moved a little slower, the fog would follow him and always hide him in the fog. *CK, there was such a big fog just now, and it disappeared in an instant. Could it be a ghost? A guard felt a little creeped out. In the dark forest, a large area of white fog slowly drifted forward. Brother Chen, this treasure of yours is really powerful. You walked out of Thousand Mountain City without anyone noticing. Namgongli was a little excited. No wonder Qinyu was so confident. This treasure was really powerful. Before long, Qinyu saw the enemy's city. A large area of white fog enveloped it. Several guards frowned and became a little more vigilant, but they still didn't find that 3 people had already boarded their city. Why is there such a thick fog suddenly? Is it a sneak attack from the Chu Kingdom? A strict guard said. How is it possible? They wouldn't dare to sneak attack even if they had 100 guts. Another person chuckled. In the center of the fog, Namgongli and Mu Xueqing couldn't help but tense up and didn't dare to breathe. This was the enemy's city. Once they were discovered, they wouldn't be able to escape. Go west. Namgongli was in the fog and couldn't see the environment clearly, so he gave a rough direction. Qinyu began to move west and send Iron Moon insects to search carefully. After a while, with the guidance of Namgongli and the search of Iron Moon insects, Qinyu found the location of the captives. Wait a minute, someone is coming. Qinyu suddenly stopped. The mist-spitting bead was his spiritual weapon. As long as someone entered the range of the fog, Qinyu could sense it. At the same time, if Qinyu integrated his soul sense into the mist-spitting bead, he could see everything within the fog. Who the hell is that kid? He's so young, but he has spirit pets like mutated Iron Moon insects and fire scale beasts. Manrong came to the place where the captives were held. Eh? Why is there such a thick fog? Manrong suddenly discovered that he was shrouded in a faint layer of fog. In the distance, the fog was even thicker, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Manrong didn't pay much attention to it and continued forward. He soon arrived in front of an extremely large square stone castle. Young Master Man, the 4 guards immediately knelt down. Manrong didn't even look at them. He took out a key and opened the huge lock on the iron gate. Then, Manrong walked inside. Inside the stone castle, there were a few red tigers lying on the ground. Behind them was a huge bronze carriage with 2 bronze pillars on it. Many captives were tied up. Manrong's arrival attracted the attention of these captives. Their eyes were filled with panic. Manrong's status here was even higher than the commander's. Why would he come here for no reason? The captives had a bad feeling. You all know the person who fought with me during the day, right? Man Rong asked with a sullen expression. He felt extremely depressed at the mention of the beast fight. The captives all had different expressions, but they more or less understood Man Rong's goal. However, no one answered Man Rong's question. I'll release the first person to tell me and give a complete and accurate answer. Man Rong's lips curled into a smile. His name is Qin Yu. A middle-aged man immediately said. This person was a hall master of Bone Devil Palace. Continue, Man Rong said. Some of the other captives looked at the man with disdain, while others sighed. They had reacted too slowly and missed a good opportunity. He's a genius of Yunhui Gate. He possesses great luck. Some of Chu's famous geniuses have fallen in his hands. But because he killed Lu Santong, he offended Lu Tiezu and was hunted by him. The man told him everything he knew. Man Rong listened attentively. After listening, he couldn't help but admire Qin Yu. Qin Yu was young and unknown, but he could step on other geniuses and rise step by step. Even Iron Sword Sex Lu Tiezu had not been able to get rid of Qin Yu. After hearing that, Man Rong felt slightly comforted. At the very least, he had lost to a top genius and not a nobody. Even if you know so much, you're still no match for Qin Yu. Fang Haofei snorted coldly. Man Rong's cultivation wasn't high, he was only at the peak of the early-stage Xiantian realm. He was mainly good at taming beasts, and he had many powerful spiritual pets given to him by his grandfather. Now, even his beast had been defeated by Qin Yu. In terms of strength, he was even less of a match for Qin Yu. Oh? Looks like you seem to have a bit of friendship with that Qin Yu. I wonder if Qin Yu will give up the dark Wyrm snake for your life. Man Rong sneered. You are actually so despicable and shameless. Fang Haofei cursed. Hee hee. Man Rong sneered, took out a beast hide whip, and whipped it. Pa, a bloody mark immediately appeared on Fang Haofei's body, and blood flowed out. That wasn't the end of it. Man Rong whipped a few more times. Fang Haofei gritted his teeth, but he still let out a cry of pain. Suddenly, Man Rong stopped, and he glanced behind him. Unknowingly, the mist had actually drifted into the stone castle. Man Rong suddenly felt uneasy. He patted his interspatial pouch and released a gray squirrel. The little gray squirrel's nose began to sniff fiercely. It constantly twitched and suddenly let out a cry. Who's there? Man Rong's face changed drastically. Plop, outside the stone castle, the bodies of the 4 guards fell to the ground. The mist around Man Rong instantly thickened, and he couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. Weren't you trying to find out about me? Qin Yu's voice echoed in the mist. It's you. Man Rong shuddered. His hand, which was already on the pet pouch, slapped it repeatedly and released spiritual pets one after another. A black lizard, a snow-white spider, and 3 strange insects appeared on the ground. The inky serpent that Qin Yu saw during the day also appeared. As for Man Rong, he sat on a bird and flew into the sky. The bird was silver in color, and it could only carry 1 person, but it was extremely fast. Qin Yu? The captives were also shocked. Qin Yu would actually sneak into the tiger's den for them. Furthermore, it was already unbelievable that Qin Yu could sneak in. Qin Yu, how dare you sneak in here? You're courting death. Man Rong roared. Originally, in his opinion, Qin Yu wasn't that strong. However, it was terrifying that Qin Yu could sneak in without anyone noticing. Qin Yu also had 2 powerful spiritual pets that couldn't be underestimated. Whoosh, all the spiritual pets that Man Rong released pounced at Qin Yu. Is that so? Qin Yu smiled faintly. All of a sudden, a terrifying demonic aura came crushing down from the mist. All the spiritual pets stopped in their tracks and trembled uncontrollably. They didn't dare to take another step forward. The silver bird in the sky stopped flying and stopped in midair. This is impossible. Man Rong also felt the terrifying aura, and his heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Boom, suddenly, a pitch-black and domineering fist aura rushed out of the mist. Bang! Bang, bang. All the spiritual pets were instantly crushed by Qin Yu's fist. Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, Man Rong's spiritual pet army was annihilated. In the sky, Man Rong's mouth was wide open, and his mind went blank. Die. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia sent a massive surge of true energy toward Man Rong and squeezed him. At that instant, Man Rong felt like he was being grabbed by a pair of invisible hands, and his bones were breaking one by one. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. In the face of that invisible hand, his strength was like a firefly in front of the sun. Die. Xianxia roared. Bang! Man Rong's body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. What's the situation? Brother Chen, do you need help? Nan Gongli asked. Quick, save them. Xianxia bellowed, and the density of the fog around him decreased. Immediately, a bloody scene appeared in front of Nan Gongli and Mu Xiuqing. They were all dead. Just a moment ago, Xianxia only threw out a punch, but Man Rong and his spiritual pets were all killed. Wasn't he a little too powerful? Whoosh, the three of them rushed forward and cut down the thick chains one after another. We're saved. Thank you, Vice Commander. Many people expressed their gratitude. You guys are really bold. You actually came here as well. Fang Haofei smiled when he saw Mu Xiuqing and Nan Gongli. Time to go. Listen to my command. Xianxia said and infused his true qi into the mist-spitting pearl, causing the mist in the surroundings to thicken. How magical. Xianxia has such a treasure. Fang Haofei couldn't help but exclaim. He now knew how Xianxia and the other two snuck in. Whoosh, as soon as they walked out of the stone castle, they heard all sorts of noises and tremors. Capture them. A small team charged over. How dare they barge in here? Leave the captives. A few Qi transformation realm upper echelons rushed over and shouted. They couldn't see anything in the mist, but they could hear the screams of countless people. Everyone was terrified and didn't know what to do. They followed closely behind Xianxia. From now on, charge forward. Xianxia roared. Everyone shuddered and immediately carried out the order. They all charged forward. At the same time, a group of people and a few Qi transformation realm experts charged over. Boom! Xianxia immediately threw a punch. Because of the mist, no one outside could see it. When they saw it, it was too late. That heavy and overbearing black fist light whizzed past, crushing everyone and leaving behind a pile of corpses. Young Masterman is dead. Quickly activate the city barrier array and don't let them out. Activate the city barrier array. A series of voices rang out. At the edge of the city, a series of arrays lit up and the heaven and earth energy fluctuated wildly. There's actually such an array. I'm afraid it can even trap an Origin Realm expert. Xianxia was slightly surprised. Wang, a layer of dark yellow light suddenly shot into the sky. Suddenly, the inside and outside of the city seemed to become two different worlds. At the same time, deep inside the city, a powerful aura fluctuated. Which thief dares to sneak in here? A deafening roar sounded out, following which a mighty-looking man with a long saber in his hand rushed over. Behind him, there were other experts. A large group of people moved out. Apart from that, there was also a huge horde of demonic beasts that rushed out in a flurry. Not good, the city barrier array. What do? We can't get out. We're all going to die. When the group arrived at the edge of the city, they realized that the city's array was activated and they couldn't leave. Swish, suddenly, Xianxia dashed to the front, took out an ancient token, and swiped at it. Immediately, a large hole appeared in the spirit formation in front of him. The people behind him were dumbfounded, but they didn't have time to think too much and immediately rushed out. Within the city, everyone saw the captives covered in a layer of white mist as they crawled out of the array. How is this possible? The array was broken? A few of the upper echelons widened their eyes. Could there be an array master that sneaked in? It's that kid. The rock chief saw the last person who crawled out. It was Xianxia who battled with Man Rong during the day. Reporting to chief, young Masterman is dead. A soldier suddenly knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. What? Young Masterman is dead? The rock chief felt like he was struck by lightning as he stood rooted to the ground. At a certain moment, his body suddenly exploded with a shocking aura as he shouted, "You bunch of idiots, quickly remove the array and follow me out to kill them. He patted the pet bag on his body and released a spiritual pet. Swish, a faint green shadow rushed out and turned into a giant wolf. It stood on the roof of a palace and let out a wolf howl. In an instant, a strange and powerful aura spread out, causing the bodies of many people in the vicinity to stiffen. Then, they started to tremble. Young Masterman is dead. I must kill them all, otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the Patriarch. The Rock Chief's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This Origin Realm Green Wind Swift Wolf was a trump card that the Patriarch gave to the Rock Chief. Its purpose was to protect Manrone. As long as Manrone returned to the tribe safely, this Origin Realm Green Wind Swift Wolf would be his. But, Manrone was dead. In order to appease the Patriarch's anger, he must kill Qinyu and the others. We've escaped. The captives panted heavily, their hearts filled with excitement. None of them had thought that they would be rescued in such a dangerous and exciting way. Run! Qinyu immediately shouted. Although they had escaped, they had not escaped the danger. The enemy would not let them off so easily. Right at that moment, the defensive formation around the city gradually dimmed and disappeared. Kill them all, leave no one alive. The rock leader shouted fiercely. Numerous figures appeared on the city walls. Run! Everyone's hearts tightened and they immediately ran. I'll give you a big gift. Qinyu laughed softly and activated the secret pattern demon body. His body shone with a black light and demonic energy surged. Whoosh, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Strong winds held around him and Qinyu's abdomen also expanded. Because they were in the fog, the enemy could not see this. Qinyu could rest assured and accumulate energy. At a certain moment, Qinyu opened his mouth and shouted. Boom, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded. That shocking roar was like the heaven-shaking roar of an ancient demonic beast. It formed a distorted sound wave storm that bombarded the city. Boom, the soldiers at the front were directly sent flying by Qinyu's sound wave attack. Blood flowed out of their ears, nose, and mouth, and their organs were all shattered. Then, the sound wave attack continued to rumble backwards. Everywhere it passed, there were wails. The sound wave attack continued to penetrate. When it reached the back, its power had greatly decreased. However, Qinyu's attack was already shocking. At least 100 people had lost their lives to Qinyu's attack. Even more people's organs were injured. What a monster! The rock leader felt a trace of fear in his heart. However, his determination to kill Qinyu did not waver. Kill! The rock leader's voice rang out once again. It reverberated and calmed the chaotic scene. Whoosh, as the rock leader rushed out, the rest of the upper echelons followed him and attacked Qinyu and the others. Behind them, a large group of soldiers climbed up the city walls. However, at this time, rumble, the majestic and tall city walls trembled, and countless cracks spread across the walls. In the next moment, the city wall collapsed with a loud bang. Many people were buried alive on the spot, and even more people suffered varying degrees of injuries. Just now, under the effect of Qinyu's bronze lion roar, the city wall had become very fragile. At this moment, a large group of people ascended the city wall. The city walls, which were already weak to begin with, were instantly overwhelmed and collapsed into ruins. Damn it! When the rock leader saw the situation behind him, he could not help but curse. Leader, we're more than enough to kill Qinyu. Beside the rock leader, a one-eyed man laughed evilly. The one-eyed man was the deputy leader. His position in this city was second only to the rock leader. The rock leader nodded and led 7 or 8 upper echelons to kill their way into the mist. A battle between Origin Realm experts would have too many shockwaves. I'm afraid Mu Xiuqing, Nangongli, and the others might be accidentally injured. Qinyu stared at the enemies chasing after him and pondered for a moment. At some point, Qinyu made a decision and stopped. Brother Chen? What's wrong? Everyone turned to look at Qinyu. This group of people were all saved by Qinyu. Without Qinyu, they would probably have been killed by the enemies. Furthermore, this treasure that could release the mist belonged to Qinyu. Only Qinyu could see the terrain clearly. You guys leave first, I will deal with them. Qinyu said calmly. What? The group of people stood rooted to the ground and were shocked. Especially those who did not know Qinyu and were enemies of him, they were even more touched. Qinyu actually chose to stay behind to delay the enemies and buy time for them to escape. Brother Chen, with your speed, you will definitely be able to escape. It is all because of us. How can we let you stay behind? Fang Haofei immediately went forward. Hurry up and leave, I will be fine. Qinyu was helpless. However, his expression, in the eyes of others, seemed that Qinyu had no other choice and could only use this method. Qinyu would rather risk his life to buy time for them to escape. For a moment, the atmosphere was very quiet. Many people were touched by Qinyu's selfless actions and had a conflicted expression on their faces. Qinyu was too lazy to say more. He retracted the surrounding mist back into the mist-spitting pearl. Instantly, everyone was exposed. At this moment, when they saw the powerful enemies behind them, their bodies could not help but tremble. Especially beside the rock leader, there was a giant light green wolf that emitted an even more terrifying aura. Behind them, there was a huge team charging over. Hurry up and leave, otherwise everyone will die. One person gritted his teeth and said, turning to flee. With someone taking the lead, the others all fled. Brother you, be careful. Mu Xueqing could not bear to see this and turned to leave. Whoosh, after everyone left, Qinyu leaped into the air and headed in another direction. Leader, they have separated, what should we do? An old man asked. Chase after this kid. Seeing Qinyu leave, the rock leader immediately shouted. Qinyu was the one who killed Man Rong. Everyone else's lives added together could not be compared to Qinyu's. Only by killing Qinyu could they slightly appease the barbarian two patriarchs' anger. Leader is making a mountain out of a molehill. The one-eyed man laughed lightly, but he did not dare to disobey the leader's order. Whoosh whoosh, the group immediately changed directions and chased after Qinyu. Not long later, the rock leader and his group caught up to Qinyu. Kid, you dare to kill the grandson of the barbarian two patriarch. You must die. Kill him. The rock leader's eyes turned sinister as the green wind swift wolf beside him instantly attacked. The rock leader actually let the green wind swift wolf make a move. Looks like it's over. An upper echelon laughed. The green wind swift wolf was an Origin Realm demonic beast and specialized in speed. A casual attack could instantly kill Qinyu. Swish, with a flash of green light, the green wind swift wolf rapidly rushed out and closed in on Qinyu. Right at this moment, the fog around Qinyu rumbled and enveloped his body once again. Within the fog, Qinyu shifted to the right and brushed past the green wind swift wolf. Roar, executing the devil violent shadow, a layer of devil chi burst out from Qinyu's body. Qinyu suddenly turned around and turned into a black shadow as he counterattacked. What? Those 7 to 8 people were shocked. The fog might have blocked their vision, but in their opinion, the green wind swift wolf would definitely be able to kill Qinyu. It was already a miracle that Qinyu was still alive. What shocked them even more was that Qinyu's current speed was extremely fast. It was much faster than when he was escaping. In an instant, Qinyu arrived in front of an elementary stage Xiantian realm elder. Boom, no one saw Qinyu make a move. That elder was like a cannonball as he smashed downwards. They saw that the elder's chest had already been shattered. Fresh blood and internal organs were flowing out. Be careful, this person is very strong. Surround and attack him together. The rock leader immediately ordered. However, at this moment, the thick fog dispersed and the surroundings became a vast expanse of whiteness. It was difficult to see anything clearly. Come towards me, gather together. The rock leader's gaze was deep as he ordered. The rest of the people followed the rock leader's voice and rushed towards him. Rock leader. One of the higher-ups saw the rock leader's figure. However, right at this moment, an angry roar resounded behind him. He saw a black shadow charging over. Damn it! This higher-up immediately took out a giant axe and fiercely chopped out. Boom, however, everything was useless. His axe seemed to have chopped onto a metal boulder. It violently trembled and caused his entire arm to lose feeling. Following that, Qinyu punched out and killed this higher-up swiftly. After succeeding, Qinyu immediately searched for his next target. Save me, leader! A miserable cry rang out. Another person was killed by Xianxia. At the same time, Xianxia released the Iron Moon insect. The Iron Moon insect's speed was already very fast and its poison was also very strong. As long as one was bitten by it, those below late Xiantian would undoubtedly die. The rock leader and the rest instantly panicked. The fog released by the mist-spitting pearl could not only disturb the enemy, it could also conceal the owner's figure. At the same time, it could also conceal the owner's figure. If Xianxia stood still, he could even turn invisible. Azure Wind Swift Wolf! The rock leader suddenly shouted. Ayo ayo! The Azure Wind Swift Wolf sprinted and let out wolf howls. At a certain moment, the Azure Wind Swift Wolf suddenly spat out a huge azure tornado from its mouth, and the surrounding mist was immediately blown away. At this time, Xianxu's figure also appeared. Xianxia, die! The rock leader glared angrily and immediately attacked. At the same time, the remaining two people and the Azure Wind Swift Wolf also attacked Xianxia. Since that is the case, I won't play with you guys anymore. Xianxia laughed lightly and fully displayed the secret pattern demonic body. An even more violent demonic aura burst out, causing the incoming enemies to slightly slow down. Boom! Activating the demonic chi, Xianxia fiercely punched out and clashed with the Azure Wind Swift Wolf's sharp claws. A greenish-black tornado instantly swept out in all directions. Before the other two higher-ups could even get close, they were blown away by the violent wind. Impossible? This kid can actually exchange moves with the Azure Wind Swift Wolf. The one-eyed man steadied himself and turned pale with fear. The Azure Wind Swift Wolf was an Origin Realm demonic beast. Didn't this mean that Xianxia at least had the strength of an Origin Realm expert? As for them, they actually recklessly chased after an Origin Realm expert. Swish! After clashing with the Azure Wind Swift Wolf, Xianxia flew to the side. With a wave of his palm, a black demonic chi palm was formed. No, when the one-eyed man saw Xianxu's palm descending, he mobilized all his strength and executed his defensive secret technique. However, his chi defensive barrier and high-grade inner armor were instantly torn apart like paper in front of Xianxu's attack. Bang! The one-eyed man, along with another higher-up, were slapped to death by Xianxu's palm. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At this point, all the pursuers were only left with the rock chief. Suddenly, behind Xianxia, layers of green whirlwind surged. Swish! The Azure Wind Swift Wolf's eyes revealed an ominous glint as it attacked Xianxu's back. Xianxia wasn't flustered as he revolved the demonic chi to defend. Got it! The rock chief revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Chi! The Azure Wind Swift Wolf's claw descended and an ear-piercing metallic sound echoed. The Azure Wind Swift Wolf's sharp steel claws actually only left a few scratches on Xianxu's neck. Furthermore, those scratches quickly healed. From afar, the rock chief had a horrified expression as his entire body trembled and his hair stood on end. You're the only one left, rock chief. Xianxia looked at the rock chief and grinned. I'm the only one left. The rock chieftain shivered and couldn't help but shiver. He never would have thought that when he led a group of experts to chase after Xianxia, it would end up like this. Right now, he was the only one left, along with an Origin Realm demonic beast. The rest were all dead. However, the sneak attack of the Azure Wind Swift Wolf only left a few scratches on Xianxu's body. Even if the Azure Wind Swift Wolf attacked with full force, it would at most cause light injuries to Xianxia. There was almost no chance of killing Xianxia. As for himself, if he wasn't careful, he might be killed by Xianxia. Run! After analyzing, the rock chieftain only had this thought left in his mind. The Azure Wind Swift Wolf received his order and turned into a ray of green light as it scuttled over. Whoosh! The rock chieftain jumped onto the Azure Wind Swift Wolf and quickly escaped. Roar! Xianxu's physique burst forth as chi gushed out, turning into a pitch-black gale as he chased after the rock chieftain. The rock chieftain felt the roar of the gale behind him. His heart raced and his legs trembled. Xianxu's speed was actually faster than the Azure Wind Swift Wolf, which specialized in speed. How can he be so strong? The rock chieftain was on tenterhooks and could only urge the Azure Wind Swift Wolf to run faster. Not only was Xianxu's defense strong, even the Azure Wind Swift Wolf's normal attacks were able to injure him. Xianxu's speed was also faster than the Azure Wind Swift Wolf. He was sure that Qin Yu hadn't broken through to the Origin Realm yet. This was too frightening. The rock chieftain couldn't help but think of another person who also hadn't reached the Origin Realm but had Origin Realm battle strength. However, in his heart, Qin Yu couldn't be compared to that person. Meng Xiong. A figure appeared in the rock chieftain's mind. Meng Xiong, a member of the Battle Union tribe. In the early years, he was already famous in the 9 major tribes and continued to rise. In the same generation and realm, he had never been defeated. To him, leaping levels to challenge was a common occurrence. It was as if he was blessed by the heavens and had great fortune. Under his influence, the Fighting League grew stronger and stronger. Eventually, it became the strongest tribe among the 9 great tribes and united the 9 great tribes. Meng Xiong was a great hero of the Fighting Union, and also a famous hero of the 9 great tribes. In the future, he might become the #1 warrior of the 9 great tribes. He's about to catch up. A dangerous and oppressive feeling came over, causing the rock leader to realize that Qin Yu was getting closer and closer. This kid seems to be better at straight lines. In the face of danger, the rock leader discovered some clues and immediately ordered the Green Wind Swift Wolf to take a detour. This was obviously a trivial matter to the Azure Wind Swift Wolf. As expected, the cliff leader heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. As long as he could return to the tribe and report this matter to the patriarch, Qin Yu would face the wrath of the entire Mantu tribe. At that time, the rock leader would definitely personally arrive to witness Qin Yu's death. Thinking of this, the rock leader's smile became even wider. Suddenly, that sense of danger descended upon them again. Turning his head to look, the rock leader's entire body stiffened, and he was dumbstruck. He saw that on Qin Yu's back, there was actually a pair of broken black wings. With the help of the wings, Qin Yu's speed had increased by quite a bit, and his agility had increased. At a certain moment. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qin Yu's organs suddenly exploded, and he instantly approached the Azure Wind Swift Wolf. Boom, Qin Yu punched out, and a black fist light that was covered in a layer of ancient patterns whizzed out. Boom, boom, that black fist light exploded, and a domineering demonic chi swept in all directions. As an Origin Realm demonic beast, the Azure Wind Swift Wolf had strong defenses. It hastily dodged and was only slightly affected, but its injuries weren't serious. But the rock leader's chi barrier and inner armor had been shattered, and its back was a bloody mess as its body fell down. Die. Qin Yu looked at the rock leader and punched out again. No, the rock leader roared unwillingly. He was a peak Xiantian expert, an expert of the Mantu tribe, and he actually fell here. Boom, the black demonic wind swept out and engulfed the rock leader's body. On the other side, the Azure Wind Swift Wolf turned into a stream of light and flew away. Qin Yu wasn't a beast tamer and couldn't tame the Azure Wind Swift Wolf for his own use. This Azure Wind Swift Wolf would definitely return to the Mantu tribe and would become an enemy in the future. It was better to kill it now. Swish, the wings on Qin Yu's back vibrated, sweeping up a layer of black wind as his figure instantly rushed out. 15 minutes later, Qin Yu was still chasing after the Azure Wind Swift Wolf. At this moment, he didn't use the pair of wings as it consumed too much energy. Similarly, the Azure Wind Swift Wolf had been injured by Qin Yu while being chased. Now that the injuries had accumulated, its speed had slowed down. Thus, Qin Yu didn't need to use the black wings to follow the Azure Wind Swift Wolf, which specialized in speed. The poison has spread. Qin Yu stared at the wounds on the Azure Wind Swift Wolf. One of them was bitten by the Iron Moon strange insect. After such a long time, it was finally effective. Qin Yu was getting slower and slower from the Azure Wind Swift Wolf. He took out the giant ruler sword and swept horizontally, sending out an enormous devil chi sword wave. Boom, bang, the Azure Wind Swift Wolf was sent flying a few feet away as it rolled on the ground. Qin Yu rapidly approached and waved his giant sword, slashing across the wolf's neck, drawing out a patch of blood. After the Azure Wind Swift Wolf died, Qin Yu cut off the wolf's skin, fangs, and claws before taking away the demonic core. The materials of an Origin Realm demonic beast were very valuable. Eh? This terrain looks familiar. Qin Yu noticed that he was currently very close to the enemy city. Let's go in and take a look. The edge of Qin Yu's lips curled up as he leaped out. In a short moment, he saw a city with half of the city wall collapsed. He sent the Iron Moon strange insect to scout and found out that there were only a few people left in the city. Furthermore, their cultivation levels weren't high. There was only one initial stage Xianxia overseeing the city. Without any hesitation, Jinyu walked over openly. Who is it? The soldiers that were cleaning up the ruins noticed someone approaching. When they saw Jinyu, they instantly turned pale with fright and fled in fear. They all knew that the Rock Chief and the other upper echelons had led a large number of troops to pursue Jinyu and his group. But now, the Rock Chief and his group hadn't returned, but Jinyu appeared here. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. The enemy is attacking. Everyone, attack. Within the city, there was a commotion as the few remaining troops gathered together. You actually dare to return? The leader of the group stared at Jinyu with a slightly panicked expression. He was the only initial stage Xiantian in this city. I am here and you guys aren't running for your lives? Jinyu chuckled. Whoosh, he suddenly stretched out his hand and released a huge stream of vital energy, which descended around the burly man and formed a huge black claw that grabbed him. Spare my life. The muscular man cried for help, but the giant claw clenched tightly. Blood splattered in all directions, and the cry for help stopped. This scene completely shocked everyone present. Run! The gathered troops instantly scattered in all directions, and the scene was in chaos. Jinyu casually attacked, and after killing dozens of people, the entire city became empty. He was the only one left. Alright, I can lead the troops to occupy this place. Jinyu clapped his hands and returned to Thousand Mountain City. Run, Thousand Mountain City is in front. Nangongli shouted. Quick, quick, quick. The other person's entire body trembled as he ran for his life. Boom boom boom, behind them, countless figures chased after them, and the entire mountain range seemed to tremble. Kill them. Leave no one alive. The Rock Chief and the other upper echelons went to chase after Jinyu. The rest of the troops were all chasing after the captives. Up until now, a few of the slower captives had been left alone, and they had all been killed. Thousand Mountain City is in front. The leader and the others haven't arrived yet. Should we continue charging? At the front of the army, a captain asked. Wait, the leader should be here soon. Another person said after thinking for a moment. Above Thousand Mountain City, most of the guards were shocked when they saw the situation in the distance. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The entire Thousand Mountain City flickered with flames, and figures rushed out to the city walls. The city protecting array was also slowly activated, and a layer of dark yellow light enveloped the entire city. Whoosh, at a certain moment, Protector Wei, who was wearing a black robe, floated down. Commander, help, let us in. One of the captives hurriedly called for help. Why are you all here? Protector Wei glanced at the captives, his heart filled with doubt. They were all captives, so why were they all here? This was too unreasonable. Jinyu saved us, Fang Haofei said. Jinyu? Protector Wei's heart trembled. Were these people really saved by Jinyu? Saving so many captives from the enemy's camp was a great contribution. No, the Palace Lord purposely transferred Jinyu here to let me harm Jinyu. Protector Wei's heart sank, and he was a little depressed. During the day, Jinyu defeated Man Rong, winning all 3 battles and gaining a great reputation. Night had just arrived, and Jinyu had already rescued so many captives. If Palace Lord Fu knew about this, he might think that Protector Wei had betrayed them and helped Jinyu. How dare you lie to me? No matter how powerful Jinyu is, how can he save you all from the enemy city? Commander Wei snorted coldly and said with a serious expression, I think you might have already surrendered to the Snow Mountain tribe. This is all a show you and the Snow Mountain tribe put on. Once we open the gates, Thousand Mountain City will be destroyed. That makes sense, Commander Wei is far-sighted. The others felt that Commander Wei's words made sense. The enemy was too strong and too cunning. It might really be a trap. Closing the formation and opening the city gates was too dangerous. Protector Wei, we didn't join the Snow Mountain tribe. It was really Jinyu who saved us. In order to let us escape, he blocked the enemy leader and the other higher-ups. He's probably dead in the line of duty now. A Bone Devil Palace Hall Master said. At the mention of Qianyu's death, he also revealed a trace of sorrow. After all, he had no enmity with Qianyu, and Qianyu made such a great sacrifice to save him. Qianyu is dead? Protector Wei's expression changed, and he couldn't help but laugh. He knew this Bone Devil Palace Hall Master. If it was really as he said, and Qianyu blocked the rock leader and the other experts alone, then he would definitely die. Since Qianyu was dead, it didn't matter anymore. The mission Palace Lord Fu gave him was also successfully completed. I didn't expect Qianyu to be so selfless and give his all for the Chu nation. I will definitely report this matter to the higher-ups and reward him posthumously. Protector Wei showed a sorrowful expression and waved his hand. Close the formation and open the city gates. At this time a loud laugh came from afar. There's no need for a posthumous title. If it's a reward, I won't be polite. There's no need for a posthumous title. As for rewards, I won't stand on ceremony. Following a loud laugh, a figure appeared in the distance and walked towards Thousand Mountain City. Qianyu. Brother Chen, you're fine. That's great. The many captives below were both shocked and overjoyed. In their opinion, Qianyu must have paid a huge price to escape from the Rock Chieftain. Why did you come back? Commander Wei's expression changed on the spot. Didn't they say that Qianyu alone stalled the Rock Chieftain and the other higher-ups? How could he come back alive? Could it be that the Bone Demon Palace's Hall Master tricked him just now? He probably didn't have the guts. Commander doesn't seem to want me to come back. Qianyu kept a faint smile on his face as he stared at Commander Wei. Commander Wei didn't reply. He had another idea in his mind: block Qianyu outside the city. At that time, when the enemy's higher-ups arrived, they would definitely start a massacre. With the strength of Qianyu and the captives, they would be crushed in an instant. However, the current Qianyu was no longer the Qianyu when he first arrived. In just one day, Qianyu had won great prestige. Commander Wei tricked Qianyu like this in front of so many people. It was very inappropriate and hard to explain. Now that the three countries were allied, he openly tricked the experts of Chu. This was initiating internal strife in Chu. This was a great crime. Commander Wei, you don't plan on letting me in? I'm selfless, doing my best for Chu. Qianyu asked with a smile, bringing out what Commander Wei had said before. How could that be? Commander Wei revealed an awkward smile, waved his hand, and said, deactivate the formation and open the city gates. Following that, Qianyu and the group of escaped captives entered Thousand Mountain City. Finally back. Feng Haofei laughed loudly. The other captives also heaved a sigh of relief, looking at Qianyu with heartfelt admiration. As captives, the possibility of survival was very small. However, Qianyu had ventured deep into the tiger's den to rescue them. He had saved their lives. Outside the city wall, the people of the enemy tribe were confused. Why did that kid come back? Where are the leaders and the others? Could there have been an accident? One of the women had a bad feeling. How is this possible? Our leader is a peak Xiantian expert, and he even has an origin realm demonic beast. Killing this kid is as easy as flipping his palm. Another tall man refuted. But if Thousand Mountain City attacks now, we'll be doomed. Another captain said. Although they had sent out a lot of people, they didn't have any top combat power. If Thousand Mountain City attacked with all their strength, they would definitely lose. Let's retreat for now and wait for the leader and the others, an old man with great prestige said. Above Thousand Mountain City. Deputy Commander Qianyu, why didn't you inform us? You sneaked out in the middle of the night and even sneaked into the enemy's city. Do you know how dangerous that was? Commander Wei said in a reproachful tone. As the highest ruler of Thousand Mountain City, he had the right to reprimand and punish his subordinates. Now, the enemy is just outside Thousand Mountain City and can attack at any time. Do you know that all of this was caused by you? Commander Wei continued with a dignified expression. Commander, the enemy is just outside the city, and the enemy's higher-ups aren't here. Isn't this the best time for us to attack? Qianyu asked back. As a deputy commander, as long as there was a reason, he could question the commander's words. In fact, if the commander made a huge mistake, the deputy commander could even replace him. Hee, I know Yan Chief's character the best. He is extremely cunning and full of tricks. Maybe he is already here and is just hiding in the dark. If we rush out rashly, what if we fall into the enemy's ambush? Commander Wei smiled faintly. How about I make a bet with the commander? Commander, give me 500 men and I will eliminate the enemy. A light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes as he grinned. As soon as he said this, many people were shocked. 500 men and horses, eliminate the enemy. One had to know that the enemy had more than 1,000 people. Moreover, the enemy's higher-ups were filled with experts, much stronger than Thousand Mountain City's side. Commander Wei guarded this place and had always been on the defense. He had never attacked before, afraid that if he was not careful, the losses would be too heavy and the city would fall. Brother Chen, are you really confident? When Feng Haofei heard this, his body immediately trembled. Commander Wei was from Bone Devil Palace. If Chen Yu did not settle the matter well after saying such big words, Commander Wei would definitely not let him off easily. Commander Wei's gaze sank slightly. He was not in a hurry to agree. Although this bet seemed to be Chen Yu's loss no matter what. But Chen Yu was so confident, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. What? Commander Wei doesn't dare? If Commander Wei can eliminate all the enemy with 500 men, I will admit defeat and willingly accept punishment. Chen Yu smiled and continued. The big words were said by Chen Yu. Although Commander Wei felt that something was wrong, he absolutely did not dare to do this. Disregarding everything else, that rock chief was slightly stronger than him. If he led 500 men to kill his way over, that would be suicide. At this moment, boom, the enemy tribe members outside Thousand Mountain City began to retreat. They waited for a while, but the leader still did not arrive. They felt that the situation was not right, so the entire army retreated. Chen Yu, I promise you. If you lead 500 men and eliminate all the enemy, consider it my loss. Seeing the enemy retreat, Commander Wei suddenly said. Since the enemy had already returned to the city, then if Chen Yu killed his way over, he would have to face all the enemy's combat power and the city-protecting Grand Array. Bringing only 500 men was tantamount to striking a rock with an egg. Since it is a bet, then there has to be a wager. If I lose, I will resign from my position as deputy commander and willingly accept punishment. I wonder what Commander Wei's wager is. After Chen Yu finished speaking, he looked over with an expectant look. As a commander, Commander Wei's wager definitely could not be smaller than Chen Yu's. If I lose, this position of Thousand Mountain City's commander will be given to you. Commander Wei thought for a while and said solemnly. Alright, who is willing to kill the enemy with me? Chen Yu agreed and turned to look at the others behind him. At the same time, Commander Wei also turned and looked over. His gaze was incomparably deep as it swept across the many upper echelons with a hint of warning. Although Chen Yu had gained a great reputation upon arriving, Chen Yu had only been here for a day. Commander Wei had guarded Thousand Mountain City for more than a year, and behind him was a great backer in the form of Bone Devil Palace. In the end, only two Qi transformation stage or postnatal hall masters of Yunhui Gate stood out. However, of the captives rescued by Chen Yu, 80% were willing to follow Chen Yu. Then, Chen Yu chose a few hundred soldiers. Those who were chosen were all dejected and lamented inwardly, looks like we're going to die on the front lines this time. But as ordinary soldiers, even if they were 100 times unwilling, they could not disobey the deputy commander's orders. Commander Wei did not care about this. When the time came, these 500 people would probably all lose their lives. Even if Chen Yu came back alive, he would have to bear a great crime. In addition, the majority of these 500 people were Yunhui Gate or small factions attached to Yunhui Gate. Commander Wei laughed inwardly. If he were Chen Yu, he would definitely send the people of Bone Devil Palace to their deaths. Let's go. Chen Yu gave the order and led the 500 people out of Thousand Mountain City. You too, follow me. If Vice Commander Chen Yu is defeated, we might be able to save his life, Chen Yu said. Commander Wei said to the two beside him and then walked out of the city gates. Although he said so, this was not his plan at all. He only brought two people over to witness Chen Yu's failure. These two people were his confidants. If Chen Yu really had some trump card to fight against the enemy, they could sneak an attack from behind and kill Chen Yu. Brother Chen, what plan do you have? Otherwise, why would you say such a thing? Along the way, Nangongli asked. The reason why he followed was because he instinctively trusted Qinyu. But at this moment, he was still very afraid. The others could not help but look over. They wanted to know if Qinyu had any plan. Otherwise, they would all die. There is no need for any plan. With our strength, we can crush the enemy. Qinyu patted his chest and said. The others were speechless. No matter how they looked at it, they would be crushed by the enemy. Soon, the team led by Qinyu caught up to the retreating enemy. Kill. Qinyu took the lead and rushed out. At this moment, the others could only bite the bullet. Bang, Qinyu plunged into the enemy like a berserk beast and sent more than 10 people flying. At the same time, Qinyu released the Iron Moon Strange Bug. This bug was at the late-stage Khanate realm. Its penetrative power was extremely strong and it was also extremely fast to kill. Run! The city is in front. The enemy troops shouted. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they did not have a top expert. No one could stop Qinyu. Meanwhile, the team led by Qinyu had killed plenty of enemies along the way. When the enemy returned to the city, they were all stunned on the spot like idiots. At this moment, their city was simply a dead city. It was in chaos and the smell of blood wafted in the air. There was no one in sight, not a single person. The rock chief, deputy chief, and the other upper echelons were all gone. The scene in front of them made them panic and fear rose in their hearts. Kill. Qinyu laughed and killed his way out. The people who followed him were all incomparably shocked. There was not a single person in the enemy city. After the shock, everyone revealed expressions of joy and killed their way out. Run. The enemy's morale was completely gone. No one could control the situation. The scene was in chaos and everyone fled in all directions. In the sky far away, the rock chief and the other 2 upper echelons widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw the scene in front of them. What's going on? Why isn't Yan Chuan here? And the others aren't here. The city is also destroyed. What exactly happened here? Commander Wei's mind was in chaos. The situation in front of him was simply a one-sided massacre. Commander Wei, should we make a move? Someone beside him asked. Make a move? Unless we kill all these people and leave no one alive. Commander Wei shook his head. Just Qinyu's 2 spirit pets alone could not be underestimated. The possibility of killing all these people was too low. Not long after, Qinyu and the others completely drove out the enemy and occupied the city. On the city wall, Qinyu stood proudly and looked into the distance with a faint smile. He found me. Commander Wei could feel that Qinyu was watching him. The 3 of them carefully followed and were actually discovered by Qinyu. Ha ha ha, so Deputy Commander Chen already knew the exact situation of the enemy. This battle was really beautiful. Congratulations Deputy Commander Chen for making a great contribution. Commander Wei slowly walked over and pretended to be enthusiastic. Please call me Commander Chen. Qinyu said calmly. Qinyu, we are all serving the Chu nation together. Moreover, we will meet often in the future. Don't be so serious. Commander Wei's face darkened, and he immediately sneered. He never expected that the enemy's city would be in such a situation. Otherwise, he would never have made this bet with Qinyu. Is Protector Wei going back on his word? Qinyu was still smiling. This time, Qinyu directly called him Protector Wei. The rest of the people present looked at Commander Wei with disdain in their hearts. Seeing Qinyu say such words and call him Protector Wei, he knew that Qinyu was determined to embarrass him. I see that you are too young to take on such a great responsibility. Since you insist, then I will ask the higher-ups to give you the position of commander. Commander Wei still maintained his image. Then I'll have to trouble Protector Wei. Qinyu smiled faintly and turned to walk into the city. This city was built by the enemy. Now that it was occupied by Qinyu, it would become a new stronghold in the future. After finding a quiet and gorgeous hall, Qinyu settled down in it. The next day, he ordered the people of Thousand Mountain City to be gathered and rebuilt. As for Protector Wei, he returned to the Chu nation's main camp. What? You said you want to give the position of commander to Qinyu? Palace Master Fu looked at Protector Wei below and almost rushed over to slap him a few times. He transferred Qinyu to Thousand Mountain City in order to let Protector Wei harm Qinyu. It would be best if he could kill Qinyu. In the end, only a few days later, Protector Wei came back and actually said that he wanted to transfer the position of commander to Qinyu. At this moment, Palace Master Fu even suspected that Protector Wei was a spy planted in the Bone Demon Palace by the Yunhui Gate. Palace Master, I have no choice. Following that, Protector Wei recounted everything in full detail. In front of so many people, he accepted Qinyu's bet. If he were to go back on his words, how would he have the face to stay in Chu in the future? Is that true? Palace Master Fu's eyes were filled with suspicion. How could such a good city suddenly become empty? Palace Master, do you think this kid has already surrendered to the Snow Mountain tribe? Is he colluding with them to put on a show? Protector Wei was unwilling to accept this, and a strange thought appeared in his mind. From the beginning to the end, he did not see Qinyu's true combat strength, nor did he see the scene of him fighting with the enemy's higher-ups, so he could not be blamed for thinking this way. It's not impossible. Palace Master Fu also found it strange. Most of Thousand Mountain City's enemies were the Barbarian Tu tribe. This tribe was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 great tribes of Snow Mountain. It was comparable to Qi country's High Sword sect. Therefore, he did not believe that Qinyu had a way to kill the enemy's higher-ups without anyone noticing. Palace Master Fu was more willing to believe that Qinyu was in cahoots with the enemy. Let's do it this way. Let him be the governor. You stay by his side and see what he does next. If he really betrays Chu, we can immediately execute him. Palace Master Fu said the plan. He did not know that Man Rong of the Barbarian Tu tribe had been killed by Qinyu. Otherwise, he would never let Protector Wei go back. Understood. Protector Wei nodded and left. After Protector Wei left, Palace Master Fu had to calculate Qinyu's battle merits. Rescue 23 captives and capture the enemy's territory. Just these 2 things alone were extremely exciting, so the battle merits would definitely not be too little. In addition, only Qinyu and 500 other people participated in the capture of the territory, so other than Qinyu, the others would be able to obtain more battle merits. Palace Master Fu could not hide such a big matter. On the same day, the news of Qinyu capturing a large city spread. All along, the 3 countries had been in a passive state of defense and rarely attacked. There were even fewer reports of capturing the enemy's territory. Therefore, the moment the news spread, it caused a huge uproar. Did you hear? Qinyu went to Thousand Mountain City and captured the enemy's city that night. I heard that Thousand Mountain City has always been at a disadvantage and can only passively defend. They have never taken the initiative to attack. With such a huge difference in strength, how did Qinyu do it? I also heard that Qinyu only led 500 people, yet he still managed to beat the crap out of the enemy. Everywhere in Chu, people were talking about the hero Qinyu. In a certain city, Mei Chongqing was at a loss when he heard the news. He spared no effort in killing enemies on the battlefield, radiating light and heat, accumulating illustrious military merits. No one in the younger generation could compare to him. However, on the first day Qinyu went to the battlefield, his battle merits were close behind. In just a few days, he would be able to surpass him. He used 3 years of battle merits, but Qinyu would only need a few days to surpass him. Mei Chongqing felt that he had suffered a huge blow. At the same time, in Northern Plains Mantu tribe, Qinyu's name also spread. The Barbarian Tu tribe was built in a magnificent landscape. Under the water, in the mountains, in the sky, there were birds and beasts everywhere. Suddenly, Rong Er is dead? A deafening thunderous roar exploded violently. All the birds and beasts in the world were shaken and panicked. Only a few pets with strong auras looked at an ancient and enormous stone castle in the hinterland. Inside the stone castle, an old man with long hair and a long beard was trembling with a ferocious expression. On both sides, many people held their breaths and didn't dare to make a sound. Man Rong, Mantu Patriarch's most beloved grandson. His beast-taming talent was extremely high, far surpassing the other descendants of Man clan. Who killed him? The long-haired old man's eyes widened as a terrifying Origin Realm aura spread out. His long beard and long hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't look like a human, but more like a long-haired fierce beast. It's a person called Xianxia. Below, a warrior was crawling on the ground, trembling non-stop. After all, Man Rong died in the city they were guarding. It was their fault for not protecting him well. Where's Yan Chuan? Didn't I ask him to protect Rong? The long-haired old man's eyes flickered with ferocity. The rock chief is also dead. He was killed by Xianxia. That person continued to answer. Also dead. The long-haired old man blinked and calmed down slightly. His long hair and beard fell down. I remember now, the Grand Shaman once said that there is a main character of fate in the Three Kingdoms, who is also my Snow Mountain tribe's great malefic star. This person is called Xianxia. The long-haired old man's eyes were extremely gloomy. His grandson had encountered the main character of fate of the Three Kingdoms. His luck was too terrible. But the main character of fate was able to kill Man Rong and Yan Chief. It was obvious that his strength wasn't ordinary. Main character of fate? Everyone present was shocked. Previously, they didn't believe this, because if the Northern Plains' 9 great tribes were united, it was only a matter of time before they conquered the Three Kingdoms. But in such a situation, Mantu tribe lost a city, and even the grandson of the tribe leader was killed. Could this be the start of the main character of fate affecting the Three Kingdoms' fate? Everyone had a concern towards the main character of fate. Because the Snow Mountain 9 great tribes also had a main character of fate, and it was because of him that the Snow Mountain 9 great tribes were united. Why don't we ask Meng Qixing to deal with Xianxia? An elder suggested. Why the need to boost the morale of others and diminish our own? How can there be anyone in the Three Kingdoms who can compare to Meng Qixing? A tall, dark-skinned, hairy man snorted coldly. According to them, this Xianxia hasn't reached the origin realm yet. Tribe leader, leave this matter to me. The tanned brawny man volunteered. Alright, Man Tua, I will leave this matter to you. You must bring me Xianxia's head. Tribe leader Man Tu thought for a moment and made a decision. He didn't really believe in the main character of the Three Kingdoms' fate. Even if Xianxia was really a main character of fate, he was a new main character. Asking Meng Qixing to deal with him was making a big fuss over a small issue. Moreover, Meng Qixing had his own matters, whether he was willing or not was another matter. Man Tua was once a prodigy of the tribe, and now that he had reached the origin realm, he was extremely strong. Man Tua, this is for you. Tribe leader Man Tu thought for a moment and took out a black jar from his storage bag. Opening the jar, a dark red ball of scorching fire mist floated out. Looking closely, there were many dark red dots inside. This is the poison fire worm? Man Tuo's eyes flickered. Man Tu tribe's tribe leader wasn't just a beast tamer, he was also a powerful insect cultivator. These poison fire worms were small in size, but they had strong defense. One bite would make people feel as if they were being burned by fire. With this powerful technique, Man Tua was confident he could even kill an origin realm expert. After giving some instructions, the meeting ended. Inside the stone castle, only the tribe leader and an old woman were left. The two moved and arrived at a dark tunnel. After walking for a while, they arrived at an underground cave. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of boiling hot magma. The scorching heat continued to rise, causing the entire cave to be filled with a layer of scorching red mist. If an ordinary viscera refining martial artist were to come here, they would most likely be burnt to death on the spot. Around the lava, there was a large formation, and there was a person sitting in each of the 4 corners. You're here? One of them greeted. The tribe leader and the old woman walked to the side of 2 of them and took out some fire-dough materials and blood-red glass beads. Those blood-red beads were made from the qi and blood of people who had just died. The quantity is less than before. The old woman sighed. Everyone, how long will it take for our tribe's sacred beast to awaken? Tribe leader Man Tu asked. Soon. A withered old man replied. Good, by that time our Man Tu tribe will be the strongest tribe, and the Northern Plains war will be over. Tribe leader Man Tu's eyes were deep and his voice was filled with absolute confidence. Protector Wei left for a few days before returning to the city and informing Xianxia of the decision from the higher-ups. Xianxia was now the commander of the city, while he was the vice commander. Qinyu didn't care about this at all. After occupying a new city, everything needed to be reorganized. Qinyu was rather free and cultivated in seclusion. Although the cultivation efficiency of the Chu kingdom was worlds apart from the magicless college, Qinyu couldn't not cultivate. He still had to prepare to break through to the origin realm. In the Battle of Northern Plains, the true deciding factor was still the origin realm's combat strength. Therefore, recently, Qinyu became more diligent. 1 month later, in the secret room, the Scarlet Flame King, who was not far away, suddenly emitted a scorching energy wave before it was quickly restrained. Peak stage of the innate realm? Qinyu opened his eyes and looked at the Scarlet Flame King. He had just broken through to the peak stage of the innate realm, yet he was able to conceal his aura perfectly. From this, it could be seen how high the Scarlet Flame King's cultivation level was. What kind of lousy place is this? I have only reached the peak stage of the innate realm. The Scarlet Flame King was extremely dissatisfied. If he was in the Yunzhao Nation's demonless college, he might have already reached the peak stage of the innate realm. Besides, it was already very impressive that he could reach the peak stage of the innate realm so quickly in a place like the Chu Nation. Looking at Qinyu, his cultivation progress was rather slow, but he wasn't in a hurry. The new city was still considered stable, so he wasn't in a hurry to attack. After all, if the strongholds along the entire defensive line couldn't keep up with Qinyu's pace, he would be easily surrounded by the enemy from 3 sides. By then, even if Qinyu was extremely capable, it would be hard to avoid accidents. Therefore, Qinyu used his spare time on cultivation in preparation for breaking through to the origin realm. That's right, kid. That sword has been refined to 50%. You can use that sword to assist in your cultivation. The Scarlet Flame King glanced at Qinyu and saw that his cultivation progress was extremely slow. Is that so? Qinyu hesitated for a moment and took out a pitch-black bone sword from his storage bag. Vice Commander Wei, on the other hand, often appeared in the surroundings and seemed to be monitoring Qinyu, but Qinyu didn't take it to heart. You can try. The Scarlet Flame King gave a look of believe it or not. Qinyu didn't say much and used his demonic Dao Qi to communicate with the bone sword. The instant the devil Qi entered it, the bone sword trembled. The devil Qi within the bone sword seemed to be affected by something strange, becoming different. When the demonic Qi returned to Qinyu's body, a profound demonic Dao understanding appeared in his mind. If I use it well, the cultivation speed will indeed be twice the result with half the effort. Joy appeared on Qinyu's face. This sword had a spirit. Even if no one was controlling it, it could still explode with immense power. And Qinyu could use this sword to slightly understand the profound power. At the same time, he could use this sword to refine the demonic Qi. Dozens of miles away from the city where Qinyu was located, the enemy tribe had already built another stronghold in a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. They had also mobilized a large number of people. Wu Hai was the commander of this stronghold. Compared to the other warriors, he was shorter. His eyes were sunken, but they were full of spirit. The upper echelons of the settlement gathered together in a simple tent. I never thought that the rock leader would actually fail. Wu Hai sighed. First of all, the 9 great tribes had very few defeats. Moreover, the team led by the Cliff Chief was even more elite. Their strength far surpassed that of Thousand Mountain City, but they still lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Even the Rock Chief has been killed. If the enemy were to attack, I'm afraid that this temporary stronghold of ours will not be able to block them. On the right, an elder shook his head and sighed, worried for his own life. Although they didn't need to fight head-on with Qinyu's team and could retreat immediately if the enemy attacked, it was inevitable that something unexpected would happen. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes dimmed a little. Everyone, don't forget that Man Rong died in the hands of Qinyu. The Barbarian 2 tribe will definitely not let this matter rest. A light flashed in Wu Hai's eyes. Everyone's expression changed slightly, but they recovered a little. Right at this moment, a heavy voice rang out in the tent, that's right. The Barbarian 2 tribe will not let this matter rest. In the next moment, a tanned muscular man appeared in the tent without any warning. The atmosphere froze, and everyone felt a great pressure bearing down on them. Every single movement became extremely difficult. Senior Man Ta. Wu Hai's voice trembled. His tone was filled with excitement. He knew this person. He was an Origin Realm expert of the Barbarian 2 tribe. As expected, the Barbarian 2 tribe wouldn't let this matter rest. They actually sent out an Origin Realm expert. Tell me everything you know about the enemy. Manta suddenly sat down and said calmly. Yes. Subsequently, one of the upper echelons told everything he knew. After hearing it, Manta couldn't help but sneer. The enemy's military strength wasn't considered strong. It could even be considered weak. Moreover, there weren't many high-level combatants. As for Qinyu, he often went into seclusion and didn't care about the outside world. If Manta was Qinyu, he would definitely chase after the enemy after a single battle. He wouldn't give the enemy a chance to rest and expand the Chu country's advantage. From this, it could be seen that Qinyu didn't have any ambitions or didn't know how to arrange troops for war. From now on, only the few of you know that I am here. If anyone leaks this matter, I will kill their entire family and make them wish they were dead. Manta said in a low voice. His words emitted a dangerous aura that caused everyone to shiver. Yes. The others nodded. How would they dare to go against the will of an Origin Realm expert? At the same time, they were curious. Why didn't Senior Manta want his whereabouts to be known? It had been 3 months since Qinyu arrived at the new city. The discussion about Qinyu conquering the city had already been covered by the news of other battlefields. After all, the Chu country's battlefield was huge and there were battles happening almost every day. During this period of time, Qinyu had been cultivating and didn't care about anything else. On the other hand, Nangongli, Mu Shuiqing, and his other good friends would occasionally visit Qinyu to ask for advice or to chat. In addition, they also knew about Qinyu becoming an elder of Yunhui Gate. On the battlefield, when they saw Qinyu, they had to call him commander. In private, Qinyu was still their elder. Qinyu wasn't stingy. Not only did he give them pointers on their cultivation problems, he also gave them some precious cultivation resources. On this day, Vice Commander Wei gathered a few of the upper echelons and looked for Qinyu. In the conference hall, Commander Chen, the enemy stronghold in front of us is weak. This is the best opportunity for us to attack. We cannot miss it. Commander Wei said. Qinyu didn't manage anything after becoming the commander. These matters were all handled by Vice Commander Wei. Commander Chen shook the Chu country in the battle back then. Now that he has recuperated for so long, it's time to attack. Another upper echelon's eyes flickered with light as he said with a heroic tone. They came to the battlefield to participate in the battle, naturally for the battle merit points. Since Qinyu could defeat the rock leader and occupy the territory, then he could naturally easily break through the next stronghold. Last time, he didn't follow Qinyu and missed out on the battle merit points. This made him extremely regretful. Commander Chen, we've been staying here and doing nothing. Isn't that a little too lacking in ambition? Vice Commander Wei chuckled. Qinyu became a commander after becoming famous in one battle, but he wasn't anxious at all. As if nothing had happened, he had been cultivating in seclusion and didn't pay attention to the situation on the battlefield at all. Now, everyone had already recuperated for 3 months. This made Vice Commander Wei even more convinced that Qinyu was colluding with the Snow Mountain tribe. Thus, he encouraged a group of upper echelons to invite Qinyu out. If Qinyu continued to cultivate in seclusion, how would Vice Commander Wei collect evidence of Qinyu colluding with the Snow Mountain tribe? Since that's the case, let's attack. Qinyu thought for a moment and felt that this matter wouldn't have much of an impact. All right. The other upper echelons were excited. Vice Commander Wei narrowed his eyes. In the following period of time, he had to keep a close eye on Qinyu. If he could obtain evidence, he would have made a great contribution. One day later, Qinyu led the army to attack. Inside the enemy stronghold, the leader Wu Hai led the army to resist for a while before completely giving up and fleeing. This battle was extremely smooth, and the casualties were the lowest since the start of the war. We've won a complete victory, how refreshing. Ha ha ha, what 9 great tribes, so useless. Everyone was overjoyed. Everyone was temporarily stationed in the new stronghold, and they were still celebrating in the middle of the night. Qinyu was also in the formation, but he had a doubt in his heart. This battle was really too smooth. Obviously, the enemy had already thought of a way to retreat. After a brief confrontation, they all retreated. Logically speaking, when he captured the enemy's city, the enemy would definitely focus on this place. Even if they didn't take back the city, at least they would not continue to lose. In a spacious tent, Vice Commander Wei's face was gloomy, and he was also extremely puzzled. This Qingyu must have colluded with the 9 great tribes, otherwise how could we capture another stronghold so smoothly? Vice Commander Wei squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Unfortunately, he had been keeping a close eye on Qingyu recently, but he didn't find any suspicious actions from Qingyu. At this moment. Woo-woo. Bang bang, suddenly, deafening sounds of horns and drums sounded around the stronghold. The people who were celebrating were instantly stunned. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Someone shouted in shock, and suddenly the scene was in a panic, and exclamations and shouts could be heard continuously. Qinyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled. Right, this is normal. Whoosh. 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 Inside the tent, figures rushed out one after another, their faces were filled with panic. We're doomed, we've fallen into the enemy's trap. An old man looked a little anxious. Obviously, the enemy had deliberately given up the stronghold, waiting for everyone to celebrate and let down their guard. When everyone was at their most relaxed, they suddenly attacked. Rumble, the ground trembled slightly, and huge black shadows gathered from all directions. There were also some flying spiritual pets hovering in the sky. Just from the sound, one could roughly guess the huge number of enemies. Oh no, we're surrounded. Vice Commander Wei was greatly alarmed. If the enemy only attacked head-on, they could still resist and slowly recover. But now, they were surrounded by enemies. In such a situation, it was too difficult to recover their morale. Ha ha ha, do you really think that we, the 9 great tribes, are unprepared and will obediently give up our territory to you? Among the huge troops in front, Wu Hai laughed loudly. Hee hee, today, we'll catch all of you in one net. On the right, a yellow-haired man grinned hideously. Vice Commander Wei recognized this person. He was an expert from another stronghold. It seemed that Wu Hai had secretly planned this a long time ago and sought help from other strongholds. Attack! Wu Hai gave the order. Ga in the sky, a few ugly brown birds let out a few ear-piercing screeches and flew over. When they reached the sky above the stronghold, they loosened their claws and red glass bottles fell down. This is the corpse-dissolving flame. Vice Commander Wei's expression changed. Once the glass bottle broke, the corpse-dissolving flame inside would instantly cover an area of several dozen feet. The flame's burning power was extremely strong, and it burned one's life force and blood. Anyone below the Qi transformation realm would be burned to nothing after coming in contact with it. Almost everyone who had been on the battlefield for a period of time knew about the corpse-dissolving flame. This flame had a strong burning power on life and blood. Those below the Qi transformation realm would be burned into nothingness after coming in contact with it. Even Qi transformation realm cultivators would find it hard to get rid of this flame. Their bodies would be infected with corpse poison and their wounds would rot. Whoosh, a Qi transformation realm upper echelon immediately soared into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew a glass bottle to an empty space. Whoosh, suddenly, a dark red flame ignited, engulfing a radius of several zhang and spreading outwards. However, it did not affect anyone. The rest of the upper echelon also took action, using this method to avoid casualties. But the enemy also had a backup plan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless arrows flew over from all directions. Many glass bottles were pierced by the arrows and exploded. A layer of dark red flame rushed down. Several Viscera Refinement Realm soldiers were touched by the corpse fire and were burned to ashes in a short while. In the surroundings, the flames rose and the arrows flew. Ah, screams were heard continuously. Vice Commander Wei, what should we do? One of the upper echelon asked. At this critical moment, some veterans and upper echelons still let Protector Wei make the decision. After all, Protector Wei was old and experienced. He had been on the battlefield for so many years. And although Qingyu was a commander, he was too young. Facing this situation, we can only forcefully open a path and retreat. Vice Commander Wei thought for a moment and revealed a sad expression. Brother Yu, what should we do? Mu Shuiqing came to Qin Yu's side with a panicked expression. Destroy the enemy. Qin Yu's expression was firm as he spat out 2 words. What? Many people in the vicinity heard this and were immediately frightened. Now, they were surrounded from all sides. The number of enemies was at least 3 times their number. Facing this situation, Qin Yu actually said to destroy the enemy. Young people were young, hot-blooded and impulsive, unable to consider the overall situation. Commander Chen, that will only cause our entire army to be wiped out. Vice Commander Wei was slightly happy and immediately retorted. At such a crucial moment, Qin Yu gave such an order. This was a great opportunity to overthrow Qin Yu. That's right. We're outnumbered. How can we destroy the enemy? One of them said angrily. However, not everyone rejected Qin Yu immediately. Most of the captives rescued by Qin Yu and the 500 people who had followed Qin Yu to conquer the territory remained silent and had yet to make a decision. Qin Yu was too lazy to explain. He patted the pet bag and released the Red Flame King. I'll leave it to you, Qin Yu said. Since you are playing with fire, this king will not bargain with you this time. The Crimson Flame King narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. The next moment, his body became slightly translucent and emitted a faint red glow. The Crimson Flame King spat out an extremely dazzling scarlet fireball from his mouth. The fireball pulsated and emitted strange energy fluctuations. Many people in the surroundings were attracted by the Crimson Flame King. After all, the aura of ancient beasts was very strong, and at this moment, the flame in the mouth of the Scarlet Flame King was very dazzling, and the true energy fluctuations were very strong. Not only their own side, but many people in front of the enemy were also looking at the Crimson Flame King, their eyes shining brightly. The Fire Scale Beast, a powerful ancient beast with the bloodline of the Qilin Saint Beast. Catch him alive. Don't hurt him by accident later. Many experts stared at the Crimson Flame King with greed and lust. What is it doing? Someone asked. The others also had the same doubt. Suddenly, the corpse-dissolving flame around the battlefield leaped up and turned into a tiny wisp of flame chi that flew towards the fireball in the Crimson Flame King's mouth and merged with it. The Crimson Flame King himself didn't feel any discomfort. In fact, the Crimson Flame King was only absorbing the flame energy in the surroundings, so it wasn't affected much. Without the support of the flame, the corpse Dao power in the corpse-dissolving flame couldn't do much. An early-stage Qi transformation cultivator was extinguishing the corpse-dissolving flame on his body, but in the next moment, the corpse-dissolving flame turned into a stream of flame Qi and flew into the distance. Both friend and foe alike were shocked. After a while, the sky darkened. Burp the Crimson Flame King burped, stretched out a claw, and patted his belly. Whoosh, Qin Yu opened his mouth and inhaled. The wind around him whistled and his robe fluttered. Kill. In the next moment, he roared and a sound wave attack spread forward. It was just a casual attack, but it still had a powerful destructive power. Several high-level experts in front of him suddenly bled from the corners of their mouths, ears, and noses. Some of them directly fell backward, and the people in the rear were also greatly affected, forming a temporary chaos. At the same time, Qin Yu used the Bronze Lion Roar to say the word kill, which was even more inspiring. Whoosh, Qin Yu immediately rushed out, took out the giant ruler sword, and swept it fiercely. A layer of huge waves of demonic patterns burst out. The power of this sword was so powerful that all the enemy experts were shocked. Qin Yu's successive actions not only shocked the enemy, but also awakened the fighting spirit of his side. Kill! Nan Gongli and Feng Haofei yelled. Immediately, the rest of the people were inspired, and more people followed Qin Yu to kill. Vice Commander Wei was stunned. He was prepared to win over the hearts of the people, but the next moment, Qin Yu used his actions to win over everyone's hearts. In the end, he had no choice but to follow the crowd. Boom, Qin Yu swept his sword, and 2 innate realm experts who tried to block were instantly killed. This scene alarmed everyone in the vicinity. This kid's weapon seems to be a half-spirit artifact. One person recognized the grade of Qin Yu's giant ruler sword. Half-spirit artifact. Many people revealed greed in their eyes. Even a normal origin realm expert might not have a half-spirit artifact. It was imaginable how valuable this half-spirit artifact was. Immediately, the top experts of the enemy gathered and decided to surround and kill Qinyu. Die. On Qinyu's giant sword, demonic pattern qi surged and emitted a dark and twisted force field. Boom, with a swing of the sword, a huge pitch-black sword wave whizzed out. So strong. When facing Qinyu, they could clearly feel the terrifying power of Qinyu's sword. Suddenly, a deep voice came from a group of people not far away. Move aside, leave this person to me. So, a black shadow scurried out and a shockingly powerful Origin Realm aura spread out. Instantly, everyone on the battlefield felt a powerful aura that they could not defy. An Origin Realm expert. There is actually an Origin Realm expert helping us. The members of the enemy tribes didn't know about this, and they were all excited. With an Origin Realm expert participating, there was no suspense in this battle, and the outcome was already decided. The fighting spirit that had just been ignited on their side was extinguished in an instant. Origin Realm, there is actually an Origin Realm expert. It's over, everyone has to die. Many people were dumbfounded on the spot, and they seemed to be in a daze. So, the black shadow came in front of Qinyu, waved his arm, and a dark light wave rippled out. Boom, when Qinyu's sword wave crashed into it, it immediately exploded and dissipated without a trace. Senior Manta. An Origin Realm expert of the Mantu tribe. Many of the tribesmen exclaimed when they saw Manta's face. At this moment, practically everyone's gazes were placed onto Manta. In the heaven and earth, there seemed to be an invisible force that was controlled by him, giving endless pressure to those who went against him. Kid, you can die in peace if you can still force me to make a move in such a situation. Manta smiled and walked calmly. Pong, at a certain moment, a deep footprint appeared on the ground, and Manta turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Qinyu. That instantaneous burst of speed caused people's hearts to tremble. That mighty and powerful aura caused no one to dare to look at it directly. Behind Qinyu, a few people saw Manta rushing towards them, and their legs went soft. They fell on their butts and stared blankly. Brother Yu, run! Mu Shuijing looked at Qinyu with tears in her eyes and shouted. However, Qinyu, who was facing Manta, didn't have any change other than a trace of surprise. Wang, Chen. Yu's body suddenly released a layer of black demonic light, and mysterious inscriptions appeared on the surface of his body, giving people a strange and mysterious feeling. Qinyu controlled the magic patterns in his body and swung his sword at the incoming Manta. You're courting death. Manta's fist shone with black light, forming a black fist light. Boom, the fist and sword collided, and a black storm rose in all directions. Nearby, a few people were killed by the shockwave from the clash between Qinyu and Manta, and even more people were sent flying a few meters away. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and Qinyu and Manta stood there motionlessly like two boulders. Manta stared at Qinyu with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a cold breath, and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. This can't be real, right? Vice Commander Wei saw this scene, and he was so shocked that he stuttered. That was an Origin Realm expert, and Qinyu actually blocked the attack of an Origin Realm expert. Even more people were dumbstruck. After a while, they pinched themselves hard to confirm that it was true. Just when everyone was still in shock, Peng, Manta, who was in the middle of the pit, focused his eyes and attacked again without any warning. Before, Manta still held back, and this attack contained 100% of his strength. Qinyu's expression didn't change, and his physical strength burst out, and his chi surged as he swung his sword. Boom, a shocking explosion occurred again. When the dust settled, the two people in the middle of the pit still didn't move. Impossible. Manta was extremely shocked, and then his face darkened. He became extremely solemn and murderous. He had once boasted in front of the patriarch and the higher-ups that he would definitely bring back Qinyu's head, and he wouldn't allow failure. This time, Manta didn't treat Qinyu as a junior, but as a strong enemy. It's been a long time since I fought seriously. Come. Qinyu shrugged his shoulders as if he was warming up, and then looked at Manta with anticipation. Manta's expression froze, and then his face turned furious. He didn't treat Qinyu as a junior, but as a strong enemy. However, Qinyu did not treat him as a powerful enemy at all. Instead, he treated him as a practice target. At this moment, the one who attracted more attention wasn't Man Ta, but Chen Yu. How could someone at the Qi transformation realm be able to take two of Man Ta's attacks head-on? Man Ta's arrival was like a huge nightmare to the people of Chu, and Chen Yu's appearance was like a ray of light that broke through the dawn. Kill. Follow Commander Chen and kill our way out. Everyone saw hope, and with a roar, they charged forward with all their might. Seeing this, Vice Commander Wei was extremely conflicted. He hoped that Chen Yu would die here, but he also hoped that Chen Yu could defeat Man Ta and lead them out of the encirclement. Of course, no matter what, he had to survive. Gather together. Don't charge around recklessly. Vice Commander Wei was in charge of the overall situation, dealing with the numerous enemies. Boom, another loud sound came from the deep pit. Dust flew into the air and a black demonic light shot into the sky. Brute Ancient Fist. Man Ta roared and a terrifying aura burst out. His body became bigger, and with his dark skin and long hair, he looked like a gorilla. Especially Man Ta's fists, they became even thicker and harder. Boom, before the fist even landed, a powerful wind pressure had already begun suppressing Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu's body was so strong that he wasn't affected by the pressure. He raised his sword and released the gravity field of the giant ruler sword. Boom. Boom, Man Ta punched out several times, but they were all blocked by Chen Yu's sword. Chen Yu's body was as firm as a rock. On the other hand, Man Tuo's arm was slightly numb from Chen Yu's strength and his body slightly swayed. Is this kid made of steel? Man Ta's heart stirred. Most of the people in the Mantu tribe were beast tamers, but he was an exception. He was good at close-range combat. But now, he couldn't move Chen Yu at all. Man Ta felt a sense of defeat in his heart. After performing the Brute Ancient Fist for a while, Man Ta took a breather. However, Chen Yu seemed to know no exhaustion and launched even more ferocious attacks. The gravitational field around Man Ta put a lot of pressure on his body. Facing the peerless black swords, Man Ta only managed to block a few of them before he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. At a certain moment, Man Ta slapped his interspatial pouch and a dark blue figure flew out and appeared behind Man Ta. Taking a closer look, it was a dark blue fox. Its blue eyes flickered with an intelligent light, and it had 3 tails on its back. This blue fox was obviously an ancient beast. It was at the peak stage of the Xianxia realm, but it had the combat strength of the Origin realm. Not good, Man Ta released his spirit pet. An upper echelon of Chu exclaimed. Normally, beast tamers would stand behind the scenes and command their spirit pets to fight, but Man Ta's beast taming ability wasn't good enough. He was good at close combat, and he was good at fighting head-on. Together with his spirit pets, his killing ability was astonishing. Nangongli, Mu Shuiqing, and the others who were close to Chen Yu were even more worried. It was already amazing to be able to fight against an Origin realm expert, but now, he had to face such a powerful spirit pet. The moment the blue fox appeared, it opened its mouth and a cold light condensed in it. It gathered into a ball and then shot out. Swish, a blue icy light flashed across the sky and landed on Chen Yu's body. This blue fox and Man Ta cooperated well and attacked the moment it appeared. Chen Yu didn't have time to dodge and was hit on his left shoulder. Instantly, a layer of dark blue ice condensed. Ha ha ha, kid, this is my spirit pet. One of us is good at close combat, while the other is good at long-range combat. We have great teamwork. Man Ta laughed wildly. He knew that Chen Yu's defense was shocking, and he didn't expect his spirit pet to hurt Chen Yu. As long as he could slow down Chen Yu's speed and agility, he would be able to win. Man Ta took the chance and punched out. However, Man Ta underestimated Chen Yu. To be precise, he underestimated the Sky Devil's secret patterns. Chen Yu's Sky Devil secret patterns was already at the completion stage. Even a normal Origin realm expert's attack wouldn't be able to hurt Chen Yu, let alone this fox's interference. Chen Yu activated the inscription demon body with all his might. True Qi flowed through his entire body, and a domineering demonic might that could intimidate the world spread out. At this moment, Chen Yu looked extremely extraordinary, like a peerless demon lord. The ice on his left shoulder instantly shattered. Swish! Pung! Chen Yu struck out with a quick thunder-like sword. Manta's arm went numb and his bones were in extreme pain. He slid back a dozen meters before stopping. Three-tailed ice fox, continue attacking. Manta's expression turned serious. Although Qinyu's instantaneous burst had rendered the three-tailed ice fox's attack useless. But Manta believed that Xinyu must have wasted a lot of qi. Furthermore, the three-tailed ice fox's attack would definitely have some effect. It wouldn't be completely useless. As soon as he finished speaking, a black demonic figure closed in on Mantua. Black demonic runes surged and crashed down. Damn it, so fast. Manta clenched his teeth and blocked with his fists. Swish, after the blue fox distanced itself, it continuously shot out blue icy light from its mouth. It was like a pale blue meteor that fell from the sky. However, Xinyu was getting more and more ferocious. His attacks were fast and powerful. He didn't give Manta any chance to catch his breath and completely ignore the three-tailed ice fox's interference. How, completely useless? Manta was getting more and more shocked. The three-tailed ice fox's continuous attacks all hit Xinyu, but there was no effect. As for Manta himself, he was completely suppressed by Xinyu and could only defend passively. Right now, he was already suffering from internal injuries. In the surroundings, both sides were stunned when they saw the battle between Manta and Xinyu. An Origin Realm expert with the help of a spiritual pet was actually beaten by a Qi Transformation Realm cultivator. Was this still the unreachable Origin Realm in their eyes? Great, Commander Chen is so powerful. Looks like we still have a chance of surviving this time. One of the higher-ups of the Chu state was overjoyed. The rest of the participants were even more overjoyed. What they needed to do now was to try their best to stay alive and wait for an opportunity. Luckily, the Scarlet Flame King had been helping them. This spiritual pet's power was equally terrifying and could always make a move at the most crucial moment. But at this moment, Manta let out an angry roar. Xinyu, you asked for it. Mantua took out a black jar from his pouch of holding and smashed it to pieces. Suddenly, a sea of dark red dots floated in the air. With Qinyu's senses, he could clearly see that they were all insects. Poison fire insects. When he saw those insects, his heart trembled and he revealed a look of fear. The poison fire insects were very small in size. As long as one entered the body, it would release a terrifying poison fire that would cause unbearable pain. But now, Manta had taken out so many poison fire insects. Even if a regular Qi Transformation Realm cultivator used Qi to defend themselves, the poison fire insects could use their own fire attribute to burn their Qi. That wasn't the end. After releasing the poison fire insects, Manta took out 3 red pearls and smashed them. Instantly, a terrifying fire energy exploded and engulfed a radius of tens of feet, forming a sea of fire. In this sea of fire, the poison fire insects' abilities were enhanced. They surrounded Xinyu crazily. All the flames in the surroundings were ignited by them and wrapped around Xinyu like a fireball. Ha ha ha, the poison fire insects that Patriarch gave me, together with the fire pearls, can even kill a regular Origin Realm cultivator. Manta revealed a victorious smile. Seeing this scene, the people of the Chu state's expression dimmed. The poison fire insects together with the fire pearls were terrifying. Could Xinyu still be a match for Manta? The Scarlet Flame King glanced indifferently. He wasn't worried at all. If Xinyu used his full strength, the battle would have ended long ago. Suddenly, Manta felt something was wrong. The fireball that was surrounded by the flames and the poison fire insects was still the same size and couldn't shrink at all. At a certain moment, boom, a black sword suddenly stabbed out and the fireball dissipated. Inside the fireball was a demonic pattern barrier, and Xinyu was inside, unharmed. Qinyu's demonic scale protection was extremely strong. Unless the poison fire insects had enough time, they wouldn't be able to break it. You should have used up most of your trump cards. Xinyu said calmly and his figure burst out. At this moment, Manta looked at Xinyu, and a strand of fear actually arose in his heart. Attack! He roared crazily. The three-tailed ice fox spat out a cold beam and the poison fire insects charged forward and attacked again. Slash! Xinyu circulated his half-step true essence and used his sword Dao technique, slashing out a ring-shaped demonic pattern sword Qi. Bang! 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 The icy blue light instantly shattered and the poison fire insects were instantly killed the moment they came in contact with Qinyu's sword qi, turning into black dots and scattering. The power of this sword hadn't dissipated yet and it swept forward. Half-step true essence. Man Ta's scalp went numb. Possessing half-step true essence before breaking through to the origin realm was extremely rare in the northern plains. As for Qinyu's half-step qi essence, it gave him the feeling that it was equivalent to a regular origin realm's qi essence. Coupled with the half-spirit artifact in Qinyu's hand, the might of this sword was unparalleled. Black light appeared on Man Ta's fists and blocked the remaining power of Qinyu's sword. Then, he used the force of the impact to retreat. At this moment, Man Ta chose to escape. Qinyu's speed, defense, and offense were all far above Man Ta. If he continued to fight, he might even die, which was why he made this decision. Leave behind your head before you can leave. Qinyu smiled and flew into the sky. Hearing this, Man Ta cursed in his heart. If his head was left behind, how was he going to leave? The Snow Mountain 9 tribes were dumbfounded when they saw this. Why did the origin realm expert of the Mantu tribe run? What should they do now? Luckily, Qinyu chased after him. Retreat! Retreat! Wu Hai immediately ordered. Man Ta would definitely lose. If Qinyu attacked them, it would be a massacre. Since the 9 tribes would definitely send out origin realm experts to deal with Qinyu, there was no need for them to fight to the death with Qinyu. Stop him! Man Ta immediately ordered the 3-tailed ice fox and the poison fire insects. Instantly, the 3-tailed ice fox released an icy light wave with all its might. The poison fire insects turned into a sea of fire and flew over. As long as they could delay Qinyu for a while, Man Ta would be able to escape to the other strongholds and seek help. Qinyu's expression was indifferent. He used his half-step true essence and swung his huge sword, cutting through everything. The remaining attacks landed on his body but didn't affect him much. This is too cruel. The Chu country's people were shocked when they saw this scene. From the start to the end, Qinyu didn't retreat at all. One man and one sword, he destroyed all of Man Ta's attacks and scared him away. Vice Commander Wei's mind buzzed. He finally understood why the enemy's city was empty and why Qinyu could easily occupy it with 500 people. That was probably because Qinyujiao had killed all of the enemy's higher-ups long before this, scaring away the remaining soldiers in the city. With Qinyu's current strength, it was very easy for him to do that. Suddenly, Vice Commander Wei recalled that he had been targeting Qinyu in every way he could, forming quite a grudge with Qinyu. Thinking of this, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Only now did he realize that he might have wandered around the gates of hell many times. At this moment, he was even grateful to Qinyu for not sending him to the gates of hell. In the sky. Bang! 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 Qinyu destroyed the 3-tailed ice fox and the fire bug's attacks with one sword strike. Then, he dashed out like a gust of black wind. Damn it! Man Ta's heart trembled when he saw this. He had abandoned the fire bug and the 3-tailed ice fox to escape, but it didn't have much effect. The fox and the fire bug couldn't stop Qinyu at all. Man Ta was strong in close combat, but speed wasn't his forte, so he could only be considered average. Whoosh! At this moment, Man Ta was trying his best to escape. However, the roar of the wind behind him became louder and louder, and a demonic pressure spread out. Man Ta knew he couldn't escape. I'll kill you. Man Ta suddenly turned around, as if he was facing death calmly. Of course, he mainly wanted to force Qinyu back. He wanted to tell Qinyu that although he wasn't a match for Qinyu, Qinyu would have to pay a heavy price if he wanted to kill him. But he was wrong. With his strength, how could he scare Qinyu? Dong! 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 Qinyu's heart exploded, his half-step true essence condensed, and on the giant ruler sword, in his hand, a layer of magic pattern light wave floated. Whoosh! He suddenly moved like a bolt of black lightning and slashed the giant ruler sword in a straight line. At this moment, Qinyu's battle prowess made Mantua feel surreal. He felt the aura of death. In his imagination, he should have crushed the enemy and returned to the Mantu tribe with Qinyu's head to receive the reward. However, the reality made him realize that life was unpredictable. Manta roared as he ignited his true essence and burst forth with a powerful aura as he punched out with both fists. Xiao, however, it was all futile. Jinyu wielded the huge sword and charged forward, piercing through everything in front of him. Jinyu's speed and strength had increased by several folds. Adding on the half-step Xin Yuan and half-step spirit tool, Manta, who was already injured, couldn't block it. He was heavily injured, spurting out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward. Jinyu didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He burst out again and got close to Manta, swinging his giant sword fiercely. Puff, blood spurted out and Manta's head flew into the air. Jinyu stretched out his sword and caught it. An Origin Realm's head is worth a lot of battle merits. Jinyu put the head into a bag and threw it into the mist-spitting pearl. Then, he quickly returned to his original position. But along the way, he saw that the enemy had already retreated. The moment these retreating enemies saw Jinyu, they were instantly scared out of their wits. Jinyu stared down and killed a few Qi Transformation Realm warriors. He returned so quickly? Did Manta run away? Wu Hai looked at Jinyu, who was flying in the sky, and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Jinyu didn't kill them all. Otherwise, at least half of them would have died. In front of absolute strength, numbers were useless. When Jinyu returned to the stronghold, the entire place was silent. Most people had joyful expressions on their faces, but some people who had a grudge against Jinyu were restless and flustered. There were also some who were sad for the death of their comrades. After all, there was a huge disparity in numbers. Even if the Chu country won, there would be more casualties. Leave a group of people here to keep watch. The rest of you return to the city. Jinyu ordered. This stronghold had been destroyed by this large-scale battle. It was a complete mess. If they were to rebuild the city, it would waste a lot of manpower and resources. Understood. Yes. Many of the higher-ups replied cautiously. Before Jinyu revealed his strength, they felt that even if this great commander was strong, he was still too young. Hence, they did not pay much attention to him. But when Jinyu revealed his true strength, even those 100-years-old Qi Transformation Realm warriors would feel uncomfortable in front of Jinyu. Commander Chen, leave this matter to me. You can return to the city and rest first. Vice Commander Wei immediately stood up and took the initiative to deal with the aftermath. He had no choice but to do this. Who asked him to have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offend this great Buddha? For the sake of his own life, he was going to be busy. Alright, thank you, Vice Commander Wei. Smiling, Jinyu left with the Crimson Flame King without caring about anything else. I don't dare. I don't dare. Vice Commander Wei wiped off his sweat and let out a sigh of relief after Jinyu left. Suddenly, there was a burst of cheers and joy. I didn't expect that I would survive in such a desperate situation. Isn't this all thanks to Commander Chen? He's just too powerful. Mantu from the Mantu tribe was completely helpless against Commander Chen. Instead, he was humiliated into a miserable state. Commander Chen is still young and hasn't broken through to the Origin Realm. Yunhui Gate has one more Origin Realm expert. The situation in the Chu country might have a slight change. Many people expressed their joy, emotions, and admiration. Do you guys think Manta is dead? Someone suddenly asked. Many went silent. Commander Chen just went out and came back. Manta must have escaped. It is too hard to kill an enemy in the same realm. Moreover, Commander Chen and Manta aren't in the same realm, an old man analyzed. Next, everyone went to do their own things under Vice Commander Wei's arrangement. Jinyu returned to the city and rested. No one returned to the Chu country's main camp to report the results. Therefore, this battle didn't spread quickly and not many people knew about it. Instead, the news of Manta's death spread quickly among the Snow Mountain 9 tribes and shook the 9 major tribes. Both factions only had a few Origin Realm experts. The key to victory in a normal battle was also on the Origin Realm expert. But now, one of the Snow Mountain 9 tribes, the Mantu tribe, actually had an Origin Realm expert fall. This was the first Origin Realm expert to fall in the 9 major tribes. All the tribes paid great attention to this. Mantu tribe. How? How did Manta die? Patriarch Man Tu held his forehead with one hand and showed a worried and frustrated expression. In his estimation, Man Ta had a 70% chance of returning with Qin Yu's head and a 30% chance of returning without any results. He never thought that Man Ta wouldn't return. Before leaving, Patriarch Man Tu even gave Man Ta a lot of poisoned fireworms. Qin Yu, you killed my son and now you killed my tribe's origin realm expert. I will not let you go, Patriarch Man Tu said each word with intense hatred and murderous intent. Not long after, all the details of Man Ta's death were investigated. And Qin Yu had completely attracted the attention of the Snow Mountain 9 tribes. As for the Chu country, they got the news from their enemies. Man Ta died? Man Ta was killed by Qin Yu. The news spread like wildfire and shook the Chu country in less than a day. Soon after, the Qi country and the Yan country also received the news. This matter was of great importance and the three kingdoms decided to hold a supreme meeting. Just like before, Qin Yu was the center of the meeting this time. After Qin Yu received the news, he rushed to the Chu country's camp. When he arrived, countless people were looking at him with reverence and yearning in their eyes. Seems like killing Man Ta is very important to the three kingdoms. No wonder they called for a supreme meeting. After muttering a few words, Qin Yu walked into Crimson Cap City. Commander Chen. On top of Crimson Canopy City, the person in charge of welcoming Qin Yu immediately smiled like a flower when he saw him and hurriedly came over to welcome him. Commander Chen, the residential area of the Yunhui Gate is here. The supreme meeting will only start after everyone has arrived. Please wait for a while. The person brought Qin Yu to an elegant pavilion and retreated. Right at this moment, a dignified and beautiful woman in a palace dress walked out from a nearby room. The woman had skin as white as snow and was dignified and gentle. Elder Xia. Qin Yu recognized this person. She was the beautiful elder of the sect, Xiaoyu Fairy. He was just about to address her respectfully when he suddenly remembered that he was no longer a disciple of the sect. So it's Elder Chen. You came back so quickly. Xiaoyu Fairy revealed a beautiful smile when she saw Qin Yu. She always had a deep impression of Qin Yu. At first, it was because Qin Yu had some relationship with her disciple, Mu Xueqing. At that time, she thought that Qin Yu was completely unworthy of Mu Xueqing. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little regretful. At this moment, she wished that Mu Xueqing and Qin Yu had some relationship. I wonder how Mu Xueqing is doing on the battlefield. Xiaoyu Fairy used Mu Xueqing as a topic to chat with Qin Yu. She's doing well. She just made a breakthrough in her cultivation. Qin Yu said simply. Really? Seems like Elder Chen provided a lot of help. Xiaoyu Fairy smiled slightly. She thought that Qin Yu and Mu Xueqing had a chance to rekindle their relationship. The two didn't chat much. Qin Yu found an empty room and moved in. 6 days later, the bell rang. Qin Yu followed Elder Mao and Supreme Elder Gong Yangshan to the conference hall. Elder Mao and Gong Yangshan raised their heads with flushed faces. The fall of an origin realm expert of the Snow Mountain tribe was a joyous event for the three kingdoms. The one who killed Man Tua was Qin Yu. As Qin Yu's master, Elder Mao's pride was indescribable. Gong Yangshan, on the other hand, was because Yunhui Gate had another origin realm expert. From now on, Yunhui Gate was no longer at the bottom of the Chu Kingdom's 3 sections. Inside the conference hall, there were already many people. The moment Qin Yu appeared, everyone's eyes gathered on him. Now that Qin Yu was here once again, the way the others looked at him was completely different. Previously, it was filled with contempt, greed, and hatred. But now, it was solemn, deep, and serious. In addition, the Yan Kingdom only had 1 Origin Realm expert and 2 Qi Transformation Realm experts. This Origin Realm expert had been here before. He stared at Qin Yu and sighed in his heart, seems like this kid is really blessed with luck. I wonder if he can compete with Meng Qixiong in the future. Right at this moment, an enormous pressure of the sword Dao descended. Qin Yu didn't even need to look to know who it was. Just like last time, Qin Yu still had a faint smile and greeted with the same sentence, Lu Tiezu, how have you been? End of chapter 413. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.